going absolutely crazy with it.
Yeah.
The dance moves.
Absolutely.
Ladies, gentlemen, welcome to the ROK Esports Run It Back 2024 LAN. We are so excited to start talking about this, to start showing you guys some awesome games. My name's Techni. I'm joined here by Ancient Angel. How are you doing, bud?
I'm doing amazing. I'm glad to be back in sunny Miami for, the tail end of the summer. It's, the second heat wave. We're running it back here in 2024. It's going to be, bigger, better, more teams, more action, crazy players coming into things, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of talking about, more teams, more players, right? So this event, we have 17 teams registered to be playing with us today, and all of them are extraordinarily competitive. $5,000 on the line, 3 days of competition. It's going to be a very, very exciting weekend. Ancient.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to talk to you about some of these teams.
Yeah.
It's overall, right? We don't have too much time to get into every single team just yet, but are there any notable teams for you?
I mean, first off, you have to mention them. They're the returning champs, right? Burger Boys coming back into things. A little bit of a different roster, right? But the core three of Matt, Logan, and Alvin still together. There is the additions of two players that we saw last time here at ROK. They were on Nightblood before, but now they're on the Burger Boy squad. They joined the winning team, and that's Katsumi and Tokyo. Both of them are coming into this roster, and we've seen really good promise from them so far in some more online events. Now that they're on LAN, I think we're all just excited to see what this team can really do, if they can defend that championship title that they're holding, right? Because
Absolutely, absolutely. And honestly, like Tokyo, Katsumi, definitely no slouches. That Nightblood lineup in that previous LAN was actually one to be feared. They didn't make it as far as we thought they did, or we thought they would. But man, they were a scary roster at the time. So I'm excited to see what these Burger Boys can do. But first off, the teams that we are going to look at, it's going to be Flyaway Part 2 versus Event Horizon coming up just around the corner. A full best of 3 here in the group stage.
Yeah.
But actually, before we talk about the game, let's talk a little bit about that format, right?
Yeah, so it's a round-robin group stage. Top 2 teams will make it from the group stage immediately into playoffs. Everyone else has to go through a play-in where we're seeding out, I believe, 4 more teams to join the first 8 in playoffs. So that's going to be super interesting because, whereas the last event, that group stage round robin, it was all best of ones. It was really quick. You got to just go, 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 go. Now we're slowing things down a little bit. We're giving a little bit more time. We get those best of 3s. We get those map selects where the vetoes are really going to be important. And then we also have this play-in, so it's not like we're going to say goodbye to anyone immediately at the end of day 1. They're still going to be able to play out day 2. You get that kind of last chance element that's kind of feeding into things when you get those play-ins where you can qualify for playoffs then. I think it's going to be really, really interesting to see the dynamics of that and how teams differ their strategies between day 1 and day 2 if they have to go through those play-ins.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's all in contention for playoff Sunday. Top 12 are going to be the ones to return. But it's not just playoffs on Sunday. We also have a show match. If you guys are following us on Twitter, at ROK Esports, you've been seeing all the things we've been posting there. It's quite the star-studded lineups on both ends of that. So
sure.
Really, really excited. But of course, before any of that begins, we have a match on our hands. Again, it's going to be Flyaway Part 2 versus Event Horizon. And who better talk about it than our two commentators waiting in the booth.
Yo, thank you Techni and Angel for sending it on over. My name is Nerds. I'm here with Archmage, and we are going to be the voices. Day 1, game 1. I'm excited, right? I'm excited. I'm first time in Miami for me, so I'm like getting into it, bro.
I feel you, and the energy here in Miami is absolutely wonderful. Welcome as a local SFL. I love being here at ROK, and we have so many wonderful faces here in Miami. The energy is vibrant, and I'm super excited to get into this game 1.
Event Horizon, Flyaway Part 2, 2 teams that we got to talk to. I got to talk to them a little bit yesterday, so I got some scoops, but I'm just really interested to see, how it comes out. We have some decorated players on Flyaway Part 2. We have a full and seasoned roster for Event Horizon, so it is going to be a very interesting matchup. Like, very interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be insane. Now, here we have the map pips pulled up just for you guys to look at. This is interesting. This is interesting for sure.
So here's one little bit of tidbit of lore, right? Flyaway, I talked to them a bit. They're a pug roster. So they're playing a lot of these maps. Like Lotus makes sense, Haven makes sense, Bind makes sense. A lot of the teams are playing more, I wouldn't say necessarily safe, but they are trying to lean more towards that pug play style, especially here at the start of groups. They don't want to give too much away, it seems.
We'll see. I mean, definitely in the group stages, it's smart to keep your cards close to your chest. Definitely want to save the big stuff for the end. And we're definitely seeing it here in the map picks, and maybe we'll see a little bit more of that in the agent select as well.
The reason I say that is because I want to see some Abyss. I want to see some cooked comps. You know, well, just to talk about it, like Flyaway, right? They have like Sonder, for example. They played some kind of interesting compositions as well in GC. So all of that really compounds together. It layers upon layers of intrigue for us. So, you know, before I get ahead of myself, right? Lotus. Beautiful faces again. A map, right? It's a second 3-site map. It plays a little bit differently. The way I always describe it, if Haven is a hamburger, then Lotus is a hot dog.
Yeah.
It's a little bit longer. It has kind of better sight lines, reminding me, reminiscing of Breeze, right? When Breeze was in the map pool. So that's kind of like, you know, the comps are going to have to be cooked around that.
For sure. I can definitely see that. And I think one of the very interesting things about Lotus for me is just the amount of like wallbang angles that you can really get with something like the Odin, right? Like the walls are paper thin on that map. And that really has shown a lot in like the competitive stages of these maps. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, you say that, and I immediately think of A-Site. The orb through tree is just a menace. If you're playing Sova, Breach, any initiator, you're just like sitting there and just being absolutely a nuisance. That's my favorite word to say. Is like, oh, they're being a nuisance. They're being a nuisance. And we do. I mean, as I say it, immediately Flash Initiator. We always see a Breach on this map, and honestly, I feel like Breach has cemented themselves on top of Gecko, just mainly because of the versatility of those longer sight lines.
And for something very interesting here, we're going to be seeing Event Horizon starting as the attackers, and then Flyaway going into as defenders. So it's going to be a very interesting map here. We're going to see Deadlock being locked in here by Sonder. So that's going to be a very interesting play here, especially on Lotus. I can definitely see some interesting walls being very annoying here for Event Horizon.
I mean, I kind of like the comp. I mean, Event Horizon clearly is going with the standard. They're going with the Raise, Fade, Breach kind of trifecta. You throw in a kind of newly bolstered Cypher, and you have, you know, just the classic smokes. And, you know, something that I do know about Flyaway is that they're here for fun, right? They're here to have a little bit of fun. They're here to kind of, you know, test the waters. So it makes sense that they're going for a comp that might be, you know, a little bit off the beaten path. And I kind of vibe with it as well, right? You do have Sonder on Deadlock playing that flex role. You have Dodonut playing on a more aggressive controller. It does create this sort of vibe that, you know, it could be more for fun, for pugging it out, which is kind of the storyline here, right? We have seen Flyaway. They're here for, you know, a good time, and then Event Horizon, they're a 5-man. They have the jerseys, they have the coaches, they have the players, they have a lot riding on this. They really want to win and be in that like competitive mindset. But, you know, it is the first day. It is the first match. So we're going to, as we kind of develop the story, the server is really going to tell us what the story is.
For sure, absolutely. And I think the players are starting to get ready to get started. But, I mean, I love that you mentioned it, right? Because I do think that Event Horizon picked the more traditional team. But sometimes that could pay, like, dividends, right? I mean, we could see a more consistent game plan. But at the same time, stuff from Flyaway, like these unorthodox picks, they could surprise you, and we might not see the event that, or the ending that we may be predicting.
Well, it's actually something interesting, right? Because I was talking to one of the other co-casters here, where it's like one of the reasons that they play Deadlock is to like prevent like really fast site takes. Although I'll let Angel talk about that a lot more, it is kind of like a mentality to have like that Sentinel is really strong for preventing pushes, especially because Cypher, even though they bolstered Riot Games, decided, all right, let's, you know, make him a little stronger, still isn't the most like secure. A lot of times it might stall a push, but it won't prevent a push, right? If we're talking for something like controlling Mound super early in the game, if you want to get Mound control, you just run up with a Breach Stun and a Deadlock wall, and you're good to go. Same thing exactly on C Mound, right? Realistically, Rubble and Mound, they kind of play hand in hand.
For sure. I mean, we'll definitely see. That might play a big factor into this first game, but Lotus is one of those maps where it can very much steamroll in the favor of someone who gets full control of the map. I mean, it's very interesting to see characters like Gecko and Deadlock be played. I mean, I know that they're playing for fun, but like it definitely adds a different perspective, right? Something you don't see.
Gecko's really strong, right? You know, the Dizzy, just chuck it up in the air.
Ooh, my son.
My son, where are you going? And then he falls back down. You can pick it up again. I mean, that is the benefit of having Gecko, right? The reason that I don't think that that's like, oh, you know, yeah, that's bad. No, because not only is the flash still a very long range, I mean, it's also rechargeable, right? You get more than one. You have like, you could in theory do 3 to 4 flashes if you can, you know, play it right.
Yeah, for sure. And it's also a lot of really great information. Even if the flash doesn't really connect for the main use, you're still getting information on where the enemies could be and even maybe like deterring them from making a push, right?
Yeah.
Really interesting thing about Gecko too, and I think the one really good buff that they gave him is how quickly he can pick up his abilities, right? Because in the past, it used to take a long time, but now 2 seconds, you already have your flash up, you know what I mean?
And you got to talk about this, right? We do see some mirrors here. Jerwin and Aqua going for Raze and Cypher. On the flip side, we see Snark and Jar picking that up as well. I mean, both teams seem to be in it. Seems like we're doing some sort of tech checks here as everyone is getting sorted. Timers pause, players are jumping around. This does give us a little bit more time to look at it. I honestly, you know, talking about that, right? Jerwin, Aqua picking that Raze and Cypher combo up, just they're running double sentinels, right? Flyaway is very intense. I feel like they're very intentionally running it. I know that they're like having it like more for fun, but I feel like because they, you know, kind of cooked a little bit this up. You know, I don't know about you, but I haven't seen too many double senti comps in a while.
It definitely has been a bit.
I think that's gonna be a cook. I personally think that's like a little bit of a cook for them.
Okay, we'll see what happens. I definitely am interested, especially with someone like Clove. It definitely counteracts the idea of like controllers being a little slower. Clove definitely is a much more aggressive controller. So having double centers in a Clove kind of feels like a nice balance of a team comp here. But
Yeah.
I mean, they could be cooking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, so we're getting some information from production that tech pause is someone's keyboard isn't working, and you can't really realistically play the game without a keyboard. So, yeah, imagine.
I'd be impressed.
That would be, I mean, hey, in the future, maybe? I don't know. But one thing I'll just say is like the elephant in the room here. Benzi is Soliel, so if we see the Gecko player for the side of Flyaway too, if you hear us referring to them as Benzi, that is what they, you know, want to be referred as on the broadcast. So we'll, you know, be talking about them a little bit more.
I love seeing the players and what they do while waiting for something like a tech issue. These two are just like running around. The other one's playing sprays. It's very interesting. But hopefully that gets sorted out as soon as possible. But I don't mind sitting here. I mean, I'm really excited to see how this unfolds because I feel like while Event Horizon has a lot to prove, right, that can sometimes weigh a toll on your mentality, right? Especially when you're fighting a team that necessarily doesn't want to, like, make it to the end, but still wants to perform well.
FlyQuest wants to win.
Yeah, of course.
Flyaway does want to win.
Flyaway wants to win.
Flyaway is here to play for it, but you know they are here for like it's like for fun, but
not for fun.
But not for fun.
You can still have fun while wanting to win. That's the idea.
Oh
right?
yeah.
But that's what I was kind of referring to is Event Horizon might put too much weight on their own shoulders, and we'll see if that affects them in this game.
I see what you
where
mean
it's
there.
like, oh, we can't lose to this team. They don't even, you know, they're playing for fun. You know, that kind of idea.
Oh, that would be interesting to see. I mean, I think Event Horizon, like, they're more. I mean, I talked to them, so I would hope that they're a bit more strict on that. They're not going to be like as lenient about that. They're going to have, you know, tech pauses. They're going to have, you know, timeouts and good spots. They're going to have players, you know, maintaining a good consistency. If they have a mental problem or like they're starting to like face a wall and a challenge, they should, you know, take the time to readjust. I would hope both teams do, but like I mean, Event Horizon. The reason I say that is because they have like a full 5-man roster that's been playing for a little bit. They have a very, you know, comfortable setup with each other. I mean, they're all staying in a team house. They came down here. They've played in a lot of other events. It kind of, you know, lends itself to be more consistent when it comes to a comeback situation. But, you know, at this point, we're kind of just, you know, yapping for the sake of yapping as we wait. I mean, it happens, right?
That's what it is, yeah.
Hey, that's the best part of broadcast is you just fill up some time with some random theories, right?
The interesting thing that is mentioned, though, is that, like you said, they're full 5-stack team house, everything, but as well as a coach. It plays a very big factor in keeping your mentality straight. I mean,
do they have a coach with them
I'm
today?
pretty sure they have a
I know they have. I don't think they have a coach, but I think they have their. They don't have a coach, but they have a manager filling in for the coach slot. But I will say though, you know, I will say to that end, I'm gonna give you credit, Ark, because realistically, having someone there, even if it's not like a seasoned professional coach, having someone with an outside opinion that could be like, hey, let's do a timeout, and then just allowing the IGL to kind of take charge of the situation to reset the mental is super valuable.
Huge.
Even like I say this to a lot of tier 3 teams a lot of the time is just get one of your friends to like be your coach, even if they're not the best at like actually coaching, because at the end of the day, having someone that's there is better than having, you know, no one and you're kind of just like, okay, well, we're a little bit out of luck. We're just sitting here like mauling, and no one wants to be the guy to say we need a timeout. Some teams just don't time out, and they're like, I'm like, why? Just take a timeout. It is what it is. I see production moving around, so I'm hopeful we're gonna get it started, get things cooking.
Hopefully, but it's definitely like that new fresh perspective is always necessary. But I'm sure that Event Horizon is coming into this very confidently, and I'm excited to see that in their gameplay.
Oh yeah, confidence is key, right?
Huge, especially in a game like Valorant that could really take a mental toll on you. Confidence is the main difference here. So,
Got it. Confidence. If confidence is key, then what door are you trying to unlock?
boom,
Some poems.
bars.
Something like that. Something like that. I don't know.
Well, I could tell Jerwin's keyboard's working all the way in A side already. Did it work?
It's moving. I don't know. I heard people
Popping off.
Yeah. So regardless of if it's the timer's on.
Okay.
So we're gonna pop off.
Yay!
Yay! We're getting back into the games here.
Here we go.
It's looking like an A hit.
Looking like an A hit, and the entirety of Fly Away is AFK and spawn. So we'll see if this actually is going to be played out, because I don't see a lot of them moving around.
Honestly, they might just be kind of like chilling here. Honestly,
Okay.
I won't be surprised if they just play retake, like, because considering that they had the tech issues, and all that fun stuff.
They might just be playing a little slow
Yeah.
here. I mean,
It's also piss.
yeah, right.
Yeah, is what it is. Oh, they're in the smokes. They're being cheeky. They're trying to lift the pop out of it. Oh, and look at the cook. Almost immediately a 3-piece from Snark. I mean, it works out. Tootsie picks up another on Jerwin. It's a fast victory there for Event Horizon. I mean, they just like waited that smoke out.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, we're just gonna respect the space. And the moment they popped, it was perfect.
Wow, what an absolutely amazing start for Event Horizon. Snark with the 3K immediately putting his name on the map. Wow, what a, that's a dominating sentence to start off with.
I mean, at this point, like, you start like that. Also, the ultimate orbs, 5 off, just to kind of give a little touch up.
Wow, another aggressive push here from Event Horizon. Spam!
Not again.
Crazy.
I mean, in the span of like a couple minutes, they're just like pushing A and winning. They have the better weapons here, right? It's the anti-eco, so it makes sense. Jerwin picking up the 3. Wait, it might be an anti-eco, but they did so good there. Event Horizon just generally a really solid job of playing it, but I gotta give credit where credit's due. Flyaway picking up 3 guns there is gonna be huge for this upcoming bonus round.
For sure. I mean, that definitely just saved the round there for Fly Away. Jerwin making the most insane clutch with that 3K and the Deagle, just stuck in the corner. And we saw the ping in the beginning of the round, too. I'm not quite sure if he spotted that, but Jerwin was like, I'm going to hide in this corner. You're going to push, and then we're going to get some. And then, hey, it worked out.
Just going to push in, take space, be aggressive. Fly Away. They have the weaponry here. Okay, the breach shot immediately is going to be huge, because now look at how much space they have. They try to contest Rubble, and it just doesn't work. Fade, Yuzo popped as well. Jerwin getting the first, but Xander, back in kind. Almost immediately. It seems like a 1-for-2 in favor of Event Horizon. They are just chilling.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a good trade there. I love this play here, just lurking B. Jar just really trying to see if he can find anything here, but still no one's around to take the bait.
Oh, no. I remember you saying something where it's like, whoever has good map control should be the victor.
Yeah, for sure.
And look at what Event Horizon's doing.
We're seeing it full force right now. A lot of Fly Away stuck in this big lump, but they're planning on B.
Oh, good double. Jerwin picking up another. We see it as they flood in. Donut takes it. I mean, it is the bonus round for Event Horizon, but this is where this lurk comes into fruition. Something could happen. Jar has the capabilities, whiffs onto Dodo Nut, and that's gonna be, I mean, all they wrote, right? Good, it makes sense. It's played out kind of like we expect, a 1-2, and Fly Away is looking to see what they can take away from that.
Definitely not a bad start. This is pretty standard when it comes to a map like Lotus. But I loved that play from Dodo. I mean, we saw some amazing shots there, so hopefully that can be kept up. A nice 3K on the third round there. And now it continues. Looking like a B push here, but no one's holding the spike. I think like they're going to play this round a little slower.
I don't know if they're expecting kind of like an easier time. It's weird exactly, but generally speaking, right, you leave that spike there so you can catch a rotate. They're going to be defaulting, seeing what side's the weak side and trying to hit that as much as possible. But I mean, just like EG kind of ran this a little bit a while ago where they leave Cypher towards the C setup. And it's okay, they're just chilling.
Just chilling. Playing this a lot slower here. I loved how at the beginning of the round, Fly Away took a lot of the space there on A, but Event Horizon didn't fall for the bait there. And now just lurking around, just waiting for some noise here.
Ooh, just barely. Oh, ultimate popped. They're pushing away. The stun comes through. Oh, Jerwin, the Rosa, and now in a bad position. Tootsie taking advantage of that play, and it's going to give Event Horizon the edge.
And now with the numbers looking like a C like push here.
Cover going out.
Gonna be smoking off waterfall.
Cage triggered.
Looking like their eggs.
Oh, look at this positioning. Aqua finding one, seeing what they can do to recover Haunt, spotting them out. Crossfire, non-setup. Dodo Nut, see what they can work with. Good blind, but Yukine finds two regardless. A flash again gives Tootsie the positioning, and it's just going to be Benzi who's not able to lock it in. Xander with the plan to farm their ultimate, and Event Horizon with a 3.
Amazing play there from Event Horizon. Just playing that exactly as it should have. I mean, really good execution on that site push, but I didn't hate it. I feel like that Fly Away had a lot of good angles to work with there, just missed a few shots. And some really good blinds there from Tootsie, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, it reminded me of Evil Geniuses when they just left C kind of open and they played for retake, except Fly Away had a little bit of a harder time, like, really being congruent on that. Like, the comms might have been something a little bit rough.
All right, now playing a little bit slower, not finding any information there on A.
They're defaulting again, but like not as intently. They're really intending to go towards the C push, considering that it is a eco round for Fly.
A little bit of information there for Aqua. Shot the cam immediately, now just playing it slow.
Well, they learned that it's their weak side, right? They've learned, all right, we leave Cypher, Fly leaves Cypher, and then they're on an eco. So it's Event Horizon is just like, all right, let's see if we can take C, and then if we can grab C, it'll be an easy plant, and they had a hard retake, so realistically, it should be the easier site to take.
Seems like it too. Jar and Tootsie going to be pushing on B. Going to run into Jerwin, though.
Oh, look at this. Started. Aqua picking up the first there is huge. That's the entry. Take it out.
Amazing shot there from Jerwin. I feel like that was an insane flick to make, too, but great trade there from Tootsie, and now going to look like they're running over to A.
Yeah, I mean, they have to rotate.
30 seconds left.
Placing a trip there on flank. TPing into tree. They know it's clear. Soft drop here for Sonder.
Oh, the positioning is great. Sonder had the timing, but it just didn't work. And now they know. Now they know Saunder's there, so the positioning kind of gets ruined, and the pathing to enter onto this is going to be rougher. Shots to the wall don't get landed. Dodo Nut picking up the pieces to see what they can work with. But again, it's an eco round. We expect Event Horizon to win this. We need to see some heroics, and they get spotted. Oh, it's like lock. If we're talking about a lock and key, this is the lock. You gotta lock in, see what you can clock for them. But at the end of the day, like, look at this positioning. It's over.
Yeah.
As soon as Sonder got spotted there, I felt like everything was gonna fall apart because Sonder needed to win that fight for Dodo Nut to then pop off as well. They could reclaim it together.
Really good util there from Yukine. I feel like oh my god, I'm blanking on the name, but the tether there.
It's called
ball.
Tether. I'm pretty sure it is Tether.
So big.
I might be wrong there,
amazing
but
tether there from Yukine. And then I feel like after that tether, Sonder was just stuck in there.
I was going to say, even if it's not called Tether, we'll call it.
We'll call it Tether.
We'll call it Tether.
That's a tether.
But that is what it does. It keeps
Exactly.
you it tethers you to one place. So realistically, that like putting that pressure onto Sonder really allowed for Event Horizon to be comfortable.
Seeing a similar situation here in this first few moments. Aqua just backing up, not wanting to get overwhelmed here, but really good deterrent, and now we'll see a lot more of a slower game plan. We're seeing Flyaway really group up here in B, expecting them to push in. Oh, and Sherwin with the first pick here.
Pretty good. Onto Jar. Tootsie picking up the second. It's not going to be a refrag, but hey, you get the numbers pretty even. There is an ult here. Look, Benzi's got themselves the Thrash. So if he wants to go for it, I don't think it's the wrong call for the retake. Avoids the Dizzy. Information isn't spotted. The retakes there. Aqua and Donut pushing together, but they get countered almost immediately. Tootsie on the 3. Not dead yet. Donut back in the action. Immediately stopped by Tootsie. The rolls are coming through here. There's the tether yet again to keep Aqua in place. And look at this. Breach Util is ready. The crossfire set up. Tap through. But they know it's going to be a fake. Oh, Tootsie's position has been gained. Spam through the wall. Backs away in the nick of time. And that's what I was saying. Like, having that there. Aqua picking up Yukine. This could be something. They already burned it. Oh, the ace, I guess. I mean, the 5K found for Tootsie, right? Not the ace, considering they killed the same person twice, but still, you gotta give credit where credit's due. A 5K is huge.
Huge there, and it all came off the foot of Tootsie finding that one pick on Sonder, right? I mean, amazing find and just exiting that really well. The crossfire was so excellently played, but amazing stuff there from Event Horizon. I feel like we're really seeing the efficiency in this 5 stack right here.
And I mean, you gotta give like a little bit of credit to the fact that it is an attack-sided map, right? 3-sided maps are always gonna be more favoring attack, but at the same time, it's not the end of it. Aqua! That is nasty! Setting up Jerwin here to try and find a pick. Jerwin not landing the shots. That would have been, I mean, I'm sorry, if Jerwin got a pick there, it probably would have been over.
Oh,
like, it would have been, we would have seen 2-5. And now with it being a 1-for-1, I mean, it's still dicey.
Xander now finds the Omen ult with the ult orb there, but now we're seeing Aqua actually rotating all the way over to A, not really wanting to hold that C site, but it seems like Event Horizon really wants to commit to this. Now they have the info. Trip has been broken, ulting in, but no one's home.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, they could try and catch someone rotating out. Stark. Second Rosa of the day. And you have Rotus on Lotus, and so we're really making plays here. Ultimate invested for the deadlock, but with no delay, they push in. Soul picking up one more. Benzi creating all the space, picking up another. There we go. 2 found. Event Horizon looking to see what they can re-clear, what they can hold to make sure that it's not going to be taken down. They doubled up. Donut was close to getting a collat, but not finding it. The swing out, the wide from Jar, and then immediately followed up. Snark, they were ready for it.
What amazing shots there from Snark and Jar. That was an incredible play between those two. The chemistry, you could see it in the way that they were taking those fights. They were ready to trade off each other at any moment's notice. Executed perfectly.
And that was an eco, so realistically it makes sense, but the reason I was like freaking out about it is because it got to a 2v2 and they had like some sort of, I guess like even weaponry. There was a possibility that we saw Dodo not get a collat. Didn't happen, unfortunately.
Fortunately, for sure. I felt the tempo was definitely there for Fly, but not going to do it just yet. Still even guns now. Slow walk up on the... Oh, what? Jerwin so huge. Saves Benzi. And now the numbers for Fly. Executing on C. Aqua and Sonder together here trying to hold this down.
Oh, there's that breach ultimate that pushes in. Location revealed, players falling back as they try to enter onto the site, but look, it's being held by Flyaway as they want to maintain it. Shots already landed for Snark, immediately followed up. Look at the space that they've controlled. Xander is there with the refrags. Aqua seeing what they can do. It's Aqua and Benzi. 2v3, they even out the score, each one needing to find a couple of picks. Invested the wingman, and now look at the space. It's just impossible. Pathing is just too good. Aqua wraps around all the way and sees what they can work with. Snark hiding, keeping that bomb alive. All you gotta do, location's been revealed, so they already know. The defuse tapped yet again, but not committed. Up close, Snark finding one more. That was the pathing master, Aqua, holding onto it. And I mean, at that point, this is something that they needed, right? If Flyaway could not win this, it would have been absolutely like I don't want to say absolutely devastating, but 7-1, like, we're starting to get to some unprecedented territory.
Definitely it would have been some rough numbers, but now amazing play there from Aqua and Benzi. I feel that was a really big turnaround in case of momentum, because we were seeing a lot of those gunfights going in the favor of Event Horizon, and now Flyaway has a breathing chance in this first half.
And just the pathing Aqua had to wrap around to the back of the front of the site, technically, to get behind Event Horizon, who planted back site, is just really solid, like, immediate action out of the shot caller, I believe. I don't know if they have, like, an IGL, but I know Aqua's, like, leading the charge for some of this stuff.
Ulting away, not wanting to get caught with the flash, but Jar finds the pick on Derwin and a trade. 4-4 now. Slowly playing onto this B site. Gonna find the trip, and now information's everywhere, and they're gonna be trying to play this retake.
Yeah, I mean, retake towards B is a little bit easier, but considering that Event Horizon has lost recently, they want to kind of throw a little bit of a curveball to Flyaway here. There's that Thrash as it comes on through. Doesn't find much, but it gives him a little bit of info. Hits onto it. Sonder pushes in. No, it did find Xander. Xander got stopped by it. Oh, look at this. Dodo Nut. Dodo Nut has the space. The seconds there. They have everything.
Wow.
Flyaway just immediately, within a snap second, all the 3 players collapsed onto it. That's what I was talking about. B site, one of the easier sites to retake.
We saw so many great angles there from like almost every single entry point on B. Someone was playing, and Event Horizon just could not deal with it.
Yeah, and a good, retake there.
All right, but now we're seeing Event Horizon playing more towards A, maybe trying to repeat a little bit of the magic that they had in the first few rounds of the game.
I feel like this is a very common story where a team gets like 1-6, 6-0, and then the other team starts to pick things back up, which is why you don't want to discount Flyaway almost immediately. You want to give them a little bit of time to kind of adjust to the map, adjust to the play styles.
Same smoke we saw earlier. Shoots away the boom bot, and now
they've left no one towards the C site
because
they've been expecting Cypher to play passively this entire time, but breaking the patterns here, they're pushing up. Aqua breaks it through, is immediately gonna be like, alarm bells! Alarm bells are ringing! Oh no! Oh no, our stream is broken on the casting desk, but we're hearing things! Oh no!
So much utility is being used right now. Okay,
we're back! Jar's at 8 HP? Okay, the chaos pauses.
A little bit of tranquility. Thankfully, Tootsie's playing it slow, going upstairs. And it's just Jerwin here on the A site. But the spike looks like it's going to C, and good awareness there from Saunders. Already rotated and holding down the site. Knows Jars is there.
It's because Breach has so much space towards A, so they know they can like be very passive right now. They don't need to like take a lot of space.
Playing it so safe. Absolute silence on the map right now. And it looks like Xander opting to go for the A push here.
Already they found him. Pick. They found Tootsie. Jerwin gets a second as well. In all that space. They were playing passive. They were like perfectly calm, and it just goes away.
Yep.
Jar, the last player alive. There's, I mean, B potentially here, but there's no time. It's going to be the 4th found for Flyaway.
No spike in hand and only 8 HP. Jar has no choice but to save the gun. And that's if Sonder doesn't find Jar lacking knife out. Oh no!
No way. Oh, dude, no way. I mean, they didn't have time either, but like.
Yeah. Oh, damn, Sonder not playing nice.
I mean, if it was a 6-1 start, it makes sense. And this is where I will say, like, having a dedicated roster and having someone in the slot as a coach, just like having a team that's very cohesive, works better because they have the timeout. They're like, okay, we need a timeout. We can't be joking around. We have to have some sort of rethink as a group. And when we come back from this half, hopefully, like, what are we doing next half? What are we doing wrong this half? All these questions will be floating around on the comms.
I mean, I'm sure you brought it up earlier saying that this map is, very clearly 3 site maps are attack-sided. Yeah. And having a 4-6 half, as of right now, is very, very good for Flyaway. Because that just sets you up to have an amazing next half, especially with the team comp that you have with Clove and Raze. I feel like that can go insanely difficult for something like Event Horizon to defend here, because their team comp only has 1 Sentinel.
Yeah. And the thing that I find quite interesting is that you assume that the double sentinels would be really good for defense, but I would even argue that they're good on attack because of how active you need to get with Deadlock. Sonder, right, as playing Deadlock, they are going to be taking a lot more space and getting aggressive. That wall, really good to block pathing on retakes. Really good to block pathing when you're site taking in general. So you do get more active here, and it looks like we're going to have some activity onto Mound as the stuns come through. The sprays aren't there. Tootsie finds the first. There's a showstopper. It doesn't land. Tootsie finding another. There's Benzi backing up. Snark goes down here. And it was a devastating blow, but it wasn't enough to end Flyaway. There's still some room to work with for them.
That might have been the most unfortunate showstopper I've ever seen. 4 people grouped up there, C main, and no one gets hit. Not even a little bit of damage. But now pushing in a tree here, we're seeing Aqua holding it down. Gets one, Tootsie.
Oh. Tootsie rolling on in. Aqua getting spotted here. And this is what I was talking about. You need to get more active, but Sonder just not winning the fight in the moment. It's Benzi on the back end as the plant goes down, seeing what they can work with. I mean, at the end of the day, at this point specifically, Flyaway is just looking to see what they could work with. This timeout worked out way better, not only to reset the mentals, but also just the strategies that they brought into it. It's kind of over, but at the same time, I want to see if Benzi can get like some picks here.
Wow, some really good movement there from Jar. Avoids the mosh pit. Now finds the pick as well. Great stuff from Event Horizon. Like you said, that pause clearly worked out for him.
Yeah, I mean, having that timeout, like timeouts just always help.
Yeah. That's the name of the game. All right, Jar now placing the trips for flank like we've seen in the past. I mean, it's been working out really well. That's how we got the information on Benzi that last round, and how we got a lot more in the past. But 7-4 half here. We'll see how it ends up, but definitely nothing to scoff at for Flyaway.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point right now, it's just a matter of if Flyaway can just get some of that spark back. Tootsie immediately finding Aqua doesn't really ignite that flame.
Definitely a sour tone there for Flyaway in this last round. And this op, great shot from Jerwin.
Great play here.
Now they don't want to peek, right? Now they're just scared. Backing up, I'm like, oh, an op? I got to get out of here. I cannot play this dangerous game. But it's interesting, right? Because we're seeing Jerwin with the operator in hand, but Dodo with a stinger, right? Definitely a little interesting here.
It's the final. It's like basically the final round, right?
Yeah.
So it's either 7-5 or 8-4. So realistically, you go all in.
You go all in.
Yeah, all the chips are on the table. Whatever cards you're dealt, you got to play with them. It's now about calling the bluff. It's about playing it through. Dodo spotting one out but not getting taken is going to be huge here. They break through the sneaky hits, immediately pop through. Dodo picking up another, but it comes out a little later. FlyQuest picking up one of the pieces left off to see if they can find that fifth. The 5 cards, the juke, the turn away. Jar brings it back to a 1v1. The positioning has been gained. It is possible here, but Jerwin locks in the 5th. And you know what I was talking about poker? You have to have 5 cards. You have to lay it out, and that's what they got. Flyaway takes up the 5 to go into the second half.
Man, Jar really reignited the spark of hope there after that failed execution. But now we're seeing Jar really feeling that confidence. We saw some really good shots there. We'll see how this goes in defense because, I don't know, I have a feeling that Jar's going to show up in this half.
I'm just saying, like, Jar juking, I can't find another J word, but to make the alliteration, but Jar just juking the Thrash in general was just a highlight of the series so far.
For sure. That was an amazing play, but thankfully Jerwin locking it in with the operator, and now we're going to another pistol. Something about pistols and A-Site definitely seem to be mixing well, but we'll see. They're playing it slower than I expected. Has the one-way set up here.
Round 13. We're vibing. I mean, it's pistol, right? I always don't get super hyped on pistols unless we see like an ace or something crazy, but
love pistols
it is
here.
Oh, the walk up.
Push the shots. Aqua gets a little bit of damage, but nothing more. Shooting the wall.
Walls shot. Players pushed. Oh, Jar can have timing here, but it's going to be read into by Dodo. And at this point, makes sense. We have Wingy with the plant. I mean, Wingy with the plant. I mean, they have most of sight at this point. Fly should just be winning. They have a very active comp, and they're on attack on a really solid play. Xander is not going to be letting Sleeping Dogs lie. Look at this backside. Oh, no, Aqua. Picking this up is going to be huge. Dodo getting another. I mean, that just locks it in. It locks it locks in what I kind of already knew. And Snark picking up one there is great, but at the end of the day, it's like you have 4 players on the map. It's kind of over.
It is kind of over. What a great flank there from Aqua. Really catching Event Horizon off guard. And I really feel like the way that they were playing that that site was so aggressive. A lot of them instantly goes up on ropes and just takes that space with the Gecko Dizzy. And man, that was a great play. And now we're seeing an outlaw purchase from Jerwin, especially coming straight off of that op round. Definitely feeling confident in the shots and no armor being bought here from Horizon. That means body shot gaming.
If I were Jerwin, exact same mental, right?
Yeah.
You have to have that sort of ego and confidence to go into it. Oh, look at where Snark is positioned here. They're trying to see if they can use the Sheriffs here to kind of, break this bonus round with a jump spot. Catches Snark out, needing to get active and not finding much. On the runaway, it doesn't work.
Runs away from the aftershock.
Look
and
where
another.
Xander is. Xander's out here basically not flying solo. There's some support here, but at this point, they have a decent amount of space.
Oh yeah, look at it now. We're seeing a C push main, but Aqua with an insane flank might actually catch Jar on the road. No, they're actually all going onto the door.
But that's the thing, because Aqua was so far up, it made sense. Look at this, the door is opened. Sonder on the other end, see what they can work with as they push in. Xander picking up one, but it's locked in.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the anti-eco, but at the same time, I'm really hoping for some of this crazy chaos.
No!
Aqua's gonna get
Don't do it!
Oh,
Don't
no.
do it!
Oh, no! Aqua! Oh, and the victory crouching near the end is wild. They got the 7-7 though, so you gotta give them props.
You gotta give them props where props are due, and this is kind of where I was talking about before as well. Like when a team plays for fun like this, you can definitely feel the wild card aspect being played in, right? I mean, the teabagging and the shooting at the ground, it's definitely something that can affect someone like E8 or Event Horizon, but I highly doubt it. Like they're probably still equally as confident as they were
think
before.
the knife is more devastating than the
the
teabag.
teabag. Yeah, for sure.
It's definitely the. I feel like if I got knifed in an official, I would be like, oh my god, that's a little wacky. But honestly, you can't even blame them because of the amount of pressure that was on the front side. So they had to kind of take the fight. Otherwise, they would have been dead regardless. And I could definitely hear the comms of Flyaway. Take credit for this. Oh, Sonder. We talked about the paper-thin walls, but, not that thin. Oh no, refrag 2 is wild. That's going to be rough. Flyaway now has just so much pressure.
Yeah, now just fully going onto A site here, taking as much space as possible. We're going to see a very similar play here from Jerwin, just playing super aggressive, holding down the ropes and not allowing any space to be taken here from Event Horizon.
Man. I mean...
This is rough. This is rough.
Yeah. I mean, they have only 3 players.
Yeah. Are they all saving?
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, you're looking like an 8-7, and that's 3 in a row that they won. They go into this next one with an eco. That's going to be 4 in a row that they win. Realistically, your chances of winning this are really low because you already lost a couple players. So it's like, are you really going to try and take the fight?
That's fair.
Especially because it's the first day, first game, first. I mean, you have some room to work with.
Oh man, and Xander falls to bed.
I was gonna say if they carried 3 over, that would have been huge. But the fact that they didn't is rough.
One for Jar. Tries to hold another one, and now 2 guns lost. Now equal numbers. I mean, that was not too bad.
I was gonna say since they got those 2, it makes up for the one that they lost.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Because now look, they have the sheriffs.
Thank you.
And I mean, the sheriffs are cool and all, but
the guns would have been way better than the sheriffs.
Oh yeah. It would have been way nice. In my opinion, I feel like I would have rather have 3 guns. That's basically your whole roster.
I would like that, but
yeah,
definitely interesting to see the Odin pick from Sonder here because I feel like it actually played out pretty well there, especially getting damage onto Snark pretty early on. But
they're going aggro. Oh, they're about to be
they're going
blinded.
aggro.
Aqua gets spotted.
Ooh,
one found up to
shot.
Jerwin. No, but that's going to be huge because now it's going to apply that pressure. They're not going to want to push in. They don't know what traps are going to be laid. Sonder picking up Tootsie. Could be valuable. Jar getting another. Trying to protect themselves. Oh, but look. The timing is there. Jar is going to be able to get out of dodge. And this is a possible victory here for Event Horizon. It's going to be a 3 versus 2. If Snark picks up a weapon, it's basically dead even.
Yeah, now we're seeing Sander have to
Oh,
reload
Sander's
here.
getting their
Gets the ult. Scary, though. This could be big. Like I mentioned before, I thought Jar was going to turn up this half, and we're seeing it.
If Sonder finds someone with their ultimate, that, especially an EH player that has a gun, then it's like immediately winnable for Flyaway.
100%. Especially because they're so split up right now. No one's going to be able to save them. But the cam.
Oh,
so
that's going to be the
placed.
killer.
Great catch.
The wall working in their favor as they
seconds
get
left.
sight. They're giving up control and they're playing for the retake. They want to maybe, I wouldn't say bait out the ultimate, but play around it. Because right now, Saunder's just waiting to use that ult for the post, like, front line.
Han's not going to catch anyone. Playing it slow, going to push into the smoke here, but...
My territory.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
it gets popped early to try and take down
No,
Snark.
but
Who
Snark!
catches the timing onto Sonder, and now what could have been a winnable round just falls apart. Event Horizon brought it back, and that's why you save. That's why we save.
That's why we save. Minus
we
7
save.
ults for Sonder there, but very unfortunate timing. I guess, especially because Snark was the one that was going to be pushing snares, and that was the only person that did not have a gun in their hands. But now the momentum completely shifts. 8-8 says it's even, but Event Horizon now has a better opportunity on this defense.
Yeah, it was 4 in a row if you're talking about the previous half as well that they've just won. They picked up the pistol, the bonus, and the anti-eco. So they got all 3 of the beginning rounds, meaning, I said it out of order, but still meaning that they have some confidence.
Yeah, we got the vibes for sure, but now dead even here in rounds, but it feels a little bit lopsided. We'll see if Flyaway can regain a little bit of that momentum, but Aqua shoots the cam. Getting that movement, playing a little bit split here.
Oh no, again with this Odin spray down.
There.
But this time it's for Event Horizon.
Yeah. Stole the Odin from Sonder, actually. Now I'm noticing same skin and everything, but
That's a vibe.
man. That's the thing. We mentioned at the beginning of the game, the walls on this map are ridiculously thin, and the Odin just is a playground for it. So we're seeing it to a full effect here, but Event Horizon really playing this slow, splitting up, looking like they're going to pinch on this B site here, especially if they execute on it, but they're actually going to be breaking through the wall and playing towards A. What a brilliant play here from Flyaway.
Aqua! I'm just like mumbling to myself here because I see your like your mouth like
Yeah.
right? Like Jar's gonna pick up one more as well onto Jarwin. So Jar, something's there. Jar gets another onto Benzi, and now we have some space created. Sonder to answer back, but Snark's there just as well and just as fast. Dodo Nut not close enough. Snark's on the defuse to pop themselves an ultimate to see what they can work with. I mean, at this point, you're basically locking in. You're seeing how many players you can take down. And like I mentioned, right, Snark's going to be one away from their ult, so you give it to Snark.
You give it away, yeah. Definitely great play there from Event Horizon, just holding that stick, knowing that knowing that Dodo is a little bit too far away to try to contest it. Now, that momentum, like I said, in Event Horizon's favor, it's going to be tough to catch back for Flyaway, but especially on a map like Lotus, we can definitely see some shenanigans be played, and I love this defense from Event Horizon, right? The 2-2-1 really calling that they're not going to go A again, but we don't know. Spikes in the hand of Gecko, looking like they want to go for a B push here.
Huh?
It's the breach stun, not able to find anyone, though.
That's sad. Like, I mean, as a breach player, you just do that to, like, get them away from it, but still, you kind of want to try and hit. I love always pressing tab and you just see what when you die or in the next game you see like what you hit.
You see you hit, you're like, oh, I hit 3 there.
Yeah, I mean the same thing here, right? For Flyaway, they want to hit some players and try and take them down as fast as possible. Event Horizon is just doing it out. There's Tootsie picking up one. We don't get to see it, but the impact is there. I think those. I'm pretty sure, right? Like when I asked, Aqua is the basically the IGL, the shot caller here for Flyaway, and Tootsie is the IGL for Event Horizon. So they fight each other again. Jarwin taking one more onto Jar, starting to get things through. There's a Thrash invested. It gets stopped out, but the position stopped there. What a whiff from Snark. Sonder picking up one onto Xander and also Donut getting away from there. Tootsie finally grabbing one. Yukine needing to back up these players. Snark finally hits and lands the shots. And ult is stopped and prevented. Donut is dominating as they bring it back to a 9-9. I mean, we're having a very spicy first match.
This is an insane first map here. It's not even close to being over, and these two are just completely going crazy on each other. I cannot believe the shots missed by Snark there. Such a clean angle and just completely gave Jerwin a second chance at life, but still clean play.
Jerwin was taking another fight towards Waterfall and then fell back onto site into the cubby. It's just like, oh, so goofy. I love it.
The timing there was a little difficult, but great breach stun going in.
Oh, they're going to be playing with backup here. Snark looking to get super aggressive, but they trade. Paint shells out, trying to draw murals on the sand, but it's just going to be blood on the soil. Xander gets another. It's 1 for 1 so far.
Playing it careful, but immediately running away, getting the smoke on B, and now Fly Away, really just trying to figure out what site they want to play towards. They have 2 on C right now, but there's absolutely no information on the board for either team.
Oh, and at this point, right, like, they're going to rotate out towards A because now C's being held more. So I know that A site's a little bit easier, but A site could just be a big trap. So it's this big question of, like, how are we investing it? And we know Jerwin does not have a paint shell anymore because they just won with a paint shell. And look, immediately it's a trap, hiding away. Luckily enough, it's not going to be played out, and immediately Benzi's going to take action. Huge plays.
Great teamwork there from Benzi, just understanding that his teammate was in a peculiar situation with the trips. Now has the showstopper online.
We haven't seen a pick for the
Not
showstopper
once.
yet.
Not once.
But we do see Aqua with the 2-piece. Xander's going to go down, and it's just going to be Yukine.
Oh, I think terrible dead. Timing, yeah.
Yeah. It's all right, though. There's 3 players alive for Flies.
Yeah, no, still huge there. Showstopper actually going into the garbage can, -8, but still, Dodo finds... Oh, no, Jerwin is the one that finds the headshot, but Yukine really could not do anything there. Great round there from Flyway.
Yeah. I mean... Yeah.
I mean, that's the game, baby.
Realistically.
That's what we like to see.
At this point, it's just a matter of, like... It's 10-9. It's getting down to it. We see 2 in a row, won by Event Horizon. We see 2 in a row picked up by Flyaway. So we should start seeing one team kind of pick up some momentum. Because if we don't see that, it's overtime. Like,
yeah.
we might be headed there.
And it's looking like Flyaway might fly away with this first game because, especially with guns in the hand, thank you very much. Thanks to guns in the hand right now and only sheriffs for Event Horizon. This is going to be a rough...
Oh, they're just going...
They're just going in.
Going for
they're
it.
Going
and
in.
It works. The second found the 3rd dot there, but Yukine is now out of it. I'm concerned about here because at this point they take away guns. Oh wow.
God.
I mean, it's an eco round.
Yeah.
It's an eco round. I shouldn't be freaking out. But the absolute just ego from Dodo Nut to be like, it's an eco round going in.
I'm just gonna run. Jar here holding it down, but not even allowing any movement here. The shorty in hand again and catches it.
Aqua's just been running in, just like getting guns in your face.
Whoa, great flick there.
Oh, I thought Jar was going to get the second onto Sonder.
That was crazy.
It looked like it for a second there, but then you see Aqua immediately wrapping. Never that. But I just think Aqua finding 2 picks with the shorty in that round was...
ridiculous. Ridiculous for sure.
I mean, I've seen this situation before. 11-9, Event Horizon win this, it's probably going to overtime, or Event Horizon wins. Event Horizon lose this, the momentum is in Fly's favor, and they take it away.
One more, yeah,
they take it away.
This is going to be the deciding round, and I'm excited to see what they do. Looking like a C push here, and only Cypher to defend it. Definitely the agent to do it, but just popping ults.
My rules.
It's my rules, and I'm not going to find anyone.
Yeah, they're playing off-site. They're not trying to really get aggro on it. It's retake towards C.
I mean, if I heard that voice line, I wouldn't try to play on-site either.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'd be terrified.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's
But the breach ult, though.
Let's see. They also have a fade ult as well for like even more push onto it. Jar's gonna find the first. Not dead yet. Invested as well as a crash to counter it. It's gonna be a pinstripe kill feed as everyone's taking everyone out. Leaves us 2 2-3 here. No! Tootsie, last player alive. Jerwin picks up the last with just the paint shells as they paint a beautiful picture. FlyQuest, they found 4 in a row to lock themselves in. And honestly, you know what I want to know? Really random fact. In my notes, I accidentally wrote that Fly won 4 in a row. And they've just won 4 in a row.
Oh, well,
I'm writing the script literally, but these
history
guys are
corrects
scripting
itself.
themselves a first game of the day. They just want to win it. They want to, change it in their favor.
It was absolutely amazing that Jerwin, even fully stunned, fully revealed, haunted, got breached flash, I'm pretty sure, at one point in that corner and just holding
And
down the
still
fort.
won.
And still won that round is crazy to me. But here we go. Possibly the last round of this map.
Oh my god, Jerwin's just going straight into it. Just no holds barred, pushing onto the B site. They know that it's going to be the easier site to hit. They're going to try and end it fast. They're going to try and disrupt what they've done. But Snark with the 2 off the breach stun. Sonder getting the trade. It's possible that something can happen, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be a matter of how capable they are. Immediately the deadlock wall denies them. Snark in the corner, loses the fight. Yukine gets the refrag, but they don't have the players, nor do they have the time. That bomb is ticking, and it is going fast. A couple players misplaced, and it's over. Donut taking down Jar, and we could just close. I could close my notes out because it's 2 versus 1. Yukine is in a really bad position. There's a deadlock wall, and it looks like a 13-9 on the table. Yukine still breathing at life. But Donut takes it away. 13-9 is the scoreline. And I mean, hey, you gotta be hyped for that. You gotta be, at least somewhat, it's the first game, first day, and the first victory that we've crowned to fly away.
We love to see it fly away, sealing that, and I think it all comes off the heels of that first half, right? I mean, especially on a map like Lotus, having those rounds to lean on helped so much.
Of course, and I mean,
we love that.
I mean, also, as I'm new to the broadcast, Nerds Corner is the name, so I got all the nerdy stuff in here. Archmage, boom. To talk a little bit about that first half, there's a lot of crazy stuff that happened. I mean, honestly, I'm really excited for it. I think we're gonna be
Let's
on
not
the.
give it all away too
I was
yet,
gonna say. I think we're gonna be on the analyst desk. So I'm gonna actually close this.
Let's save it. Let's save it for later. But make sure you guys stay tuned if you guys want to see this post-game analysis, but we're going to be turning it over for the post-game interview. Yeah, if I think we have a break first, then an interview. So after a short little break, there we go. Got thumbs up for production. We're going to send it over to a break, and after the break, we'll have an interview. Cheers. We'll be welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go into game number 2 of Flyaway versus Event Horizon, seeing Flyaway taking game number 1.
There's no interview? We kind of messed up on that one. Interview will happen potentially after this game if Flyaway wins, or we'll talk after the series. We kind of forgot it's a best of 3. It happens. But a best of 3 means we have more to talk about and more to dissect with these teams. Gives them a better opportunity to potentially show us something different. Event Horizon win this, it's going to be 1-1. Event Horizon win the next one, and boom, they've won the series. So with that, we're going to be getting right into it. I'm excited. I'm curious how Bind is going to play out.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, for those of you who do not remember, Bind is going to be map 2 in this series. So it's going to be very interesting to see maybe a change in comps, maybe a change in play styles. But we'll see. It's going to be very, very intriguing to see because Bind is one of those maps that can be extremely polarizing as well. So
Bind is my least favorite map.
really?
It's my least favorite map.
love Bind.
I hate Bind.
Me personally.
I hate Bind. Why is there no mid?
Dude,
Why is there no mid? It's a mid map because there's no mid.
you got teleporters, you know what I'm saying?
I am not a fan of no mid. I'm
fair.
not the biggest
That's
fan
fair.
of no mid.
That's
And
fair.
you know what? It's because the rotates are weird. The direction's weird. If you need a lot of synergy with the team to win out on Bind, and you have to prep it out. And I know a lot of teams pug on it, but I don't feel it. Like, I don't feel it. You need to have some really solid kind of game plan when you're going in on that map. And I actually want to ask, even production, if we can look at the maps again, because I don't even remember what the third map is going to be. I also want to know, like, who picked it. I believe Fly picked Lotus, and Bind was picked by Event Horizon, if I'm not mistaken.
Event Horizon picks map 3
I
as well.
believe they picked Bind. Yeah, so Event Horizon.
Haven.
Yeah, exactly. So Haven's going to be the decider here. But the reason I specifically am saying like Event Horizon picked Bind is because I was going to say you need to be more. You need to have more synergy. Like you just need to have more synergy, and it makes sense that they went onto the map that the 5-man roster that's been playing more together. They're more comfortable on it. And obviously, Lotus, you can be a bit more puggy. You can be a bit more, laissez-faire, as the French will say, as Chamber might add. But you can be a bit more relaxed on that map in comparison to something like Bind.
And it worked out, right? I mean, we saw Flyaway take away with that exact play style, but we'll see because that unorthodox type of agent picks won it out for Flyaway in the first map here. So we'll see if maybe a repeat of the sauce could work because they kind of cooked.
You think we're going to be seeing some? I mean, I want to see Yoru deadlock or something funny. ISO
I
Yoru
love
would be
that.
even weirder, but I doubt we see that. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much ISO. Yoru
I would
Yoru
love to
would
see
be a fun
Yoru.
one.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Oh yeah, Yoru would be interesting. And the agent select here could be like pretty similar to Lotus with Fade, Breach, maybe Fade, Breach, Cypher, Raze, right? That core can kind of stay the same. Maybe Brimstone, maybe Omen, but I do think that we have the ability to see some unique, or more interesting stuff. I personally, I think Gecko works on this map really well.
Interesting.
Also.
Okay.
It's weird. Any map that Breach works on, I feel like Gecko works on also.
That's fair. They definitely are hand in hand. I feel like their util really works out well together. And I also think Gecko is just a super strong. I mean, we saw Thrash make such big impacts in the rounds that it was used on Lotus, and then I feel like we're gonna see the same thing here in Bind. If Gecko is picked, right? We don't even know yet, right?
I mean, honestly, considering that they picked it previously, I won't be surprised if they do go for it again, just because it makes sense, right? They liked it on one map, they could go for it on another map. But I mean, Bind, it's different enough. I mean, B-side is also just kind of terrifying.
It's
I'm
scary,
not gonna lie.
Scary sight for sure. And I mean, almost guaranteed are both teams going to be picking Cypher. I mean, Cypher on this map is an absolute menace of an agent, and I would be surprised if we didn't see Cypher on either team. But
and there's that. There it is. Raze,
go.
Fade. Instead of the Breach, we have a Gecko, and I said Brim is probably the controller. I've seen some people go for other stuff. Clove isn't too bad either. But I honestly Brim is the way to go for most people because the 3 smokes.
there's no Sentinels on that team.
You don't need something.
They don't
on
need
this
it.
map, you don't even, I feel like on this map you could even they're running the double controller. They're using
Yeah,
Jar
double
kind
control
of like
is
a
huge,
pseudo
yeah, for
sentinel.
sure, yeah.
So it is what it is.
I mean, we've seen the classic Viper wall here on Bind go through the teleporter type of setup, but we'll see if Jar uses that setup or maybe another one. But we're seeing Benny possibly locking in the Yoru here, and I would love to see that personally. I love Yoru on this map. This map is very fun to see Yoru work on. So
I honestly don't think that a double duelist comp would be bad here.
Oh, wow, that's Reyna.
Oh.
That is a Reyna locked in for Aqua.
Oh.
And that might be interesting because we saw Aqua hit some insane shots in the first map, so.
Well, I mean, okay, Man.
You're at a loss for words, right?
I'm trying to like pull the words out of the air
Yeah.
currently. I'm just like picking them out because in my mind, first of all, Jerwin's locking that Raisin probably, but the reason I'm gonna give this to them is because they're pug roster on a map that they need to be coordinated with, and they're gonna have a difficult time coordinating with each other. So realistically, here's the game plan: Dodonut, put the smokes and send the duelists in and go kill. Just go kill. Just straight up go and massacre as many of the players as possible. And honestly, I know it sounds like why? I mean, they're playing super individually, but honestly, it could be enough to kind of break them. They are, they have some, professional players on there, right? Some FlyQuest players. So that is kind of like a driving factor of them having fun, but also just pugging it out and having that reliance on a really solid aim. So, we got. I'm gonna give it to them. I'm gonna be like, you know what? That's a good cook for their specific team.
And I feel like it's very interesting too because both of the FlyQuest players are actually playing none of the duelists. They're playing Gecko and Brimstone respectively. So it's going to be interesting to see how maybe they guide their team in towards victory. I mean, we did say that Aqua was going to be the main shot caller here for Fly Away, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's just a matter of how they play it all together, and they're playing on Reyna too, so I find that kind of funny.
I find that funny as well.
Yeah, realistically.
Here we go, though. Decoy sent out, now running in. Not checking the corner at all, and that's 2 for Xander.
Oh, but hey, they find 2 back. Aqua, Sonder picking up the pieces of where it left off. Fun fact also, Sonder's playing on the Gecko. It's not going to be... I think, I don't know, did you mention that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay, brain cells. I think my brain just reset after that play.
No, I mean, I would too, I'm not going to lie. And immediately a lot of space taken here from Fly Away.
Oh, the read here can be doubled up. Jerwin, pretty good. Dodonut gets one with thing, and it's all right. I mean, it's chill. We're vibing. It's bind. Welcome to bind.
Welcome to bind. I mean, that's pistol as well. You can relax a little bit.
They're on attack also, so I feel like they win 12 on attack and they're chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that for sure. Setting up the wall, though. This is a classic. Take a look. Going straight to the teleporter, setting up onto showers as well. That's the classic default here for Viper on this map. Now we're seeing a little bit of an A play here from Fly Away. We'll see if this works out for them. Now Dizzy up. Gets the information that Gecko's in U-Haul. Just runs away, wants to play retake with his team, and just gives Sonder the plant almost immediately into this round. That's going to play some insane times.
Oh, look at this. So, the spam through is going to be a little bit of a bait as they just push through on top of that Aqua with the 2. Gets out of dodge. Does not want to take the fight. Just dodges again because they have the two kills there. They can get away with it. I mean, listen, I try not to get super hyped during anti-ecos because it's anti-eco, right? They're most likely going to win.
Yeah.
But just the absolute kind of like goofiness that Aqua displayed there, pushing out, getting the first kill, dismisses away. Peeks again, is most likely going to lose the fight, dismisses away. And that double bait allowing Sonder and the rest of the squad to push it is just so fun.
So fun. I mean, that's the thing with triple duelists, right? On attack, you're going to have a little bit of an upside here. Especially when you're going for those plays, and man, Aqua really just showing that dismiss speed buff was definitely not for nothing, right?
Oh yeah. Monster on the loose already. Sonder going for it and seeing what they can work with gives them a decent amount of space towards this A site. It's entirely empty and just caught out of dodge. Jerwin's gonna take one down. Xander looking for something and not finding much. And this is where this triple duelist Paper X kind of tomfoolery is really working in their favor. FlyQuest is just, the Fly Away is just chilling. Like, they have no issue pushing in here. Sonder popping that ultimate yet again, seeing what they could work with. Jerwin picking up the 2 UKNA is the last player up in Adam here for Event Horizon, and they're being pressured off. A map that should have been Event Horizon is looking pretty solid. Oh
wait! Oh my god!
You can't relax! UKNA just found the 3-piece as we're joking! This is a potential victory here. This is potential for something to happen. Something could change here. The defuse is...
You have got
no,
to be
there's no
kidding
time.
me.
But Yukine almost like, had that. The timing was there. Finds the 4-piece onto Jerwin, but they played the time perfectly. From that, this entire round is goofy. The Yoru fake clone into an immediate potential victory here. Yukine popping off just to get denied based off time alone.
Wow, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too. We mentioned at the beginning of the round, right? Planting so early really makes it hard for a retake like that because you run out of time, especially when those long-winded, patient plays come in. But, man,
I mean,
with the fake clone was so funny.
Talk about having fun and confidence, 2-1. We have Aqua being goofy with the dismisses. We have Yoru being, what's called, Benzi doing super funky stuff with the Yoru. We have Xander hiding in a corner for the side of Event Horizon. These teams are here to just have a blast.
Yeah, and we're seeing it right now, full effect. Haunted Hand Jar finds Jerwin, though.
Launching smoke.
Yukine is the only one with the Vandal in hand.
They're the only one that lived last
Yeah, right?
So they have something to work with. Aqua's just off on the backside, just taking shots and killing players. Oh. Flash? Double flash? They're just really pushing into this. Oh, yeah. And then dismisses away. And Aqua's just going to be abusing that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Aqua goes down. Xander could be picking up this gun here. They're going to push in. There's that gun picked up. So the pressure has just kind of shifted. They got a little over-aggressive on that flyaway side, and we can see Benzi falling back, not wanting to take that fight. We have both Sonder and Dodonut, the duo coming through here from the previous roster. Sonder pushes in, gets the space, Soleil's down, they tap onto the bomb. It's going to be right there, close! The right click's not found. It's the classic battle as Jar is slowly closing in on these players, and Dodonut just dominates. Dodonut dominant. Dare I even say, disgusting play.
Amazing stuff there from Dodo. Finds the collat. And I mean, that was really good positioning as well from Donut. Just really watching flank there for a long time and finds the angle there. But, man, Aqua with the silliest plays I've ever seen.
It works.
And it's working out. I mean, right now, 7 kills on the board. Aqua already has ult on deck as well.
Yeah,
Possibility we see it this round.
I think we're going to be seeing an Event Horizon timeout soon.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm ready for some more silly stuff.
Xander also has ult. All 5.
Oh, he spots them.
Uh-oh.
This might be this.
Oh, no,
nah, they're not
for it.
gonna use it now.
Great molly, though.
It's gonna prevent them from coming in. Aqua, they need to get that first orb, right? And then they can get even more aggressive off of it. Sonder grabs Tootsie. There's that ultimate. It's being lined up to flood them out, but the position just isn't there. Jerwood's up and at it. Snark with the refrag, but it's a little too late. There's only 2 players, 4 for Fly, and they're looking for the 5th. They want to get that round. Not just the 5th player as the shot caller going down, but also just the fact that it's currently not Donuts, but it's Donuts on the board for Event Horizon. I don't even know what to say to that.
I don't even know what to say, period. I'm at a loss for words right now. Event Horizon's stuck in their spawn. Jerwick gonna push it and gets caught lacking now 3-2, but not even close to enough time to make a play here. You have to hold the angle and just wait. He's AFK. All chat AFK.
I mean, at this point, 5-0, you take a timeout.
Yeah, you take a timeout.
You gotta take a timeout. You have 2 players up and at him. It's a really similar situation to what we saw near the end of Lotus, where it was a 2v3 at the very end, and the guns got carried over into an eco round for Event Horizon. I think they're really, right now, going to need to talk about the fact that they're kind of just getting pushed on. And either they have to stall and like force the stall out and get lucky by playing strong weak, or they have to play retake on both sides. Either they're playing retake both sides, or they're retaking on one side and playing strong weak. I would make the call of playing strong weak. Oh, look at that.
Love seeing Brimstone taking a look around. But I will say something that's very interesting, because I feel like they've been trying to play retake in these last few rounds, but what's been happening is when they're trying to play retake, they're just getting caught in these moments where Fly Away is just pushed so far up that they're not expecting them in those angles, and especially someone like Aqua can just dismiss away after a position that maybe would set them up for a trade, you know what I mean? But we'll see, especially I think strong weak, like you said, is definitely a great strategy here, and I think that's probably what Event Horizon is going to go for, but I don't know. I think something's going on here where they're just getting onto site so easily. Like there's no delay in the way that Flyaway gets on these sites. So we'll see a change in game plan here from Horizon.
Ooh, they're bolstering up B. They have 3 players towards B, and they're gonna fight, leaving Showers control empty. Interesting.
Yeah, Benny throwing the TP, gets stuck on the wall.
Oh, that's rough. But it's still gonna give him an exit ball. Great info, but Jared was just gonna dominate almost immediately. They try to push out for a pinch on the market, which just isn't gonna work as well as it needed to. Xander gonna fall down and pick up 1 Tootsie. Hey, you know, they pick up 1, but it needs to be more than just that if they want to roll themselves around here. And the whole idea was that they're gonna pinch onto market. And they had the fade util as well as the long pinch if they were long, the market pinch if they were market, and you know, leaving the contingency of Showers open. But it just didn't work, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is looking rough, and now Tootsie the sole man alive here with only light shields and looking tough. How do you clear this? How do you find this way? I think maybe save the gun. Oh, great wallbang though. Not enough.
But yeah, I mean, 6-0. 2 rounds in a row, I think they just picked up. What a beautiful finisher.
Is that the first like pose finisher they had in the game?
I think they have some more, but this is a really interactive one. You
that
like shoot the meteors and whatnot. It's really cool.
I like that one. 6 rounds for Flyaway. A great start in this second map, and after getting the first map as well, that is a great like morale booster for the team as well. So
yeah, I mean, realistically, 6-0 is just like it's. I mean, we've seen this happen before, where teams go 6-0 and then immediately afterwards they like manage to come back from it. So it's not the end of the world. They still have some of that timeout to really push into it. It's just a matter of how capable are they to really adjust and have their mental be strong for this. It's their map pick. It's their stuff. Oh, there's that Nightfall.
great stuff here, and now finds 1 pick. Aqua, I felt like that defense was looking really good from Event Horizon, but just still finding the gunfights. Sondra already putting the plant. Oh, right behind!
They slip past him. The slippery slope of Solemn as it comes through. Soleil is there. They don't find anything with the ultimate, but that stick's gonna be there. As I call it, I jinx it. Jerwin finds 1. It's 7 on the board. Are we gonna be seeing an even dozen? Is this gonna be a dozen donuts?
No way. I would not. I can't believe it. And I can't believe also that's the first showstopper kill we've seen in this entire series.
Yeah,
can you believe it?
And I called that it wasn't gonna get called. I even called like, I swear it's not gonna happen. Maybe that's what I need to do every single time from now on. There's a showstopper like, oh, it's not gonna hit anyone. No. Boom, boom, immediately hits.
One. And that was a super funny interaction too, where Jerwin just goes through that smoke, completely unaware that there was someone in the corner, and no punish either.
I'm just saying the story of this of if Lotus was an Odyssey, a trilogy, this is a comic.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Oh, Betsy with the 2, with the 3, 1 HP. Xander goes down in showers, and there's nothing that you could work with. I mean, he could TP, but at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter. Jar is now here, up and alone. They're gonna try and take the fight. Jar finding an over-eager Aqua to deny the flawless. Jerwin is there, and that is just gonna show the dominance that Fly has here.
Betty with the most disgusting 3K I've ever seen continues the streak for Fly Away, and now it is 8-0 in the first half. I mean, I know this map is attack-sided, but it's not that attack-sided, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, right, Benzi popping off with a 3K at 1 HP, and almost, honestly, I thought it was going to be a flawless, and then Aqua dying is just layers of just Valorant timing upon Valorant timing that we've been seeing here. And who's next? I mean, like you said, it's attack-sided, but they haven't found one round. This is wild. And there's these really close rounds here. That was an ego. This is a gun round. I want it to change. Something's got to happen. Oh, Jerwin's just tucked in here.
Tucked into the TP. Benzi in the spawn now, has the TP set for B as well, but the team is going to A.
Oh, look at this position from Benzi. You talked about this. You just talked about this, and immediately it's going to work out for Benzi. Not the double, but Snark is there. Aqua again with the shotguns. This is like the 3rd or 4th. This is the 3rd shorty kill that we have seen. 2 on Cypher in the previous game, and 1 here on this player. I mean, at this point, it's just, we might be seeing the Dirty Dozen. And truly, it is going to be a little nasty at how they're playing. Oh, oh, they were joking around.
Oh, no.
Yukine found the 3. The fade picked up the gun. But Sherwin with the shorty. With the shorty.
I cannot believe that the shorty is actually going to take the round there, and now 9-0 with the most disrespectful round I think I've seen in a long time, man. Jerwin taking up the honor from Aqua and saying, I will continue this legacy for you. Wow, what an amazing round.
I mean, just... I don't even know, man.
At a loss for words again, and now... Event Horizon looks lost right now. Viper pick comes down here on the A site. It looks like they're going for it. The judge takes 3 here for Xander. And the Viper pit seems good. Dodo tries to push into the ult here, finds one.
I mean, the ult is just, I mean, I'm sorry, like the ult is just so much pressure. That bomb is down, and I think they flew a little close to the Sunfly. Decided to push in. The Icarus's wings are clipped. Dodonut working alongside Benzi to see what they can work with. And again, they flew too close to the sun. They decided, and the Wax wings have melted. Daedalus, the Master Crafter here, is pushing and cooking something up. And I mean, I guess the analogy fits, right? They're flying away, and they flew and flew.
Yep. Thank you. I mean, finally around here for Event Horizon. Flew a little too close to the sun. Not going to be the Dirty Dozen, but still a great amount of rounds here for the first half. I cannot believe the way that this map has turned out.
Yeah, 9-1, especially at the start here. We're hoping for a double up here for a 3-piece to kind of bring it back. And again, right, you know, Event Horizon's going to be on the attack side starting next half. So I feel like it will be better for them, but I don't think it'll be locked in. Oh, the positioning? It's not going to work now. Tootsie needs to run away. No way! No way!
Not again!
And then Xander gets 2 with the ultimate. They're playing so relaxed, but it's like a little too much right now. Guys, you still need to try and pick up some rounds.
Great stuff there. I mean, the ult's so big from Xander, able to get all of that who could like control, and now Dodo planting here. Scary though. The timing.
Oh, it's not there though. Jerwin does take the fight. It gives the ultimate up. Yukine pops it to give them information. The second game starting here gets another. Yukine has just been an amazing player for this roster. Aqua finally slows their roll. The positioning could come through. Snark on the defuse, and that's the second found for Event Horizon.
Great positioning there for Event Horizon, especially on that defense. I feel like taking over that control there on like long was really smart done. Like, because I feel like Fly Away was not prepared for that, and it really showed in the way that they executed that site. But
yeah,
it's tough. This is tough.
Just I think honestly they're fine with 9-3. Aqua's got to judge. Like they're okay with it. They're here to have fun. And they have had fun. And this is a map that they're not probably not the most comfortable on. So if they have to go to Haven, they go to Haven. It's good.
Taking the TP with the Thrash, not able to find even a single person, cancels it. Ukraine finds the first pick.
Ooh. Snark on the second, and they're going to just push in with the showstopper, see what they can work with up in the corner. But Jerwin jumped up. They're not down. Yukine with the refrag. Dodo is there, and now it's Pinstripes, but they're falling into Eternal Event Horizon's favor here. And Eternally Grateful, Eternally here, clapped up. Sonder finding Yukine, and, you know,
no! Jar had the craziest angle. The timing was so unlucky.
That's just super unfortunate, like you said. Xander now in the 1 versus 2 to try and get the 3rd round here to prevent the double digits. Gets the 1, but doesn't get the double digits. Does not get the 2K that they needed, and that's going to leave them with 2 on the round and 10 to Fly Away.
Wow, a fantastic first half for Fly Away, and we might even see a potential 2-0 in this series.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, I mean, Sonder really showing the value in the Gecko pick on this map. We saw some incredible plays with the Dizzies and the insane early plants, too, with the Wingman.
I think this is where I'm going to have to chime in with my the way that I see Valorant. I always say, like, there's execute heavy, and then there's stall heavy, and then there's, like, different kind of comps. But execute heavy maps and stall heavy maps, like, attack-sided versus defense-sided. But the reason I say execute heavy is if they just play, like, a couple of solid retakes, or what they're doing right now, which is they're executing a really solid push into the B long angle, and they're going to try and take fountain control super early. They do that. They execute. It doesn't matter if they're playing on defense. They're playing it like attack. Immediately, Benzi's going to find one. They flash, push in. Jarwin's there. They're just dominating. Aqua found another. Every single player's currently found a pick, and the assist board is flying. Jar's the last player alive, and that's exactly what I am talking about. That is exactly what I'm talking about.
Literally bar for bar, the fake one again not working out. Oh, man.
Oh my god, I smacked my mic. That is insane. Jarwin's gonna pick another onto Jar, and I'm sorry, I'm laughing so hard. I smacked my mic for all the viewers at home. That's goofy. Like,
that's goofy. Benzi, you can really tell, is the heart of this team, where it's like the goofiness is off the charts right now. And still, a 11-2 lead on a team like Event Horizon is insane. Like,
yeah, because there's such a the previous game went 13-9. They had really strong plays, and now just the triple duelist Paper X kind of shenanigans have really been dominating here.
It kind of really makes you think. Event Horizon picked this map. It really is making it seem like Fly Away picked it, but not the case at all.
And that's the thing, like, they gambled here, they went on the execute, they pushed out, and Jarwin's just farming. Oh, Jarwin's just out here. The crop is ready, and they are here. There we go, the push comes through, and it's to shove. Jar got behind them, but Jarwin is gonna spot them regardless, and just the 12-2 is insane. You know what's even funnier? I see our producer's hands up in the air, like, just as freaked out as us. Yeah. Like, so all of you guys at home, just understand, not only us casters, but the production, but the people out there, all of us are in awe.
This is the most insane match of Valorant I think I've ever seen. And now we see Aqua with a judge in hand next to Sonder.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I'm terrified. Aqua with a shotgun in hand might be the most terrifying thing I've ever seen.
And they're running it down towards, they're both running it down towards short, where they're both probably going to be left, right. Lear, this is a fade eye again, jumps to the corner, gets punished for it. Good. Jarwin's going to get punished again, but it's all a bait because Sonder's there in the corner, but unfortunately doesn't work. Finally, we're going to see some of the chaos quelled. Some of the patience is going to be brought back here. And a breath of air for myself and for everyone else. Soul picking up some more. Benzi seeing if they can bring it back here. Dodo Nut's back on the action. It's a 1v3. And why do I think Dodo Nut has what it takes? They... I swear.
I got so scared.
Yeah. I was just looking at each other for a second like, oh my god. Oh.
And finally, a round for Event Horizon. Order has been restored, ladies and gentlemen.
I feel like I need a javel, like the, what is it? Order
Objection.
in the court.
All right, here we go. I mean, if this comeback is made, I lose my mind. Like, this would be insane. Going from 3-12 to making a comeback would be nuts. It would be nuts. It would be nuts.
Are we jinxing it by saying the caster curse?
I would love it. I would love it. Me personally would love to watch that.
And look at Fly's economy. I mean, I guess this is the first time we're going to be kind of delving into it on the cast, but, like, the economy is, like, really...
It's in shambles.
It's bare bones, right?
Yeah.
Dodo Nut's going to be buying up here, but realistically, other than that, I mean, they're not really too worried.
It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, especially if they can get some picks, but Jerwin, too, already with the Vandal.
Oh, no.
That's crazy.
Oh, wow. Okay, it just... It's winnable. Like, it's immediately winnable.
It's immediately winnable. And they also Showstopper online.
2 rifles to 3, which is 2 to 3 in rifles. Plus they have 3 bodies, an ultimate, and they can pick up the rifles so that stack the odds even more in their favor. There's that Showstopper. I'm going to say that it lands. No, it doesn't. I say that it doesn't land, it hits. Yukine finds the 2-piece, and it's going to be even more so.
That is an absolutely huge shift in momentum, especially in this round. If Yukine did not find that, that could have spelled disaster and spelled the series for Event Horizon. This could be the beginning of something incredible.
3v3. 2 to 3 rifles out in the corner. Benzi goes down. Hey, the situation still hasn't changed. It's still 2 to 3 rifles, and point I'm trying to make here is that Aqua and Dodonut play together. They just kind of like group up on this retake.
30
They have
seconds
the
left.
potential. Aqua has had really good individual
Spike planted.
solo outplays. As long as they can catch this timing as they slowly peek out, Dodonut might bait for them a little bit to try and draw some of that attention. There's that blind to try and break the crossfire, but it just doesn't work. Spam through the box is not there, and it's locked in for Event Horizon. Not just yet. Dodonut still looking to fight. The time might not be in their favor. They have the HP. They tap onto that bomb, but they know Amali's on and afoot. They double up a high-low crouch and stand. Jar and Xander pings are out.
Out of charges.
Oh, I like how they're yelling about it. They're like, swing, do something, take the fight. They want to. It's funny because interesting. Just for context, Flyaway is right to our immediate right in the casting booth. So sometimes hearing them like get vocal out there just brings more fire into the flame.
For sure. Oh, man, tough round there for Flyaway, but still almost winnable for sure. I love the idea there from Aqua to use the blind to try to break the crossfire, but still Xander with the amazing support there on that. Great shots, and now we're going to see a potential comeback with this economy. I mean, we called it out before, but Flyaway, not really too much going on here.
I mean, listen, if Flyaway doesn't take this away, but these guys can try and run away with a potential play, and Event Horizon is looking like they can do it. Jar is going to be the first to find it as they open up that lid to spill it through. Sonder, I think, is just waiting. Like, they're playing retake at this point, which, honestly, I don't even think that's too bad. Or either that or they're AFK. It's just going to do something else. Realistically, whatever, no, they're not AFK. They're just waiting there. But realistically, it's not a bad play to just like be really passive, considering that they've been losing some of these rounds.
Uh-oh. Scary, though. Great shot. Gonna go for the two. Xander gets the trade. Huge stuff there. Face your fear. Great shots there, but not able to get another one.
At this point, though, a lot of the pressure is on. Shots onto it. Oh, the wingman comes on through. Yukine is there. Tootsie's in the corner. Gets spammed. The shots miss. Sonder. Oh, the aim is not there, and it seems like the mental has been falling. Jerwin looking at the top of the leaderboard, but that's like a triple stack. You have one on the ground on the boxing and Hookah, and at that point, it's all they wrote.
That's all they wrote. I mean, also, Sonder most likely was surprised that the wingman didn't find Tootsie in the corner. I mean, that wingman was placed to try to clear as much as possible, and it like Tootsie actually dodging
that
the
also
detection.
explains why the whiff, because they were panicked. Like,
Exactly. They were like,
Sonder
there's a
was not
person
aware.
here?
Yeah, she wasn't aware of that.
That's tough. That's tough. But we'll see. Jerwin, also a very constant thing in this series so far is Jaren with the sniper in hand. But Sonder now AFK with the Bucky. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it is what it is. They're just still chilling out here. I mean, we got double Buckies on Sonder and Aqua. They're memeing about here. Jerwin's going to play as well. They're playing retake. They're hoping, honestly, you try and bait them into a B take, it might be even better. I can see the strategy, right? They have 3 players towards CT.
Yeah, I like it. It's definitely smart. She's playing it slow. Running out the time here. Already a minute left.
Oh, man. Oh, man. 5-12. Just...
There you go.
And the comeback, like, it's starting to become more real. I don't want to say just yet, but it is possible. The Empress pops, and so do these heads. Aqua with 2, Sonder with another. Bucky head! The 3-piece found! Jar is the last player alive. I see the production just freaking out. What was that?
Aqua with the most insane Empress Bucky play I have ever seen in my life. That's the queen right there with a shotgun in hand. Aqua and shotgun.
I'm sorry, I need to sit down. I was like standing up there. Oh my god. My hair is all over the place. Our comms are a mess. My hair is a mess. They're all standing there. Production is crazy. What a first match to have. So, like, just to contextualize it, right? We had not the whole details, but just to give you a little snippet. First match, 13-9 Lotus, intense game. Second match, 2-10 on the half, ends up 13-5, right? you expect it to just be a complete wash on it, and then in the most unpredictable of rounds, with a double Bucky play from your IGL and a pro player, just dominate as they push in and absolutely collapse on these players from an unorthodox strategy of having 3 duelists, leaving the rest of the squad in CT. It's insanity. It is truly insanity, and my mania is not going to end here, that's for sure.
That's for sure. I mean, name a better duo, Aqua and a shotgun in hand. I mean, I want to know the amount of kills Aqua got with the shotgun in those rounds because it has to be unprecedented in a match like this.
I mean, got 3 with the shorty. That was 3 with the Bucky. 3 with the shorty, 3 with the Bucky.
But there was more for sure with the judge as well.
I think there was only 1 or 2 with the judge.
So that was like almost
around like
10 kills.
I was about
to
say
9,
around like under 10 somewhere.
So crazy.
Over 5 under 10. We got kind of have that little estimate, guesstimate type beat. But yeah, I mean,
so good.
Wow. That's us kind of done. We're wrapping it up for the time being. 2-0 in Flyaway's favor. We're going to be headed to a short break, and I think we have an interview, but no analysts. So I believe so. We'll be double checking on that, so we don't want to lie to y'all, but we are headed to a break. That's for sure. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
welcome back to the Run It Back 2024 LAN event at ROK Esports Center. My name is Kat, and I will be interviewing the post-game players, and luckily I have one here with me right now, Yukine.
Hi, how are you?
Doing good, doing good. So how do you feel after this series?
I mean, we're still feeling, fine, even though it was a loss in the end. But the map one was really close. We had some mistakes that, we could have took it our side, but, that's the way it works.
Yeah, of course.
Map 2.
Yeah.
We don't want to talk about that one.
Yeah. But I think you guys did amazing. So, Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
So were you expecting the aggressiveness to continue from your defensive side on Lotus? Because I know your comp was like insane for offensive.
We like to play it. We like to usually play like both ways. We can turn it off, on, but they were abusing a lot of our not playing together and like certain things. So.
And can you elaborate your thoughts on playing against them?
They're a really good team.
Yeah.
If you don't give them respect, they're just gonna run you down like you saw in Bind, and it happens, you know.
Yeah,
but
of course. And how long have you been playing with this roster specifically?
I'm one of the newest additions, so I've only been playing for around 2 months with them. So, you know, we're still growing as a team and playing together.
And was it you who coached them originally?
Yeah, so I took a player break 3 or 4 months ago and decided to just step into coaching for a few, and then got the urge to come back and play, and, you know, they were willing to offer me a spot. So.
Is this your first event since?
We played some online tournaments, but
first,
yeah,
like,
this is
official event.
Yep.
Gotcha. And lastly, are there any other series that you're kind of looking forward to?
Yeah, so in a few games we play Oregon Hack, which I would feel like is a tournament favorite.
Yes.
So that's always a fun to, you know, see how the other competition is.
Of course.
So, yeah.
And are there any other series that you're not going to be a part of that you're interested in watching yourself?
I got some good friends that are also playing here. Annie Mall and Ricebawn. They're the homies. So, you know, I'm excited to see how they play, and hopefully they do great, you know. Got to get the dub if someone can't.
Yeah, of course. All right, well, we haven't seen the last of Event Horizon.
Nope.
Not at all.
Nope.
Thank you
we're not done.
Yeah, we're not, for sure. But thank you so much for coming over to talk to me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for pulling me over.
Of course. We'll be back.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back. It's Nerds and Archmage back on the desk here for a quick one. It seems like something fun happened here, right? The next match was going to be, I believe, involving Burger Boys, and so we're planning to go for that. And Burger Boys, they're the returning champions. They actually got into a 1-1 situation where they got upset by Rain Above, and then they had to win the second match, and they're currently fighting to see if they can win in their first group. So we're going to be bringing you guys another match. It's going to be which is a UHHHH. That's 5 H's to be specific, against the Villains.
Oh boy. I mean, I love these types of matches, right? Especially something so spectacular going on over there with the Burger Boys going game 3. I mean, map 3 is insane. Like, that's going to be an exciting thing to see the outcome of. But game number 1 and the only game of versus the Villains is going to be on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, a blank canvas, right? It's going to be a lot for us to kind of discuss the first Ascent on the broadcast. First Ascent for us here. Probably not going to be the last, considering people are pugging it out and having a fun time, and Ascent is just a nice map to do that on. But, I mean, I digress. Honestly, we're going to be seeing just the beginning of this best of 3, so we'll try to keep you updated later on if we get an update like who won this matchup. But realistically, I mean, Ascent, do you think? I mean, I personally think we're going to be seeing standard comps.
It's a classic. I mean, you cannot go wrong with Ascent. That has been a map that everyone universally agrees is a good map, well designed, phenomenally done. I love Ascent. Me personally, it's another classic for me. That's definitely like a pretty standard map here in Valorant. But
I'm just like, the comps are always the same. Like, I want someone to run like a loud comp with, throw a Phoenix in there, throw, a Raze in there, try and mess things up. Maybe grab a Deadlock rather than a Cypher or a KJ. I mean, honestly, I've seen some teams run Cypher rather than KJ nowadays, especially because, KJ nerfs Cypher buffs. But even then, KJ, Sova, I was about to say Fade, KJ, Sova, KO, Jet, Omen has just been like the 5 main players, and they don't tend to change that. Like, it's the standard comp for Ascent.
That's true. I mean, we would say, normally I would be afraid that would be the case, but after the last best of 3 that we just watched, I don't know anymore, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe the teams are like, oh, I'm just going to pick random characters, it's going to work. But I digress again. This is going to be a best of 1, so there's only going to be 1 map for this set. Very exciting, though, because these teams are definitely going to try their hardest in this map.
I'll throw one thing to you real quickly. It is a best of 3. We're watching the first map.
I see.
So it is a best of 3.
Okay.
We're just watching the first map. That's all good.
Very interesting.
Phrasing sometimes gets all wacky and wonky, but we have it here. I believe it is the Villains: T-Bite, Deuce, Crisp, Stalker, and World Rise, I believe, are the Villains. On the flip side, Memories, Arrow, Linden, Torpor, and Entry, they are, I believe, on We're going to double check that. Yes, that is and the Villains being brought to here with on attack and the Villains on defense.
Okay, very interesting stuff. Immediately going straight into it. I mean, this
not standard.
Definitely a little interesting here. We see Deadlock, right? We see Reyna. We see these interesting agent picks. Definitely a little bit of the standard, right? We still see KJ. We still see Sova. I mean, it's Ascent. They go hand in hand. Why not pick it? But there are some interesting picks.
Sentinel. It's double Duelist, double Sentinel. So that is going to be the big kind of talking point here, is which one is going to work for what team. What are they cooking up? Or if they're just, if they're both pug rosters, what's the move for them, considering it is group stages. It's not the worst. We also have a play-in stage later. I get it, right? You can just mess around here, have a bit more fun today, and see if you can thug it out, pug it out. But yeah, we'll see. I just realized the character.
I like at the same time we both realized that Uz character there is Ferb from Phineas and Ferb. That is hilarious. But all right, Villain's gonna be playing on the defense and on the attack. It's going to be weird. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah. It's interesting, though, especially because, wait, I just realized the HUD's not up. There. Hey, the transition is there. We get to see it. I mean, at this point, dude, every time I stutter, it's like, it's like,
team,
yeah. Words are so weird nowadays. For the team named, they're running the double Duelists. So their attacks and entries is going to be so much stronger. Oh, my God.
All right, but we got a nice cam there. Rise not able to find anything here. Still has dash. 3 3 HP right now. I cannot believe it, but that was crazy. He's still alive. Made it into sight.
Having control also. I mean, they have all the space. I said for the team named they were most likely going to have a pretty good time of it. Tor on the other side, getting torn apart. Torpor falling down. 3 players left alive as the villains are looking to be mischievous. Memories that take it away from them here up in heaven. It's back and forth. This is Candy Cane on the kill feed. Entry looking to make it red. The shots connect near the end. Memories brings it back. And all I gotta say is, what?
Yeah, that was an interesting pistol round. I'm not gonna lie, but Memories and Entry holding it down there on that post plant, but fantastic stuff. I mean, Memories hitting some pretty nice shots there. So we'll see how that continues, especially on a character like Jet can be devastating.
They single-handedly like duo ace there.
Yeah.
They cleaned it all up. On the flip side, I mean, we saw Crisp and Stalker pop off, but the rest of the squad just kind of there. Same thing on the flip side. 2 players not buying up, the rest of the team buying up in full. I mean, we see a Stinger, so it's like a little bit lighter of a buy. Arrow immediately taking advantage of this extra play here. I mean, it's the eco route, right? They're saving weaponry here, so it makes sense that the team with the better weaponry is going to win.
Definitely at least aiming to get at least 1 kill, but they're not able to find anything. Stalker stuck in the corner, gonna die. Yep, falls to Arrow, and now it's just up to the Cypher. 1v5. Imagine the comeback. Okay.
You're just confirming the kill.
Confirming the kill.
Yeah, confirming. Of course. Memories is going to be there. The jump swing is going to grab him. And, I mean, realistically, the team is too far away to pick up that weapon, so they're only going to carry 2 over. That's rough because Arrow had a Phantom, and a Guardian was bought up as well. And they lost the Guardian because of that. It's really unfortunate.
Unfortunate, but still not the worst.
Yeah.
I mean, these are still pretty decent weapons here, and especially on anti-eco, we're going to see something weird here happen with villains where they all have... Oh, Memories is buying up a Guardian, or maybe this is a Guardian from Linden, but...
Oh, yeah, they grabbed it from Linden.
Definitely from Linden, yeah, but I like the idea of giving it to Memories because Memories has been hitting those shots already 5-0 in these first 2 rounds, so...
I mean, this is the round that things could change. So, we have the capability for something. World Rise picking up first.
Spike down mid.
Spike is down. Memories. And another World Rise is going to be the player that they find. And the double duelist, no contest is working out for them. Whoa, T-Bite. Finally contesting. Biting back against their opponents, sinking their claws and fangs into the enemy roster.
Not bad. Both of them playing pretty close together here. That was an amazing 2K there from T-Bite. At least a little bit of a momentum swing, but now is trying to figure out what site they want to commit to, and it's looking like an A push, but a lot of Cypher util is being placed towards A, so they might fall directly into the web of Duca here.
Yeah. It's just a matter of if the spider can lay it.
We'll see. Still, T-Bite has the cam up, looking directly at him, not activating the cam just yet. Maybe doesn't even know that they're there.
We'll have to see. Oh, I love Valorant.
30
Small
seconds
indie game
left.
company. I love all the glitches that come through. 30 seconds on the board. They have to come through. And look at this. Our Arachne, the seamstress of the web, has been laid down. Jumping through the process, though. Oh, he's just going off the site. The trip is still there. They don't need it.
Down A.
T-Bite's still up and at him. Oh, and
10
with
seconds
Duca's
left.
still up here. There we go. There's that trip. It's been hit. The timing's not there. They're going to have to force this plant down if they want to keep playing it. It's going to be respected because it gives them 45 more seconds to play with. Duca understanding that, hey, now my clock is ticking in my favor, but it still is possible here. Oh, the spray down. They're playing footsie across the dice. Stun and locked in. The villains of the story.
And the last 4 bullets for Duca closes out that round. Insanely, like the last bullet putting in the final word into the coffin of for that round. But man, Duca clutching it out. Really love that awareness to allow the plant to go through. A lot of players, at least in the lower ranks, would try to commit to stopping the plant, and that would spell your disaster. But Duca, so well aware of the situations, and that's how you know the signs of a good player there.
Yeah, you give yourself 45 more seconds to reposition. Totally fine, and we're back onto it, right? The webs are being laid.
I love these setups for Cypher on that site here, but Deadlock with the...
They're gonna go for more
Little
active
setup
play
here.
towards main. I mean, they're going for more active play towards B main, very simply.
Respects it though. Not gonna fall for it.
Ooh.
Great mid control here.
The judge again gave me some. I was like, oh my god, memories with the judge here. Shivers down my spine. Just like, no. But they have the Blade Storm, so they are going to be going and playing a bit more traditionally. Up close and personal, Arrow with that Phantom gets that spray down. This is looking rather, I would say, devious even, as the team is being, acting like the heroes.
Yeah.
Slowing down the villains.
Seems to be putting their devious plans to rest, but now Spike stuck B main here. Deadlock puts up the wall, but the wall's gonna fall down. T-Bite now just trying to slow down this push.
Oh, Tor is gonna find the first onto T-Bite the push. Not stalled out. The setup isn't here. Gets out of dodge. World Rise. A couple ticks of damage, but it's not gonna be the end of it. It's not just yet. It's not over. They have to plant that bomb down.
30 seconds left.
It now, Torpor
Spike planted.
finally finds the plan, and now a retake for villains.
Yeah, I mean, if they could retake, they can come through. A very stressful situation for the rest of this roster. I mean, they're most likely going to save here, I think, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely the
it.
more intelligent decision.
Yeah, at this point specifically.
I mean, this is going to be played slowly. We see a smoke here for B main, but definitely going to be an interesting save. I mean, this is completely fine from the villains, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they want to keep these guns. These are pretty expensive, so...
World Rise. Gonna find one out here as well. They're going hunting as it's working out in their favor. Arrow taking one more onto Crisp, and it's pretty good. Spray down through. Arrow gets a third. In the last couple of seconds we come through. I mean, so far so good. It's pretty chill.
Not too bad. Making a pretty decent statement there. Arrow with some pretty good shots so far. I'm quite impressed, especially with the Phantom. Getting those headshots, very crucial. And Arrow seems to be no
slouch about it,
slouch,
right?
no
Let's
slouch.
go for that.
Thank you very much.
Let's go for that.
I will say the Empress definitely coming in clutch there, able to find those shots easily. And now we're looking for more mid control. Seems to be something that does pretty consistently on this map.
I mean, yeah, mid controls. That's why I hate Vibe. Like, you want to vibe for mid controls capacity. Up close and personal, we see the shotguns come through, and World Rise taking down Torpor. Not exactly what we wanted to see, but still work it out. There's that blind T-Bite through the wall. Taking down Arrow. I mean, it's back and forth here, and 3 players from have died. And they have weapons. Has weapons. And they're losing to 3 sheriffs, 2 rifles.
Yeah.
And no shields, too. World Red doesn't have shields.
No shields and no shields. T-Bite able to find that wallbang is absolutely massive. Arrow now, all the momentum has been shifted here. Now we're seeing villains in a pretty decent spot. Drone coming out here for Stalker. Not going to find anyone. Oh, no, still able to find Memories.
They're on the site. The ultimate has been invested to push in as they retake it. Doesn't work. Entry gonna stop them down. Crisp, the only one with the shots as they are clean as they come through. Down to a 2v2. Shots through the smoke, but it's in the dark. Can't be finding much. Memories and Entry are waiting here. And wow, we just got some information from the production. We'll share in a minute. Right now, we got to focus back in, though. It is 1 rifle to the 2. Memories and Entry. Both seeing what they can work with. Slowly, surely, they creep up together. Memories has this angle. Pulls away. Low HP as well. They just need to keep this bomb alive. But if they do it, they can find the 4th here. The retake will be stopped. Why are they playing it so slow? They got to push in. Memories is up in the corner, and it's just a double down. Memories gets the 3. And speaking of 3s, actually, perfect segue. Burger Boys won 13-3 in their next match. They came back. They went from being 1-1 to winning 13-3.
Yeah. Amazing comeback there from Burger Boys. 13-3 is definitely a statement as well in map 3, but Man,
So-
what a round there for Memories. I mean, let's talk about it. That was an amazing 3K and some really good shots all around. And I would say, like, it was 2 rifles to 1, but Entry was at 24 HP with the shot through the smoke. So it definitely was a scary situation that could have completely gone wrong for but still able to secure the round, and now it's 4-1.
4-1, and honestly, just insanity, right? Because it's another eco for the villains, and all they have to do is win this one. They got the 5th. They're basically guaranteed to have Entry. Finding one at the T-bite.
Spike planted.
Huge. Oh, Memories gets another on World Rise. There's some things that we can work with. Memories has just been popping off. Like, they have just been popping off. The double, huge here for Villains. The triple found. 3 players down, 1 player standing. It was possible, but unlikely. Hey, this triple's still found. You got to give him credit for that.
Amazing shots there from Crispy. Almost shut down the entirety of that round, but Arrow finally finding the shot and thankfully cooling down the momentum there. I mean, Crispy shutting down someone like Memories is definitely not an easy task, and that headshot was insane. So
honestly, with the way Memories plays, I'm losing my memories.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much stuff is happening all at the same time. You got to focus on all of it. That it's just like, okay, whoa.
what's happening here?
I see what's happening here.
They can. I'm telling the has pretty good team coordination here. I mean, they've been noticing that Villains loves to just leave Duka on A site alone, so they've been really rushing it a lot here. But
Speaking of Duka, caught in the spider's nest. Arrow is going to follow the fly, off to a flame, and the players are just going to fight right through it. If they got Memories there, it would have been way more impactful. But still, taking down one of the 2 duelists means that the entry potential is going to be rough. Speaking of, Entry on the lurk, not entering at the same time as the team. Hunter Suri finding one onto T-Bite, and look at this late lurk. It's going to be so devastating because Villains has been playing so passively for the past couple rounds. Oh no, they push through the smoke, they go down. We might be seeing a knife. No, a double on Entry instead, and the 6th round is locked in for the absolute dream team, meme team, dare I say it, is going to be 6-1 right now.
what a really great showcase of Us abilities in this first half. I mean, we're seeing like amazing team coordination with people like Entry and Memories really playing off each other well. Like, you can really see the chemistry between them, and it is amazing to see too. I really want to see what Villains cook up though, especially in the next half, because I feel like right now you have so much to catch up on, especially on a map like Ascent. So
oh yeah, it's a really open-ended map, and some teams are just like really good on attack. Really good.
breaking the wall.
Entry killed him from the top of mid. Like,
I didn't even see that.
I thought Entry was looking, for some reason, since Entry, I saw them top mid, but I thought they were looking a different direction. Realistically, icons are, you can see kind of where they're looking, but you gotta like really pay attention for there. Speaking of paying attention, look at these guys. They have 5 players up. The positions are made here. The temperature in the room is probably going up tenfold. Oh, good comeback though, but it's still going to be burning red, as it is not only a almost flawless victory to keep 4 players up, but just, you know, dominant. It's an eco round, so it makes sense, but like, the momentum is like snowballing. 8K, 5K, 5K, 9K, 6K, all for
And now, let me tell you, this is going to be the most important round for Villains, right? You win this, you have the potential of winning a few more rounds, especially with the economy. But if they win this one, it snowballs all the way to a potential 10 or 11-1 or something like that. So we'll see what happens. But showcasing the strength in their like duelists, right? I mean, Memories and Arrow have been taking these fights without any issue. Here we go. The Arrow scans T-Bite, and the wall's up.
Pulling back some of the deadlock util to try and reposition it.
Scanning ahead.
Dart comes out early, gives them info. They left the bomb. They have really just been doing a good job killing people. And this is a slower default to try and combat Villains, right? Potentially having a pace change here. That was the biggest thing, is like if they have a pace change here. Oh no.
Scary.
Skipped right through World Rise. It was just a matter of who turned first, and World Rise wins the timing.
Now with that pick, able to get so much information.
You know what though? Like the past couple rounds, Arrow has been dying anyways. I'm joking. Arrow dying there is gonna be huge.
Huge. Oh, and World Rise taking a pretty decent amount of damage, only 30 HP here. I think Torpor kind of knew where Rise was hiding, but lockdown coming in.
That is an interesting spot. It's a bit more forward. I'm pretty sure you can still break that, right? It's not behind the box.
Yeah, you probably can still break that.
Yeah, regardless though, I mean,
30
no one's
seconds
there. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They're not close enough at all. They do put a smoke and spam through it. Duka just immediately locking the block. Or sprays from Memories as they fall back soon. Reminiscing about
Spike
older
planted.
times, Memories is going to fall. The 7th round not looking as secure here as they thought. It's actually
Last player
no.
standing.
It's a 1-for-1 Duke on the 3-piece, and it's just entry alone. They've already used their ultimate. They could just stall, theoretically, but they're not in a really solid position. The defuse starts, they have to push and it's a double up. So it's a trap regardless, and that's because they lost the players.
Yeah, they lost the players. I mean, that initial pick of Arrow really played a difference in this round, and you can really tell. But
Yeah.
I will say something very interesting here is, like I mentioned, this round was pretty big for villains, right? I mean, if they were to lost that round, it would have been a completely destroyed eco. But now, thanks to a lot of them survived actually in that
We're
round.
also coming up to the halftime,
Oh, true.
and I got some news, unfortunately, but we're gonna be cutting to a break at halftime and sending it back to Burger Boys. This was just a filler match that we kind of wanted to push up here just to showcase some other teams. When this match kind of finishes up, we'll let the casters know. I believe me and you aren't casting that, unfortunately, but we'll let the casters know and we'll talk about it on broadcast.
For sure. We definitely have a lot of talented casters coming up next, but
yeah.
let's keep our eyes focused on this match. Memories has the knives ready, not going to pop them just yet. Same thing with Arrow. Empress is online, but wow, insane stuff here.
I mean, Linden gonna polarize. Arrow again looking in the wrong direction. Stalker with a 2-piece, but finally gets raided out. The positions can be made. Duka
Spike down,
seeing what
B.
they can do with as they try to duke with you. They got their fisticuffs out here. It's just a matter of if they can find the third so they can deny this, 10-2 would be kind of rough. They want to try at least get 3-4 here. On the sideline though, Paranoia comes
One enemy
through, and
remaining.
that's going to work onto Linden. It is a little bit of util gain, but that's fine. It gives them a better positioning, especially these entries. Again, the last player standing, and it looks like the retakes towards this B site have really been working. They haven't been working in onto A in these past couple rounds. It's the second time we've seen entry alone on the B site. Now, I will say I like the adaptation that entry's playing on the site, so that rather than playing further behind, but still, it's rough.
For sure. Let me highlight how well Duka has been playing on this map so far. I mean, Duka has been the playmaker in these last few rounds for villains. I mean, we saw on the round before this last one, Duka setting up on A was a complete mix for them. They were not expecting that whatsoever. And now we're seeing a B setup again. Maybe catching them off guard because we saw a few kills.
It might be a fake.
Highlighting.
Like they send KJ to lurk there. Or it might be like a rotate.
Let's
like
go.
Fake B, then hit A. But like, if they go back B again and they keep losing, it goes here. Be really confused.
Setup though. Watching the one way, not finding anything. Something like that.
Deploying drone.
I mean, they have the bomb there. They have the bomb on the duelist. Interesting on Arrow. And they even hit the triple drone. So they have a little bit of strategy going into this. Memories is already on. Going off the Arrow. That's so unfortunate to drop him down. I feel like Arrow has been getting killed really first. But hey, they're entering, so you got to give them at least some credit for that. But
Oh, stuck. Closing the door now, but it's going to be an awkward angle here for Memories, right? I mean, you have to deal with 4 players here when that smoke goes down, and it's not going to last much longer. Shorty in hand for World Rise has a Vandal as well, but still interesting position here. Memories repositions.
their retakes onto B have been really good, though. So, like, I'm not super concerned about their retakes right now. I'm more concerned about how they hold this. They have some info. Ooh, don't look to their right. Oh, no! It's late. Thankfully, Crisp able to capitalize. Now it's 3 players versus 2. Crisp gets another.
Oh, my God!
Poor with the double on the Odin is going to give us that 8th round. 9-3, very imminent on the half. And this is going to be the last round. We're casting, but it's not the end of the storyline. No, sir. It's going to be, this is looking like it's heating up.
This is looking like a great match. What a great double up on that staircase there on, like, B. I mean, that was great positioning from, like, they really understood how to deal with that. I mean, it was really unfortunate that Memories only could get one there because I feel like Memories was in the position to get both. But Crispy just tried their absolute best. Right now we're seeing a push onto A. Maybe even a little bit of mid-control.
Oh. The Bladestorm as well. It's the final round, so pop all this ultimate. Torpor also has that Hunter's Fury to really corroborate some of this push. And the villains, right? They're looking pretty tight because pressured off into many different places. Torpor, see, speaking of like pressured off in a tight angle, immediately after that we see it. And this A hit is just going to be compounded on the fact that they have so much space. Realistically, to Tree, it's going to be hard for them to retake. The site's been gotten,
Spike planted.
and now it's just these 4 players on all angles.
They don't know about memories here.
Oh.
Almost got that one, but Gnosis in the smoke, saw the arrow, just holding the angle, waiting. Odin in hand. Stalker might try to shoot something, but no.
Oh, look at the pinch entry is there as well. I mean, it's the double for entry that really sends it home.
Yeah, what a great first half there for but we're going to have to throw it into break for now. But thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to go straight into the next batch with the new commentators, but that's much love from me. And we'll see you guys in the next one.
Welcome back, everyone, to Run It Back 2024, hosted at the ROK Esports Arena in Miami, Florida. My name is Ancient Angel. Here with me is Kwai, and we are here for arguably the most hype match of the day.
I think this is probably the best one of the day.
Yeah.
At least, top 2. Probably.
I would say top 1. In my opinion, this is the most hype match of the day.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. That's cool.
So for those of you that don't know what we're talking about, or maybe, haven't been keeping up with any of the standings, it's going to be Rose versus Burger Boys. And so on top of the fact that Burger Boys are returning champions, they do have a new player in the form of Tokyo. And you wanted to point something out specifically about Tokyo. What was that?
Yeah, well, Tokyo is actually formerly from Rose. And then after that, he went to Burger Boys. We also see a new addition to Burger Boys in the form of Katsumi. That's new.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be good.
Yeah, and the last time that Tokyo and Katsumi played together was on Nightblood here at
true.
Heatwave.
For ROK.
Yeah,
the
earlier
last one.
this year. And we can see the map pool, speaking of new additions, Haven coming back into the map pool in this tournament. It's actually picked by Rose for map 1 of this series.
Yeah. And, we actually just saw Burger Boys on Haven.
Yeah.
They played against Rain Above, and I think they won 13-3.
Yeah, it was a really confident scoreline from Burger Boys. So I think for Rose, this pick, it definitely makes sense. Their comp is really interesting that they just played against F5 in a little bit earlier in the day off stream. So hopefully we'll be able to see that. It was get ready for this, a Neon Yoru.
Neon Yoru, really?
Yeah. Yes.
With what smokes?
I think that was Omen. It was the Omen Sova Killjoy combo.
That's definitely interesting. We're going to see how that plays out.
Yeah.
It looks like they'll be starting on defense, though. So they'll have to make use of the two duelists on defense.
I mean, so here's my thought. You let me know how much merit this would have. If you're starting on defense with these double duelists, I feel like it would make the most sense, especially on a map like Haven and how much extremity control is necessary on defense to force rotations.
Yeah.
It would make sense to probably maybe look at getting A control with those two duelists, get that lobby control, push down C a couple rounds, force those rotations away, maybe start brawling down into mid for some fast flanks with the Neon.
Yes. No, 100%. If you're going to be running double duelists on Haven, which I think is good, I like it, you're definitely going to have to adjust to that and get aggressive. You're going to have to get out there, push the mids, push the A's. You can't have any space. You have to make sure you're as close as possible to that team, pressuring them, and we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, and then I feel like on the other side, now that we actually get into Agent Select, we can see if that, little comp theory has any merit on the side of Rose. Truth's hovering the Neon.
It looks like it is.
Yeah.
We're going to see how that plays out. I mean, the Burger Boys comp is a little similar, I think. And it looks like they may be running Astra this time. You said Omen?
Ooh. I'm a fan of the Astra. I love Astra.
You do?
On a lot of these maps, I think that what you can do with the Astra is you can, have a more passive kind of play style, right? You can kind of act as more of an anchor towards, one side of the map while you're constantly sending out those stars to support your teammates. Something that I think will work really well with the Neon is the fact that those recalls, despite how short they are, your Neon can just immediately just zoom right past. And you won't really get caught in those crossfires.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think it's good in a comp where you're definitely going to be running down a lot. You're going to have to eliminate a lot of that open area that, you need to take that. And I think for having an Astra there may be able to kind of, level it out and give a little balance to the comp. It looks like on the side of Burger Boys, though, we're looking at a Neon Breach comp, which I love.
Yeah.
I love that.
Just stuns galore.
Stuns galore, flashes everywhere. Nobody knows where they're at. But that Neon can get in there past that Breach utility and make the most out of it, out of that long-range utility.
So the Yoru's confirmed. Timotino will be playing the Yoru on this map. And one of the other merits that I want to give is just how chaotic this comp can be on the executes, right? You can have those neon stuns going everywhere. You can have those Astra stars. There's going to be so much going on just throughout all of it. And, in case you're wondering and you want to keep up with some of the other games that aren't being streamed, just make sure to go check out Twitter at ROK Esports on Twitter. You know, that's going to be your best way to keep up with all the action. Maybe you want to be finding out what games are going on later in the day, you know, and you're like, yeah, you know, Burger Boys Rose, I know it's the most hyped game of the day, but I don't need all that hype right now.
Yeah. You know, I want to see, and maybe you support a different team, right?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if you want to see that, go to the Twitter, check it out, ROK Esports on Twitter, and we'll see. I mean, it looks like we're hopping in here, a little pistol round.
Yeah. The most important round of the game, as you've stressed.
I think so. I mean, you know, in a game like Valorant, the rounds, you know, it's not that long, you know, and I think anything can happen on ecos and pistols, but, you know, this definitely defines the game in a way.
Well, we're about to define this first round with Burger Boys starting off towards the C site. You can see this execute. It's already going in. Alvin immediately into the back of the site. There's a quick rotation from Rose, though. They're ready to try and fight for this. Redo and Timotino already here. You can see Poppy already tucked in by that double stack. Will eventually get traded out by Katsumi. Logan's able to find Redo in the meantime. Truth, though, with that frenzy, able to find one. But Logan on the site remains ever deterred. And Katsumi can clean things up. Burger Boys, that was a fast pistol, but it felt pretty clean.
I think that's going to be a very common theme in our game today. These are two aggressive comps on a very aggressive map, and we're just going to see a lot of that. And just there wasn't much to see because everything was happening. So yeah, I think that's a good.
That's a good summary.
Yeah.
I feel like.
It's definitely, it's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, the only thing that I'll say now is, you know, we're coming up onto this round 2, this anti-eco for Burger Boys, some sheriffs bought up for Rose. You know, do we just see some more aggression? Well, yeah, we do. Immediately, Rebo able to find Alvin, but there's that trade back by Matt. So, you know, duelist for duelist, neon for neon.
He flushed him out with the aftershock.
Yeah.
That was good.
It was really solid, but now for Burger Boys, I mean, sure, you lost that duelist, but that's immediately the kind of response for Tokyo to take all that space over towards C. Really good on the backfill just to lurk his way up. Redo, though, starting to jiggle around a bit, trying to see if he can find anything, but instead it's going to be Katsumi to find Timotino over by A, and that might draw some rotations until Tokyo finally pounces and takes out Poppy on that rotate over towards C. I feel like Burger Boys, they've definitely got that plant down. The question is, how much more can Tokyo find? The answer is at least one more onto Rebo. And now, at this point, 1v4 classic.
And you know, in this map like Haven, it's really good what Burger Boys is doing on attack side, where they're always keeping someone in every piece of the map. They kept Katsumi on A, and it paid off. Especially on a map like this, where you have comps that are going to be very aggressive and try to take space. Having someone everywhere at some point, you will see people walking down, and you'll see people that you can just catch for free, and that's what happened there, right?
Well, and that's super important, right? Because Burger Boys on this attack, it does feel like, because they're not running like the double deuce, they're running pretty standard meta comp here. It is just more about, can we just play the map correctly? Can we go and, you know, use those passive defaults to our advantage and start to manipulate those rotations? Now, this round's going to be a little bit different because, you know, we have that full buy across the board. And actually, it's even more different because Truth finds that first pick onto Tokyo. So those great lurks that we were just praising Tokyo for, they're not really going to be a factor in this round.
Yeah, definitely.
It's just a straight-up push towards B. Katsumi and Alvin gonna be leading the charge. There's those flashes. Those smokes are out. So Truth smoked off, looking to possibly try and take a timing through. Paranoia goes a little bit wide, but Logan and Alvin are there for the trades. There's the push in from Truth, but it doesn't matter. Alvin able to take care of it just like that. It's now Rebo and Redo, both in that 2v3. It's the tap. Redo continuing to just swing around, try and bait out some shots. Alvin's there on the swing, able to get it. There's that Hunter's Fury coming in now. Redo, how much can you do? How much can you find? The answer is nothing. It's a 4K from Alvin Boy. And I mean, listen, this guy was the MVP of the last heat wave, and I think we're beginning to see why.
I mean, he got those entries. You know, he noticed that his Killjoy immediately died, and they weren't able to trade him. So what he did, let me get 3.
Oh, yeah.
And then let me add 1 more at the end, too,
Yeah.
just for fun.
To clean it up.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it wasn't a knife kill. Knowing him.
Maybe we'll see one. How many think you'll see with this tournament?
In this tournament? I mean, I know there was already one that happened.
There was.
Against the Flyaway just got a knife kill
Standing ahead.
in the first match of the day. So
I think we'll see like 10.
okay,
That's a good.
I
That's a
believe
good
it.
number. Looks like they're on a Nico here. Oh, they're gonna get a 1 early though. Then.
Yeah, that's huge, but we have seen Burger Boys come back from these disadvantaged positions before. Truth is going to fall, and that could start the snowball now that Matt's found 2. But on the site is Poppy, who's only able to find 1 before Matt just continues the momentum, continues the aggression with that Vandal, finds a 3rd
Spike
kill,
planted.
and plants the spike. It's Timotino and Redo in a 2v3.
And, you know, Rose did get those kills that were really important, and they're doing a great job at getting those first picks. I think we've seen every round they've got the first blood. They just need to capitalize off it.
Yeah.
That's the adjustment they need to make, right?
There's a silly little lineup there for Tokyo to get those 2. Nice little collat shot. And,
It was planned.
Yeah, it was
It
planned?
was planned.
They planned the collab.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's the Valo plan right there.
I believe it. So this is a timeout, I believe, from Rose.
Yes.
So do you feel like this is justified at this point? This needs to be a timeout that's taken?
Yeah, I think 04 is at a point where you've already had your buy, you've had at least 1 buy, and you've had pistol. So those are 2 rounds that are important, and you have been able to capitalize it. They're also doing stuff right, but they're not making adjustments off of those right things that they're doing, right? We talked about the first blood. Right. And at this point, this is a great place to call timeout, say, hey, this is what we're doing good, and this is what we need to fix. Let's fix that. And then once we do that, you know, we'll be able to get some rounds on the board, right?
Yep. And, you know, Donut, very wise coach, should be able to bring, you know, a sense of calmness and stability to this squad, you know, make sure that they're getting back on their feet. I see Timotino has that op in hand on the Yoru.
That's interesting.
I actually like the Yoru having it over
rather
the
than Neon. 100%, yeah.
Yeah.
I would say like maybe the Killjoy.
I could see
you know, the Killjoy might not be bad. I think the op is good on Yoru. You know, you have the rotates available for you. You can definitely shoot one, go and shoot someone on the other side of the map.
Exactly.
You know, so yeah, I guess we'll see what they do with it though. That's the more important thing, right? Looks like they're posted up on plat with the op.
Yeah, posted up over towards that seaside. Unfortunately for Timo, there's not really going to be much action from Burger Boys over towards that side of the map, at least not early in the round, as it's going to be heavy towards A. Alvin with that overdrive immediately into the back of the site. Stunned up his Rebo, already gone. The spike, though, it's a fake. Despite all of the aggression, despite all of the space that was taken over towards A, there's just this creep up over towards C Long. On the complete opposite side of the map, it has to come down to Ridu, who's able to find one. Despite the fact that Truth finds one on the other side of the map, it doesn't matter because Ridu held the site perfectly. And now there's only Tokyo in a 1v4.
Yeah, and that plan just completely collapsed on them. They had the A fake going for them, but they died early down in lobby. And then now the fake is exposed, right? And Ridu, perfect reaction there, knew that there was 2. Tokyo with 1, though. This would be an amazing clutch.
I mean, this would be, but there's Timo with
Now
that
it's
op.
Timo.
Oh, no. Are we just going to sit here for like 40 seconds?
This is going to be a standstill.
Okay.
Looks like Ridu's going to swing him, though.
Yeah. I mean, what a round.
Yeah.
That, you know, that round I feel like, in my mind, immediately is just all on Ridu's back.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, 100%. I mean, if he didn't get the first kill there, at least, then, yeah, maybe they would have taken the site, and then who knows what happens, right?
Yeah.
Tokyo could have had a lurk, but he got his 2. That's what's important, and they won the round off that.
Yeah, it was a beautiful anchor play from Ridu, and you also have to give credit where credit is due to Poppy for not giving his life away over towards that A site when, you know, Alvin was just going in with that overdrive. So now we're seeing, you know, a bit more of an adjustment from Burger Boys. They're saying, you know what? The extremity control, that's for losers. We're going straight towards B.
Right here.
Well, it looks like they are keeping the extremity control with the Omen on C,
Oh, yeah.
Killjoy on A.
Oh, my goodness.
They are
but
winning their duels here.
yeah. Timo and Truth just doing the absolute most, opening up the round, forces the 5v3 now. Burger Boys with that supportive core, Matt, Logan, and Kat. Make it just Matt and Logan, the 2 initiators, as Timo is just unstoppable with this op.
And the Euro op, I think, is paying off. That's another one for Timo. And they're just going to clean up Burger Boys here. Another, and it looks like the timeout did pay off. You know, you asked me if it was. I think it was a good timeout. It looks like it's paying off, right?
Yeah.
2 rounds since that timeout, 2-0. We're going to see how Burger Boys can adjust now, too, though. right? Now it's their turn.
Yeah, it's their turn for those adjustments. You can see, this is kind of a scary position to be in for Burger Boys because that buy, I mean, look what's in the bank. 1K maybe for a couple players, but everyone's bought down to basically 0. If you lose this, you're going to an eco.
Yeah.
I mean, this is scary territory, so you absolutely want to win this, and it seems like they're going to try and lean towards some A site here.
But it looks like there's 3 people on A here ready to fight this off. Ooh. And the op.
Yeah. There's that jump. Shot to the leg from Teemo. There's the stun. There's the teleport out from the gate crash. But Alvin with that Vandal, trying to just be consistent, takes out Truth. Look at Katsmi's position. Oh, it's so important. And there's that trade on the site, so it's going to force those rotations. And Cat can call them out just like that. That's 2 kills. It's all up to Teemo. But when he has that operator in hand, yeah, you don't want to give that away.
It looks like they're going to go chase after the op. I think this is the correct call here, right?
Yeah.
They're going to get that bomb down, and they have 4 players alive. Let's throw some into the bin. Right?
Absolutely, right?
Although they do have no money, they might need to be a little cautious.
I mean, you could maybe send 1, right? Like, I feel like if you send Tokyo here, that's not the worst thing.
I think they send 2, you know, but I think they coordinated a little bit. You definitely get that kill, but it looks like they're not going to know.
Oh.
Now they do.
Oh, okay. There it is. Teemo's like, hold on, I got it. Let me just give me a second. Tough shot, but Alvin now next up to bat for Teemo, but he's got it. Right
and now they need to stop.
Yeah, now maybe we just fall back.
Guys, we have no money. Everyone come back.
He's wait. Logan was telling us the strat for next round. He was looking at the map in Garage.
Oh, yeah. You think he's planning out?
I think he was helping Matt. Because Matt, their IGL.
Well, Logan is their co-IGL.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he's, just providing some input, being the guys.
Guys, look at this. I know the KJ setup, guys. I know what to do. Let's go Garage.
Let's go A again, because he was pointing towards A.
Careful
just like that. It's actually not. You were right. It is Garage.
Yeah, Garage.
Very, very, very future sight.
Well, you said he was in Garage, right?
Oh, that's true. He was in Garage.
He was pointing at the,
Oh.
He's like, I know the KJ setup. I'm just going to shock it.
Okay.
And then we go C, guys.
Okay. I like it. Well, you can see it's going to be a pretty fast play already. Alvin sprinting up to the occasion. It's going to be all up to Redo alone on the site. There's some stars already there, but there's that breach ult. It's coming in. Everyone's stunned up, but it doesn't matter. The shot from Redo was good, and Rebo was able to find one. Teemo can capitalize on the chaos and find one of his own. And immediately, it's a 2v5 for Burger Boys off the back of that fast play through Garage.
And they threw so much util into that fight, and it just did not pay off at all. Redo with a great hold again. Rebo with the support with that solo was really important.
Yeah, and there's Redo again, just holding out, finding that kill onto Logan. Tokyo all flashed up, gets killed by the Killjoy on the other side of Poppy. And this is, considering it was a 4-0 start, this has been a phenomenal recovery by Rose so far.
Yeah, of course. And it looks like they're actually going to force Burger Boys onto an eco. One Alvin with a Vandal, and Tokyo with a Guardian, which is okay. The rest, though, are going to be on... Matt has a Bucky.
Listen, we've seen a crazy Bucky clip already this tournament.
Last stream, there was a 3K with the Bucky. Maybe a 4K this time. Who
4K?
knows?
You know they call him Matt 4K.
Who calls him that?
They.
Oh, they? Okay.
Yeah, they. That's what they call him. Well, over towards B is going to be where that 4K would come into play, if that is the case, in true eco fashion on Haven. But there's that dimensional drift from Timotino just to clear out that site. There's that backup immediately from everyone, but that's been calmed over to Rose. They know that, hey, Burger Boys, they're completely rotating. They're going somewhere else, guys. Let's retake some space, and it's going to be Rebo with that drone to start things off.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to slow it down here, but they're definitely... They only see one. That's actually the best circumstance for 5 people sitting in lobby.
Yeah.
We're going to see how they react off this. Looks like they're walking up A.
There's a walk-up A for Burger Boys, but Poppy did rotate over to A, so it's not just Rebo alone on the site.
Well, Neon's out Garage.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. There's a fast flank there. That could be huge, but Poppy was able to find Alvin, and Teemo posted up towards CT, is able to take care of Matt, so that Bucky is not of any value. It's just Poppy on the site, just continuing to farm up. And what a peak from Poppy.
Wow. A 4K, and they're doing really good on these holds. I think it's because although Burger Boys is doing they're sending Tokyo and Lurks, and that's giving them map presence. Rose is doing a really good job at knowing where they are. They're always peeking out Garage, they're taking C-Long, and they kind of know where Burger Boys is, and they can just adjust to that. And then now Rose knows when a site hold is coming, and they give the support, and they're getting 2 on site, so that definitely helps.
Yeah, no, they've been phenomenal throughout, the second 2/3 of this half. You can see for Burger Boys, they're just going to go back to some good old A aggression. Alvin Boy already deep into the site, gets tagged up by Rebo, and that eventually leads to his death. There's that lockdown coming in from Poppy just to try and force away these kills. It's going to be Tokyo to try and run away, but Rito got the read, but not the shots. It's a 3-on-3, considering that spike got planted
And that's
a
going to
good
be
while
detained,
ago.
though.
Oh,
They're
wait
not
a
gonna
minute.
see him.
Matt
not
just
gonna see
sneaks
him.
by? No, it's the knife. Oh, the shorty. It was the shorty that gets pulled by Timo Tino, and now it's all up to Tokyo. 1v2. Flash goes in. It's not even needed.
Wow. Yeah, Matt almost had it there. He almost slipped out of the way.
Yeah.
That would have been a crazy detain.
Right. Just
But it looks like they're going to tie it up. And that's a great start for being 0-4. 1 round since that timeout, might I add.
at this point, right, because we're getting into the last 2 rounds of this half.
Yeah.
For Burger Boys, especially considering the map does skew attacker-sided, you'd feel like anything less than a 7-5 would be, a bit of a fumble, considering what they had to start.
Yeah, I think especially on a map like Haven where it is T-sided, a 7-5 would definitely help. I think it's still recoverable.
Oh, for sure.
But they are going to have to make adjustments, slow it down maybe, watch for these people who are just walking out of Garage and walking out of C.
Oh, wait a minute. Katsumi is able to find Truth
Wow,
all the way
again.
in Defender's spawn, and it also finds Redo.
Again, and all 3 are CT now.
Whoa. I mean, Timo was able to trade out, but that's a great 4v3. Smokes are gone. There's no one on C, so Burger Boys can essentially just take this site for free. There's an attacking Hunter's Fury, and Tokyo can get activated on the lurk, but spends a little too much time lining up the shots, so Rebo can get the kill. And now there's this retake immediately. Aggression, 2v3, as Timotino's teleported all the way in towards the back of the site. The shock dart takes him down to 9 HP, will eventually get taken out, but is Poppy known? Is this position known? Not by Matt. He goes down, and now it's just Logan. 1v1 against Poppy. Rotations around. A drone gets used. It's all about that time game in the 1v1. It all comes down to just going around this big box. A stick by Poppy. Does he fake it? No, he doesn't. There's these taps from Logan, and it eventually secures it. Burger Boys, at the very least, it'll be a 6-6 half.
And that's the second time we've seen Katsumi TP into their spawn and get 2. That is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
It really is. And I think they're doing a good call there. That was a great call. They know they are pushing and very aggressive on the map. Hey, let's just go into their spawn. Let's go. They're not there because they're in our spawn.
Well, yeah.
Right?
Or they're going to be in, like, just hard anchoring a site.
Yeah.
So it's been great so far. I think this, especially in this first half, has been a phenomenal showing from Katsumi. Especially a player that, I think has, so consistently been a bit more of like a low-key piece in rosters, right? Never really a star player. But just like that, when you're finding first kills and entries like this, I mean, it's ridiculous.
And that's what they need to do. They saw he was knife out running down A log because that's what they've been doing. That's how they're setting up these fast floods, and Katsumi adjusted perfectly to that, right?
It's a great, like, high IQ play.
Yeah.
And now at this point, with that 1 minute remaining, this is the adjustment you were talking about. You wanted to see out of Burger Boys, just, slow things down
Slow
a
it
bit.
down, look, find them. Look, we're going to find them right now. And now what?
Yeah, Truth has to back up. You don't want to get called out during that tag. So you've bought yourself a little bit more space and a little bit more time. But you can see this rotation over to C, there are still 2 players on the site, and that includes Timotino and this op. Spam down a little bit to 2 HP, but Alvin Boy just running all the way into the site will eventually get taken out, and Truth is now here to try and recover. Shorty out from Timo will eventually get traded, but Poppy is there. Make sure things are stable, and make sure things are all tied up at the half.
And that's a 6-6 half. That is great out of Rose, considering they started 0-4. They had that timeout, they made their adjustment, and it worked out for them. I think they're doing a really good job, by the way, at fast flooding. They do not give any time for Burger Boys to adjust during the round. They're just, we're going to fight you, we're going to fight you, we're going to fight you. And that is great. It's clearly working out for them, especially Timo with the up.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of Timo, top of the leaderboard for the entire lobby, 13-6. This guy really came alive as soon as he got that op into his hands. The thing that I want to point out, especially in this half coming into it, is on these executes, look at what Timo is doing. He's going to be, teleporting into the back of the site among the chaos and will always find his one way to get his.
That's what I want to see.
Go, go, go.
You can see immediately some A aggression, this time from Truth, as Alvin Boy has to back up on the other side. This A execute, they want it. Rose, they know exactly where they want this round to end. This good old-fashioned pistol. Question will be if the 2 players, now 4 players on Burger Boys are able to defend it.
But it looks like they've given up a lot of this map control here that Killjoy can easily exploit. We're going to see what he does here on this lurk.
Poppy has a lot of space, could activate at any given moment. And now the question's running into Burger Boy's head. Oh, maybe we were wrong. Maybe it's not A, but then you have an aftershock that finds Timo, and all of a sudden, some questions start to get raised about where you really are supposed to be headed. And
but
now
they find Poppy. That immediately voids this lurk here, and they're going to be able to contain him.
Well, they can't contain the plant. That's going to go down at C regardless. The question is, can you shut down Poppy before he gets a kill? And Tokyo's going to make sure of that. Logan also finds one on his own. Make it a second, as now it's just Redo 1v5. And no, Logan's, it's his turn to take over.
It's about time, I think. He is one of the great support players, I think, right now in this tournament. He always does his job. And then now he has moments like this where he just frags out.
Yeah. Well, and I think the glow-up of Logan and the journey of him as a player has been phenomenal, right? He started in 2022 on that chamber, really kind of came into his own there and really kind of blew up there as a chamber player. And then, when those nerfs hit, he kind of forced himself into like a jet role. He tried to make that jet op work. It really wasn't his style. He preferred to play a bit more passive, right? And then that's when we saw him on the Senti. And that's when he did really, really good, when Alvin Boy initially made that swap to Duelist on Burger Boys. Yeah. And that looked really, really good. And now, he's going into this more, supportive role with those initiators. And he's still looking really, really good, just like that.
Wow. I mean, we saw it there.
So, Alvin Boy now making the next pass. It's Alvin.
It looks like they know exactly where they are, though. Tokyo, all the way up.
Yeah.
Early in the rounds, he's going to find them. A bit of a whip.
Okay, a little bit. Listen, it's called baiting, so your teammates can get the kills. He's
giving the A guy space.
Exactly,
that's what he wants.
Exactly, he's just buying space. But Truth will find Matt on the other side, and what was that from Alvin? And Katzman can capitalize as well.
He's going to get his kill at the end, too.
He did.
He got his kill at the end.
Tokyo finally got his, but that shot from Alvin, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you expect out of him, to be honest. You watch his games, and it's like, wow, this guy can aim. Not much going on in the head, but he's killing people,
Oh, yeah.
That's what he's looking at. And I think that's a perfect example.
I mean, my goodness, this guy, that was just a ridiculous shot. I can't get over that, but... In terms of where this sets up for the half, I mean, look at what this third round buy is for Burger Boys. You got some rifles still. You have a couple sheriffs in the hands of Alvin and Matt, but in terms of all the people that have been fragging so far for Burger Boys, it's been all rifles. And look at this C site aggression. Rebo already gone, and it has to be on Poppy to try and contain this push. But you can see on the other side, it's all about A, but Tokyo's never discovered. On the site finds 3, just continues to be an unmoving presence. And just like that, Killjoy to Killjoy, Poppy's alone on the other side of the map.
Well, talk about making the most out of your bonus, right? That was their bonus. We bought round 2, now it's our turn, to save a little bit, and they made the most out of that. Rush down C, get a gun. And Tokyo 3 on site. I mean, that's how else would you do it, right?
What do you even say to that? Like
it happens, Tokyo
that's a masterclass.
Yeah.
Everyone take notes for your rank games. That's how you anchor a site right there.
And he played that perfectly though, because he let the Neon pass, and they don't know where he is, right? They don't even know he's there. Neon's clearing the site. Hey guys, A's clear. Oh, I didn't clear this one spot. Euro's caught looking in heaven, and Tokyo's able to start it off that, right? And it looks like Poppy's going to save this gun.
Left.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The question is, can Alvin find it? Because he's walking around. He's running around.
Does he know? He's going to check. Oh.
Does he check? This is important. This is very important.
He's checking.
Yeah, he checks it. Just like that. Flawless round.
Nice. And hey, now they have an extra bonus now.
That's true.
They have plenty of bonus. And honestly, this is the worst case scenario for Rose.
Yeah.
If you're tied up at half, the last thing you want is to lose the pistol and the bonus.
Yeah.
This is going to set up real tough. They're going to have to make an adjustment.
Well, you know, I don't want to curse anything because, you know, caster curses are horrible.
Yeah.
But we did see Rose go down 0-4 in the first half, and then they tied it up.
That is true.
So, and, you know, it's not even 0-4 yet. You know, we're still on round number 4 for this half. It's round number 16 in total.
We'll see next round.
Oh, yeah.
Next round will be the round that'll...
Well, that's assuming Rose loses because, you know, you do have shooters like Timotino.
Well, he's just going to get one with the Guardian. That'll help, right?
Exactly. And it could be another if Tokyo's not careful, but never mind. The shot's good. It always has been. It always will be. And Tokyo's able to find another alongside Matt. He's able to take care of Timotino. Poppy able to take care of Matt, so that turns things into a 2v5, and Rebo all the way on C, flanked out through Garage, will take care of Tokyo. Some more shots are good onto Alvin, as Poppy's able to take care of the Neon, and now it's Logan in a 1v2.
And here we go. I might have just cursed them.
Yeah.
They 1v2 for Logan, definitely doable. One has a deagle. Don't think he's going to be able to find a gun off this. We're going to see him, though.
He's tagged up, and Poppy with the shots.
Sacrifice for nothing.
Says, you know what? A Sheriff, it's basically a Vandal if you hit the head.
Yeah. They ecoed us. Let's eco them.
Exactly.
And it worked out for them. Now they're going to be able to get this round. Definitely saves it for them. Kind of, you know, went down 0-3. Hey, guys, we need something. Okay, let's get this one. And it works out for them. Now they're in an equal spot, I think. And we're going to see how this goes. I think it's a pretty neutral round.
I mean, it's a neutral round, but the thing I'm looking at is this all. Right? You
Alvin.
saw it on Timo last time, and he was able to take over a half. Well, now it's on Alvin. And you said, oh my goodness, can this guy aim? So, I mean, I feel like the op is literally the aim gun, so we're going to see what you can get done with it. But no! It's just immediately, from truth, just bullets of wisdom
Shut down.
straight into Alvin's head.
Immediately shut down, but Kasumi is going to trade it with that lurk. They know he's lurking mid every round, and they're making the most out of it.
Yeah. Thankfully, it does stabilize things into a 4-on-4, and, you know, with the death of Poppy comes, you know, the death of a lot of information. You know, you can't hold that space over towards C passively anymore. You need someone to be dedicated towards it, or you're just taking a huge risk. So you can see while that A site is being crept upon by Rose, Burger Boys, they found themselves in a quite comfortable position where they're just willing to play a little bit more passive.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they can let it play for retake. This site, I think Haven's one of the maps that you can kind of, you know, let these sites play for retake. But they're going to get bombed down here 4v4. We're going to see.
It's a bunch of utility still available for Burger Boys in this retake. And actually, it was just a tap. So now the plant's coming in for real this time by Redo. And here's that retake starting off. There's that lockdown from Tokyo to try and force out these defenders or force a fight somewhere. It's Logan to start things off in the kill feed as Timotino's going to fall. But Truth, stuck in towards this corner, will swing out at just the right moment. And Ridu's able to find 2 as well. Katsumi now, 2v1. Rebo all the way out towards Long. The question is, how much can you find as Matt starts to stick? Some shock darts are good, as well as a spray. And now it's a 1v1. Katsumi versus Rebo. Smokes versus that initiator of Sova. Over towards a Long. And I don't even think that the bullets need to decide it. It's just the clock. There's no time remaining, so the kill's just for the fashion.
And Rebo played that really well. I mean, that was a great way to play that 1v2 out. And it worked out for them. They're going to have 3 ults. They're going to have that Astral along with the Neon ult and Sova ult. And they actually made Burger Boys waste that Killjoy ult, which was really important to that retake.
Yeah. The tragic thing is now is like when you look at what is available in terms of the ultimates, you have the Cosmic Divide, you have the Overdrive, you have the Hunter's Fury, all on one side for Rose. So that means like any sort of execute they want to do, they basically have it. Off of just those 3 ults alone. But knowing Rose and knowing how passive they've been so far in this half, yeah, they just want to default out. They want to ascertain some map control first. Oh, but Logan.
What a great ult.
Great ult, and then a great pounce by Tokyo out by mid, able to find Rebo as well. Matt's able to find Rebo, and now it's Ryu and Timotino, just like that. Makes it just no one. Alvin going back to that Guardian, going back to what he knows best. Not thinking, just aiming.
That was that neon buff right there.
Yeah,
the
it was.
60% the slide thing. That was that. He was mid slide, hit the head. That was great. And you know, we did talk about Logan's utility. I completely forgot about his ults. His ults are really good.
Yeah.
He constantly gets 1 or 2. I've seen him get 3 with the ult, which you know, that's really cool.
It's crazy because at the end of this game, he gets all 5, and that's how he wins the round.
Yeah, that's gonna be the last.
Yeah.
Last round, 12-11. Gets 5 with the
Yeah,
ult.
he gets 5 with the ult, for sure. Down C long. But in the meantime, speaking of ults, Team Tino is going to be able to use that dimensional drift over towards C in combination with an overdrive from Truth, in combination with a bunch more utility just to completely dominate the C site. It's all theirs.
And they just gave it right up, Burger Boys.
Yeah.
Those ults are gonna be void here.
The question is, do you feel comfortable on that 5v5 retake? We've seen Burger Boys be good with it before, but when you're getting all of this utility, all that space being grabbed by that Hunter's Fury, well, it's hard to not go at least 1-for-1, but Tokyo on this backstab shots are a little tough. But Matt is able to stabilize in the meantime, so it turns things into a 2-on-2. Make it a 2v1 with Katsumi finding Truth. There's that smoke on the bomb, and it's back to Rebo in a 2v1, but this time it doesn't go his way. Katsumi shuts it down before Rebo can even get started. That's Burger Boys finding that 11th.
And that was a great way to counter that ult right there. They got the trade, they played back, just waited for things to come. A little bit of a whiff from Tokyo, if you will. The blind could have, you know, he could have waited for the blind maybe, but all in all, it works out. And there's a timeout called here. I think that was by Rose. What do you think they're saying?
I think for like Rose's position here, it's really tough because you're down 8-11. You're kind of pushed to an eco because economically you're not doing that good. You still have this cosmic divide, right? And I think it, you know, last round probably wasn't the round to use it, so I'm glad it got saved into this one. But I think this is an opportunity for you to use it, especially if you go for a more aggressive play over towards A. We know how effective that cosmic divide can be if you just, you know, use it for like that CT heaven area, prevent those Burger Boys players from being able to just play passive angles that can control back sight. They don't get that opportunity if you use that wall. Now, I'm not saying that you have to use it, but it's an option into this round, and you can see, especially with how Rose play, maybe possibly doing a default to maybe feel your way out and maybe draw some rotations off of that A site.
Yeah.
It could give you a window in. But in general, I think the more passive plays that we've been seeing from them that have been working is what they should stick towards, and maybe just start to use some of these ults, like that lockdown, like that cosmic divide, to find your way in.
100%, yeah. But the thing is, if you do take that site and Burger Boys, which are very willing to give it up, now they have that breach ult with the overdrive.
That's true.
That is going to be very tough, especially with the overdrive. It is very hard to hit.
Revealing area.
We'll have to see as there's an immediate dash in towards Sewer by Alvin, as well as some 8 orbs being taken. Those slides are coming right in, and it's Poppy's head going right off thanks to those headshots. And there's Tokyo able to find one. A jump out of the smoke from Katsumi can take care of Truth, and immediately, no ults invested. It's a 2v5. Make it a 1v3 as Ridu is able to find himself a Vandal.
He does have this gun now. He's going to look around the map, see what's going on. Not too much info to really take off here. Looks like Burger Boys is going to group up. The correct play, right? Can't kill all 3 of us, right? Surely.
Well, you know.
Not to curse anybody.
I think actually the better play is if they all just line up. Like all in one line.
All crouched, lined up on the same spot.
And just they hold down their spray.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
With the amount of bullets, surely, you know, 4 of them will hit, right?
Yeah, like 3 people shooting's more than 1.
Exactly.
So if we all line up, they can't kill all of us, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, in the meantime, despite the fact that the group up was so effective from Burger Boys to preserve their life,
30
Ridu has
seconds
found
left.
his way onto A, like completely for free. And that plant is going to go down in these next couple seconds. The question is, how costly does this get, right? How much can Ridu actually take away from Burger Boys?
Well, he's given the opportunity to win this.
Oh, for sure.
Because now they're really far. He's going to get whatever positioning they want. They're probably going to have to force out some util to clear and make sure that nobody's there. And he's going to get his free will to play whatever position he wants to play.
In the smoke, spam is through. Alvin goes down. There's a bit more spam coming through. Some more smokes come in. That's another ult used. That's that Rolling Thunder coming through. Ridu shocked up. eventually gets taken out by Matt, but, you know, we were talking about the investment. That's the Overdrive gone and the Rolling Thunder gone on one player.
Yeah, and, you know, they did lose that, but I think it would be worst case scenario to lose that clutch.
Match point.
Yeah.
You know, now they have the round match point, and they have 5 rounds to work with. That's a long time. They're going to have a Killjoy ult coming up soon, so it can't be too bad, right?
No, it's good. It's good that they were able to secure that round. You're still able to, you know, come up on some of these ults in these next coming rounds. And for the side of Rose, they have still those 2 ultimates that we talked about before the timeout, which could be very, very useful. We'll see if they come into effect in this round. Maybe there was a, you know, just some waiting because it was just an eco.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to get aggressive here. Walk down mid. Truth with an early kill. Out.
Immediately, there's that Cosmic Divide coming through over towards Heaven and CT. Logan's going to give that up. In true Burger Boys fashion, they're willing to play for the retake. But look at Matt's position. A player that we know so well for the lurks. Immediately starting things off. But this push through the Cosmic Divide, it actually pays off for Burger Boys as Logan's able to capitalize. And Matt on the other side on that flank can take care of Timo. And
now
just
it's really
like
hard,
that,
but their lurk just died in mid.
their lurk died in mid. They're all stunned up. Truth is able to take care of Matt, sure, but it's a 2v3. Now it's a 2v2 thanks to Truth, and there's that overdrive, but it's taken care of by Logan. And just like that, a 3K out from the guy we've been talking about since the beginning of this game. It's Burger Boys to 13-8 on map 1 of Haven.
And what a way to close it out. I mean, Logan with 3, and you know, the Astral did help them take the site, but then they got a little too greedy with it. They took that, they took it and they pushed through. And that's what ultimately led to their demise, right? They had the Killjoy lurk in mid. Maybe, hey, let's step it back a little bit. Let's get the bomb down, clear our flanks, which Matt was there. And that was a really good flank, by the way. Very aggressive. He was up right away. He was able to kill the planner. And that, it collapsed on them, right?
Yeah, it was, you know, it was a tough position to be in for Rose. I understand why you want to push there. You want to get a little bit more space, buy a little bit more time, you know, make sure that the time pressure really starts to get to them.
Yeah.
But, you know.
It did not pay off. No. So I think next up we have Icebox.
Yeah. I'm an Icebox fan. I don't know how you feel about it.
Icebox is my favorite map.
Yeah.
So people, you know, a lot of people don't like that. But that is my favorite map. You know, I'm very sad that it was gone.
Yeah.
I think it's leaving again.
It's leaving again.
That's
yeah.
sad.
Alongside
Lotus.
Is it Lotus? Yes.
Lotus and then Split and Pearl is coming back.
Yeah, because that's the whole thing. Is it's going to be mid control simulator with Split, Lotus, and Sunset.
Yeah.
Or Split, Pearl, and Sunset all in the same pool. But for Icebox, for all of our fellow Icebox fans out there, you're going to have to wait just a little bit longer. We're going to go cut to a quick break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes with Kwai's favorite map of Icebox.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Run It Back 2024, hosted at the ROK Esports Arena in Miami, Florida. I am Ancient Angel. Here with me is Kwai, and we're coming off the back of a pretty banger map 1.
I mean, that was as action-packed as you can get.
Yeah.
You know, there was the way Rose plays is just fast flood after lurk. Throw in the lurk on the lurk, you know, double lurk. It was a very exciting map, I think.
Yeah. It was a great map 1. It was Rose's pick, though, and they are now down 0-1 in this series. So we're going to see if they can come back into things on map 2 of Icebox. Now, just before the break, we were talking about how much we love Icebox.
Yes.
But it was more of just the fact of rather than the why. So if you want to talk about the why right now and maybe what we should be expecting on Icebox.
For me, the reason I love Icebox is no reason in particular. I just like the map. I think it started when the map first came out and no one really liked it.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, I like this map because no one likes it.
Exactly.
So I'm just going to pick it against everyone,
Right.
and no one's going to want to play it, right? But then it kind of grew on me. I like A a lot. I just like playing on that site. I like B a lot. I like playing on that site too. You get the bomb down, it's over. If you don't get the bomb down, it's over for you guys, you know? So I like that. The mid is like super, it's kind of very choke pointy, but there's a lot you could do with it. You can go under. You have the Viper to put the orb down and lurk. You know, there's a lot of possibilities on that map. Outside of what everyone says, you know, I think we're going to see from these two teams a lot of aggression on this map, which isn't very normal, I think, on this map. It's not normalized, like super heavy amounts of aggression, you know. But I think we're going to see that. It's more of a ranked thing to jump on pipes, but we're going to see Alvin jumping off the top rope, you know, choke slamming somebody, going on the, you know, on, what is that?
The 410? You're talking about the big box?
No, the one on the, ramp. It's ramp, right?
yeah,
Belt?
yeah.
Belt.
Bell.
We're going to see people, you know, jump up, drafting up belt. You know, I think it's going to be something like that.
It's going to be like a jungle gym.
Yeah, which I love about that map.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's great. And the other thing as well that I want to talk about is one of the first times I ever casted Burger Boys. It's actually on Icebox.
Really?
And it was one of those games where, you know, we oftentimes in the Tier 3 space, you know, especially up until recently, we would often underrate Burger Boys as a roster.
Yeah.
And we'd be like, well, you know, they have some good players, but, you know, there was always like this lack of consistency that they had. But recently, ever since, funny enough, you know, around the time of the first heat wave, they really started gaining a lot of consistency and a lot of form. Now, they have had a couple roster changes since then, but overall, I mean, especially from what we just saw from them, the consistency is still there. Like,
Yeah,
they're
of
still
course.
a really solid team.
I think something they do really good and why I appreciate Burger Boys is the outside of game. Matt, the IGL, runs a really tight ship. You know, all roads on that team lead to him, you know, and I can really appreciate that. It gives them almost like a hive mind feeling, you know, and I think that's what really kicked it into high gear with them, you know. Speaking of Icebox and Burger Boys, that is their pick, and you and me both know they are extremely comfortable on that map.
Yep.
They love that map. Little insider info, those are, you know, that's like their favorite map, you know, that's their thing. So I'm expecting I think it's a 2-0.
Okay.
Personally.
I think that's fair.
You know, Rose, I really don't know how they feel about that map. It's a little bit of a puggy map, you could say. So they may be good on it. I mean, they looked like they're very comfortable with that type of playstyle in Haven.
I mean,
right? Looks like they like to take duels.
Yeah. The thing that I want to raise the question about is what the roles are going to look like for Burger Boys, because we've obviously seen that role change start to come in. But the one thing that I always think about when I'm thinking about Burger Boys on Icebox is Matt on Viper lurking. That to me is like what he does best. But we know that recently it's been, you know, smokes have been going over to Katsumi, right? And Sentinel has been Tokyo. Well, if Tokyo is going to be on Killjoy, presumably, because that's the Sentinel you play on Icebox, does that leave Katsumi for Viper? And then if so, you know, where does Matt fit into this team?
You know, Matt has a good initiator, but the thing is, Logan is so comfortable in that Sova.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of an awkward situation for Burger Boys, I think, because everyone has their comfortable roles, right? And some of them collide a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I think Matt on Viper is something super vital to the team, right? We might see Katsumi on it. Not too sure. But I guess we'll see, right? And there's also like, behind the scenes, Logan Jet, and there's just a bunch of things that we don't really know. It's going to be a big question mark until we get into the game, but I think this is a map they're all comfortable on and something that is going to be exciting, especially with a team like against Rose, where Rose is a very fast flood, it looks like.
Yeah.
Get aggressive, and that fits perfectly on this map. Fast flooding is like the perfect thing on this map.
Well, and that's the thing that I wanted to mention was the fact that with Rose, because of how sometimes unorthodox they like to play, it's what makes them exciting. Because, like, for all we know, they're going to pull out ISO. Like, they so genuinely could. And knowing Rose, if they do that, it'll work.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
I do want to see an ISO because he
love
got
to see
buffed.
ISO. Yeah.
He's like against in ranked,
I mean,
guess.
listen,
in ranked, he's pretty good.
Just to theory craft a little bit. You could definitely get it to work with like the ult.
Yeah.
And you just throw it on for the post plant to like bring someone out of the retake.
This is like one of the better maps to pull the ISO out on because everyone you're kind of confined to the same spots on this map, right? So the ult would be great. The shield is great, like on B.
Yeah, B long.
The wall's also good on B, on A for pushing onto the site, right? Because you're stuck with that choke point with two point of views, right?
Yeah.
So, I think this is one of the better maps to pull it out on. If you are going to pull it out, I do want to see it.
Coaches, if you're listening.
I haven't seen it in a match, and I don't watch many games, but I haven't seen it yet.
No, it really hasn't. I mean, we've seen ISO on Haven. That's been a pretty common one.
I could see that, though. That's another good map.
We're about to see. Something tells me that Rose is not going to lean into the ISO, despite what I wish for. Instead, we're going to see a Tokyo. Okay, no, it's going to be a Killjoy, like we were talking about. At first, when he was hovering chamber, I was like really confused and slightly scared, but no, things are starting to make sense. You see Timotino on the jet. With Poppy,
I like the Gecko.
Hovering onto the Gecko.
That one makes sense.
Yeah, Gecko on Icebox, I feel like is getting to be quite standard, especially because of how much post-plant utility there is, right?
Yeah.
The wingman can just cut through a lot of that.
I believe we're going to see Matt on Gecko.
Matt Gecko.
While you brought that up, yes.
Yeah.
I believe we're going to see that. That's been practiced a lot. It's been in the works. I think it's good. It's pretty good. But we're going to see a Sage out of Rebo. That's a little bit of a throwback.
Yeah.
I think it's doable. Like, it works out sometimes. Yeah. It's a little... You trade a lot off when you have that Sage, I think.
Sure. Well, yeah, because you lose a lot of that utility that you can use to, like, clear angles, find sites, right? You're effectively, in this comp, you're trading out the Sova for the Sage, right? And you're just trying to rely solely on the Gecko to get you a lot of that clearing power. But... we'll have to see if that does pay off. I think Poppy, in terms of initiator players in the server, he's definitely one of the best. He's definitely been one of the most consistent for years and years and years that we've seen him. So this is totally fine by me. I think if anyone can get it done solo Gecko, it probably would be Poppy. The question is, is there enough space that he can create that his team can then follow up, and then you can have those, 2 Sentinels, technically 3 if you include Redo, really capitalize off of that.
I think going into a team like Burger Boys, where map control is such a big thing for them, like getting up and finding those holes in the comp, and finding those holes on the map, I think having a Sage is going to be tough. Because now they have no info. They have info, but they don't have a lot of info. And it's going to be really hard to adjust, right? And find those openings and holes with just the Gecko, right? So we're going to see how Poppy can adjust to that. I think it's doable.
Definitely.
But we're looking at Burger Boy starting on T side here. Let's see what they get up to.
Yeah, it's good old classic Burger Boys attack, just like we saw on Haven, starting things off. We get Alvin on the Jet, a little bit different than the Neon, fair bit more ADHD, which I feel like fits him. A little bit more twitchy, you just pop your dash and run around.
I can see that. Yeah, it looks like they're starting towards A, though, and they throw that B fake wall. They actually might have persuaded some people to come over to B. There's 3 people on B right now pushing down Garage.
This is a...
Katsumi with a great work, though.
Yeah, this is a crazy timing. I mean, they've completely slipped the gap.
But they're not going to And they're going to find out that there's someone flanked too. So they have all the info.
They have all that info, but look at Katsumi just taking the opportunity off of that turret to just run all the way up to the top of the site. Will be able to catch this player until the shots go a little wide, but eventually closes things out onto Poppy. On the other side of the map, though, Ryu and Logan look to trade some shots. Team Otina will finally take care of that B-lurker. It's a 3v3, and that A site completely empty by both sides.
And we actually see the, I just realized this, but the KJ opted for a deagle on CT side, truth. That's interesting. Kind of, you know, leaving a little bit of utility to waste here, but
it's like a less cosplay that Truth is doing right there. Just
I respect it because I do it too.
Yeah, right.
You know?
I feel like, you know, just if just hit your shots. You know?
Yeah. I mean, it's
left.
one shot with a deagle.
Exactly.
If you hit him in the head. So
exactly. So, well, you know, that re-rotation, that cutting noise from Burger Boys did end up helping pull those rotations off of the B site for Rose. So now it's going to be about that deagle in that retake. Truth starts things off. Rebo is able to find another, and now it's all up to Logan with nothing but that Sheriff. It's not gonna pan out this time. So Rose able to take this pistol, able to finally break the curse that they had on Haven, where they just couldn't string together that start.
And it looks like they're gonna get 3 sheriffs off this. A little bit of a weird thing, but that's actually really good because now you have a round 2 option, right? You can use that sheriff and then save money, and your economy is gonna look great, you know. And we see Team Otina opting for that outlaw. We saw how great he was on the op, right?
Yeah, I was about to bring that up. That's such a powerful tool, especially in round 2. And first off, you mentioned how powerful he is on the op, but in a position like this where that essentially is an op, right?
Yeah.
It's an op that can fire super, super quickly, you know. And if you're put onto the right line, I mean, Burger Boy's entire plan in this round just gets destroyed just like that.
Yeah.
Let's see it. As some belt action gets taken, a jiggle in from Alvin Boy, but he's down to 10. Just like that, it's Poppy with the Guardian to finish things off, but there's that swing in from Matt. Will eventually get traded by Poppy as Rebo now runs into the site to try and recover things. It's Logan and Tokyo, 2v4.
Now they're stuck outside.
Tokyo's able to find one, but Poppy can find a third in the round. Does get traded by Logan, so now it's a 1v2. 1 HP effectively for that Sova, and just like that, Truth explains why with 1 deagle shot.
Yeah, they collected some of those guns. So, I mean, that was a good eco, right? They got some guns off. They're only stuck with not the greatest weapons, and they're going to be able to take this round. 4 Guardians out of... What is this?
Well...
They don't have much money.
I mean,
I think they bought Deagles last round, right?
They did, and I think even Alvin had like some heavy shields or something.
Yeah, he had a Guardian.
Yeah.
And heavy shields. So interesting eco strat here.
See what Tokyo can find with this Guardian over towards mid. We saw it in his hands a fair few times over on Haven, and for now it's just been some tags, just some bullets whizzing by, as Redo, taken down to 60 health over towards, you know, that B long area, has to back up, has to give away that space.
Just looking for something on the map right now. We see that Jets walked up all the way A, and it looks like he might catch Tokyo here. Yeah. And now they know exactly where they are. This was a big problem on their T side last game, right? We saw that Rose was taking a lot of area towards, you know, around the map and kind of knowing exactly where they are, so Redo and Rebo can just clean up the site, right? That's kind of what's happening here now.
Thrash from Poppy. Won't be able to find anything directly, but instead we'll just allow some space to get taken and for Katsumi and Logan to fall. So now it's just Matt and Alvin, 2v4. More space getting taken, more trades going through as Rebo takes out Matt. And now it's just Alvin,
30 seconds
1v3.
Here.
If there's any time to aim, if there's any time to get active, it would be now. But nah, Redo just keeping things clean, shutting things down, and now we're seeing a 3-0 start on the other side of things.
Yeah, a little kind of the opposite of last game, right? Forced onto an eco for Burger Boys. They're going to have to cook something up here and change something, right? They need to make an adjustment. We'll see what they end up doing here. So far, though, looking good for Rose.
Yeah, no, this is like a night and day difference from Rose that we saw in Haven, right? We're seeing Poppy really come alive. Rebo's having his moments that are a lot more. Ridu's still being really consistent. Unfortunately, we haven't seen, you know, the Tino demon that we saw like on map 1. But instead, you know, we're just seeing.
I think you just saw that.
Yeah, no, cast a curse right now. This is when the demon comes alive with that outlaw. He's starting to really heat up on the cold map Icebox. There's another kill. Can he make it a third? He sure can. Just like that. 2 more bullets in the chamber as Poppy continuing to clean up. There's a shot from Tokyo, and there's a second one. That's really, really good out of him. It's a 1v2 at this point. Picks up the Vandal, but the timing is just a little bit too strict. And Truth can close things out, make sure that the Rose train keeps a-going, bloom into their 4th.
Here.
You know, Repo coming up with the flank, too, I think. Was a tough spot for Tokyo. That was really cool by Tino, by the way. Jumped up onto the bell area, got a tag onto 140, and then immediately turned around and headshot the other dude.
Yeah.
And now we look, we can see that he upgraded to an op. That's gonna be cool. Yeah. Let's see what he does with this.
No more 140 tags.
No more 140 tags. Only kills.
Only kills, just like this one as he pushes down pipes. But thankfully for the side of Burger Boys, he gets flashed off from that Dizzy. Now there's that Hunter's Fury coming in just to try and disrupt even more as they continue to take this A space. Tino now repositions over towards Heaven. Katsumi finds Rebo, trying to do some sort of mid-control flank, peeks over towards mid. A jump spot from Tokyo goes a little bit awry, but thankfully Alvin is there for the trade. So for Rose, it's a 2v4 on the retake. It's Redo and Truth. Can they find some victory here for Rose, or will it just be an Alvin classic? Well, hold on. They found those 2 kills, so now it's up to Matt and Katsumi to hold on to things. Make sure they don't lose this post plant.
Matt does have the ult, though. He's probably going to extend it here to see.
Let's see what he can find.
And it does look like...
Katsumi, just like that, can just get those 3 kills, close things out.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was good right there. We saw that they actually learned from Haven, right?
Yeah.
They saw the op. They're like, okay, this guy isn't missing right now. We need to find a way to trade him out. And that's exactly what they did. They got the jump peak. He was trying to run away. And he was traded. Amazing job by Alvin, I think, on that.
Yeah. No, Alvin, I think, started this day a little slow, but now he's really starting to work into things. His entries have gotten a little bit better, and now, thankfully, they don't have to worry about, you know, Tino with the scope anymore. He's just got a Vandal, and you can see they're going to take that opportunity to start heading towards B as, you know, all those long sight lines with no op to take advantage.
Yeah. I like to point out it's 4-1 now.
Yeah.
Burger Boys won the first round, or won the 5th round.
Yeah.
Looking a lot like Haven.
It might just be, but Tokyo making sure that this round looks a lot different than previous by opening things up on the Poppy. And there's Alvin finally being able to find Truth over towards B. Katsumi can find Redo in mid, and just like that, Tino, how much can he find? The answer is 2 on the flank. That turns things into a 2v2. And just like that, this is winnable for Rose.
They're going to have the res up, too. It's a 3v2 now.
Yeah.
And Matt's going to have a lot on his plate here.
Ooh. He spotted. Eventually has to try and run away. Tino pops the Blade Storm. Updrafts up. Matt ducked behind that stack, ducked behind those couple crates. Timo continuing just to try and frag around. Matt on that swing, on that jiggle, just buying time for Logan to reposition towards Snowman. Finds a second frag, and now it's a 1v1. Logan versus Timo. 2 stars on both sides as Timo now starts to stick. He gets it to half. He gets off. He swings, and he gets the kill. 4 on the round for Tino, and a 5th round for Rose.
And that was pure confidence out of Tino, right? We saw him. I can't kill Matt. I need to kill him. Let me just keep on shooting, keep on swinging. And then he came up, swung, 30 HP. Logan dead.
That's all you need.
Yeah, right.
Just one good swing. And at this point, you know, now things are starting to look a little bit different from Haven, right? Where we're not seeing that brilliant recovery like we first saw. Instead, we're looking to Burger Boys for some further adjustments. You know, where do you go from this point? Because now we've seen that B is, you know, a lot more formidable than you first thought. So what does A look like, especially now that this Viper's Pit is down on the field?
Yeah. I think Rose is doing a really good job at kind of avoiding them in a way, taking them from places they're not looking at, right? We've seen Timotino run up A countless of times, and they're really making that space.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, right? Not looking for Poppy above that Viper's pit. Thankfully, though, Tokyo is there to trade, but Alvin with that Blade Storm, able to trade out that kill, and is able to take care of Redo. So now it's just on to Rebo in a 1v3. It was like in the middle of nowhere. That defending Killjoy lockdown will be able to take care of Tokyo, and Matt's detained, so this really does just rely on Alvin. Can he be consistent? Matt, undetained, is able to walk away, and there's that rotation called from Burger Boys. They're going to try and run to B as fast as their feet will allow.
It looks like Rebo knows, though. He's going to be ready for this.
Yeah. The question is, does he get into a position where he can find these players before that plant goes down, or will they be ready for him? The Dizzy goes out. Rebo doesn't get tagged up by it. Is he aware? Yes, he is, but Alvin's there on the trade. And just like that, 5-2, Burger Boys finally find their second round.
And I mean, that was as close as you can get of a second round, right? I mean, Alvin had 12 HP at the end of that. So what we're going to see here, I think Burger Boys needs to kind of clean it up a little bit, realizing what's happening. They made a great adjustment towards the last couple rounds on Haven T side, where they were like, okay, they're running it down on us. Let's just chill out. I think we need to see some of that. We need to see some of that, hey, what are they doing, right?
We're about to find out what they're doing. Here you can see that good old-fashioned Rose aggression. 3 players pushing out towards A. Redo with the judge. Just trying to play back towards 410. Buy a little bit of time, as you can see. The rest of Burger Boys trying to do business as usual. That Sheriff rings out. Doesn't really get much. Instead, it's just going to be trades on the site. That Judge is still alive somehow, but eventually does get traded out by Logan. Timotino still in the back of the site with that Sheriff to have things as the 3v2. Make it a 3v1 as Logan falls to that exact Sheriff. It's Matt alone in a 1v3. There's a Vandal in the hands of Timotino, but it's not even required. Rebo's Phantom gets the job done. Bros have guaranteed 6.
And look at that fast flood by Rose. I mean, they gave him no space at all. Even though Alvin had a great entry where he dashed up 410, made as much space as possible, got a kill, they just instantly went right back into it, and Rose flooded the site. And that's what ended up causing the demise of Burger Boys.
In part, I want to give credit there to both Timo and Redo for staying alive for as long as they did on the site, right?
They did give enough time for, you know, the rest of the team to flood on the site and actually fight that side, and then they were pointing it, right?
It was a really, really brilliantly played round, and for Burger Boys, now you're down to that dreaded Shiko, the Sheriff Eco. What can you do? I mean, the answer, what can you do, is damage, right? Get some headshots in, but how many of those will you find? Now that's the question we're looking to answer.
I mean, you know, in Valorant, the ecos are a lot different than any other game, I think. Any round is winnable. The Sheriff is one tap if you hit him in the head, right? So
for sure.
Let's get some of those headshots in, see what we could do. Looks like they're going to leave, deposit Katsumi towards B. This is a good play, I think, and Tokyo's already all the way up A.
Yeah, this is a good old-fashioned Tokyo lurk. Just going straight in through Icebox, all the way onto the A site. It's going to be like, hey guys, I think I have this A site. And then you peek into Poppy, and Poppy, ever so consistent, will be able to take out that lurking Killjoy. So here's that backfill space, that wingman coming through, trying to plant the spike, but Poppy just gets 3 like it's nothing. And it's all onto Katsumi all the way across the map, over towards yellow, just trying to find any sort of consolation frags, but can't even get that. Truth gets that kill, and just like that, Rose, they've secured a lead.
Yeah, and they are securing economy here. That was a big round for the economy. They flawless, they're going to have guns into next, and they get money. So now it looks like they may just about have buys for the rest of the half.
And not only do they have buys for the rest of the half, they have the lead for the rest of the half, like I was saying a little bit earlier, right? The best Burger Boys can do at this point is 7-5. And then they're pushed to the defense, and sure, you can say, oh, well, Icebox defender-sided map because it's hard to take, but, I mean, with the way that Rose are playing, it might just be a Rose-sided map, at least this time. We'll have to see as B long gets taken yet again by the Burger Boys. Rebo looking to wall up towards mid, try and get that rotation in immediately. Could activate a Katsumi flank, but that wall, it's really well placed. And so for Logan, it's about finding these entries in towards B, and can you take out Redo in time? The answer is you can take him out, but not until he takes out Alvin first, meaning it's going to be a 3-on-3. There's that res from Rebo coming in to redo. And now, as that lockdown comes in, you have to just try and find these kills or let the kills find the time. Lockdown, it's going to get used, but to no avail. No one gets detained as these players all on Burger Boys are playing back. True Icebox fashion, you play passive on that post plant to see what you can do. It's Tokyo in a 1v3, but the wingman's on the spike, and that Molly's not going to hit. Rose,
Another solid win, 8-2. Really rough position for Burger Boys to be in right now. And you know what? We're actually seeing a lot of impact from this Sage.
Yeah.
Those slows are coming into play. The wall going down on B is giving a lot of impact. A lot of, info in a way. And the res has won them 2 rounds now. They're getting that man advantage even though they're down maybe neutral on man. And they're getting the man advantage, and that's what's winning them these rounds here.
Yeah, no, Rebo has, I think, done a phenomenal job, especially because we were, we weren't really talking bad about the Sage, but we were kind of saying that the Sage isn't nearly as impactful as we would think, but we're getting proven wrong here, and that's great to see. Speaking of impact, finding an entry just like that and allowing Poppy to trade out, turn things into a 3-on-3 thanks to Logan, means that this round could be pretty nicely, especially with those 2 outlaws continuing to hold a crossfire along the site. Some updrafts being used by Alvin to position himself on top of 410, just trying to watch around that toxic screen. Not really going to find anything just yet. Instead, it's going to be Timotino looking to re-aggress over towards Rafters area. There's that first little stab on towards Truth. He's going to get taken down by Tokyo. The outlaw shots, they actually go a little bit wide. They don't hit, so now it's just Redo in a 1v3 with that Vandal. I mean, we've seen some similar situations before out of Redo. The question is, can he get it done this time? Well, he's found the first. He's looking to try and find the second, but they're looking to swing at the same time. And there's that little wall bang from Logan just around that corner. So Burger Boys, they're making sure that things don't get too crazy. They found the third. They're looking to still try and get that fourth.
That was a great round to get, right? That was the momentum. That was the, hey, we can get at least 3, and then 9-3. Everyone knows the curse, right? I think that was a very scary round for a second, though, because no one had heavy shields, right? No. And there were 2 outlaws in play. Those are 2 one-taps, right?
Yeah.
So good on them to clean it up. Looking at the last round of the half here.
I'm looking at a Timotino op. That's what I'm looking at. I am also looking at a missed shot. Matt with that really, really wide swing, able to take care of it, but Timotino with the shot.
And they're not able to trade it.
No, they're not, and Alvin gets detained by that Thrash, so Poppy's going to be able to clean him up too, and now it's a 3v5. Poppy's able to fall back. Rebo finds Katsumi, and just like that, it's another kill, and Logan can't find a clutch in him. So 9-3 at the half. If you're a Burger Boys fan, you better start hoping and praying about curses.
That one hurts, right?
Yeah.
I mean, now, coming into the half, 9-3, they need pistols. If they don't get pistoled, they're really in trouble, right? Yeah. But Rose, 16-6 from Timo, 12-5 from Redo, and another 12 from Poppy, right? They are really fragging out, and they are being dominant about it, right? They know that they're good at maps like this, right? I said it earlier in the pregame. But they're favored, on maps that are fast flooded based. That's their whole playstyle, right?
Yeah.
And that's what they enjoy doing. They enjoy being really aggressive, and it's obviously paying off, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you can just see, I think the fact that Timotino is 16-6 speaks for itself, right?
I mean, he has just been doing the jungle gym on A.
Now it's all about the jungle gym over by B for Burger Boys as they're able to take those first 2 picks of the round. They're looking to back away. Alvin's in the back of yellow just trying to anchor this position right here. Make sure that Rose don't get too far into B. You can't just throw bodies at the problem every time. It's going to be this great hit by Logan, as well as the flash from Matt to allow Alvin to swing out yellow just like that. Finds another one, make it a third in the round. And now it's all up to redo 1v3. Finds Tokyo, but now it's trying to get that spike from B long. Matt and Alvin looking to just
They
try
are
and collect
giving
this
him
round.
the bomb here. They're giving him a lot of space to pick it up.
Toxin screen down.
I don't know if they read this. Well, it doesn't matter if the read is there because the kill is there from Alvin. 4 on the round. That's the confidence from Alvin that we were looking to at the start of the series.
Yeah, and we do see him top of leaderboard for Burger Boys. You know, if anything could save a 9-3 half, it's Alvin dropping 30 kills.
Okay.
So, you know, I guess we'll see how that goes, but that is a good way to start it, right? A 4K gives you the momentum, then he gets 2, and, you know, from there he can snowball off of it.
I was going to say, you get 2 in this round, plus a death, plus an ult orb maybe in round 3, you get your Blade Storm. And we know that that's an ultimate you want to farm as many times as possible to get that op online, but you can see in this round 2 bye, Alvin's just sticking to the Sheriff, and the rotation's being called immediately from Burger Boys over towards A. They're just leaving Matt alone on B with that Guardian, and even he's starting to back up.
You know, it looks like they're playing really passive, which I like, right? Keep the map control, keep what you have, look for what they're doing, right? And kind of adjust off that. Looks like they're going to sneak up B, though.
Oh, but Matt able to find redo. I mean, there is the fact that Truth can trade out, so there is a little bit of concern there as that B site is going to get taken by Rose. But Burger Boys, you know, they have some utility and they have a lot of guns, so a retake is totally out of the question.
What can Alvin do with this Deagle, though? That is the question.
There's that wall coming in from Vivo. The very end will be able to get that Sage down.
Look
but
at Truth
in the back of the site can find Katsumi, but there's Logan with the Guardian able to take care of that. There's a flank from Tokyo that just needs to be all about time, but Timotino's on the site in a 2v1. Alvin and Tokyo, you have to try and play together here, but they line up. That eventually means that Tokyo's down. It's just Alvin with a Spectre running around every which way. You have to try and stick this because time is low, and at that point, yeah, there is time, just like that.
Yep. He's going to get that, and he got his 3 this round. He's building up that ult. He has it online. Looking like he could potentially have the option to bring out an op, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Really? Let's see.
this is...
I think he brings it out next round, right?
Yeah, I think it would make sense economically to use the ult this round.
Oh, he brings it out this round.
Yeah,
Which,
I mean,
honestly, I think is good. They need
Yeah.
some rounds to tie it back up, right? And they're giving it to Tokyo. Is that what's going on here? I don't mind that.
Yeah, no, I mean,
You know?
Tokyo's a pretty consistent aimer, especially if you just want him to anchor out towards A, play retake maybe,
Yeah.
just try and get the one and get out.
And he actually used to be a duelist player.
Yeah,
so
he-
I think,
he was
and he was a
crazy
jet
at it.
op, so I think this is good.
Some mid-aggression off of that brainstorm. It is going to mean that Alvin's going to have to back up, thanks to all that utility being used from Rose. This A site under lock and key by both Tokyo and Logan. It means that mid is kind of the gap right now, and you can see that Rose are looking to explore it a little bit off the back of that poison orb going up. Tube looking to get taken by Timotino, but Alvin is going to be the keeper of the cross, the keeper of the window. The question is, does Timotino predict it? He does. Some bullets get traded alongside some blades. But my mind just keeps going back to round 2 and how close that was.
Yeah, no, that was definitely scary. Things can get out of control really fast on the second round, right? When you have that confidence and it doesn't pay off a little bit, then, you know, you're going to have to take a foot back. But it looks like Tokyo's going to get caught out here with this op. Stays alive. Has a little bit of HP gone.
Stays alive, gets out, allows to buy time for the rest of these players, and will actually find one with that op, but then Timotino on that trade, ever so consistent. Katsumi has picked it up, but he's just going to stick with that Sheriff to find one, make it a second, and now it's redo. 1v2. The lineup was there, but so was the trade from Matt.
And
just like that.
That was a great round to get, right? You want to
Yeah.
get that third round because you're down so much. And they're going to get the op back. That's super important, right?
Yeah.
They had the potential to lose that op, but the fact that they won this round, they get this op for the 4th round, right? And that op stays alive in play. Maybe Tokyo gets it back. Maybe they're going to go something aggressive with Alvin. We don't know.
Well, Alvin's the one to grab it, so something tells me he's going to probably play aggressive, maybe over towards B. It makes sense considering we've seen just how consistent Tokyo is over towards this A site, and just, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? We don't need to move that Killjoy around just yet. For Rose, though, I think the key so far in this attack half has actually been mid, and the space that they've been able to find slowly.
Yeah.
So
I mean, a lot of these rounds we've seen that Burger Boys actually doesn't really touch mid. You know, they had a turret one round they didn't, they had nothing there, so we'll have to see how Rose plays off of that, right? And if they could find that out.
Well, Truth in mid, snuck under the tube, could backstab these two B players thanks to that poison orb. Matt was looking, but you can only look for so long before a bullet meets your forehead. And at that point, it's all up to Katsumi, alone towards yellow, peeks out, gets taken out by Poppy, and now Alvin, the first responder for the retake with that op. I mean,
Burger Boy's in a bad position here, right? How do you work off of this?
A save isn't even out of the question, but they want to go for it. Truth is able to find Logan, and the no-scope drop from Alvin is how Truth falls. And that turns things into a 2v4. There's still a couple ultimates online on the side of Rose, but in
Looks
general...
like they're going to opt for the save here.
Yeah.
I mean, keep the op alive. Tokyo has 7 HP. It's going to be...
all the way over towards top mid. I mean, this op is not safe at all yet. And you can see Rebo's able to take care of Tokyo. And Alvin, at this point, it's not even about the op. It's just about a Vandal, and you can't even get that. Timotino being really good with those shots.
They're going to pick up the op. Rose.
An attacking side op.
I mean, when you have Timotino, who is clearly extremely comfortable in this op, right, I don't think it's a big problem, right? You kind of... Yeah, you're 20 and 9 right now. Here, take this. Do whatever you want. You know. Oh, we did see a no scope by Alvin Boy though. That was pretty cool, right?
Yeah. I mean, what's cooler, a no scope or a knife kill?
I think a no scope.
I would agree, right?
Yeah.
Those
I think it's
trick
just
shots,
cooler. It looks cooler.
for sure.
You know.
Yeah.
Well, it's now round 17, and we see that op on the attacking side in the hands of Timotino over towards A, but. Based on what we've seen from Burger Boys playing, it seems they want to play a bit more of a passive A7 to try and get active over towards B or mid. And we see that as Rebo takes a couple shots over towards Matt, as this A site is now under some pressure. That lockdown comes in. Alvin's going to maybe try and get one before getting out. Tries to swing in, dash away, run away, get out, you're detained. Okay, that means that this retake is not going to be nearly as fast as Burger Boys would initially like.
Looks like Timotino's going to walk out with this op though, try to get one. Redo with a collat though, it looks like.
Line up that spray down as Rebo finds two. It's all up to Matt with that stinger. You can't make that stinger sing that much. Truth's going to be able to get that kill. And this is a night and day difference from what we saw at a Rose.
Oh yeah, they look comfortable on this map. They look extremely comfortable. Like I said, it was a jungle. I think it was going to be a jungle gym. It clearly is. They are just, people are flying off the top rope. Timotino's just running around with an op, getting everybody, killing everything in sight, and it's working out for them. It's a really dominant performance.
This has been a great step up across the board from these Rose players in map number 2, but there's still a little bit more VALORANT to play. We can't say it's over just yet because the number 13 has not showed up on the scoreboard.
That is true.
So Truth now being that first aggressor over towards mid will actually be able to find Katsumi. In the meantime, it's Alvin with the collat over towards ramp. Okay, that's how numbers start to get stabilized for Burger Boys. A run out from Tokyo over towards mid. Will actually just take a bunch of damage, have to back away. A res comes in, so Poppy's back on the field, meaning it is going to be a 4-on-4.
And it looks like a lot of the people on the Burger Boys side are actually low HP. We saw 2 at least in the red, right? And that's going to be tough. Tokyo with 1, though.
Yeah, I mean...
Who cares about HP when you headshot them?
You know, 27 HP, that's more than 0, so he can still take off ahead here and there. Alvin's immediately rotated over to B in time for this plant. He goes through the toxic screen and dashes forward, meaning that Poppy's able to get the kill. Oh, I know that hurts, but Logan and Matt are still alive. Logan and Matt can still do this. There's a chance. In a 2v3, sure, there's that Viper's Pit. We always have a little bit of Matt magic, but when Rebo goes in, Rebo gets his, and now it's all up to Logan in a 1v2. Hunter's Fury available. Probably not the smartest idea to use it. You tap the spike. You wait.
Not ready yet.
You peek around. You see that ult comes in, and you realize the time on the clock is not enough. It's a save for Logan. Rose are going to be able to find their way to 12 to match point, and it's going to be Burger Boys needing a 6 round in a row comeback.
Yeah, and these rounds are getting close,
Match
you know,
point.
but close isn't cutting it, right?
Yeah.
We need to see some Burger Boy rounds on the board if they do want to have that comeback. They are going to get a gun, though, and it looks like they will have a pretty solid buy, all things considered. But Team Latino right now and crew are looking unstoppable.
Yeah, this has been a great game from not just Team Latino, but also Rebo. I
Yeah.
feel like the step up that we've seen from Rebo between map 1 and map 2 is like who is this guy?
Yeah, and in that round 2, it was a 4v3, and they get a res. So now it's 4v4 again,
Yeah.
right?
It was a collat from Alvin, and you can see Burger Boys, they really want to switch up the pace at this point. They want to try and fast flank. You can see there is a 1-for-1 trade in the hands of Rebo and Logan, but that plant is still going to come down, and it's going to be on Tokyo to try and engage from the front, but Logan gets taken out on the flank, and now that's numbers in favor of Rose. The Burger Boys, this is not the position you want to be in, but it's the position you have to make do with. That Thrash goes in. It doesn't find much. It just finds one detainee. As Matt gets taken down, so does Tokyo, and it's all on to Katsumi. A 1v4, and you can only get the first. 13-8 was Haven, but 13-6 is Icebox. Rose make sure we're going to map 3.
Yeah, and I think map 3 next is Bind. But speaking of Icebox, Rose looking phenomenal. They made the changes they need to make, and they came out swinging. They did not stop swinging, actually. All they did was, you know, swing it, swing,
Yeah.
and it worked. That works when you're hitting the headshot, right?
I mean, absolutely, right? Hey, listen, Valorant is an FPS game, so if you don't hit your shots, then
That's what it starts with, right?
Yeah.
You have to shoot your gun, and if you can shoot your gun good, like Team Tino with that op,
oh my goodness,
you're going to look good. But I like to point out the Sage.
Yeah.
That Sage worked out great for them. I
Yeah.
mean, they have practice with that.
Well, I think part of it as well, and part of the reason that Sage ended up working so well, was because of the fact that on the other side, from Burger Boys, there felt like a little bit of, I don't want to say hesitancy, but it felt like they didn't really have ways to take space very quickly.
Yeah.
Right? Or at the very least, very quickly and very safely, right? There was no really pervasive flashes that were coming through for them. So it was more just like, oh, we can use the Gecko Dizzy, and maybe they'll be blind for a second. But there was no KO, there was no breach or Sky that could really take advantage and blind up people for long periods of time to take a really, really advantageous fight. You really just had to rely on your pre-aim, your micro adjustments, your information.
Yeah. And I think Rose was doing a good job countering what they learned about last map, whereas last map, the Burger Boys were giving them zero space to work with on T side. But they noticed that, and into Icebox, they said, hey, if they're going to be flanking every round, just put 2 people flank. 2 bullets are more than 1, right?
That's true.
So, and we saw that time and time again. The Burger Boys weren't allowed to take as much space because of that as well, right? And, you know, speaking of that Sage, the util was great. The ult, I think every round they ulted.
They won.
They won, but the ult actually played an impact, right? It was taking those 4v3s and, you know, 2v3s into 3v3s and 4v4s, right? And that's what that ult is used for, and it worked out great, right?
No, it was perfect. And, you know, now with Rose winning that, it's put Burger Boys in a bit of a bind.
Yeah.
We're about to see Bind as map 3 in just a couple minutes. So don't go anywhere because this game has just gotten started. Map 3 is coming up in just a little bit. Welcome back to Run It Back 2024 here at the ROK Esports Arena in Miami, Florida. My name is Ancient Angel. Here with me is Kwai, and we are on to map 3 of what we claimed to be the most hype game of the day.
The final match. I'm actually excited it got to a map 3. You know, more content for us.
Absolutely.
From 2 good teams, you know. Looking forward to it is Bind, though.
Yeah.
Interesting map. We've seen 2 very aggressive maps, and Bind is a really hard map to find aggression on sometimes. You have those chokes, and that's where most of the fighting happens, right? If you give up those chokes, it's going to be really tough. You're going to have a hard time on Bind. But if you enforce those chokes, and you know you do a lot of that annoying stuff that you're like, I don't want to deal with this, you know, then Bind gets really tough for the T side, right?
Yeah. The way I always like to talk about Bind is I hate playing it, but I love watching it because you see all these really complex defaults and all that map control. I love that. But then playing that in like a ranked game sucks.
Really? I'm the other way around. You know, I like playing it in ranked, but when it comes to these matches, I'm like, wow, this map is just so upsetting to watch. I'm annoyed for the players, I think.
Something that I find cool is the deadlock from Truth.
I like it. I was just talking about this the other day. Someone asked me what maps Deadlock would work on, and I'm like, Abyss is probably pretty good on. I saw it on, I think it's on Ascent, right? People play the double Senti comp.
Yeah.
And then I think, I haven't seen it much, but I feel like it would be good on Bind, right? Because you have the Raze is such a staple on this map.
Yeah.
And the Gecko is coming into play. So having Deadlock is kind of like, there's possibilities. And the trips, obviously, you have a lot of places where you're forced to make noise, right?
Yeah.
Primarily hookah, you know, wherever they're planting the bomb, right? The defaults, and you know, I think it's just good, right? Because you put it where you put it on bomb, you put it, you know, maybe under hookah if you're on defense, right? And you have this Raze nade and this Gecko molly that you can use it off of, and obviously you have the C, the grenade.
Yeah.
And it detains them too, partial detain, it crouches them, but
I think the other merit to this deadlock is because of how Bind's map layout is, it does fit itself very well to these very burst heavy executes, right?
Yeah.
Where you see all this utility flooding onto the site from the attackers, and that's what Deadlock does best, is stopping the attackers from capitalizing off that utility and taking all that space. So you can really kind of just bleed a lot of that utility dry, and on a map like Bind, which actually leans a bit defender-sided, you know, you can use that to your advantage and then just say, all right, well, you know, this map already sucks to attack on. Now try doing it without utility.
Yeah, and I think even the ult too, like the ult usually is pretty hard to use, I think. But on this map, it's so confined and you feel so restricted on this map that there's a lot of places to use this ult. And to take someone out, even partially, for a period of time on the Flood is going to be really good against with a team that is very Flood heavy. We're going to see them. It's, you know, we talked about it in the post game off stream, and we're like, these people are dying like they die, or they're playing like they die in real life. You know, they're not letting their brothers die. You know, and I think that's going to be really good on a map like this.
We're about to see as it's another pistol round where we start off with Burger Boys on attack and Rose on the defense. And you can see for the Burger Boys, they want a 4-1 split. They want the Showers control, and it's going to be Poppy and Timotino to answer, but they both get taken down alongside their Sky. And just like that, it's a 2v3. Tokyo going to get that heal a little bit from Logan.
And you know what? They killed the Sky, so now no one else can heal. They have no more heals on the Rose side. But this is, in my opinion, my favorite part of Sky is the pistol round, where you have that heal. It's so beneficial on this pistol round.
Well, Rebo and Truth are going to both stick to this A site. They're going to stick to where Burger Boys are, but there's that rotate. So now it's about, do you take the teleporter, and if so, at what time?
Play.
Yeah, they do it just like that. Logan able to trade out 1-for-1. It leaves Truth in a 2v1, trying to run around with that classic, try and get a couple burst shots in. Logan's down to oh so little HP, but it can bring Tokyo back up to full. That target does go off. The sensor gets tripped. Truth still trying to frag out and finds Logan through the tube.
And this just became significantly harder for Tokyo, right? Now, Truth is still 2 shots to this Deagle right body.
Spike planted.
He's not under 50 HP. Tokyo's gonna have to find him now. Truth did a great rotate here, and now this is fair game right here.
I don't think Truth checks this. I don't know if he checks this corner. Oh, it doesn't matter. Tokyo on the step makes the pre-aim just a little bit off, and it was a little dicey there, but he gets it. He gets that pistol round, and Burger Boys can hopefully get back to their winning ways.
That's a great round to get, right? You just lost. You just got not stomped, but kind of stomped, right? And we're like, okay, now we need to win this one map. How do we do it? Let's start by getting pistol, right?
Yep.
Go back to the basics. Let's do what we know, and let's do what we're good at, right?
And I think it's good, too. It's good signs that Tokyo's able to clutch that out, because we saw on Icebox it really was like Alvin or no one else. But here now you're starting to see some of those other players on Burger Boys. They're starting to, find those adjustments that they need to make, and it was a much more of a team effort than it was just someone going in and finding 3 entries.
Yeah, and this is a round that has been a little bit of a struggle during this series for both teams, just finding a dominant performance, and we see here exactly what I mean. Reedy with the first pick onto Alvin.
Yeah, Alvin's going to be out of this round. No sort of dive abilities remaining for Burger Boys. They're still going to try and frag their way onto the site, though. Katsumi starts things off with the kill onto Truth. And that means that all these players are going to try and fall away, but Tino with that kill means that things are now a 3v4. But look at A. There's a lot of this space open, but Poppy was never checked. The bomb, it could go down, and it does! Poppy like that just drops the spike. Tokyo never checks that corner.
Yeah, and this is another second round. You have the better guns, but it's not that simple, right? This is a very hard round to win for what it is in this game right now, right? This should be a free round, but it's really not. And
30 seconds left.
I will say that Rose actually was able to buy Deagles there, and that's kind of what won them this round, right?
Yeah, it was the confidence they had in their aim to just buy a Deagle that gets them that round. But just because we think it's over doesn't mean that it is. Tokyo still has a chance to prove us wrong, leave us completely gobsmacked. There's that swing, but the first kill was impressive, but anything after that would have been just unreasonable. And so Rose sneak away round 2 right under Burger Boys' noses.
Yeah, and talk about important rounds to win. This is one right here. Now, the Rose economy is going to look solid for a couple rounds, and Burger Boys left on the back foot, right? They're going to have a Guardian, full shield, and that's about all they get, right? They get a couple Deagles, but now they're stuck.
Yeah.
They're going to have to make some adjustments, get that momentum back, right?
The one thing I will say that Burger Boys could have into this round is the neural theft, right? We've seen Burger Boys be quite quick in these mid rounds and always being willing to rotate very quickly. And if you can get that neural theft off and you can get that information, I feel like that would be a very big advantage to coming into this, so that way you can kind of root out where the stack is.
Yeah, it all starts with the kill though, right?
Yeah.
It looks like Matt is in U-Haul. This is a great place to be. It looks like they know he's here. Oh, wallbang.
Yep, and there's that stun. Matt eventually shoots it, but Poppy shoots him. And Truth was able to find Tokyo in the meantime, so there's no such thing as a neural theft in round number 3. Instead, it's going to be Katsumi and Alvin trying to frag their way out onto the site. And sure, that shot's good from Kat, but what more can you ask for? It's going to be a spike plant at that, as Logan and Kat can find a little bit more, but now it's a 1v2 for Logan. And we've seen him be impressive so far in this series. Does he have room for one more clutch? 30 seconds. Just trying to clear out everything, trying to make sure that there's no way he gets shot in the back of the head. The smoke looking to fade in just a couple seconds. It could spell disaster if he's not careful. Rebo tucked into that corner, could swing out at any moment, but he's going to try and go for this drop. Timo's holding that cross, and he gets that kill. Rose, they're making sure they're not getting thriftied.
I said it in the beginning of the game, I'll say it again. The deadlock trip under hookah, very impactful. We've seen it 2 rounds now that Burger Boys try executing onto B, and they're stunned
Yep.
from that. And then it's just fair game for Rose. They're just able to shoot, and that's what they've been doing best so far in this series, right?
Yeah, it's been just phenomenal shooting from them. I think they really warmed up into things towards the end of Haven, but I think with the round differential, it just, you know, it was a little bit too late. But then once we saw them on Icebox, Timo was really going, and Poppy has been an absolute star.
Yeah.
Especially on this like supportive initiator role.
I think all these players have had like good moments in the game, you know?
Rebo's Sage.
Rebo, the Sage. Redo has had a few good clutches.
It's all up to Burger Boys now here in this first buy round to try and change things, to try and get something on the board more than just a pistol.
Blinded.
They have that B long control, but considering they don't really have any other pathway, it feels quite claustrophobic. And when Timo's ringing out op shots onto your Sentinel, it makes things just a little bit harder. Trailblazer still spots so many, but I think that's the commit onto B. There's that orbital strike, but there's a redo just to come back and start shooting, fragging away on the site. It's all up to Cat, but Rebo's there, gets that trade. 3-1, 3v1.
And we forgot to mention it, but the site hold from Redo and Rebo is consistent.
Yeah.
I don't think they've let like just a site go. You know, they're gonna get one if they die.
Yeah.
And that's what you need from an anchor, right? That's the one thing you need. You need them to just get your one, you know, and give us enough time. You know, give us enough time to be ready and get your one. Those are. And they're doing a great job at that.
Redo as an anchor player throughout this entire series and in a lot of those positions on the defense and break down a site has been phenomenal. Speaking of phenomenal, Timo's off.
Yeah.
And also Pop.
This off is overpowered.
Yeah.
It's a little crazy what he's doing with this op and how well it's working for
I
him.
need you to nerf specifically Timo.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane, but Rebo getting a little scary, but of course Timo is there with the op to finish things off through the wall onto Matt. And now for Tokyo and Logan, you know, some sheriffs. Shots possible. A little unlikely, but possible. As Truth is just jiggling. All 5 players are here. 2 really good shots out of Logan. Can't find a third. Truth cleans it up. That's an annihilation online for a deadlock.
Yeah, and you know what? They've had 4 ults for sitting on 2 rounds now. These are these are all impactful ults, right? So rounds like that where, not to say it was an easy round, but they got the head up very quickly. Rounds like that are perfect because now you keep these ults and you get to pressure the other team with them longer. It's going to be a pain for Burger Boys to deal with these 4 ults. We do see that they have the Sky ult, 2 info ults online.
Yeah.
I've got your trail.
So, but it's been the sticking point with this neural theft is, you know, how often can it really get used? You know, it's been on the board for quite a while.
Yeah, it all starts with the kill. That's the big thing.
Oh, Trailblazer versus a Thrash. The Thrash gets a little bit better of Logan as Rebo takes him out. Truth not really going to be able to find a kill off the Annihilation. Instead, it's going to be Timo with the Showstopper to find a kill with an ult. And Poppy can capitalize in the chaos, find 2 of his own. It's all up to Tokyo. A jump out of the smoke is good for 1. But of course, who else but Timo to get a kill and bring Rose to 5.
Yeah, and I think what makes his op so good is that he's not scared to play close with it.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of operas you see that they give a lot of space because obviously you have a sniper, right?
Yeah.
But Timo is in their faces with this op and just solely aiming out, you know?
Yeah, I believe that's called combat opping. Is the
sure
it's the term they use in Counter-Strike when an op is super close.
Yeah.
And it like they're not afraid to like get in your face and quick scope you.
Well, that's him. He's doing a good job. Yeah.
No, he's doing phenomenal. And he's just as quick. There's no delay in any of the shots he's taking. A quick little showers pop for the side of Burger Boys. It does give them the man advantage. It's a 4v3 at this point, as Rose are now trying to readjust that A site completely cleared. There are 2 players over by that B-long teleporter, which are ready to go at any moment. But Timo up towards Heaven. Heaven and an op. A more iconic duo.
It's like both players GP and now kind of a little bit of a pickle. Truth with 2.
My goodness, and now it's up to Tokyo and Matt, and both of them are on the flank. They don't have control of the site. The Sky Flash is good for at least one, but Redo with the spray transfer.
Wow. That is unfortunate for Burger Boys. Up 6-1. I mean, this is dominant right here. We do know that T-side can be a little tough on bind. You know, it's definitely sucks getting past those choke points, and I think Rose is doing a really good job at not letting them pass the choke points without losing something, right? Whether it's a lot of util, whether it's a couple players, they are always consistently making sure that Burger Boys is slightly damaged coming out of those choke points, or very damaged. You know, it's been tough getting out of those choke points for the T side so far.
They're out of the chokes and into the fire is essentially what happens, especially with that deadlock utility.
Yeah.
But coming into round number 8, they've got the guns on the board. They've got that showstopper in the hands of Alvin. They have an opportunity here to start to claw their way back into this game. Let's see how they use it. Rotation's being called by Rose. This feels like Burger Boys are waiting for Rose aggression, but there's none to be had.
No, Rose isn't getting as aggressive this map. They are kind of sitting back, relying on the op, playing these chokes, which I think is a good call, right?
Timo with the op. Oh, ooh, actually goes a little bit wide on the shot, so doesn't get that kill to open things out. Instead, it's going to be Revo who's going to be able to find Alvin, and just like that, finds Matt. Redo, through a smoke, can't even see, finds a kill. Truth finds Logan in the meantime, off of just some crazy plays. And once again, it's a 2v4 for Burger Boys. And now it's just Katsumi, a 1v4. I've seen this position before, and that's a quick scope from Timo.
Combat opper, if you will.
Combat
he was about as close as you can get to them, and he was just shooting away, right?
Yeah.
I mean, looks like a timeout is coming out from the Burger Boys side. I was just about to bring that up. I feel like a timeout should have been called a few rounds ago, right? What are you doing to adjust?
Honestly, it feels like what I've seen from Burger Boys is there's almost like a hint of disjointedness.
Okay.
In some of the defaults, where like you're taking presence on one side of the map to like draw rotations, but then there's no one to really follow up on.
Yeah.
It on the other side.
I could see that. You know, I think it's something like what you said. You know, I think Tokyo is such a good lurker that because of this op and because of this utility that this comp has, so much info, they're kind of scared in a way to send Tokyo on those lurks, but maybe that's what, you know, just a shoot in the dark, like, hey, we need something that's going to work because clearly this isn't working. So let's do that, right? Me personally, I'm finding that op and I'm going on the other side and then, you know, doing something else, you know? Avoid that op, wait until you can isolate it, and when there's a good time to isolate it, that's when you kill it, right? And then at that point, 11 and 2, you know, you're stopping that momentum, and we can work from there, right?
Exactly. But
looks like they're gonna go down A here, which no op, no op.
Nothing just yet. Instead, it's going to be Poppy to give up the site. Truth to anchor in towards the back. The Annihilation goes out, doesn't find a thing. So that spike should be able to get planted by Burger Boys. Not entirely for free. There's going to be some utility to try and stop it. But overall, the kills are good. So Burger Boys have that player advantage coming into the retake. That snake bite, or not the snake bite, but the whole Viper's Pit just gets used immediately onto the site. There's a showstopper out from Timo. That's going to be a bit dangerous. It was actually Alvin's showstopper. Timo just has a combat. He will do nothing but save it in this round, as that was a very, very comprehensive post plant from the side of Burger Boys. A little bit of gymnastics there.
Yeah, I mean, almost cool. If he would have hit the no-scope.
If he hit the no-scope onto Alvin, I think I
Flip
would
of the tournament.
have taken off my headset and left.
But that was good. That was a good adjustment, right? I don't know if it was a read or not, but they knew that the op couldn't kill them if they had the wall up, right? They left, and then they were able to isolate players off of that, right? That's what they need. And then so far, hopefully we see more of that, right? And they can kind of get a little comeback going for a competitive game. I think 7-5 would be really good, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
I think 8-4 is doable.
I think 8-4 would also be really good. I think 9-3 is probably something we're going to look at here.
Well, 9-3 more, 5 as Tino and Truth. It's not even a 3 anymore, it's a 2. They just completely shattered the B site start that Burger Boys wanted to get. So now, Logan and Matt, you know, some players that have gone a bit quiet in this map so far.
Yeah.
They really have to do a lot here. They have to dig deep.
I just don't think Rose is giving them the chance to do that, right?
Nope.
Look at that.
That's a great shot.
That was a great shot.
And now it's Logan, 1v4. Shooting some bullets around, collecting an ult orb here and there.
He does have money for next round, so maybe he gives it his best shot here.
Yeah.
It looks like they are right on his tail, though. There is no freedom to be given here.
Yeah. Nope.
And they're going to clean him up, right?
Yeah. No. Control taken. Rebo shot. Good. Rose 8. BB2.
Yeah, that's fair. 8-2. Now, I think they need at least one more.
Sure.
You know?
10-2, listen.
10-2 is very hard, you know?
I want to come back because we hyped up this game a lot, and I don't want to believe that this is just Burger Boys running out of steam after map 1.
Yeah. I believe that 9-3 is very doable. 10-2 is very hard. And Tino, that's definitely going to make it a lot harder on the Burger Boys here. And look at this running through the Molly.
And the Molly actually takes care of Logan.
Wow.
Well, hey, good shot from
Katsumi got
Cat.
one. Nice.
Yeah, right?
That's always nice.
That's something into this round. It's now a 2v4. And I'm not going to... You know what? Okay, hold on. Let me try and get a little bit of copium here. Katsumi's one off the ult.
Okay.
So, you know, and...
They have Sky ult too.
Yeah, and full on, like... Katsumi's shots have been really good in this map. Like, she's definitely good. She's good for at least one more kill. And so you have a little bit of time to work with. If you work your way through market and you possibly take care of Poppy, you know, that could be huge, and that could be a way in, just like that.
Just like that, and now B-site is open. They should know that. They should know B-site is completely free right now. I would be very worried about TP because then they get crunched, but they know this is a good play right here. They're going to be able to hopefully get onto the site.
Exactly that. Just get that plant down, and you know what? A 2v3 retake is possible. 1v3 is a little bit harder, though. So Tokyo, you're going to have to do a lot here.
Left.
You plant that spike.
Spike planted.
You've got that 1v3. Tino can
Cleaning
just
up.
secure it.
With the rifle, too.
Yeah.
Not even just an upper. 9-2. I mean, talk about rounds needed. This one right here is, you know, this might seal the deal. This might be the last official round of the game this next round here if they aren't able to get a pistol, right?
Yeah.
Last round in the half.
And by the way, 18-4 on Team Latino. This guy has activated from map 1 to map 2.
We talked about like 16-6 at the half on Icebox.
He was 20-9
really
at some point on Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, 18-4 is like a new level, man. Like, this is... Look at him. He's like micro-positioning that op so he can get that nice little pixel peek down short.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, it's going to be Showers as the major eye of Burger Boys' attention in this last round. And they do have those Seekers that they could use at any moment. And hey, That's a great kill out of Matt to open things up. Sure, Timotino's going to be able to trade, but he actually finds a second, and it was almost a third, but he ducks back into U-Haul for now just to buy a little bit of time and reposition. He wants to try and stay alive. Alvin Boy, though, quick on that rotate, going to be able to find him and take care of him. Truth with that Annihilation, though, going to try and buy something back. Actually takes care of Alvin. It has to be a trade back from Katsumi, but she can't find it. It's all up to Tokyo in a 1v3. Just like this, going around, trying to get a little bit of time. Crouches from the grav net, and the shots are good from Redo.
And they didn't get that round, right? So now this is extremely hard, right? They need this pistol. They need people to activate. Matt's having a very rough game right now, as we can see. Whereas Timotino is doing the exact opposite of a rough game. This guy's 20-5.
It's a KD of 4.
Yeah,
if that was like in GPA standards, that's literally like getting an A in every single class.
If this was GPA standards, he has like a 5 when the cap is 4.
Okay.
Because like this is just beyond.
That's true. And even like and again, like even though Timotino is doing really amazing, it's not just the Timo show. Like there's Truth is also doing a great job.
And I think the big problem with Burger Boys right now is that they're not isolating him because his team is supporting him so well that he could just do whatever he wants. So this is just as much on his team as it is on him, Timotino.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see what this defense looks like from Burger Boys. They decided to play it a little bit aggressive, and Logan gets those kills alongside Matt to, you know, at least confirm those man advantages. And there you go. That's the capitalization. So that's a way in, but we also saw Burger Boys win the pistol round last half.
Yeah, there's a very long way to go.
Yeah.
You're going to need a few more rounds than just pistol. But this is how you start it, right? It all starts with a kill.
Yep.
Same thing as a Cypher ult. We're going to see. And Logan, I just want to point out, very consistent on these pistol rounds. I think that's his... He's gotten a couple 3Ks on the pistols so far throughout the series.
At what point, like what round count would you consider like the Burger Boys comeback to be real? Like how close does it need to get? Or
I think if they get them in a row, the earliest would be 10-6.
Okay.
Because then they start having momentum and they start feeling a little more free.
So if it's like these next rounds are like convincingly like 10-6, you feel like it's possible?
Yeah, if they win the bye and like maybe 2 buys, that's where it starts like, okay, I can see like something cooking, you know. The brain is starting, the cogs are turning. Right.
The gears are spinning now. Well, for now, for Rose, it's all about getting these ult orbs. You're trying to farm your way to getting some ults early in these rounds. Alvin's got a Marshall, swinging it around over towards Showers. Very in true Alvin fashion.
Yeah,
feels
this
like.
is
But
this is his gameplay.
Timo's there, and will get spotted. So that's a player down for the side of Rose, and those Cypher trips from Tokyo, they're going to get triggered. So Katsumi and Tokyo are going to be able to farm for a little bit, but they both eventually get taken out. It leaves Alvin alone on the site. There's some rotations starting to come in, but that B site is now completely open, and the teleporter is open to be taken by both of these players. Poppy's the first to go, and Ridu's quick to follow. So it's really going to be on Matt at this point on the site to try and do as much as possible, and they line up for him. So he gets it done. Burger Boys get to 4, and there was only 2 lost.
Yeah, and I think something we haven't talked about yet is that now Timotino's on T side. As a single duelist, he's going to need to get in there, you know, and it's going to be a lot harder to do that with an op.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to see him adjust to not using that op and using a rifle and playstyle, right?
Yeah.
So it could be good for Burger Boys. We see Alvin picking up an op.
Yeah.
We're going to see how that goes.
The one thing that I think is interesting, I actually spoke to Timotino after their first game against F5, which was like really, really close. It was like 24 rounds, all 3 maps, or like 2 maps. It was insane. It was 2 maps. It was a 2-0, but it was 24 rounds, both maps. And Timotino was like, yeah, I just can only shoot on attack. I can't shoot on defense.
Okay.
And so he obviously has proven himself wrong at this point. But you know, supposedly he loves the attacking side. He's great at it. So
okay, well now I believe he's warmed up. Safe to say.
Yeah.
Or at least this close. I don't know. Maybe he got more left, you know, to warm up, and he's going to drop 40s consistently. But
We're
for
gonna
now,
see
looking good.
if Matt can do anything of significance here in this tucked up corner. Sit and wait for this execute. Ooh, he gets spotted, but he still gets a kill onto Timotino. But Truth and Poppy are there for the trades. It's all up to Logan in the back of the site. He found that first, and he's also able to find Poppy, so at the very least it's a 2-on-2. Tokyo and Alvin got a lot to do here, my friends. Truth and Redo. Oh, so confident. Oh, so stuck in towards this site. So good, and they take that timing perfectly. Redo takes out Alvin, and now it's all on Tokyo. Looking every way, but Redo. It's 11 rounds for Rose.
And that's the problem with such a dominant first half. You don't have the luxury of saving, right?
Yeah.
If it was a little closer, yeah, save the op. But now, look what you're doing. You're giving him the op.
Yep.
So now, you got to be careful of that op, right? You can't let him get out of control like he did last half.
Yeah, and that's the thing with how dominant Timo's been on the op. Just giving him the op now, it's like he automatically just gets to control a lane.
Yeah.
Not free, but you know, once he's set up.
If someone sees him, you can't swing.
You're
know?
dead. You're just dead. So, Showers control taken by Rose or gained by Rebo. There's a bunch of players for Burger Boys over towards this A site. B is functionally destitute with just Tokyo there. And, you know, we've seen good shots out of him. But
he did have a really good side hold on Haven.
That's true. No, that side hold on Haven was... But that felt like so long ago.
Yeah, right? There's been so much that's happened since.
Like that shot.
Like that.
Okay.
Him doing that stuff and just jumping away.
Yeah. Thank you, Timo.
Let's see what else he got in the tank.
I mean, listen, if there were any time for a monster site hold Tokyo, I feel like this would be it. So
this would be an amazing time.
Yeah, Rose, they're looking to commit to this B site. They're using all the utility. They're pulling out all the stops. The tripwire wasn't detected, so Tokyo has a chance here. Alvin, stuck over by that smoke, will be able to find at least one. Timotino and Truth, though, able to trade out. It leaves Tokyo alone over towards Elbow. There's the swing out. There's the shot.
And I think that's just the story of these last two maps. For every one that Burger Boys gets, Rose gets 2, Rose gets 3. And that's been the focal point of this. Timotino with a 3 for this round with the op. On T side, by the way. Wow, entering, by the way. So, just I don't know.
I mean, he's making it sing, though. Like, that, I've never heard... I've never seen this many op kills in a game of VALORANT.
Really? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. He's just been so consistently being able to hold on to this op. It's not like he has more money than everyone else. It's just that every round he has an op because he's always alive. Because he
just never dies.
No one's killing him. You know?
He can't. He's immortal.
If he shoots them first, then he gets to keep the op, right?
Yeah. Burger Boys, it's a do-or-die position. 8 rounds in a row just to secure overtime. Alvin's able to take out Rebo, but you got a long way to go. You got way more to do than just 1 kill. You need 4 more at the very least to take this round. Matt's alone at B.
It looks like they're all towards me, though. Gonna run out sight.
There's the jump out. Truth looking to try and take that first fight. There's Alvin over towards CT, swinging in with that Guardian. Will eventually get taken down by Rebo. As Rebo died way early. Instead, there's just that showstopper from Timotino. It gets...
That might have been the first one I've seen him miss in a while.
It still killed Matt.
No, I was talking about op, but
yeah.
He missed 1 up shot. I think that's all we saw. And that's all she wrote, too, speaking of.
Right? Like, he misses the shot and then proceeds to get another one and then lets his teammate clean up the round. And, I mean, we went from 13-8 to 13-6 to 13-4. Like, that was literally just...
That was the... And honestly, that was the Rose show. That was a good performance from everybody on that team. They all showed something, you know? Redo and Reboot, they were just stuck on the site. They were like glue, like tape. They could not be moved off that site. And that's, honestly, that's what caused the demise. And obviously the op, that entire team just supporting that op and being able to let him do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
You know?
But I really love that structure because what it allows for is consistency, right? It's a lot harder, and it's something that Burger Boys has often had where, you know, everyone is capable of being a star on that team.
Yeah.
But what that means is that you don't know who is going to be the person to step up game to game.
Yeah.
And so when you have a game, it rarely happens, but it happened, you know, today where, you know, no one is the person to step up. That's when you get results like this. Whereas for Rose, it's like, oh, well, you know, we're just going to go support Timo. And we know exactly how we're going to do that. And that's a repeatable thing. And I would love to see if Rose is able to keep that up going into not only the rest of the group stage, but, I mean, surely playoffs. Because after what we just saw from them,
that's a playoff-ready team.
Playoffs, I think, they're already locked into playoffs because they beat 2 of the 3 teams.
That is true, yeah.
So,
and I think we'll be talking about it a little more in depth in the post-game analysis.
But
coming up, we have the interview.
Yeah, we do. We have Cat's Corner.
Yeah, Cat's Corner. I don't know what's called that.
That's what we're
catchy.
calling it. It's Cat's Corner with the interview. It'll be right up after this.
And welcome back to Cat's Corner. Today I have the pleasure of interviewing one of Rose's star players, Rebo. Hi, how are you?
I'm great. Pretty good after that one, honestly.
Bro, yeah,
pretty
honestly.
Good after that, yeah.
That was a really big match, and I was really excited to watch this one. It was like one of the biggest ones today, I feel. So I just have a couple of questions for you. So on what map or at what point did you realize that you were going to win the series, if you could name it?
Probably, honestly, Bind after we got 10-2 because that's a really good team.
That's a big one.
Like, that's a really good team. And going 10-2 that half and then getting into an attack side of comp.
Yeah.
Like, every single one of those players are just great players.
Yeah.
So, like, even if it goes, like, we went 6-6 the first game, the first half, like, not winning the pistols, like, that team, you can't go 6-6.
Yeah.
Like, you have to have an advantage going into the next half.
Yeah.
So, that whole thing, like, all my players showed up. Love those guys, so they did great.
You guys did so well. I know that this one was supposed to be like a really close one, but you guys like blew it out of the park.
Yeah.
And I know that some of the players on Burger Boys are like some of your friends as well. So were there any like conflicting feelings, you would say?
Not really. We're just boys, honestly.
Yeah.
Like we're just vibing. Like was it Tokyo's boy? Was it Alvin Boy's chill? Matt's chill.
Yeah.
Logan's the boy. I don't know Katsumi too well, but she's been great. Like all of them are just like amazing humans, you know? Don't have any problems. So like even when we're playing, like both of us are just like having fun.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
no BM.
Yeah, until it gets to playoffs, like everything here is just like for fun. Like and then playoffs is like when we're trying to like do our stuff that we need to do, you know?
Yeah, of course. And there were a lot of really good clutch moments, whether it was from like Poppy or from you as well. What was your favorite clutch from the series?
Probably, it's all a blur, honestly.
I know.
Everything like about it, I'm trying to think about it.
Yeah.
It would probably be, I wouldn't even say like.
Not even a clutch, but just like one of your favorite moments.
Yeah. Probably a play. Honestly, last round was really funny because Timo stood up and like waved at Logan after killing him right next to him.
Oh, like just from there?
Yeah, we're right back to back. He waved at him after killing him, like to win the game.
That's insane.
Like Timo he's a little zoomer, so he keeps the old
energy
bones.
up.
Exactly. Yeah. So he's been great.
I love that. The energy here is so cool compared to like online tournaments.
Yeah, no, that's what I love about LANs. Like Brock's been great. It's just
I love
being able to talk to everyone. Like, I'm not really a trash talker online. I don't like to trash talk because people can get the wrong perception. But when you're with the other people and you can just talk to them, you know, you can dap them up after, you can enjoy yourself. Like, there's never any hard feelings.
Of course.
So it's always a great experience.
It's a good vibe, of course.
Exactly.
And I think Icebox was picked heavy in favor for Burger Boys.
Yeah.
Did you know that coming into this match?
No clue.
No clue?
No clue.
Okay.
We were banning off it. Like, I think we got 2 games of practice with this squad before going here. And basically, like, we just kind of went into it. We knew we were going to pug. We knew we were just keeping vibes up, you know?
Of course.
And it just worked out. So, like, we picked Haven. We knew their Haven was good. It just, like, let's just have some fun. Icebox went in. We're like, okay, we're confident for comp. Like, we swapped agents before the game even happened.
Oh, yeah.
And then last map Bind. Like, we knew what comps were going to run, but we just didn't know if we were going to be good tonight. We never played Icebox before as a team. We never played Bind before, so we just rolling it. So.
And you completely dominated Bind.
Yeah.
Completely. And so can you walk me through your defense process?
A few different things. The biggest thing is having the actual Deadluctor's B-side is able to stall for a lot of pressure, and especially when teams are like, we found the problem was with their Icebox, they weren't doing enough to actually bait our Yuto with the Sage Wall and actually like push us back to like position weird. So like we knew if we had good setups, like they weren't doing enough to actually bait those setups out.
Yeah.
So we kind of used that information from Icebox to go into the actual bind.
Yeah.
And then after we got ult advantages, like very early on in the game, I basically just put the players like where I needed them to be, like for the ult advantages, and it worked out really well. And honestly, like ton of stuff to like all the players. Like Timo was giving great calls about what he wanted to do. Truth was going crazy. Poppy was also giving great comms, and Ryudu had some insane rounds. Like the Sheriff round, the second round.
Dude, it was insane.
Like, it was so good. It was such a key round too, because it got the hype going. Like after losing Pistol, we've been terrible pistols whole tournament. You know, I think before Icebox, we won 1 pistol in total, and then we were just able to just go crazy.
Yeah,
so.
That was really good insight. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Well, thank you so much for your time, and congrats on your win. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Run It Back 2024. My name is Ancient Angel. Here with me is Kwai. We just got off the back of casting a great series between Rose and Burger Boys. It ended with a Rose victory, but we have a lot to talk about, just kind of to decompress from that and also to introduce our next game, because that one's kind of interesting. It's like between two of the underdogs.
Yeah. So let's talk first about the post game. What a series. That was one of the series of all time, I think. I think the big takeaway from that series was Timo Tinu has a great op.
Yep.
And a great supporting cast.
Sure.
Let's talk a little bit more about the op, though. I mean, it was just unstoppable. Like, you really couldn't do anything about that op, ever. And I think not only was Timo Tinu hitting his shots, and obviously with a really aggressive op playstyle, it's hard to counter, but the supporting cast behind him, he was just not allowed to die. He was always allowed to get active. What do you think about that?
I would absolutely agree. I think the way that he played around his team and the way that his team supported him to make some of the most ridiculous plays that we've ever seen. We talked about it. We called it combat opping, when we were casting it. He did a really phenomenal job at just being able to play to his own strengths. His shots were ridiculous. The man never died. He did just a great job, and that's what we ended up seeing. There's only so many ways you can say that someone did good.
Yeah. And, not only that, his team, perfect at
for sure
activating him. And not only that, having their own moments. I mean, Redo on the site holds, he was just like glued to that site.
Yep.
He was not allowed, he didn't allow anybody to get onto it without taking some sort of damage. And that really affected the Burger Boys. Speaking about them, a little bit of a cold series overall, I think, from Alvin. I mean, we saw a good game in the first map. Logan had some good moments, I think. But overall, it was very hard for them to counter what was going on the Rose side.
I mean, thankfully, it's a group stage, so it's all round robin. Yeah. They are still going to play one more game, I believe, against F5. So that's like the Stagger Ian team. That should be a pretty interesting game, but that's not going to be what's on stream. What's on stream, and then the next game that we're going to be able to view and have all that much fun talking about, is Team versus a pretty interesting roster up on the other side of things, which is...
It was versus...
We're blanking so hard.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
It was versus...
Event Horizon.
Event Horizon.
And we saw Event Horizon up on the first match of the day up against Flyaway Part 2. And that was a really interesting match because Event Horizon actually had a pretty solid game, or a lot more solid than we expected from them on Map 1.
I think it showed two things. I think it showed that what Event Horizon is. We didn't really know too much about them going into it, but after that series, it established that Flyaway was going to be dominant in this tournament, and it also established who Event Horizon was. They had a close map 1, not a very close map 2, and going into this, I think we're going to see something pretty cool. Is a very new team. Their average age has to be under 18. There's a bunch of young players on that squad. I think one of them is like 15, Memories. And they have a whole lot of firepower, a whole lot of mechanics. Will that overpower the expertise that Event Horizon may have,
That's
a little
true.
more experience, or will it be something like, let's go run over them with all our mechanics?
I think it's a pretty interesting dynamic. I'm personally really intrigued as to what's going to happen. Unfortunately, we're not going to be the pair casting it. It's going to be Nerds and Archmage as our casters, so we're going to go ahead, just hand it off to them. They're going to be able to give you so much more information about that match.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We are here. We're just talking a little bit about some stuff, and we have, EH versus UH coming up. I'm excited, but hey, before that, wanted to quickly run through some of this, if I can find my note-taking stuff. We have had a lot of games happen so far, so I wanted to kind of have this little halftime segment to talk a little bit about some of the games. Since we're in the booth, I have my notes in front of me. We can bring them up. But for now, UH, EH, can you tell me a little more?
I mean, we saw both of these play already. Thankfully, we've had the opportunity to cast both of these teams. EH, unfortunately, falling to Flyaway Part 2. in their first match, but we've seen UH play one map and one half against the Villains.
Oh, yeah.
Playing extremely well in that half, might I say. But I'm excited to see a full game with on the screen, but we'll see.
Full game UH, EH, and talking about all the H's, we have OH to start things off. I'm going to go through some of the groups. Group B, Oregon Hack, they've won both of their matches. So currently they're sitting pretty, and they're having a really good round differential of 19 rounds.
And I mean, we're talking about one of the teams to win the whole thing. Burger Boys has won one match and unfortunately just dropped a match against Rose, which was a pretty big upset in my opinion. That was an insane game.
I was watching it, and it was like 11. It was 11-5. I can't get my hair right. It was 11-5, bro. I'm like losing my mind here. And I was like, oh, I want to. It was 11-4. I want to see 11-5. And the moment I said that, it became 12-4, and I was like, okay, well. All right, my bad.
Played
my
insane,
bad.
But
hey, talking about some insane teams, Flyaway, the first game that we got to cast, you already know what happened. It was a victory. It was a 13-9 to a 13-5. I don't really go too much over that, but still pretty hype.
Pretty hype for sure. And I mean, we were just talking about the team, but Rose, so far in this pool, have won both of the sets that they've played. 2-0 in the first set and game 3 in the last one. Great stuff, though.
Event Horizon has currently played 2 games, and they've unfortunately lost both of them, but they had to go up against the 2 hardest teams in their group, so hopefully they'll come out at least even by winning the other 2. That's the goal. The round differential is -27, so they do need to have a little bit of a makeup game here.
And we'll see if that happens against but to talk a little bit more about the team in Group C, F5 Esports, their very first LAN is going to be a 1 loss and a 1 win with a 13-round differential. So not too bad. A pretty decent performance so far. Pretty medium, but we'll see how they continue to do in the groups.
Honestly, though, I mean, I've talked to F5 for a little bit. I'm really hyped to see what they have cooking. But dude, well, like a part of me hates the fact that they're called another part of me is like the meme potential is so high. Has currently lost a game and they have won a game, and we're gonna find out their 3rd game literally coming up right after this little halftime segment.
Here we go. And then last but not last, but there's one more team after this, but Rain Above has lost both of their games, if I'm not incorrect.
I believe so,
against F5 and against Burger Boys, 2 extremely talented teams.
True.
So definitely nothing to scoff at. We have to see more from Rain Above.
And also a really low round differential, too, on top of that. So it's like, it's a little bit
you have a lot of work to make up for.
True. And talking about last but not least, you got to save the best for last. The Villains. The villainous storytellers. They're currently down 1 game, and the other one I think is either TBD or has finished and they haven't input it. We'll find out, but I'm pretty sure they're still playing it out there. It's going to game 3. And speaking of going to map number 3, the decider is going to be Haven. We should be starting from the back. We should be starting from the front on Ascent, picked by UH.
Interesting. We saw UH play against on Ascent on our very first map as well, so maybe we'll see a similar strat to who they played with the Villains.
They did play double duelist, right?
Exactly. Yeah, we saw memories on the Jet. And then
Arrow on the
Reyna. So maybe they run that again.
Maybe. And this time we get to see them go all 3 maps, so they really have to duke it out. We're either going to be seeing Haven or we're going to be seeing, we're only going to be seeing Lotus. But we do get to run it back on both Ascent and Lotus. I remember the first game we saw was Event Horizon Flyaway on Lotus. So all in all, it's going to be a lot of the same stuff, but different teams, so different strategies. I know Event Horizon, they brought a really good fight. They also picked Lotus here. So I feel like the confidence should be there for them to pick up their first game of the day.
A lot of flashbacks here, so we'll see how these 2 clash in their own strategies. It seemed that was very strong on Ascent, and Event Horizon maybe wanting to prove that they're strong on Lotus too. So we'll see how this unfolds.
I'm excited though. I've talked to both these teams. I've talked a little bit to Event Horizon, mainly because I know some of the players on there. I talked a little bit to UH, but they seem to be very locked in. They're kind of just playing their games. They're a very vocal team, which I find really funny. Yeah. So I just hear them, like, I'm walking by through the center and I just hear someone yelling something, and I look over and it's like, I assume that it's Burger Boys or something. No, it's UH. Hey, I will say it's better that they're vocal and having a fun time. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what the point of the LAN is, just to have fun. And that's what they're doing. They're doing so splendid here. So 2 teams, both of them, I believe, one team, I believe UH has They have won one of their games against the Villains. So they're going in this looking to find their second victory, whereas Event Horizon, they're looking to find their first.
Yeah, they're really struggling here. But let me tell you, I mean, you mentioned it before, but you can really feel the energy in this venue. I mean, these people are extremely vocal. And it's really the fun part about it because you get to feel when they win or when they lose. You can tell the weight it has on them. But Event Horizon definitely has something to prove in this fight, in this game against and on the first game of Ascent, we'll see if they can do it because us seemed so strong on this map.
They do. I mean, I have the note actually here. I believe it was an either 8-4, 9-4 half, I believe. Wasn't it 9-3?
I think so. Something around like, I think it was 9-3.
Sure
it was a
9-3, 8-4, something like that. I know. I see that I didn't finish writing it because we had to go at the halftime, unfortunately. But still, I mean, if they're strong, I feel like they're most likely going to run the same comp. Most likely. I wouldn't be surprised if they just go for it again.
Mm-hmm. I definitely wouldn't be surprised either. I mean, that team comp seemed extremely strong, especially with Arrow and the Phantom.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we saw some incredible picks.
It's also a matter of like if they're going to be on T side starting, because if they're starting attack and then they have the ability to do that, it makes a bit more sense. They might still go for it on defense just because realistically they could, play retake, they flip sides, they go on attack. So I'm just kind of speculating on it, maybe. But I feel like that's a big maybe. I feel like if they don't start T-side, they might want to go, something a bit more casual because they're on defense and you don't want to start off the map like at a deficit, even if it's like 5-7 deficit, which is the closest deficit you can have in this game.
Yeah.
You still don't really want to be at a deficit at the start of the second half, right?
Sure.
That's not the goal.
For sure. We'll see. They might switch up a little bit of strategies, especially compared to the team comp that they're facing now, right? Event Horizon's way different team than the Villains. So there are going to be some interesting picks here. I'm excited to go.
Remember the last time we saw Event Horizon in multiple duelists?
Yeah, that's true, actually. That's a good point.
I don't know if you guys were here earlier in the broadcast. If you're just tuning in, I do want to say the last time we got to see Event Horizon play was against Flyaway, number 2. I got all the notes here. They ended up winning Flyaway on Bind, the second map. Just absolutely devastating. It was a 13-3, 13-2,
I want to say
believe.
13-3.
It was just the scoreline was...
Yeah, I really hope that...
wild.
I hope that Arrow locks in the Reyna so that Event Horizon maybe gets a little bit of PTSD from Aqua, but... I mean, it was nuts. It was nuts.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's definitely an aspect of Event Horizon's play that doesn't really deal well with that pressure, especially from multiple duelists. So we'll see maybe if their team comp resembles trying to adapt to that, maybe trying to counter it just a little bit. But
I'm going to pull the halftime standings back up because I want to check something real quick. I'm curious. My curiosity has piqued me. And yes, I do have 14 different screens. But I believe Event Horizon, right? They've been playing Flyaway part 2, which is what we saw. And then they played Oregon Hack, another strong team. I believe Oregon Hack is currently, yes, undefeated. They are considered the number 1 seed of that group. Not of the tournament, I believe, but of the group, they're considered one of the higher seeds, specifically because Oregon Hack has some gnarly players. We could see 13-9, 13-6, 13-5 continuously. And it's just one of those situations where it's rough. I also got to interview Event Horizon, so I mean, some teams we got to interview them pre-match yesterday. We got to talk to them a bit, and in the interviews, one of the things was that they have some players from Hawaii, they have some players from the East Coast, and they have some players from the West Coast. So the time difference, for example, their IGLs from Hawaii. That is a really rough situation to be in, considering it's a 6-hour time difference. You wake up at 8 o'clock. It's 2 a.m. for you. Your body it's 2 a.m., dog. Why are we waking up right now?
Not happy.
And on the opposite end, you're going to bed at 8 a.m. It's or say you're going to bed at 10. It's hey, it's 4 p.m. Why are we going to sleep? So that kind of does play a role into it, but I don't think that's the main difference maker. I think the fact that they're playing against stronger teams now is just going to make the play-in stage a bit more interesting as the weekend develops, you know?
Yeah, and I'm sure some people maybe don't even understand that the group-in stage, it is important, right? You really want these wins, but it's not end-all, be-all, right? You're not going to be kicked out of the tournament if you don't do well here.
I'll kick you out.
Maybe morally, but not actually. You will still have a chance throughout this entire weekend to prove yourself, and that's usually the case with a lot of these events, right? I mean, someone like Event Horizon may not do so well on group stages, but maybe shows up in those final brackets. So,
yeah, I mean, find it quite interesting. I like that you brought that up. Again, I'm the nerd, so I go and like ask like 5,000 different questions. I talked to Burger Boys, and Burger Boys were the previous winner. The core of Burger Boys, Matt, Logan, and Alvin, I believe. They, is it Matt? Matt, Logan, Alvin, right? Kat and Tokyo just got added in.
Yeah.
They like when they came together, they didn't really win that much in groups. I think they won like 1 or 2 group games, and then they won in the playoffs. So that was their real kind of like push. They maybe didn't do the best in groups, and then once they kind of got their footing, it's been a couple of days, then eventually it makes sense. So, that makes sense. There seems to be some tech issues happening, so that's why we've been out here yapping for a minute. But hey, it gives us more time to talk. I'm
for
happy.
sure. It definitely is helping contextualize this entire tournament, and I'm hoping you guys have been enjoying this commentary. But at the same time, tech issues with VALORANT are inevitable.
Oh, yeah.
And it is what it is, but we're trying to get that figured out as much as possible. It seems like we're going to be switching games as well.
We might be.
So
Which
we'll
sucks,
see.
because I wanted to see Event Horizon.
We did. Well, we were talking about so much how we were excited to watch this, but now we're going to see. I mean, there's so many other amazing teams to be watching in these like group stages.
Okay, low key, Burger Boys has one more match. They've won 1, lost 1. If they win another, that'd be pretty hyped to see.
That'd be pretty big. I'm excited to see Rose versus Rise Above.
Rose versus Rise Above would be interesting. Rise Above, I believe they haven't picked up too much, have they?
No, I think
they've lost both their games so far, so it's a bit rough for them. But another one is F5.
F5 is also
because I got to interview them.
So
I've talked to F5. I've talked to Burger Boys. I talked to Flyaway a little bit and Event Horizon. Unfortunately, some of the other teams like the Villains, Rain Above, they came. Some of them came in today.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They flew in yesterday,
even,
and they flew in yesterday. They took a nap, and then they came back, and now they're playing. So it's their first time here, and that's actually another good thing to contextualize for you guys during this little segment. That a lot of teams, it's their first time playing here. It's a new setting. They haven't been in the ROK Esports Center here, and they are just for the first time playing with the mouse, plugging it in, and just feeling what it's like to be on a LAN stage.
Oh, yeah.
And that contextualization really goes to show why some teams might have, on paper, insane stats, but have a hard time adapting to LAN, like Burger Boys, who, they had, a little bit of a rough start, but then eventually they come together.
We'll see. I mean, that definitely is going to help out. And this is why the group stages are so important, because if we jumped into something like the final bracket, a lot of players would have already not been comfortable with their setups. But now they have times to experiment. They have times to change things around and maybe even try different roles or whatnot.
We also have the formatting. We have an LCQ, right?
Right, yeah. For sure. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I'm excited to see how things go. I'm excited to see what match we actually have coming up next. Because now it's like a surprise box of like a...
It is like a mystery box. You know how I don't know. I went to so many conventions so far. Every anime convention nearby is just immediately you're drawn to them. It's like if you ever played Call of Duty, just like hit the mystery box, hit me again, hit me again, hit me again. Generating gambling addicts from a young age. I want the ray gun. You got to get the ray gun Mark II, baby. Pack-a-punch that and just run around blasting zombies. But we need to blast into some other stuff. I mean, there's a lot to talk about. So I'm actually going to... Let's dive in deeper into this, right? Because I guess why not?
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the round differentials, because that's definitely an interesting statistic that I haven't even considered.
Because round differentials so here's the thing. Because teams might go 2-1 or 1-2. If there's, for example, 2 teams that have an even map score, realistically, at that point, that's when round differential really matters to allow teams in. So if you just look at it, Oregon Hack is currently at 11 rounds. So that not only have they won 2-0, but their round differential is high enough that realistically, they can kind of do that. Yeah, round differential right here.
Is it 19?
Yeah, 19. That means that they've won 19 more rounds than they've
lost.
I
see. Yeah.
And Burger Boys is -1.
I see.
Meaning that even though they won, so even though they lost a map, they have a -1 round differential because they've lost enough rounds where it's 1 less than they have won.
Okay, interesting. All right, I mean, we're seeing a lot here, too. I mean, Flyaway has a 12-round differential, but only one map, one series played. So they definitely can lose more rounds or win more rounds depending on how they do against the Villains, which might be their next matchup.
And your goal, especially because Flyaway and Oregon Hack are in Group B, and Group B is Oregon Hack, Flyaway, Event Horizon, and the Villains. Meaning that instead of playing 3 games, they're playing 4 games, which means not only do they have more opportunities for round differentials, but also means more opportunities for them to get knocked out, more opportunities for them to kind of have that unfortunately happen, right? If there's 5 teams and only 2 slots, that means 3 teams are going to be dropping, and that's just an unfortunate reality of a group stage like this.
I do think it's interesting, though, if you go back on the Villains thing, it does say that they have played against Flyaway, and they had Flyaway had won that. So Flyaway is now actually 2-0 in the pools.
Oh yeah, it does say that they've played against Flyaway. It doesn't seem to be updated on Flyaway's side.
The maps are there, so I mean, hey. That's good for Flyaway, though. That's already a 2-0. 2 wins in the series is pretty big. It's going to be Game 3 versus the Villains, winning both Ascent and Bind. But the math is definitely not automated, so I'm not going to do it in my head because I know I can't do that. I know my skills, and it's definitely not mathematics. But
19. 19 is the round differential now, and Flyaway is plus 19. They're currently at 12. So they're at 12 right now. The Villains played against them. The Villains are -6 and -5, but plus 3. So -6, -5, that's 11. Plus 3 becomes... bro, why is it 8? Jesus, wait. 11, 3, 8, 20. Oh, God, it's 20, not 19. I was off by 1. 20. I'm so good at math, right?
So good.
Listen, I'm a yapper, not a map. Better than me. Listen, I'm a yapper, not a mapper, but even then, that doesn't even make sense. This is why we have automation tools to do our math.
Bless up Google Sheets. That's all we need. Oh, yeah. Google Sheets so clutch.
Just got to copy and paste it. It would have filled it in for me. But yeah, Flyaway currently at a plus 20. They haven't played. Event Horizon's at -27, and F5 is at 13. So all in all, what else do we have?
Right above also at -27.
Yeah, so they would be... They're not in the same group, so it doesn't matter. Never mind.
Yeah, no, not for that one specifically, but that is still a pretty big round differential there. So.
Oh, yeah. And then the Villains are at -11 right now. Okay. And that's included with the Flyaway stats.
That might actually come into an importance here. I mean,
yeah, because it's -11, -9, -27, 12, and 19. So currently Flyaway and Oregon Hack are the ones leading the pack. Actually, Flyaway's at 20, not even 12. So it's Flyaway leading the charge up against Oregon Hack. So right now in the standings, it's Flyaway, Oregon Hack, and sorry, I said that so casually, like, I mean, the team, the Villains, and then at the bottom is Event Horizon. So that's the standings for Group B. For Group C, I believe Burger Boys are still pretty good at -1. Rose is at the top. Then I think it's Rose, F5, Rose, Burger Boys, Rose, F5, Burger Boys, right above is the standings. Nice. So right now we have the 2 leaders are Rose and Oregon Hack, and Flyaway are at the top 3 currently, I believe, in terms of I don't know exactly what order, but those are the top 3 teams currently for this first half of the day. And honestly, congrats to them. There's a lot of stuff to do, a lot of math for me, but a lot of games for them.
It's awesome. I mean, I'm excited to see all the matchups. That's really cool thing about group pools as well, is that you get to see every matchup possible, and you get to play as much Valorant as possible, which is really cool. But let me get real personal with you. Since we have
personal?
Yeah, a little personal.
Oh,
how have you
this has
been
become
enjoying
a podcast.
the event so far?
This has become a podcast.
I mean, hey, while we're here, we might as well. You know what I'm saying?
I've been having a grand old time. For me personally, I've just been walking around, as you can tell by all the 57,000 notes that I have about every single team. I swear I'm going to get someone's social security at one point. Jokes aside, though, no, we're not going to be doing that. I do get a lot of personal information about the team dynamics and how they play. And to me, I really enjoy that, especially about a LAN event. Online, it's very difficult sometimes to just grab that information, whereas in person, I can walk up and watch a team play, watch a team win, and then immediately ask them. But hey, we just cut straight to it. And look, it's Ascent. Look at this. It's
we're back.
Event Horizon.
Yeah, we're back.
We have the tech issues are fixed. We didn't. It's really a surprise box. It's like, and it's a surprise box, but we already knew what was inside.
Yeah, right. It's definitely one of those things where you expected to get something, you didn't get it, and then they actually give it to you again. It's a brand new surprise all over again. But it's exactly as we called. Is going to be running the exact same team comp as they did versus the villains.
Yeah, it actually reminded me of something that my grandpa used to always tell me. He was like, you know what the best way to make someone happy is to take something away from them and then give it back to them.
Nice.
Or to find something that you have lost. It immediately makes you happy.
That's true.
Have you ever lost a Hi. Have you ever lost your phone and then 20 minutes later you find it just laying on the counter and you're like, "Oh, yes, I need it." You're so happy about that.
Yeah, true. I mean, that just happened to us with this match, but now finally getting back what we had lost. We're going to be going into the first round here. 10 seconds on the clock. They're going to get ready. Very interesting.
I'm trying to make a drum
both. We're going to see Xander going for classic light shield as well as.
Okay, Yukine is also going for that, seems. 2 light shields coming out from some of these players. They're playing a standard comp for EH as well.
Just lurking here in the mid. Tootsie's going to peek it. Has knife out, though. Ready for the flash?
I mean, there's a lot that can be done. Flash pops, 3 players are there. Yukine picking up the trade, so they have some numbers here. The pistol round, I mean, it's just pistols on the board. Anything that we can do? No. Jar's going to at least pick up another. So this is why the standard comp works, realistically.
For sure. Arrow definitely got that pick on Tootsie full blind, which was very clutch, but still down a full man here. Struggling. Ooh, great pick from Memories.
Nice. I mean, 3-3. It's going to be pretty even for them. Realistically, on top of that, there's about 50 seconds on the clock, so they have a lot of room to rotate onto this MTB site.
And no one mid here. Memories just making sure. Now going to play with the team. All 3 going A main. Taking their time, trying to go for B. Now B is completely open here for going to be playing for that retake.
30 seconds left.
And the team named because I can't say without losing my mind, is taking the B site. They have it. And the retake needs to come through for Event Horizon if they want something out of it. The biggest flaw, though, is the fact that, the Sentinel utility, it's really strong. This pistol round, Jar catching Memories, and now it's just Entry and Tor seeing what they can work with. I don't think they have much. That's the big thing here for them. If they get taken down really quickly here, it's going to be rough. They don't. There's a 1-for-1, and now it's just going to be Tor. Yeah. Like I said, they don't have much. If the retake, all they need to do is play together, and that's exactly what they did. They triple stacked them, so even if it was a 1-for-1, like boom, 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 they still have Jar or Yukine left.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think that was interesting because I feel like the time was running out there, and maybe if Torpor played a little slower and didn't peek out there, maybe time would have been an issue for EH.
Oh, yeah.
Instead, tries to peek out, gets the kill, gets nothing.
You can say that about Entry as well.
Right, for sure. Could have just taken a chill pill, but not the case. A classic alarm bot set up here for Entry. Ironically, blocking the entry.
Yeah.
But here we go.
Cover going out.
EH with a one-way. Xander holding it. Scanning ahead, forcing Xander to back off.
Applying the pressure as much as they can here. This Paranoia gonna come out to stall them as they push, right? Break it up.
Wow, gets a little bit of damage. Through, and Tootsie finding threes through the smoke and gets 2.
But you know what the biggest thing is? They also, UH bought up into the second round trying to break the economy, and on top of the break of the economy, they're dead. Yeah. They have 2 of their duelists dead. So 2 entries are gone. They're how are they going to push? How are they going to win? They can't.
2 entries gone, and one of them at 11 HP. Still kind of tough, though. I feel like that was really unfortunate. I mean, like you said, they tried to break up the economy there in the second round, and now they broke the bank.
Oh, yeah.
You lost 2 pretty expensive guns, especially when you were supposed to be saving. This is rough.
That's an understatement, I would say. Because at this point, you have Torpor, the only player with a good weapon, and you have 2 people kind of split up. Like Entry is trying to go solo towards the B site, get that orb so we can try and get a lockdown, but
Yeah, but now full aware of their situation right now.
This shock dart landing on one of them, dead. Like, see, that's the precariousness of it. They have 10 seconds left. They smoke Caterpillar themselves onto site. They're going to go for a quick and dirty plant. The 1-for-1 is there, but it isn't the best situation. Entry, getting traded out. Still, Event Horizon has the numbers. And that plant is just going to be a free extra ult orb for them. Sure, it gives you money and plant for them, but like at the end of the day, I mean, it's rough. You don't want to save the Bulldog, maybe? Like that's a tough call to make.
It's a tough call.
Maybe it's early on, so I'm going to speculate a little bit and say, you know, they wanted to go for it early.
I think it's fair. It's definitely going to hurt them this round, though. I mean, and now in such a good spot, like EH feeling good about it. We're seeing Jar buy up a Vandal. Actually, no, going to opt for the Sheriff here instead. But man, really kind of sold it with that one. But it's really unfortunate because Tootsie got really lucky with that spray smoke, especially with something like the Spectre, right? That definitely does not happen too often.
You should spam through the smokes all the time on an eco round because realistically, before that point, they weren't sure that UH had bought or not bought. So if they assume that UH didn't buy, then you spray through and you do some damage. If you assume EH did buy, well, then, you know, you do a little tick damage. It's all good. Early pick towards mid is going to be nice, but again, it's an eco for UH. They're just trying to see what they can work with. Memories is the only one with a weapon.
Memories gets tagged, so now they know that he's on site. Just playing safe here on their spawn. Really slow play here, making sure that nothing happens without them knowing about it.
They have no support. There's nothing that can really support. There's no initiator support. You don't have any flashes. You don't have anything. Tootsie's going to find one onto Linden, and, I mean, Event Horizon, they're totally comfortable with this B retake. They just won 2 B retakes in a row. Snark going to take down Memories as well with just a simple outlaw, and the drop down almost caught, but not enough, and Snark is there. Almost doesn't count. Sometimes you need to be sure, and Tor is just so far away that regardless, it's just... It doesn't matter. The defuse is going to come through. They're going to win this round no matter what. But feeding that orb into Snark puts them 2 away from getting the Blade Storm.
Yeah, definitely important plays here for Horizon. And Snark with the 4K. It is the Outlaw, and they didn't have shields, but still, great pickups there from Snark. I mean, like you said, it's going to only put Snark 2 away from the Blade Storm, and that is a huge deal, especially on a map like Ascent.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's 3 rounds in a row with a B retake. I would expect something unique to have, like change of pace.
For sure, it does feel like maybe it's trying to force the issue a little bit too much here, and a lot of picks are being given to Event Horizon, even though it doesn't really necessarily have to be that way, but looking like they're going to try to go for that mid control again like they were doing against the villains, so hopefully this works out, but the alarm bot, Jar playing off
Jar has this, right? Yeah, the timing's there. Snark and Jar picking 2 down towards mid, and this is the rifle round. This is a round we should be seeing Entry pop that lockdown because they've been farming it to just enter and steamroll a site, but the spike is down towards B. You have a player in almost every single lane and position here. You're 2 down. UH is looking just... It's looking like it's rough. Memories is coming in here. If they fight Tootsie, that'll be huge. Timing's not found. Memories goes down, and that's going to be stuck in my mind for a while.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely insane. And the really interesting thing, too, it just feels like the communication between us seems a little off. I feel like they're playing very separate from each other, not really utilizing their teamwork. I mean, that the lockdown from Entry could have been really big, right? It's very separated.
Linden? Linden!
No. Okay.
Okay, Snark whiffed the shot on the head, but still 10 HP. That was a pretty good timing. Linden and Entry are just trying to save here, realistically, see what picks that they can get for the next 25 seconds. But
yeah,
that spooked me.
Event Horizon definitely very happy to just hold these angles, make sure that no one enters any site here. No chance for a comeback in this round, and they're okay with saving as well.
10 seconds left.
I mean, there's no reason for you to do anything here.
Zero.
They might go pack hunting, but even then, I feel like Linden. You push mid, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yukine is going to try and kill him because the damage that it's going to do to their economy is way more important.
Way more important. And picks up a Phantom, too. Wow, really good stuff there.
Yeah, because now, look, they can't buy. Like, only a handful of players can buy, and even then it's a force.
Man, that decision on round 2 has snowballed so poorly for it's insane, right?
Yeah.
Like that decision to force on round 2 and getting picked by Tootsie
The
has
thing is,
snowballed this
it's
game.
a huge gamble. It's just a huge gamble of if you want to go for that second round bye, because if you do and you can't find your footing, you basically make a potential 2-1 into 4-0, which is what we see here, or 3-0 more correctly.
All right, but here we go. Another round here. Memories just sneaking up, has the Guardian in hand. Lockdown activated. Both Yukine and Jar are going to have to make their way outside of the site. Drone's going to tag one of them.
There's the entry.
Here we go. This round's looking a lot better for here.
Space created, players are pushing out of the smoke. Recon Dart's going to catch them. Memories not able to capitalize off the space they made. Linden with the plant. 4-0. A potential push here. It's a 5v5 retake, and I don't know if that's a Bogdan's Law kind of moment, but they did give the op into the hands of Xander to try and allow this player to push in. Snark can really get aggressive here. Not a Bogdan's Law. There's still just 150 in terms of HP. Logs cleared. Positions gained. Jar starting it off, but there we go. Snark goes down. Arrow finding a second. It's going to be important. The refrag is there, but UH has the space they need right now. They're holding on to the site. Entry is going to continue to push in, and this is finally a hold for B site. That's going to work for UH as they finally find a round here. And they've been going B, I believe, almost every single round that they've tried to get a plant down. They've been the most successful with it, but this is the first time that they have successfully let it ride all the way through.
Thankfully, and it seems like they're going to be mixing it up as well. They're going to be playing that same patient playstyle at the beginning of the round, just trying to take as much space as possible. Xander also going to be going for that one way, so we'll see how this next round pans out. But thankfully, finally on the board, especially after those few rough rounds. But Tootsie definitely got some good trades there. Now has the ultimate on deck. Snark also has Blade Storm. Gonna go for the Leer. Not able to find anyone. Xander has the flash, but not able to commit off it.
That's rough. It's like, that's rough, buddy.
Yeah, that's tough.
You don't want to waste these flashes. It's rough to waste.
Alarm bot finds entry, but no one to commit off it.
Yeah.
They're going to go back to B. It's their happy place.
Happy? I thought you said happy feet for a second. I was like, no way. There's no way.
Uh-oh.
Give me tap dancing around, but realistically.
Seems like they're going to run into
Tootsie's
Snark here.
Snark not able to find much, though.
Oh, yeah, not able to find a kill with that op. Now you can able to Odin. Trying to find some spam, not able to find anything though.
Right here.
I mean, the Odin is what the Odin does, right? Just spam through on the paper thin walls of Ascent and see if you could lock something in here. UH, Hunter's Fury. It's a pain. Tor finding one onto Tootsie. That's the IGL out of it. Entry grabbing another. Entering onto the site. Memories seeing if they can re-clear this area. An ultimate has been invested and it's going to be lost. Jar keeping it alive as Memories pushes in. The Heaven position is going to be gained. The KJ lockdown needs to be respected. Detaining one up towards Heaven. Check the corners. Oh, the position is there. They're going to keep it. Try to take the fight. Linden grabs it. A team ace, I believe. I heard. I hope I was correct.
Team Ace, yeah. That definitely was a team ace for sure.
Team Ace for the side of UH. And I mean, it was possible that they could have gotten the shot off on Linden, but even then it was rough.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was a great round there from I really like the way that they played the beginning of that round where they seemed like they were going to commit on one site and then they switch up and go to A, but then at the end decided to just get that space and return back to B, right? Like they're just completely taking the space in there. Just really respecting the team. But the one way is really going to shut down this push here on A. We'll see if Xander could utilize it. The Leer.
Oh, they have to fall back. The location's been revealed. That's rough. You try to break that, set the smoke, and break the Leer all at the same time. You can't, right? It's just too much. So dumped, and the op battle is won by Entry. He's doing a good job. See? It's difficult to like, he's doing... Uh-oh.
Entry gonna find it!
No,
wow!
Asleep. Jar's asleep at the wheel. No!
Could not react in time.
Peeker's advantage type beat.
Peeker's advantage for sure. Now Tootsie and Xander both playing together in A main, trying to see if they can find Linden.
Oh, Tootsie's getting aggro here. Well, they have to make a play, right? Because if they're currently down 2 players, you make a play, you get aggro into a different position, you try and find that 5th round. 50 seconds on the board, up and close, Arrow takes out Yukine. And now this B site's empty. Tootsie finding entry is going to be huge on the lurk because they don't want an op in their back. 2 players up, Xander spots the position of 1, but does not know the rest of the squad and their locations. Look at Omen wrapping around down in mid. They have so much space to re-wrap into market and try and take the fight in mid. Xander just waiting off on the side. Linden finds Tootsie. That's what I was worried about. They want to try and keep these 2 rifles, and because they found the player mid, now Xander is like, you know, maybe you could try and get a pick or see what you could work with, but Xander's going to be the only one carrying a weapon into this.
But the operator is a very good find here. Xander happy with that, especially getting those 2 on the B site, but happy to just save the op. Both sides happy to do the same, but gonna walk around with 1 more weapon in hand. And thankfully, we're going to see a 4-3.
4-3 half, 20 seconds to rethink. I mean, at this point, EH, if they lose enough rounds in a row, they might want to just, they might want to rethink their strategy. They might want to talk.
See a timeout as well. Yeah, I
yeah,
agree.
Maybe.
I think there's a very big possibility. Entry going to be the one with the op in hand, and Jar as well, mirroring both teams here. Really see the strength of Killjoy on this map, especially with these 2 doing as well as they are.
And that's the thing, they sacrificed their flashes here for the Reyna flashes, and UH has been really playing off of that Linden. Finding Xander off the start. Memories with another nasty stuff happening. A late nade is not going to stop these players, but Tootsie's aim is. He's trying to roll them, pack them up tightly. The reload comes through, the paranoia is there, it's a little too late. They had to get it with that mag. If they found 2 with 1 mag, that would have been huge. 1 mag type dig moment.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, if you 1 mag a team, you kind of deserve that victory at this point now. I mean, they have an op on Jar. They're most likely going to try and save that op. Yukine has just a stinger, so long range advantage is not there. You're kind of just in a save situation.
Definitely unfortunate. It feels bad to be forced to save both of these rounds, especially with the operator, but I mean, EH really had some good momentum in the beginning of this half, but after that win on round 5, it feels like it's running away from Event Horizon's hands.
Yeah. And it's the momentum. It's just the momentum. They tried, that's exactly what UH wanted.
That was crazy timing. Yukine almost peeked out Cat there, and Torpor almost got the kill, but Yukine decides to die.
Yeah, because you have a stinger. The money's not worth it, and you don't want to give an ult orb to the enemy team. So you're vibing off that.
Smart decision there from Yukine, but
the FNS call, as people joke about. But
it's 4-4 now, even in rounds, but the economy is definitely in the favor of Still able to buy
stop
Vandals,
calling them
but
it's only UH. I've lost
now
my
on,
mind.
It's UH. It's UH.
I've lost my mind.
I love but UH it is.
Every time I say it, I feel like because it's like the #1 rule in casting is to not say ooh. More tech issues. So we're going to be going into a pause here. The tech issue is consistent. They're super consistent. But hey, it's going to give us some time to talk about the scoreboard, something we don't really give enough attention to. Tootsie just popping off right now. 8-5. They have their ultimate ready. And speaking of things that are ready, the game is ready.
Yeah, we're going right back into it. 2 seconds on the clock to start. The barriers go down. And it looks like we're going to have a showdown here in mid. Breaks the wall immediately. Now preparing for the wall bangs, but they're stuck here in tiles. Looking like they're trying to play B, but recognizing that there might be too many people.
They've just been hitting B so often. But it's been working.
It hasn't been terrible, I will agree.
Like, at the beginning it was rough, but now it's been like whatever.
They all have guns though, so it might not work as well as it has in the past. The drone trying to find someone mid. Gets the grenade though. Pretty good damage onto Torpor. Xander gets the first headshot.
The second on top of that, Memories takes out Snark, so realistically it's going to work for them. Yukine grabbing another through the wall. This position, this timing from EH is just huge. And I was talking about that ultimate. I guess it becomes really crucial here. I was going to talk about all these ultimates being crucial for the side of EH to try and sway it in their favor, but preventing utility is really going to stunt these guys. And I don't think Entry's long for this world. I said I don't think Entry's going to be able to find one here, just because the smoke goes down. They have 2 people doubled up on that angle. Realistically, one of them should be faster. Topper peeks this and goes down. Watch. Oh, he doesn't peek it. Doesn't go down. He stays alive. Peek.
Whoa, great shots there from Torpor.
Through the wall, I guess the caster curse for me.
Oh,
Torpor finds
arrow.
another? If this 1v4 goes in Topper's favor, EH, you guys have time. You have time. Don't peek.
I highly doubt that they're going to peek. 8 bullets in the chamber. Jump peeks it.
They're just kind of like messing around.
Doing a little bit of trolling.
Ukene peeking there is just
wild.
Yeah, I didn't want to call it because I'm like, I was a little worried, but like, that is why. I mean, well, because they don't have a gun, I guess, but even then it's like, pick up a gun, there's a whole riff around.
It was okay. EH closes out that round. Time was definitely in the favor of EH there, but 2 ults on the side of Event Horizon. We have the Hunter's Fury and we have Omen ult on deck, but no ults. Actually, no, we have both Arrow and Memories having ults ready, so we'll see if they can take in this site. We already hear the knives are popped.
Knives pop, players pushing, seeing what they can work with. Snark just has the tailwind burned because they needed some sort of power here. Arrow on the site, they single-handedly just pushing them, and in they go. They wanted to break it. Xander gets killed by Ukene? No! I mean, Memories and Entry going down as well, so at least the numbers are working there. But the first kill for EH was a team kill with Ukene's ultimate. The comms are probably just... that is a question I need to ask them.
One enemy
Arrow takes down Snark. Tootsie's there. Jar grabs Arrow with a 3-piece, but like, I have to like sit back and see it a little bit more because just... Dog, what?
What was that? I mean, it is okay.
Archmage, what did we just watch?
That round honestly was so chaotic. I can kind of understand where Ukene was coming from, but really wanted to just find the kill on Arrow because had connected one of the Hunter's Fury on Arrow previously and was maybe trying to read movement and didn't realize that Xander was in the way, but...
Xander was
definitely flaming in chat right now.
Xander was just wrong place, wrong time.
Actively wrong place,
but
wrong time.
Looking ahead of time, Xander has their ultimate here. Arrow and Topper picking up ults of their own. And a 2-round lead here for EH. UH seeing what they can work with. Again, with this mid play, they've kind of had this sort of like mid split as a consistent push, whether it's into B or A site, where they try and take some mid control. Arrow has been really comfortable sending it down here. So I'm not too concerned with this sort of play style. It's just more like the adaptations are very like micro adaptations of how they push together. There's the Hunter's Fury coming out as well. Okay.
Detected 3 with the KO knife, and now some damage onto Snark. Op in hand playing this slow. Jar in hell, no one clears it, and that's 2. Snark gets another one, but to trade with the arrows. Now Entry finds Tootsie. Tries to even up the numbers just a little bit, but things are interesting here.
And now they get out of dodge. There's like no reason for them to stay in and take this fight, to take this space, because they have basically an MTB site where they've kind of seen some of these over-rotate. So I feel like there is a little bit of confidence, because look at how far Entry is into CT. They're going to be clearing it as if someone has rotated or if someone stayed there, but they're not expecting all 3 players. They're expecting 1 player on B site and then maybe about 2 on this A site.
All right, but now we're seeing an interesting situation where Entry is inside their heads right now, just waiting for them to rotate to B after hearing the plant. And now they're doing it. They might fall directly into Entry's hand.
Entry could go huge here if not clear. There's a position, there's a timing. Ukene peeks, that's 1, that's 2! The 3 not found! Jar has the 3rd.
But now
3 on the round, but not 3 in that moment. Jar is now left in a 1v1 and in a position where they could snatch this away from UH. UH had such a possibility. They had something attainable. It didn't work. The timing, not there. Jar drops down. Jeez, the shoulder spams through the wall. There's not much time, and Topper is going to win it out. And this is a potential 6-6 scenario. UH went
round
through looking
before
at
the
the
switch.
economy. No, it's fine. EH still has, you know, Event Horizon has some stuff that they can work with. It's not the end of it, but still.
Definitely tough, man. I mean, I feel like the time was definitely in the favor of UH there. Torpor has planted the bomb so much earlier. An entry with the most insane lurk of all time catches 2 of them off guard. But, man, setting up that 1v1 was so insane. Great clutch there from Torpor.
Yeah, this is I mean, this is kind of reminding me of that first map with EH versus FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Fly away.
Fly
oh my
away,
gosh,
yeah.
words. I was just joking with the players that I keep like messing those up every now and then.
Oh, the judge in hand. Xander playing in the smoke, waiting for Memories to peek this.
It's possible.
Not holding the right angle though.
I mean, they're holding the off angle of Snark. Yeah. Oh, the timing could be there. Finds one. There's one more Snark with the 2-piece, and they just dominate here because they find a 2-for-3 combo. An ultimate popped, but look at the position. Tootsie's in, capitalizing off of it. The KJ lockdown broken. Empress has been active. It's a 1v3. First found. They get dismiss away, but then ult for an ult. Arrow has it. Suppress. It's because of the 0 point. It was up close and personal. 1v1. Yukine for the 7th round. Spams on through. They have an Odin. You have 41 seconds. Drops again! This is the second time that this player has jumping right-clicked someone, and I swear these you do not see stuff like that in ranked.
No.
What?
So much confidence in that right click. And winning a round like that, especially being down weapons there, impressive stuff from EH. And I think that really was on the back of Tootsie being able to shut down that lockdown, right?
That is just wild to me. That is just the second time in a row that we've seen a jumping right click from this player work.
Yukine is so insane. And it really goes to show that Yukine on the bottom, or near the bottom of the leaderboard on the stats here, but still putting in so much work for the team.
It's called a support player.
Yeah, support player for sure.
Support, yeah.
And still able to clutch those rounds. That's like 2 rounds clutch for Yukine.
Impact frags, right, that they find. It's just so integral to the composition of Event Horizon. As for I guess I'll call them that if we're going for the full names. They're down by 2 rounds, but they're not out of it. Xander finding the first for EH is going to be huge, as Arrow was a playmaker for the side of
Dashes into the smoke, now playing a little bit riskier here.
I like that read from Yukine, just to like break any KJ util, but also catches a player.
Not bad. Interesting position on site here. Stuck in the corner. Jar's not able to get one, and the clear from all the Memories comes in from behind and gets all those eagle shots.
Couldn't react in time.
Could not react.
No. And that's going to be a round given to them. I think EH is going to have more respect and relatively more discipline to not go and buy into the second round. We do see some Deagles, you know, some Sheriffs, Jar and Tootsie, going to be purchasing that up. Just, you know, they're 14-7, 11-9 respectively. So they have some confidence going into this.
Yeah, this is very interesting. This is probably one of the most back and forth maps that we've seen throughout this entire day so far. In fact, 7-6 is an interesting number because we really see a lot of big leads into comebacks throughout this series. But
yeah,
against these two, it's been back and forth. Round win, round loss, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this happen a fair bit, but I'm not surprised. It's just, I think I'm not surprised by both. For some reason, it feels faster when there's like a 6-0, but people still play at the same time.
Same difference, but Tootsie playing it slow here. Arrow holding this angle.
They're going to peek together. There's no flash or anything to really work off of. They don't want to get collided here. Arrow's found one, immediately falls back off of it. Yeah, and again, it's an eco round, so it's just going to be a 3-4. Most likely, it's going to be 3 players alive.
For sure. That was a great shot from Arrow, cleaning that up, not even giving a chance for a comeback in this eco. Entry recognizes that there's someone in a main, just trying to hold anything that they can to make sure that this eco does not go the way of EH.
7-6.
Playing
30 seconds on the clock. Some pressure to push through.
Shot gets to the wall.
One enemy remaining.
Spike down right now.
I looked at the tap, boom. Tap, 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 boom. Tap, 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 tap. Meh.
Wow, great
Whoa!
recognitions from Jar. That was insane.
10 seconds
Hey,
left.
Not gonna
good
be able
for
to win
Jar.
the round, but still impressive stuff.
Impressive plays. You're trying to get as many players out here. There's memories coming through. Honestly, at that point, just a gamble.
Right.
You go into CT, you try and win. You go to B and try to win. Like, they're most likely for UH, they're just not going to take fights. There's no point for them to.
For sure. And I definitely think that was important, though. Like, those shots from Jar were pretty clutch. You removed some guns from their hands, got rid of a little bit of money for them. Definitely didn't make that eco as big as it could have been.
Yep.
All right,
Yeah.
but now we're seeing EH playing towards the B side here, similar to what O was doing in their attacking. Paranoia immediately comes out, smokes off market. Now,
Whoa, good
in.
backdash to try and avoid the flash, but it doesn't work. Up close and personal, Stark still finding one onto Topper. Entry, grabbing Snark. Xander picks up some more. Space is going to be made. EH look to see what they can play with, what they can work with. Tootsie, it's a pinstripe kill feed here. Last two players alive up against Arrow with just a Sheriff in hand. And I mean, this was the bonus round, so realistically, EH should be winning it by, like, most percentages and statistics, but to get it down this close, an Arrow is a good shot, can pick up a potential Vandal here on the ground. It's a Phantom in hand, but still a rifle. Gets stopped by Yukine. The hemorrhaging has been stopped. No more bleeding out. They are gonna try to start winning these round after round.
Yeah, Forces now, EH not able to buy guns in this next half. They are going to be able to buy this a little bit, but Bulldog in Xander's hand instead of a Vandal is an important distinction. That could cost a round. We'll see what happens, but UH almost had that round win. And I mean, we've seen Arrow had those opportunities before, but was not able to clear the corner just in time. And now they're switching up things going A.
Yeah, I mean, you go for a B hit, A hit, switch it up as much as you can, just as long as it's not repetitive. Like, keep going A, keep going B, the patterns aren't there. Flash is gonna push him out there. Arrow peeks and dismisses away. Reminds me of a different kind of play.
Yeah.
Really? Aqua?
I remember that. Both start with A, very similar. But great pick there from Arrow. That's going to be really crucial here. Yeah, no, this is going to be tough.
Now, entry, Arrow, Linden, Torpor, Memories. The whole squad's still up and at 'em. They're looking to see if they can get this 8-8.
Interesting way to hold mid, though. Definitely let Cat just a little bit open here, but Linden going to be the last defense here for A. Arrow still stuck heaven here. Paranoia going to come out, recognize
The
it.
double! Wait, Linden and Arrow both doubled up on the kill. It wasn't a two-piece for Linden, but the double kill there is immediately going to stop anything that EH had. Jar looking to see what they can work with. They got that plant down.
Oh, what
Look at where the bomb is. Look at the position of this bomb. Oh, right into Yukine. If Yukine could get this spray, they peek together. The one, but not the two. Linden is still alive. They're going to be running out of it. Oh, Jar has the timing, has the read. Sprays one, not the second. And it's the same story we just saw. You spray the first, but not the second. Can't get the spray transfer locked in.
So close in these rounds. And Jar was such an interesting play there, really forcing the hand of EH. But, man, that was almost an insane round from Jar.
Yeah, it could have been insane honestly for both of them if they just got the spray transfers, but realistically, it's hard.
It's hard.
It's hard.
Let's be
real. Let's be real. It's one of those things where it's like if it happens, it's insane. If it doesn't happen, yeah, that makes sense.
Nice try, as they say. But
GG's.
UH has guns in their hands. Jar trying to go for a little bit of a wall bang there, not able to find anything. Getting that mid control. Silverdart not able to scan anything. Turret set up here in the lurk. Snark has to shoot the alarm bot. Only a classic in hand.
Classic? Hey, we saw some classic plays, although that was more for Yukine. Still, it works through. There's that outlaw. Snark gonna get spotted. Great to punish these eco plays. Entry with a 3-piece and the 4 to boot. Almost an ace, but it's an eco round, and we kind of expected UH to win. Still pretty good. Pretty solid stuff.
Pretty solid stuff. Not losing a man there is important, especially with the Deagles in hand. Could have lost a lot more money, but in fact, saves a lot of it. And now UH is in a position to continue their lead and push forward in this first map. 9-8. I mean, look how back and forth this has been. I mean, I know EH did win 4 rounds in a row before, but so did and now it's been kind of back and forth ever since, right? 2 rounds, 1 loss, 2 rounds, 1 loss. Kind of been back and forth for him, but we'll see how it continues.
You are powerless.
You are powerless. Not going to be ulting onto this A site.
It's going to give him a lot of space.
It's going to give him a lot of space. Lots of work with. Here's Hell.
Yeah, they want to respect that here, especially for UH. They don't want to retake right into a null command. And there we go. They pop their own ultimate to try and counter it. 2 ults pressed still. There it is, the rock, paper, scissors topper picking up 1 with the Odin, and the lockdown gets destroyed. Memories gets 1 more, but Tootsie's going to bite back. Unfortunately, it's not enough. 2 players alive for EH. They got to keep that bomb down. Spam through the smoke, working. Jar pushing their way in. They work up the courage to take these fights. Arrow on the defuse gets pushed off. Jar with a second, looking for the third, not finding it. Arrow and Memories lock it in. The 10th round is found, and the differential grows.
I mean, what an amazing round there from Jar. Really tried their best to get it, but Arrow locks it down, does not give Jar the opportunity to make that comeback. And now we continue to see these situations where Jar and players like Tootsies, they find really good frags, but players like Arrow and Memories continue to shut them down time after time and not allowing these fiery moments. I mean, that's exactly what you need to do if you're playing on a post plant like that. So
round 19. Like, just looking at the stats right now in the economy, it's down for EH. UH on the flip side, they have pretty much built themselves a little bit, a little savings account. It's not a trust fund yet, but we have 4K, 3K for some of these players. So it's you got a rainy day savings fund.
I will also say Memories and 3 people on here have ultimates, so it's crazy.
Pause. Jar just peeked the whiff and then immediately hit back. What's very goofy to see. It is an eco for EH, so as expected, UH should be winning. I am curious, though, to see if Snark is going to find themselves a cheeky pick. Unfortunately, looking at the lineup of this KJ util, I doubt they're going to go undetected. Yeah, Snark immediately gets spotted and has to get out of dodge.
Good smoke there from Xander, though, trying to help out Snark to make it out alive. But man, this seems so hard stopped by the utility. Jar making some space here. I don't think Torpor saw. Oh, definitely saw this time, though.
Little happy feet, doing a little tap dance, seeing what they can work with. Jar is just running away, but the position has been known and spotted. Memories with the Bladestorm finding 1, a possibility for an upset. Linden gets 1 more as they're looking for the 11th event horizon down on the horizon as the sun is going to set on their parade. If they cannot shape up, push together, and really see what they can work on, I think a timeout is in order.
3v5 here. Event Horizon really struggling to find anything. Linden finds Stepping on Xander and now reduces the numbers even more, and then continues to put in the work. Arrow cleans it up, and that was almost an insane team ace, but Arrow and Memories finding
the misty
2 kills
memories
there.
in the mind.
My memories are terrible, but it is what it is. Great round there from UH, and now they continue to push their lead, and it's looking like this is going to continue even further than just 11.
Yeah, and we're heading into round 20 on the timeout. Honestly, I kind of, I expected this.
Right.
And it's a look at if you look at the color of the timeout little banner there and the little setup, I believe it's EH.
EH for sure.
Most definitely EH is on this timeout. Realistically, they're talking about the fact that these past couple of rounds, they've just been kind of leaving some holes, having some, I would say, minor issues, right? I wouldn't say it's like, oh, they're doing something insanely bad. I think the small stuff is really getting to them. The positioning that they're trying to get and the way that they're trying to condition UH to go into a specific area, sometimes it just didn't work.
Yeah.
Like we saw Yukine use their ultimate to try and, force UH into in a really unfavorable attack position. But even then, they immediately, they pushed in. This one thing that sticks in my mind with, I believe it was Memories, pushes out, sees people, and then immediately falls back into heaven. So they push out, see the players, they're getting Sova ulted, no one capitalized on it, people whiffed a little bit, and they come back.
Yeah.
And I think it's threefold. It's the fatigue of playing multiple games, it's the mental of losing some of these games, and it's just the fact that, they've currently lost a couple in a row. So all that kind of put together, this is more than anything is a mental reset. I don't think that they're playing super bad. I think it's just clear your head a little bit.
For sure. I mean, losing 4 rounds never feels good in any circumstance. But I mean, they won the first few rounds in the beginning as well.
Another tech issue.
So, man,
maybe that's another part of it as well.
Could be big, yeah.
That's like another thing we could tack onto it, because if I want to ask them, if production can hear me, who's having tech issues?
It could be on the side of EH for sure. I feel like that makes the most sense is if it's on the side of EH, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's on the side of as well.
Realistically, for I don't know. They're playing super well, so I don't know. I'm gonna find that out in between the games. I'm gonna find out who's having the tech issues.
Seems like we're all still good though. Whether the timeout was for a mental reset or for some technical issues, it still accomplishes the same thing. Arrow pushing up here on the B main. Seeing if they can get a pick here. Peeking a little aggressively. Finds Snark. And the first pick goes to UH. Great stuff there. Dismisses away safe and sound. Miss Memories finds Jar in the mid as well. And now it's a 3v5 again.
And the numbers just continue to steamroll and stack. UH has a lot that they can work with. Linden, a flawless victory. At this point, like, it's hype, but at the same time, it was just like so clean that it's like I'm just like, yeah, that is what we like. That is what we want to see from Arrow. They're 18-15, 17-10 for entry. They are literally playing their role. They are entering into the site and completely disrupting Event Horizon's everything. Their backline, front line, any line of attack that they want to be at.
Definitely was not expecting that aggressive angle from, but EH now pushing on to the B site with no KJ util. This might actually work out relatively well for them. They don't know that there's no util. Tootsie finds the pick on entry, and it's an empty site.
I mean, hey, now it's going to be clean for them. EH could have some confidence if they could boost themselves into this, win it, get the 9th round. A potential overtime could be looming, could be flourishing here if we just get the timings. The Blade Storm down towards Market. It misses, it whiffs. Pinstripes, Torpor picks up another Jar. Gonna pick things through, leaving us in a 2v2, but this is gonna be a precarious spot considering they're playing offsite, onsite. Jar is gonna go down to Torpor, and it's just up to Yukine. Can they get it? Are they the clutch king here, or is it just gonna be over with a well-placed shock dart to the feet? And at this point, the victory crouches near the end to cement themselves a 13-8 scoreline.
Insane gameplay there from I mean, the double shock dart to finish it is definitely an aggressive way to do it, but fantastically played from Arrow. I'd say entry played fantastic. I think actually everyone on the team had a role to play.
Everyone played really well in that match. 8-13 is nothing to scoff at. It's just, it's a bit rough. I believe this also was UH's map pick, so I kind of understand why, like, they won and what they picked.
Right.
I believe Event Horizon went and picked Lotus.
That's going to be the next map we see, yeah, for sure.
So that is probably where we're going to be headed to. We're going to take a short break, and when we're back, we'll see you guys on Lotus.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going into map 2 of Event Horizons versus anyways. Great first map there from We saw a 13-8, I want to say.
13-8 on point. Remember, someone ate their broccoli or asparagus. What a spinach? No, spinach is like for strength.
I want to say broccoli makes sense, but anyways, we're going to map 2, which is going to be Lotus. This is EH's pick.
This is EH's pick.
So hopefully they can
I found
do some
something
plays
interesting
here.
out. It was UH who had the tech pauses.
I told you I wouldn't be surprised.
Like you would think for like it's the team that's losing, but it's UH.
It's UH.
And they were the ones that were winning.
So hey, that's just gonna goes to show how dominant UH will be in this second map. If they're not having any tick issues, imagine how good they're gonna perform now.
Well,
right?
I mean, this is also Lotus.
I see ISO locked in, and I got a little excited.
For context, I'm like thinking about stuff. I'm just like, yeah, you know, Lotus, and I just feel this like, I'm moving on. I look over, and Archmage is like,
I'm shaking.
ISO.
Memories has locked in ISO on this.
You know what
Lotus
I'm
map.
shaking about? The double duelist.
Yeah, double
It
duelist
makes
again.
sense. It's what they do, bro. It's what they do.
And it's entry actually locking in Raze instead of arrow. By the way.
Okay, but entry
That's
was
very
like
interesting.
popping off.
Popping off.
Popping
for sure.
off.
Earned it for
we
sure.
We just gotta say, entry with the lurks as KJ was going positive. Like that is what you want out of your KJ player. Sure. And that, honestly, now they're putting him on the Raze, like, yeah, that makes sense.
I'm excited. And now Arrow is switching over to the Cypher. Especially on a map like this is going to be interesting. This is a very unorthodox. Well, maybe not too unorthodox.
I would say
like the picks. It's not
unorthodox.
crazy, but it definitely is an interesting build here. I mean, we see a lot of the same, right? Like Omen, Cypher. We're seeing a pick of Gecko instead of Breach, but I think it's all the same.
I love Gecko.
I love Gecko.
I love Gecko.
Love me a Gecko.
I love Gecko. I just love Gecko because I like the fact that it's literally a Pokemon trainer in Valorant. Yeah. But also, not even that, but just like the fact that like, it's the wing. They're so adorable.
Adorable.
Riot Games really knows how to make you care about a fictional character.
Yeah.
Like they really know. It's like, okay, we're gonna make you want to protect Wingman at all costs.
Wingman has been the single most successful thing Valorant has ever done, ever. I am so for real.
Not the esports, not the global, like, just
it's
Wingman.
You know how much money they're making off Wingman right now? You have no idea.
What a statement.
That's going to be the new mascot of this game, and I'm
just wing. I mean, there's so many.
Already
Wingman
is.
sprays.
Right?
There's so many Wingman sprays.
That's crazy.
I swear, April Fools, they just need to make Wingman the icon.
Like on the desktop, that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
Yo,
I would love that.
Riot Games, sign them up.
Yeah, honestly. Well, it's going to be Lotus. We're going to get into it.
Here we go.
Yapped a little bit about some random stuff, but let's talk about this. 2 shields, Linden entry, 1 shield for Xander, buy-up for all these players, and it's going to be either B split or A split here. Still unknown. Paranoia going out to see what they can fight with. Yukine picking up the first, a body block, which is weird. It seems to be a B split as they're trying to enter on it, and they're failing. They're getting absolutely crushed here, and it makes sense.
Oh, unfortunate shots for now. Yukine finds a third. Memories can find a clutch here, but not able to get it. Xander shuts it down.
Nope.
Good stuff there from EH.
And I mean, Event Horizon, they just kind of pinched and played off on it together. It's their map pick, so they have some confidence through it. And considering that they're down 1 currently, it's something that they need, like desperately need to just win this game. So we can go to game number 3 and we can have at least some sort of, I wouldn't say cohesion, but some sort of like push in the right direction.
And now EH got the eco round. This is going to be a classic situation here. Let's see if finds any picks here. It's going to be very important to see if maybe any gunfights are won, but smoke already coming out the one way.
They're not repeating the same thing they did on Ascent.
True. Thankfully.
They're saving.
Because I didn't love that play, but entry.
It works if you have really big confidence.
True.
Oh.
Interesting play here.
The fly falls into the web. The Cypher's trap comes right there. Xander, Tootsie picking up the shots. They fully bought as well, so if they lose any player, they lose a gun. They're really hoping for a flawless victory here for EH.
And it's looking like it as well. We're seeing Jar slowly sneak up on Arrow here. Yep.
Good double up as well. I mean, at this point, it's the anti-eco, so just vibing. You're just vibing.
Yeah, it's been a bit since I've seen a Frenzy, I'm not going to lie to you, but Torpor now playing with the semi in hand, planting, at least getting a little bit of money here. Linden not able to find the legal hit, and Xander yeah. The flawless with Jar. That's the way it is, man. That's the way it is. Welcome to
happens.
VALORANT.
It happens. I mean, that's an anti-eco for you.
Especially like 2-3 Bulldogs in hand.
Yeah, the 3 Bulldogs and then a Guardian on top of that. You're just going up against 3 rifles at that point.
Basically.
You know what that means? EH is going to have a very solid 3rd round. Not only do they keep everything into this next one, but on top of all of that, the weaponry and the economy that they have, most everyone is about 2K. They're going to maintain most of their shields. If, let's say, they lose this, they have money for the next one.
Exactly.
They say they win this, boom, they're golden.
They win this, they're in a fantastic spot to win the next one.
They're also in a very similar spot they were last time, and they did lose on Ascent, so like...
This is true. We got to see how things work out.
I don't want to call it just yet.
I don't want to call it, but definitely a great start. And we like great
good
starts.
Good start, I will say. I like their retakes. Their early retakes are really good. It's just later in the game, they have a hard time kind of maintaining that pressure.
Oh, wow, Snark finds the first one. Memories gets the reset, but now Linden surviving that headshot with 1 HP. Great stuff there from Snark. Wow, close.
That's just rough. Like, I wouldn't say it's the worst thing that could happen. It is still a 1 for 2 on the bonus round, but at the same time, just some of those whiffs were just really instrumental into EH losing 2 players, and specifically a info initiator and the entry. So not only do you not have an entry to get onto the site, you don't have info. Toasty, Tootsie, immediately gonna pick up memories. So that's another duelist down for the UH squad.
Yeah, now no duelist left for UH. Tootsie with an insane peak, but still surviving for another day, holding that Bulldog for dear life. We're seeing Arrow pushing up here heaven. One man doing his job, planting the spike.
Waka, waka, waka. Every time they do that, it just makes me think of the Pac-Man plays, and now a potential different kind of sprays. I mean, they're going to spray through it, and it's not going to hit. Xander's going to land it. Torpor still out here. Tap onto the bomb. They're still peeking through, and that is now a 1v1. Linden seeing what they can work with at 10 HP, but a bullet to the head is going to pop the lid wide open. Jar is on the crouch, but Linden still has the reaction.
Linden with the 3K is absolutely massive. What a headshot there to close out the round, and that's a clutch if I've ever seen one. Really great stuff there from UH. Finds their first round in this map and shuts down the momentum that we were talking about before. I mean, they did have the better guns, but
they only had 1 person alive. So look at their economy now.
Right, it's definitely
light
tough.
shields, light shields,
and
say probably lackluster util as well.
Oh, for sure, especially if they're buying light shields.
Yeah.
But we will see the domain expansion for Memories soon. Ult is ready.
There.
Just hollow purple. I
don't think we're gonna see it in this round,
right?
But maybe the ult will come in sooner or later.
Oh, Arrow has sneaked on through. And we did see the lurking rays, so putting them on the Senti roll isn't even that much of a thing. The problem is Snark has the read, considering that they saw it. Well, they saw the Cypher cage, so they kind of knew it. There's this domain expansion pulled into the kill contract, and they have the double tap active. Memory is getting tapped up and lost it. Snark now going to be in an impossible spot. Wins the fight for the 3rd piece. Is looking to see what more they can get. Pushed away. That's the bomb down. Tootsie finding Linden, and it's not a 4-piece, but still a duo ace. They managed to do so much. The fact that Snark was able to win it after getting pulled into a kill contract is wild, because they were at such a disadvantage. Whoa.
And
I need to breathe.
Even more impressive than surviving the kill contract, being able to find the kill on Torpor there was insane, because you almost are always going to get traded once you are done with like getting hit by a ISO ult, but now great stuff there from Snark. Continues this momentum. EH now is going to settle. Double up here on C. Has the right read.
Entry's the only one with a weapon here, so that's going to be very difficult for them. They do have a Thrash, but I doubt they're going to pop it here unless they get really, really good couple early picks.
Oh, might have actually lost Dizzy to the top there.
Oh, they did.
Not able to pick it up.
That's going to be bad. I mean, they don't have much to work with. That's the biggest kind of drawback.
That's like, besides Paranoia, that's the only other Flash on their team, so be a little difficult to peek these smokes from Omen, but
There.
can they get smoked off? Looks like they're making their way towards A main. Dog comes out. It's going to find one of them.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Scary stuff here.
It's magic. They peek together, and you know, never believe it's sad so. They do actually use the Thrash here to clear out the site on the eco round. It's in a recoverable spot as well, so they're really working on this to make sure that they can get the maximum value out of it. Wingy with the plant. Torpor is going to go pick that ultimate up, I'm assuming. But look at this lurk from entry. It's a little bit late, but it could be the perfect timing. The wraparound also from Arrow down in B site as they're going to be pushed in. Catches Snark, but gets caught. No! They have to get out of dodge. It could have been huge, but it doesn't work for them. Entry getting spotted as well. This is not good for the side of UH. EH has the reads, the timings, and it comes through. Memories finding one, getting traded out. The right click's not working, not landing. You're not Yukine, says Jar as he puts the lid onto the story. Yukine finding Linden on top of that, and that is a 3-piece found for the last player standing. Torpor able to find a 2-piece, gets it to the 1v1. A headshot, there's no time. Jar drops down, and he gets the clutch. Torpor winning it for UH in the nick of time. A 1v3 after an insane showdown. Grabs it back with just a Sheriff in hand.
As soon as things were looking bad for UH, Torpor puts the team on the back and finds those insane deagle shots to clutch out the round, man. That is what we're talking about. That's exactly what you need to do when you're in a position like that, especially when the lurks weren't working, right? We saw 2 different lurks getting caught and still being able to win the round. Extremely impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a lock for EH, and that's why, as a play-by-play, you can't just be like, oh, it's locked in, unless it's like truly locked in, because the Deagles, the Sheriffs really work out the head taps matter. Arrow this time pushing the issue, but getting spotted out. The paranoia in Xander's hands as they fall back, looking to see what they can work with. Arrow just opens it up and falls back. Getting caught by it. Oh, so much util.
And what a shot from Xander.
Should give them a gun, though. Xander should be able to pick that up.
Should be able to pick it up, and now the ult as well gets some really good information here. Silence just a few of them there.
It's going to send you back a little
Spike
bit.
planted.
Spike goes down. UH, they just got to keep it alive. Torpor on the backside, catching one. Linden getting caught as well, and this has been like a rough eco for EH. Yeah. They couldn't find too much after they found the first. It was just a really bad broken buy for them on this round.
It's all good guns in hand on this round, and now we'll see who wins this one is going to be a very key shift in momentum here. I know EH definitely going to want to win this, especially with the way that their economy is looking right now, forcing to buy in this next round. But it's what you got to do. Guns in hand to UH, feeling very confident, especially after the last 2 rounds. The momentum shift from that Torpor win, it was so important, and we're seeing it in full effect here. But here we go.
3-3 on the board. It's actually mirrored, kind of. It's kind of funny. Showstopper invested Snarks 3 pushing in, seeing what they can do. The shot's been killed. Tootsie and Jar working hand in hand to apply as much pressure as possible. There's the paint shell. Potentially break any trips, and does just that. Memories dancing around, getting the shield broken. They find another one. The double tap is active, and the ultimate gets popped. Kill contract null and void. Unfortunately, the bank decided to refuse it.
Very interesting, though, that Memories decided to pop the ult there and try to find some information, but also had the spike in hand. So I'm not quite sure what the plan was there, but...
Pop the ult for info, win or lose. I mean, it still works out. It gets dropped when you go into the ult. Snark finding on entry in the 1-for-1. It's Pinstripes leaves us in this situation that's tough to be in. Ring around the rosy, pockets full of posy. Ashes to ashes. Tootsie will not go down.
Finds the wall bang and secures the round. Great stuff for Tootsies. And now, some interesting things will happen here because a lot of people died, right? So the economy is still not looking great for the side of EH. And UH is definitely not sweating it. That round was definitely okay to lose. Gonna be Guardians and Light Shield in the half of EH. But man, looking like another A push and only Breach to hold the line. 3 people going C is going to be the wrong prediction here.
Yeah, I mean, C mound control and rubble control have been really crucial for the side of the defense here. As they lose some of that space, but it's really difficult to come back together. I like Tootsie just, you know, taking some empty shots in the smoke. You have, you know, a lot of bullets to try and find something.
Opens the door, Thrash comes out, trying to find anyone on site. Doesn't find anyone, but still clears the site. Now Tootsie has to hold it, waiting for the team to find the retake together.
The gap though. There's a gap in the smoke.
Oh, 8 HP for Tootsie. Great shot from Snark, finds the kill.
All the potential is there. They're coming from the backside. There it is. It's landing. The shots, the players coming through. 2 alive. Linden's gonna hold through. Xander's barrel has been spotted, and now it's going to be locked in. Yukine looking for the clutch, but not finding it. 4 for 4, bar for bar. We saw a 3-3. Now we see a 4-4. And what are we gonna see on the next score?
This, may I remind you, is the exact same score that we saw in the first map on Ascent. We saw a 4-4. At least in Ascent, it was 4 rounds won for EH and then 4 rounds won in a row for UH. But this time, it has been way more back and forth and a little bit more interesting here. But man, what a round from Linden, right? I mean, that was a really good performance there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And it's another eco for EH. So we know kind of how the cycle is going to go. EH going to lose this one most likely, and then from there they're going to win the next one. It's going to be 5-5. It's been back and forth. I'm looking at the numbers here. It's been 2 in a row, then 1, then 1, then 2 in a row, then 1, then 1, and now I'm assuming 2 in a row, then 1, then 1.
Then 1.
Yeah, I mean,
if history will repeat itself. That is the case. The cam finds a little bit of information there. They know they're going planted. Finds the one lurking in the back.
Arrow's like, I'm also a Sentinel. I also know where you're going to be.
Great smoke here from Linden. It's a counter smoke though. Has to push up. Snark. Right peeks it. Wow. Great stuff there for Memories. And now, Yukine finds one with the classic. Has a gun in hand now. But they're going to push them all 3 at the same time. And what do you do?
If it's a 3v1, you're swinging all 3 players. It's cooked.
Yeah, it's cooked.
Yeah.
That's a tough one to win.
Feels like a char quotes. Yeah, look, it's 2 in a row, 1-1, 2 in a row, 1-1, 2. Then it's gonna be 1.
Well, I'd be interested to see. Well, this was supposed to be 1 more, right? And then
I guess I don't know.
I think it's
two,
the pattern
one,
has been
2,
broken.
1-1. Ah, the pattern a little bit. But it's gonna swap right now. EH is gonna most likely win, and then from there, it's gonna be 5-5. Obviously, duh. Of course. I'm never wrong.
Oh, the nade. Maybe misplaced just a little bit, but not gonna get fully punished. Snark. In the same situation in the past.
But it's so much worse because of how far they pushed up. They win the fight. Let's see if they can win this one. It's going to be crucial for them. They got smoked off. So the support has arrived. The cavalry is there.
Huge stuff there for EH. Snark continuing to win those 1v1s in kill contract.
Oh, spam down. Topper is there. Snark falls back. Jar. The lid needs to be opened if they want to get unlocked. Arrow coming down with something. Esport now has possibilities. It's a very crucial round as well. If EH loses this, that means the momentum starts to build. Tootsie's on the defuse. You just got to protect it, and pros don't fake. The stick comes through, and even though they have players alive, it's going to be Event Horizon picking things up and wrapping things up. A beautiful bow onto this present gifted to them. And in the present day, I mean, there's still at least some pattern here, like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. We have some patterns to at least talk about.
I like it. I mean, it's definitely very interesting. You called the EH win, and there it is. It's 5-5, the most even half I've seen in a long time. This is interesting. We'll see how this pans out here. Guardian in the hand of Yukine instead of a real gun. Same thing with Xander's going to be holding a stinger, but besides that, all the same. Entry. Tries to run in there, but the grenade stops the momentum and now forces the rotation to C with only Jar holding it down. Cam finds them, knows that they're going. All players on the team are rotating now.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
Xander holding back, and that's
There's
an
that
ult
ultimate.
too.
I'm surprised they're gonna pop it here, but I'm also curious as to how it's gonna work out. Memories tries to push out and against it, just doesn't seem to work. Trades are found though. Snark with the doubles gonna be huge because he's gonna push into Horizon's favor. Snark with the showstopper locks it in and clocks the ticket for success. Event Horizon get the 6th, and now they're gonna try and see if they can pull ahead. But if history repeats itself, then
We might see a 6.
Wait, yeah.
It is 2. You know what happens after 2 rounds? 1 is another 1 for.
Oh yeah, you're right.
For here, so we'll see if the pattern continues. If it does, I'd be very surprised.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it did continue.
I mean, look at the economy for though. It's going to be very rough. Not many options here. And the grenade, instant throw, as well as the dizzy, but both Entry and Linden get to the box, but Xander also TP's up top, has a wonderful angle heal. Xander with 3K, and now we're seeing a destructive finish here for EH.
Wow.
Xander with a 4K and ends it 7-5. Great stuff there.
Didn't even give us time to swap
Switching
casters.
Not at all, man.
I mean, 4 in a row, just so fast at the round. Like, EH is here to just finish this off. I think they're kind of mad about the previous game.
I would be too.
Yeah, and it's 7-5. Interestingly enough, I want you to look at something here. 7-5 scoreline for Ascent was what we saw previously. In EH's favor. And we're talking about history repeating itself with patterns. EH won 7-5 on the half, and then they lost 8-13.
Well,
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, nor do I want to create a like caster curse of some kind here. But 7-5, 7-5, 8-13, 8-13. That would be a haunting and daunting scoreline for EH.
Let's see if EH can control their fate here. Gonna be holding down this A site with Arrow on deck. Has the setup ready to go. The smoke comes out as well.
Cover going out.
Smoke's up top, exactly where Arrow's sitting. Yukine throws the dog. Able to clear just a little bit. The cam gets destroyed. Doesn't see the trip just yet. The grenade well placed.
Oh no! They get spotted.
The stun was pretty big.
At this point, right, the retake is what UH is going to be worried about. They pick this up. It's going to grab, rotate onto this B site. It's basically empty. No utility. They're going to go for a fast plant. And look at the position of these players. Jar and Tootsie go down. No! If Tootsie and Jar stayed alive there, it would have been so winnable. But right now, it's a very losable spot for EH and winnable for UH. UH has everything that they need. They have the players, they have the health, and they have some utility. The entry's there. Memory finds another, and I think it's gonna be good. And the reason I'm getting hyped for this, like why are you getting hyped over a pistol round, is because if UH wins this, that means they could potentially win the next one and get the score to be 7-7 to initiate their comeback.
Scary situation though. Yukine finds the hit on
They went to C.
Last player standing.
There's no time.
Oh wow! And now wins the round 7-6.
And that's what I was saying.
That's what you're talking
That's what I'm
about.
saying, because now realistically they buy up into it. EH is on, a very, not a narrow position, but like it's pretty sick. Wait, let me see. Yeah, this is exactly how the comeback started in the previous game. UH won the pistol, then they win the next round, the anti-eco. They lose the bonus because it's the bonus round. Usually, people lose the bonus, and then they won every single round after that. So hopefully we don't see the same thing repeat itself here. But for now, I mean, the start of this half is really similar to Ascent.
Eerily similar for sure. The one-way setup, breaking the cam. All players sitting C main. Scary stuff here. Snark with a stinger in hand, really just playing it slow. Being the only player on EH that has bought a gun.
At least so far.
At least so far. The haunt might come out here soon from Yukine, but not actually throwing it. Jar trying to see if he can find an angle. Not able to get the one-way setup quite well enough to find the hit. Seems like they're thinking about their other options right now. They don't want to commit to this. The stun.
Oh, puts up the double tap. It's a little late. Snark's going to grab the Linden. Going for the trade as they try to push in. Xander with a double. And it's just a classic in hand. EH bought up lightly into it, but it doesn't matter. Topper's there. The 4-piece found and locked in. Wow. I mean, 4-piece on an anti-eco still huge though, because they were about to lose.
Yeah.
Like they were really close to losing there. They had a 4v2 that they had to go through, and a Topper just completely sprayed them all down.
Mows them down. Xander almost creates a comeback for his team there, but Torpor with the insane spray control seals it down, and now we're seeing the same story being retold in this second map. 7-7 is identical to what we saw in Ascent. And if I'm EH, I don't want history to repeat itself. I want to rewrite my destiny.
Just looking at Torpor, they are currently 2 away from their ults, and they are leading the charts on the leaderboard, along with Linden.
It's terrifying.
So that's a spooky thing to be witnessing.
Especially if you're EH here.
Yeah, but I mean, for the side of UH, it's only a blessing in this, like, not even in disguise, it's just a blessing. Your initiators are popping off. Oh, do you see the feet? Jar doesn't. And that's just the distance away from that, you know, from the players, right?
On to next, the grenade as well. Memories in such a terrible situation here.
Gets the 1, not the 2. Snark picking up memories instead. And they just util dumped. Memories just give them so much pressure. At this point, the plant's going to go down. Yukine is out and at it. There is stun available, but it doesn't get 1. Snark is out and about, seeing what they can work with. So much util to push them away from this choke to try and gain some space back. And even then, EH has to give it up and try and support towards Waterfall. All together, they push in. This is supposed to be the anti-eco, supposed to be the bonus round, and EH thankfully managed to find it, managed to get this 8th, but again, eerily similar.
Actually terrifying how similar these numbers have been for this set so far. This series has been a weird parallel of each other in these maps.
Yes.
If this goes the way that it had for Ascent, EH has a weird destiny ahead of it.
I wonder. What was it? It was like a Disney movie. It was like, are you ready to choose your destiny? I'm pretty sure it's Brave.
Maybe. That sounds
Take control
familiar.
of your destiny.
Linden gets tagged with a camera, moves back. 3 on A side, but looks like they're looking towards C here.
Oh, they have 3 towards B, and then immediately Alt is going to yoink one of them. We've seen, I think this is the 3rd or 4th kill contract on the day. Memories wins it out against Jar. That's already a player down, and a really crucial player. No Senti means it's going to be very difficult on those lurks.
We're seeing Entry think about going for a lurk here. Snark aware of it though, trying to keep an eye out for it.
It's going to be very bad because their backside, they can always get flanked. Now they don't have flank watch. They need to dedicate a player towards it.
Gonna be rotating towards C here. Looking like the execution is going to happen now.
TP's past all of the Cypher utils, so they're on the site already. Immediately a trap gets triggered, but hey, look at where Xander is. The position is huge. Up on the railing, they have so much space onto the site, allowing for, even if, you know, if the teams do hit it, to win it out. Wow, Memories just spamming through and finding Snark with a wall bang. The 3rd for Memories. They are hunting for it. Up in the corner. 4th found a classic, picks it up from the ground. Entry locks it in, and it is really similar. 8 to 8.
Uh-oh.
This is the moment. This is the moment it can stop. This is the moment we can change, you know, how things are.
Change our fate here, it depends, but Memories, some fantastic shots there, especially after being blinded, but a timeout from EH is also eerily similar to what had happened in Ascent.
Yeah,
hopefully this time.
The thing is, they timed out already on round 19.
Yeah.
So the end of round 19, start of round 20, they timed out. Here, they're doing it around
19, I think, this time. No, wait, sorry, 17, round 17.
Yeah, I was going to say, your math is off on the 19.
My bad.
It's all good.
I thought it was 9-9, I'm not going to lie. I looked up, it says 8-8. I'm like, oh.
But yeah, round 17 that they're kind of doing this, which generally I think it's better, right? Not only are they doing it like 3 rounds before they previously did, but it's also going to give them a hopefully better sort of better mental, I guess, better coordination here. It's not like they're playing bad. It's just that they're, you know, they kind of got retook really well. And Memories popped off a little bit. A little, just a little bit with the 4K, almost an ace. Like, let's be real, Memories popped off. But at the same time, for EH, they still have a lot of really core principles that they're working off really well. It's a save this round, so it's most likely going to be a 9-8. But there's no reason that it shouldn't be that story. There's no reason they can't get it 9-9.
Yeah, that's going to be the name of the game here for this series so far. It's been EH playing relatively well, but just in those key moments where you need to win those gunfights, just falling a little bit short. And especially winning, like dealing with the bombardment of util here at the beginning of the round. Xander finds one, finds two with an eagle, and now trying to look for Linden as well. Linden knows and is playing it nice and safe. No way!
Sheriff damage hits the headshot and then through the wall. Xander at this point has just been popping off. What? Oh, Memories is about to meet their maker, Snark.
Destabilizing.
I thought they were going to just take them out. I didn't know if Memories was going to be swinging out wide or to the left. That's going to be popped. There, jars the maker. So it finishes the storyline. Arrows, last player here. And I guess I really cursed it because I was going to say EH, it's probably going to be 9-8, but there's no reason for it. It is going to be 9-8, but in favor of EH. Not in favor of in favor of EH here, who on an eco managed to find it off of Xander, finding a solid 3K.
Yep, that was huge stuff. The TP did not, was not caught. I'm quite surprised. It probably was due to the flashes as well, but the audio cue gets muffled. And Xander with the surprise 3K in the corner shifts the momentum here for EH and makes this map a lot more interesting than I expected.
Oh yeah. I mean, I kind of wanted to call it out, like it's not going to be the same. There's no way it's going to be a repeat.
Right.
Look at what they did against Flyaway. They got it pretty close. What was it? It was, I believe, 13-9. So, they got to at least get the 9 here to match the previous scoreline, correct?
Now we're seeing it now. Looks like they're going to be running in. Snark not going to be able to find anyone with this showstopper.
Entry? Ah, unlucky.
Entry, not even close. Snark already on site here. Catches Arrow off guard. Yukine
takes down Arrow.
Takes him down. Another plant going underway. Already taking full control of the site.
But look at this. You see 4 players up here. They're going to pop this Thrash, keep the door open. And the players are all playing back site. And this Thrash invested in 1 piece of util. They have all the info. Showstopper invested, popping back into tree. Flash popped out. The bomb also on the backside, so they can't just defuse it. Snark and Linden trading 1-for-1s, not against each other. Xander with the double. We've seen Xander pop off before. Torpor, last player standing, seeing if they can work their way into some sort of play, but unfortunately, it's not going to come to fruition. The bait switch, but not the bait and hit. Xander gonna find the 3K. And Xander's just been popping off. We're about to see the scoreline. What are they at? 19-12? Wow.
Just one thing that EH has been missing throughout this entire series is a player to stand up and start putting the team a little bit on the back. And Xander has taken up that role. Right? Xander has been taking full control of these last few rounds and putting the team on their back with 2 3Ks in a row. Definitely nothing to slouch at.
Yeah, I mean, just
keep your guard up.
Time and time again. 5 kills in the past 2 rounds. Basically an entire team just winning it out for them. Interesting pathing with the... You got it.
Last
with the
backs, yeah, definitely a little weird, but...
It happens, it happens.
We'll call it due to the nerfs. It was the nerfs.
Dude, I'm not going to lie, I hate those nerfs.
Yeah, those nerfs are weird, but... Now Arrow pushed back onto the site. Dog not going to be able to find him in the corner. Still know that he's there, though. Whole team playing retake together. How are they going to do this? How are they going to execute this? And the breach ult so big!
I was going to try to cut in and say this breach ult is going to slow them down. It's going to make it impossible for them to really push in. A breach stun as well. On top of that, Sheriff's working out hand in hand. I do think UH has the capability to win this if they really pushed in, but unfortunately the full committal gets stopped with utility. Arrow pushes in, gets stopped. They're doing it kind of 1 by 1, trickling in, rather than a full commit of all these players, and I think that's the biggest kind of sell. Torpor finding one, it's going to be huge, but it's going to be all that they get most likely here.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Not able to find the headshot on Snark, and Snark closes out the round 11-8.
We might be going to game 3.
We might be going to game 3.
Honestly, I just want to call the game 3 right now because 11-8, I mean, 3 rounds in a row, the timeout early helped them. I think they kind of figured out, all right, let's do this sooner rather than later.
It feels like now the team of EH is kind of playing around Xander, recognizing in that timeout, okay, Xander playing extremely hot, hitting those shots. Let's play for Xander instead of trying to play around Xander.
Yeah, 21 and 12 now. Just pop it off. Round 20 starts, and these players are just up and at 'em.
Arrow not even messing around, trying to peek early. Recognizes that they're going to be fast executing here. Backs up, maybe tries to hold aside just a little bit. Not able to find Snark.
Oh, through the wall! Scramble! Jar's going to take down Arrow. Arrow had the read. They even had the information. Enemies revealed as they pop that neural theft. And, I mean, this retake is going to just be stunted so quickly because of it. Tootsie with the plant. Paranoia on the head. They send out the utility. Dizzy comes through. Players pushing in. They need to break this out. They do get stunned out of position and flash. So it is going to be rough. It's also planted for CT. This is all they need to win this out. A well-timed aftershock could take them down. It applies so much pressure. These last 3 players are here. They're on the defuse. Pros don't fake through the wall bang. Jars on the other side. And that's why I wasn't super worried about it. They need to push in. Entries there. UH gets the 9th. We are at 11-9.
What an insane round from Entry there. Shooting through the smoke, stopping the potential on defuse. Really good post plant there from UH. Insanely clutch stuff. And now, an interesting situation where we're going to see a lot of light shields and vandals being purchased due to the economy being a little odd here for UH, but definitely not too shabby. Not the worst thing that
I mean,
can
the
happen.
mental also. They've got to feel good about that, considering that it's getting so close to match point.
Okay.
And for UH, if they get to match point, it's serious point.
Serious point.
Serious point.
There we go. Mid comes out. They wait out the util. A lot of space made here. Hot. Gonna distract at least one of them. Here comes the party.
The showstopper. It comes up your feet. Entry with the trades. It's back and forth and back and forth. Red, blue, white, and center. And now these guys. EH has the slightly upper hand. I will say Snark is on low HP, so they're a whiff away from death, but still, honestly, through that smoke, you whip like one stray bullet and it's done.
Same thing with Jars. Jars only at 3 HP. Snark at
Yukine's at 11. They're all
1 HP.
They're literally on a thread right now. But hey, headshots matter.
Headshots matter.
You hit a headshot, that's 150, it's over. An arrow is also very low with a judge.
Half HP with the judge.
But
the only one full
one
HP
judge
here.
bullet, one judge bullet, and you're kind of boofed.
You're kind of
so
boofed.
the judge becomes super deadly in this scenario.
You don't even need to be even close.
Exactly. Long range, like you could kill like 3 people. Honestly, a trip can probably kill them right now.
Scary stuff though.
Oh, but the spray down could come through here.
30 seconds left.
Gonna plant that bomb.
Spike planted.
That's the judge we're talking about.
There it is.
See, long range engagement still work out. Arrow has the info on them. The positions are there. All they need to do is be cheeky, be cheesy, and see what they could work with. The information gain as Linda pushes out. And again, I call like the long range engagement with a judge is so useless unless they're at low HP, and it's such a rare situation that they're in that. And it's exactly what we got to see, giving us the 10th round. This sort of Goldilocks moment in Valorant that creates such a unique storyline.
Here we go, though. 11-10. This map is getting a lot closer than we expected. And it's going to be interesting because if UH wins this, this could potentially go to overtime. And that would be intense, especially for EH, because they do not want to fall 2-0 in maps.
Oh, yeah.
But looking like they're going to be trying to push a C here. It might be a fast exec, as we've seen in the past with EH. But Arrow, no slouch in holding down this site either. He's been doing a pretty good job so far at least delaying the push. But here we go.
The stun is out in hand. Tootsie seeing what they can do. You don't want to get your teammates. The C site isn't empty, but it's definitely not something that it's missing. But it's because they want to retake, so I respect it, right? They're going to try and play for this retake all together. We see them swarming back, waiting for the raise before they really push in. Yukine with the plant. Oh, pushing up and forward. Xander finds one, gets traded. Memories is there. So it's not going to be over just yet. Memories also has that vulnerable and the double tap active. They find it again. There's that ultimate kill contract. Yoinks one out. Jar now being hidden away. Memories falling back in line, taking the long range fights. Finding the third piece. Entry on the flip side, and immediately we see that space being grabbed there, looking for the 11-11. The double up onto it. Memories with a 4K to get us a tied game. Honestly, I would not be surprised if we hit overtime or if UH just wins.
This has been the most insane map we have seen so far. Is bringing this back with some insane rounds, memories with the 4K, like you mentioned, insane play. And now we're seeing an insane storyline. 3 rounds in a row for both teams. Set them up for the most even round. What is this, 23? Oh, man. These guys are in it to win it. We're seeing the space being taken again by EH. Playing this site early.
Honestly, with those blast packs and what I just saw, I think it is just straight up the nerfs.
Yeah.
And like I didn't like see them. I haven't casted since the nerfs. Like actively seeing the raise, like
There's no momentum at all.
I don't know what they did back in Massacre.
Definitely tough here. The boom bot.
I mean, it's the same thing, right? They've defused 3 rounds in a row on multiple sites, C included, I think 2 of them. So they don't care that they're going on to C site. It's like the same thing Evil Geniuses does. It's like, not for all the rounds, but for most of them, it's just like, all right, whatever. The thing is, they also play off this really solid Torpor ultimate just to really get into it. They have the ults to work with. They're late enough into the game. Shots come through. It's a 1-for-1. The site is taken. Xander takes the lead, but it's immediately going to be going back out. This Pinstripes down to the 1v2, and EH is looking a lot stronger, but pros don't fake. They're going to stick it to the other side. A stun, an ultimate to be invested. Linden's back on it. 12 HP. Tootsie locks it in. Match point attained for EH. And I swear, I feel like overtime has to happen here. Like, this is such an intense match between these two that if we don't see overtime, I think I'll be sad.
Me too. I'm not going to lie. Selfishly, I want an overtime here. I'm sure EH wants to finish this right here, right now.
Thank you.
But overtime would finish out this storyline like no other.
By the way, I want EH to win. Let's go to game 3. Like, let's send it to them. EH haven't won a series yet today, so this would be not only an insane comeback, like reverse sweep, but also through overtime. It'd be amazing. There's a showstopper. Yeah, see, this just doesn't give you enough. You normally get onto the site. The double tap is so broken because it's just going to take it away. He's still alive. It wasn't a Rosa. It hit, but it hit the double tap. Memories is going to grab Snark here. The position has been made. They need to fall back here because now... and they want to try and win this fight somehow. Spam smoke doesn't work. They continue. Tick damage has been gained, though, so it's a possibility for the side of UH.
Double tap is down, and now Yukine finds Arrow, continues to put the pressure onto the site. They have site completely taken, and now UH is going to have to do another retake. They've done them before. Xander finds the hit on Memories.
Oh, it's very possible here. It's extremely likely that we're going to be seeing a victory for EH. No overtime, no cigar, nothing to work with. Xander has the 3-piece. The stun comes through. They triple swing, and they lock it in. Entry, finding the one, but not going to be able to spray the rest of them through. And honestly, I mean, we shifted a little. Get you into the frame here. I think we've just been kind of like moving around so much with how active this game has been.
Wow, insane.
13-11. 13-11 on the board here, and I just, yeah.
Fantastic Valorant being played. I mean, now we're going to a map 3.
We're going to map 3, first of all, which I'm really excited for. No overtime, sadly, selfishly, but still, like...
What was map 3?
We'll find out in a second. We can probably cut to that. We'll call that out to production. But like, just generally, just looking at this map, Lotus, it's the map pick for EH. They're really confident on it. But they've had some really tumultuous times on it. Yeah. They haven't been like immediately like we win the fight. Like we go on to Lotus and like boom, we got it. It's like 13-0. Yeah. It's been like 13-11. Here it was a 13-9. They lost. So it hasn't been a cakewalk for them by any means. So it's interesting that they pick Lotus. Maybe like they want to pick it now, so then later on in the stages they can't. It's just a speculative thing. I might go ask them a couple of questions afterwards. But yeah, that's all for me on Lotus. If we can ask for production to send us back to the map select so we can know what the third map is, yay. But yeah, I mean, what do you have to say?
Oh, it's going to be Haven for the third map, but Lotus was definitely one of those interesting maps. Haven's going to be interesting for these teams because I feel like both of them are going to make use of this map very well. And the way that they both have been playing, I'm actually intrigued to see who takes it out. because this is going to be an interesting map 3.
Haven is literally the combination of Lotus and
both.
Sunset.
Yeah.
It's literally like 2 combined into 1. So I agree with you.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We're
I
going to see how it
also
goes.
want to shout out production before we cut to a break. I'm going to say shout out production. I love y'all here at the ROK Esports Center. They're giving us hearts. We're going to give them straight back. To everyone at home watching, make sure to give some love to the production. Make sure to follow along onto ROK. And since I'm at it, make sure to follow Archmage and myself on Twitter. Smile. And also come down to the center if you're in Florida, if you're in Miami. Please, the whole weekend of stuff. That's shout outs and sellouts over.
We'll see you guys in the next one. Be right
Connection established.
getting back into it.
Map 3, ladies and gentlemen.
I was going to say, we're going patty cake. Boom, boom. I think we're losing our minds a bit.
Just a little bit. That's only because of how exciting this map 3 is going to be on Haven. Man.
Haven is literally a conglomerate, I hope I'm saying that correctly, of both Ascent and Lotus. Haven came before Lotus, but even then, if you think about it, we've always compared Haven to Ascent, and now we get to compare Haven, Ascent, and Lotus all together in one trifecta. I mean, that's just like, this is going to be the decider.
This is going to be it.
One team won on one map, the other team won on another. I mean, this is literally both at the same time. I am racking my brain as to what they're going to play. Are we going to be seeing double duelists? Are we going to be seeing, you know, more Haven-style comp, more Ascent-style comps? Like, what is going to happen here?
Here we go.
It looks like
going for the ISO again.
It does look more like they are still playing for that 3 site, like similarly to, specifically for the defense right now for UH. I think they might be going for it. No, it's more Ascent style. It's more like the Haven traditional Haven comp where they do change some things out. Breach, you know, having still the same core of KJ, Jet, and Omen, but Breach rather than the KO, and then potentially we're going to be seeing a Flex Senti or I would say you want an Info Initiator.
Okay.
I feel like Silva's really popular here.
Silva,
yeah,
classic. Yeah.
It's the comp here for the right is just the classic Haven comp.
Yeah.
Silver Breach, Omen, KJ.
We're seeing
Jet.
almost an exact mirror here.
That is a mirror. Oh, it says Yukine's PC is freezing. Okay, so there seems to be a potential tech pause coming up.
Potentially. But something very interesting is that if we do see a mirror in this map, it's going to make things a little bit more about communication and about hitting those shots, right? Those gunfights are going to become so much more important, especially if they have the right strategies in mind. Here we go.
Yeah.
Tech issues in the loading screen is what I see in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to probably go to tech pause. Like,
it'll be in the game.
Yeah, well, I mean.
So hopefully everything works out. But at the same time, it is an exact mirror. So we're going to be having the same team comp on both sides. I'm pretty sure I saw it was
unfortunate, man.
It was EH attacking first?
Something like that.
Because I think UH picked the stage. I said stage. Oh my god! You can tell I'm a Smash player. They picked the map, so they're going to be defending first, right? I think that's how it works. That's how it's been in the other few maps. So, wait, am I tripping? I don't know. Anyways, I'm excited, man. Haven is one of those maps that can go either way, dude, and you know that's true.
Homie's casting a best of 3 and he's like, all right.
Get me out of here, man.
We're gonna, it's like, why am I here? Why are we still here?
Get me out of here.
Just to suffer.
That last one was so close, too. I'm still kind of reeling.
That one was insane.
Because I really wish that it went to overtime. I was really hoping for that.
At the end of it all, I mean, the thing that I'm probably like the most kind of like interested in is that, you know, the tech issues, like how are they playing into the player's mental, getting frustrated. It's just, you know, I like how they're telling, I like the production's just like waving to us like we have a tech pause. I'm like, yeah, we saw the chat.
Yeah, we knew before they did.
We did because we saw it.
Scoop,
they didn't respond, then they did it again, and then the support was like, oh yes, tech pause. But I mean, it's a PC crashing, so realistically, you can't really play the game.
Yeah, right.
If the PC's crashing, you can't play the game. Unfortunately, like you're out of it. You can't really do much.
Yep. For sure. All right, we'll see what happens, though. I definitely think it's going to be affecting us playstyle, especially because, like, let's say you win map 1, you lose map 2 in a nail biter, and then you have to get iced out in this tech issue, right? It can definitely be frustrating because you kind of just want to go right into it, right? You want to continue to play hot the same way that you've been playing this whole time. But now, with this tech issue in place, it could be like a barricade.
What are you doing now?
Yeah, you can't even blame the enemy team either because and it's no one's fault really. It always is going to happen in events like this. So it definitely is. It can be frustrating not being able to place the blame somewhere and still having something on your mind looming at all times.
Oh yeah,
so it's gonna be interesting how they face with this issue and how they deal with it, and maybe if it affects them at all, right? Because they could just like completely triumph through this and be like, okay, whatever, we're still gonna win anyways, you know?
Yeah, we're just like, you know, we're better. We're better. Skill issue. Like we got this. We're vibing.
All right. After watching these two games, since you're the statistics guy, who do you think is going to show up in this Game 3? Who do you think is going to be the MVP of this series? Because me personally,
Oh, the MVP of the series. I mean, I don't have player stats. I just have like
right, but like from your
individual,
memory,
storylines.
Jog your mind with me a little bit. Let's go back into the past. Map 2 for sure was between both Omens, whether it was Lipton or help me out here. Nothing?
I'm not gonna lie. I heard both the Omens, and then I was like, yeah, okay.
Who was playing Omen last game?
Good question.
No, come on. We have to know this. We just watched it like 5 minutes ago.
My brain rot ADHD brain was just like, nah, it's over.
Hold on, I can do
Game
this.
is
I can
over.
do this. Hold on,
it's
hold on,
cooked.
hold on. It's the wait. I have it on the tip of my tongue. No, dude, you can't do this to me right now. All right. Well, either way, really good play from both Omens that game, and I think also like Memories got a lot of really good picks. Right, we saw that on the top for sure. Like the ISO was a great pick, but we are seeing Jet on this map as well. Xander, you knew that the whole time. You didn't say anything. You're evil. You're evil.
No,
That's
I'll be real.
That's
I'll be real. I've just been looking at my notes here, and I'm like, I see Xander, Torpor,
Torpor.
I see Memories.
Well, Torpor on that first map
Entry.
also had some great rounds with the Deagle.
Yeah, I
that.
honestly had no clue, but I'm like, is Xander?
Wait, you said you didn't have player stats. You have player names right here.
Oh, these aren't stats.
Well, right,
it's just
obviously
like,
they're not
it's just like
stats,
storylines.
but like, yeah. That's what I asked.
I got the most chicken.
I asked for that.
Dude, I got the most chicken scratch notes you can imagine here.
Yeah, but it's like literally
God,
my
bro.
only question was, who do you think is going to be the MVP of the series? And now you still haven't answered my question.
We're like a married couple. We're just getting. We're just.
Well, what else? Are we
I kind of want
supposed to do with this
Torpor to
ball?
win just because I like Torpor.
Fair.
But I feel like Xander's probably gonna be popping
Right.
off there.
Xander, I feel like, is my
Was
best
Xander
bet.
playing Omen?
Yes. Xander was
Okay,
playing
yeah, Xander
Omen in
was
the last
playing
game for
Omen.
sure.
Because he was the one that was like popping off. Yeah,
He
it
was
was like 21
cooking.
and 8 or something.
I think he's the main reason that EH won that second map.
Yeah, I remember that was kind of like a big thing. I hear some gunfire.
I hear gunshots.
I
as
think
well.
they're trying to test the game out right now because people are like in game, but the game just isn't working for some reason.
PC moment. Oh!
Hey, there we go.
Let's not celebrate just yet though, because the clock still isn't going down, which means that there is still a tech pause. But
there's a tech pause still, but like, hey, we get to
we get to look at the screen.
We get to see kind of a little bit more. Yeah, so Xander's playing this even now. I don't know why I forgot that it was Arrow. No, it wasn't Arrow. Arrow was not playing that. It was Linden.
Arrow was not playing. It was
it Linden?
Linden last game.
Was it Linden?
Linden was the Omen last game for sure.
Bro,
Arrow was playing Cypher.
You want to know the funniest thing is that I get all of the player stats after the game. It's like that we do the game and then the player stats. Oh, you guys, have you seen me? I've taken my jacket off. It's hot. We're in Miami.
We're in Miami.
But
I'm used to it by now.
you live here. I'm from a different state. A state of mind. But yeah, I get all the player stats on I have like 45 different note-taking tools. I just dropped my iPad.
Yep. I saw that live. This is going to be interesting. I want your opinion on Haven as a map. Do you think it is...
It's the first ever 3-sided map in a FPS game, like an attack FPS that I know of, that I've played. I say that I know of and that I've played because I maybe there has been other ones and I don't know. Overwatch doesn't count. It's not attack FPS. I always say that because like, do they have 3 sites on Overwatch? I don't play
No,
Overwatch.
they have points, but those are like different. It's weird. Overwatch is a weird game.
Tomato, right?
Yeah, there's no planting, so there's not really sites. But
I come from Rainbow Six, so to me,
yeah,
I mean,
weird.
when I got on Haven for the first time, I saw it and I was like, what is this? Can someone explain to me just WTH, like, what am I looking at? Like, this just doesn't make sense to me. And so for the longest time, I was trying to figure out in my mind, all right, how does this work out? How does this play? In what capacity do we generally, hit and take sites?
Oh.
It felt really attack-sided for the longest time until I started breaking it down into like execute heavy and like space taking heavy. That's kind of just the way that I see it, right? If you're a team that can take a lot of space and be really aggressive, then it's good. it seems as though we might be ready. I don't know. We got a signal from production. No, we're not.
No, we're not ready just yet. Also, I wanted to mention we saw it before. I didn't want to interject because you were like going off on it, but like I didn't know that they added that nice little champions thing in the corner. That was cute. I was like, oh
they added on all the maps. On Bind, if you ever walk on Fountain, there's like that poster.
Oh, the poster, yeah.
In
I knew
Split,
the poster,
in Ascent, they do it in all those places.
I didn't know that. Well, at least on that map, I didn't know where it was, but now I know. That's
there's
cute.
a couple different places
awesome.
for it. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we've been having a fun time of it, but we've had so many tech pauses. We just the podcasts, right?
Yeah.
We've just been having the podcasts.
Well, like it's our job, you know what I mean? This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to fill the time, and that's what a podcast is for. So, listen, man. I'm having a great time. I love it here at ROK. Hey, I'm here.
Oh no, I'm not saying that as a negative thing. I'm just saying it's funny. I know. It's like, oh, we're just out here. It's the Nerds and Archmage, podcast locally. Back with the weather.
Back with the weather.
I mean,
let me ask you, how do you like Miami? You've only been here for like 24 hours, but
dude, Miami's so. I walk outside. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
How do you live with glasses in Miami?
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna answer your question with a question.
That's fair.
Chat, how do you guys live with glasses in Miami? Can
you know
someone
what's really
explain
funny
to me?
is that when it's really cold in a room here in Miami, and then you go outside,
It
your
fogs
glasses
up.
will like explode.
Fog up.
It's really awesome.
So that's the thing. Our hotel room, right? Like I always sleep with AC and whatnot on, so it's like cold in our room, and then I go out and then fog. Like I can't see anything.
It's a flashbang.
What I started doing was I go out with my glasses in my hand because I immediately have to wipe them off.
Yeah. You get used to it. Yeah. Honestly, it doesn't happen to me too often. My house is pretty room temperature, so I don't get to like cold into hot. It's more just room temperature into hot. Because you kind of get used to the heat. It's
honestly,
like
you get used to the heat.
You think you don't, and then you go outside at 90-degree weather, and you're like, oh, what a beautiful day.
But speaking of which, if you are in Miami, or if you are local to Florida, or if you just want to come down for some Valorant action, I know some teams traveled to be here, come on down to ROK. Beautiful center. I will say the one thing that's been a highlight for me is just the center. This is not your first time here, right? Ain't your first rodeo. So as a local, I'm going to ask you a question.
Oh, perfect.
Right, can you give us like a couple of shout outs, like what is ROK, the LAN center, to give a little you're like the spokesman here for ROK.
I'm so glad you asked.
Oh yeah. Always.
First of all, is ROK not only one of the biggest esports center in all of Miami, in all of South Florida, absolutely massive. They've been here for over, I think they celebrated their year anniversary not too long ago. They've been here. They're a pretty new company as well. But let me tell you, not only do they play PC games, but they also have a thriving fighting game community in multiple fighting games, whether that be Street Fighter, whether that be Smash Brothers Melee, Smash Brothers Ultimate. They have amazing tournaments ran by some amazing people down here. They even, if you have a controller or you want to buy a retro game, they have their own nostalgia den right here in the venue.
There is a Pikachu, like a Let's Go Pikachu Japanese edition, that's on sale. And I told myself that if it's gonna stay here by the end of the weekend, I can't.
Yeah, no, Nostalgia Den, they have like almost everything. There's also super nice people.
I think I just gotta buy it.
You have to buy it. You have to buy it.
If it's here by the end of Sunday night,
I'm
just probably gonna buy it.
I might buy it first. No, I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that to you.
Actually, no, you buy it so that I don't have to buy it.
Fair. Actually, now I'm not buying it.
No!
You got tricked. That's reverse psychology. But anyways, there's so much more to talk about ROK. Thank you guys so much for having this amazing event. But it looks like we're going to be finally going into pistol round on map 3. Ladies and gentlemen, tuck yourself in. This is going to be a long one.
You know what they say? Archmage? Good things take time.
True.
Good things take time.
And
so this map, I feel like, is going to be the cook to end all cooks. The dish to end all dishes. The plays to end all plays.
Mm-hmm. No Deagles on the side of EH. Very interesting. Going to be playing this a little bit safer, but all pushing in long. No information gathered.
I mean, and this time the sides are swapped.
Oh, wow.
EH is going to be starting off on the attack here. Paranoia comes through. No, it's not Paranoia. It's smokes. Just smokes coming out here. Snark pushing in, seeing exactly what they can work with. How can they align themselves with everyone? Yukare on the plant as well. And I mean, we finally get into it, so it's a little rough around the edges, but still, players are pretty 5v5 retake. Pretty good. No one has lost their life just yet. The lurk coming out from Jar. It's just a 1-for-1 though.
It's a 1-for-1, not too bad. Entry now finally Garage gonna peek, finds the kill, and 3 for UH here. Absolutely insane. The Abstract come in. Xander gets the kill. The peak 1-for-1 continues for the trades, and now Tootsie in the 1v1 has to find a way to clutch this, but is gonna fall short to Memories. And an amazing first pistol round.
Yeah.
Holy.
They got it down to 1 player, so it wasn't an entire wash. It was entirely rough. UH, you know, they're trying to win this through. They want to just kind of, I don't think they want to end it, but they do want to like assert some of their dominance forward. I think the biggest thing for me though is the fact that just, you know, they're playing good Valorant. They held the site. You know, there was a lurk. They reacted to the lurk. The comms were most likely clean. It wasn't super panicked. They got the 1-for-1 onto Jar. It wasn't like Jar managed to get all 4 of them, but still, they lost in the end, and now they're going to be saving.
If you think about it this way, the tech pause might not have iced them out, but in fact gave them an opportunity to maybe rethink their game plan, right? Might have used that time, or the tech pause, as a timeout in a way, right? Where they're able to reconvene and think about their game plan. Arrow with the Guardian shot takes him out.
Start, bro. Off the rip. Jar gets another, just with the simple, you know, just simply a Sheriff in hand. 3 players stun. They stun in return. They do it in kind. Up close and personal, it's not going to work. Entry gets the 1-for-1. The 2 down. Xander trades it out. Entry at 6 HP. It's 2v2. Yukine picking up the Guardian, but it's not going to go in their favor. Entry now with the 3-piece. This is possible, but it's not going to be locked in. Xander, unfortunately, without a rifle, not able to win it out.
Well, let me tell you, 3 on a save is definitely not too bad. Got rid of some guns in hand, and now things are looking a little bit more awkward than than it would have in the past. That 3 was really good from EH, and now with guns in hand, things can look different here for EH.
Yeah. I mean,
here.
It's gonna be interesting here.
I'm just thinking right now, right? EH has guns here. What do they do on Lotus? They kind of, you know, they play. It's harder to play a default on this map just because of how wide it is. I always say Lotus is a hot dog hamburger, and these guys are eating good. Arrow, the first one to fall down.
Yeah.
It's a yummy hamburger, looking like they're gonna be playing retake one more time. Memories. Oh, gets a little bit of the wall bang there.
A little wall bang. It's not going to be locked in. The shock dart's going to work. There is that wall bang to lock it in. A shock dart onto Tootsie as well. And it looks like these guys are on a roll. Memories bringing up, you know, just that, not the trauma, but just like the thoughts from the previous game. Entry on the 3-piece is just going to be a ticket sent here for who have come in hot after Lotus.
What a clean first few rounds here. UH continues their spree, and Memories picks up a gun, continues this amazing eco they have, and now Sheriffs in the hands of EH spells disaster for another round.
I mean, right, 4 in a row was picked up by EH, and now it's just kind of a mirror of what happened on Ascent, right, where EH won 4 in a row, but this time, I mean, a mirror, right, it's reversing what happened. UH is now the team that's looking like they're going to get that 4-round lead at the start.
I love this Outlaw for Memories, though, because the only person that's going to be able to tank a hit from this Outlaw is Yukine with full shields.
Oh, yeah. Everyone else is gone. It's basically an op at this point. It's even better than an op. You have a double shot. You can shoot him once and twice if you whiff.
Exactly.
Oh, look at the economy. The economy's stacked in their favor. I mean, like, it's a win-win situation regardless of the outcome of the next round. This round, obviously, we expect EH to lose it. Just unfortunately, they do have deagles, so it's not like a impossibility, but it is what it is.
It is very difficult to win this round. Arrow jump peeking, try to get a little bit of information. Xander lurking ever so slightly. Recon gets a hit on Memories here, but just backs up. Playing this slow. Pushing up Garage, though. No one's in Garage either. Oh, good hit, though.
The pressure is on. The stun comes through. Arrow is looking for what they could do. The double down, and now Tootsie gonna find one onto Torpor. The pressure needs to be mounted. Tootsie gets the second. 3v3. Boom, down to 2. Yukine gets you All the
30
numbers
seconds
are
left.
there, and the headshots matter. Yukine whiffs. There's the flash before the
Last
fight.
player
Fall on the
standing.
storm. Yukine lands the shots finally through and through. Memories needs to go huge. Finds the one, finds the two. Shotgun in hand, but it's not for you. They break the 4th round, not the 4th wall, and now they get themselves around.
Let your senses
Yukine
come
unfortunately
alive.
not going to opt to get the gun. Instead goes for the planned money, and it might work out in their favor. Yukine saving that round for EH with 3K. Fantastically done. Amazing shots too with the deagle. That's not easy. I mean, we said it before, making a round win like that, especially against full Vandals, extremely difficult.
Yeah. Just, you gotta hit your headshots. That's the biggest thing, is just to hit the headshots.
And you got to hand it to him. That was a great round. Turrets set up here in Garage. Don't want to get surprised the same way that they did in the last round. KJ's playing here.
There's that stun. Jar falls back. They don't want to get caught off here. Memories.
Playing aggressive.
Hiding in the corner.
Is Jar going to expect this and waiting for it?
Oh, it's going to work out. Jar's going to go down here. No, Memories goes down. Jar was at 17 HP, I believe. I thought Jar was going to just hide back into the corner and they was going to get sprayed down, but no. They don't have an entry, but it's fine. They're on the defensive side, so the retake is kind of more centered around the info, and the initiators really playing off of each other.
Torpor finds the information that
Right
the
there.
recon is going to be going onto the A site. Repositions and might find an angle here.
Ooh, Torpor finds Tootsie, gets a second onto Stark, but it's not going to be the end just yet. Xander now having that refrag is going to be huge. 3v3, and things are moving up here. Linden popping onto Jar. Numbers falling in favor of and now UHC can work with. There's that smoke up close and personal entry, doing damage control on the site of Yukine. Follows instead. The 4th round locked in. UH. That's just payback from the previous round, right?
For sure. I mean, we're seeing it. We called that Xander might have been the MVP in this 3rd game, but right now, Yukine showing up right now. I mean, that was almost an incredible round from Yukine again, only missing 1 kill, but Deagle's in hand once more. We're seeing another save round. Another possible round loss here for EH.
Yeah, the round loss is, I think, the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Is just the fact that it most likely is going to be a 5-1, and the lead starts to kind of divulge. Looking at the previous stats, it's been like a lead, then back and forth, and back and forth. And Lotus was all back and forth, and back and forth. But here, it just doesn't make sense, right? It's been a big win streak after another big win streak, and it happens, right? It tends to be that way.
What a big shutdown from Snark, though. Shuts down the blades off Memories. The location revealed from the recon bolt, and now Entry has to run away. They're thinking about going A here, but the whole team seeming to play together here.
They have 2 really good ultimates, and they did pick up a pick early on. So EH is not out of this at all. It actually could be an eco round victory. It's just a matter of how they play this. The timing not there. That's one of those ultimates taken out of dodge. Yukine pushing in. The paranoia is going to allow Entry to tuck into the spot up and actually skeet shoot dead, and that's going to be an aerial attack. Torpor, sorry, with the 3K. I mean, honestly, I don't get too hyped anymore on eco rounds because it's just like, yeah, it's kind of what you expect. I mean,
You have to respect the shots, though.
I will
Those
say
were some good shots.
EH had that time, like some of the timings. It's just unfortunately when you lose Tootsie and then you don't have that breach ultimate, it's kind of
way harder. Rough. Yeah, way harder. So great shots from Torpor, though. Even got the Jet dashing up on the box, but especially when they have the Eagles, it's a little bit easier to find those kills. But now an op in the hands of Memory, and we've seen how Memory uses that operator. It can be scary at times, but good recon dart finds a little bit of util there.
Right here.
Yeah.
Pings them. Now they know the location.
Right here.
There's an op in hand, like you said, and
Linden
they're leaving
also
it towards C.
Yeah.
So Okay, never mind. They're rotating it anyway. I was curious what the point is here. The ultimate is going to be dodged through, goes onto the other side. Snark gets spotted. I mean, they were spamming through this. I just am curious as to why it didn't get called out sooner. Hunter's Fury invested to break that lockdown, and it's going to be that sort of, rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3. You swap it for here. There is another counter Hunter's Fury to position these players off. Tootsie now landing onto Linden. Tootsie gets a second, but Arrow with the trades and numbers. 3-piece found, last player standing. Yukine seeing if they can clutch it out. Shock Dart active, but it misses! It gets bounced off the side, and pros don't fake. And at this point, the squeaky clean jumping right click gets stopped by a shorty to the face.
Wow, actually the most unlucky Shock Dart of all time gets stopped by the box, and a timeout is called here by EH.
Yeah, that makes sense. At this point, it's 6-1. You currently have yourself a hole that you need to dig out of. It's been 3 in a row, then you win 1, then 3 in a row, and you have been losing. The mental needs to reset, and something needs to change here. I feel like one of the biggest first things I'm going to say is that these guys are really good at taking that space, and EH is having a hard time maintaining space, so potentially gamble stacking could be an opportunity for them. Maybe if they have any set plays for gamble stacking, or if they have any set plays to counter hyper-aggressive teams, this is where they're either going to need to set a play, or they're going to need to pull out a set play from their playbook.
And we'll see. I'm definitely interested to see EH. Definitely one of those teams that has plays in the bank, but we'll see what they pull out of their sleeves here, because it might be difficult to make this comeback. 6-1 is nothing to scoff at, but we've seen EH make this comeback before. It definitely is not impossible. That last game is evidence of that.
Yeah, comebacks happen. Players pop off. Stuff that makes this game worth watching and makes it so much more interesting to me. Honestly, specifically me, is just the fact that players, when they get down, how do they get back up, right? Like, what's the move, right? And what are we doing here?
All right, barrier goes down, the flash goes out. No one in mid to find it though.
That
seems like they're hard executing here on B.
I mean, it makes sense considering that they have sort of this Blade Storm lesser buy situation. They can't really support as much of an entry. That also means, and lose them to a easy retake. The reclear's not there. Lands only onto one, and then with the trade immediately up close and personal, just taking some hot shots. Xander, I mean, you do a little bit of damage. Xander gets up close. They're doing this really well. Hyper-aggressive towards this B site. But look at the retake. Look at the pressure. They pressure these players out. But from the backside, Jar finds one. 0 players detained. The tap onto entry as they try to do something here. This eco from EH, like I said, a set play could be what they need. And this aggression works out for them. It's planted for these players. Yukine sending it out. Jar just spamming through. Not broken. Entry knows they have no time.
Yep,
Damn.
Gonna go for the save. Smart
EH
play
won
here. Yeah.
on a save round. So well.
That judge honestly got so much value. Tootsie really showed up that round. I mean, that was a really aggressive play, especially from the response of Entry's lockdown. Tootsie decided to use that space and try to really fight for it with that judge. I mean, we saw some pretty good kills there. So let's see how they react here. Now full guns in the hands of both teams. This is even Steven as it gets. But Entry playing really good game so far. 12-4. It's a really good KD. Let's see how they continue to play. Up in Hand of Memories. Smoke kind of cuts off the angle here.
I think that's the biggest kind of oomph moment. It's just like the angle is difficult for them to read through.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my thought process as well. It's just like, if you're in such a like wonky situation, how do you come back from it? What's the vibe? What's the move here? EH currently needs to win these next couple of rounds. If they can at least get 4, it's not the end of the world. 8-4 half. But if they can't, then it's rough.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way that us playing this right now, because just holding down the sites and not really committing to anything here just really seems to be playing into the hand.
Snark's going to push now. Yep, because they were waiting. Wait, the breach pushed in solos. Tootsie could have flashed for Snark. I thought that's why he was going up there. I was like, they're going to push now because of the flash, but No, just goes in, and I think that's a huge misstep because they don't have any flashes now for their take.
And now Garage is being used to push through. Yukine finds Arrow in the corner, and now it's a retake on the half of UH, but Entry finds Jar in
The
Garage,
ultimate!
the ult!
Oh, huge ultimate here. Torpor grabbing one more. It's Pinstripes, but now we need to go and lock in, clock in. Xander gets the second, and they're going to punch their time card into a victory here. Still in the corner, the timing's there. Linden finds one, but Xander's out of dodge. Planting on this A site. I believe they TP'd, they popped their ultimate here to get out of there. Linden now looking to lock the 7th and prevent a little bit of a steamroll and maybe a potential snowball for EH.
Something interesting that happened there. Xander was actually fully stunned from the breach ult and got 2
still
kills. 2 kills in that one headshot, one body shot. Amazing
skill, a little bit of luck, right?
A little bit.
At this point, I love just hearing all the players yell at "It fuels my passion." Linden on the defuse, looks away in the nick of time to find Xander. That's the 7th round for UH.
Really dominant play here for UH in this half.
Just all I gotta say is, damn, like, that is a difficult spot to be in. It's been 3 in a row after 3 in a row after potentially 3 more in a row. You end at 9-3. You don't want to be at that spot.
Don't want to be at that spot at all. But we have 3 more rounds to be played. We'll see how things turn out. This could be a 7-5 or it could be a 9-2. Or sorry, 10-2.
It could be 10-2. This is why I classify things as not necessarily attack or defense sided, but execute heavy, because the executes on the retake, the executes for taking space that UH has shown us is so much cleaner and by far than how EH has been playing, unfortunately. EH has had a very difficult time executing into space. I think it's why they did better on, what's it called, the 3-site map, is because it's a little bit easier, there's less players. But on this map, because of the way that it's structured, it's very different. Like, we say they're similar, but they're not exactly the same by all means.
100%. I mean, it's definitely like that hamburger hot dog analogy you said before. Things are a lot more compact here. The turret finds Entry. But Paranoia finds things interesting. Memory's stuck.
Oh, Linden's in the corner, dropping down from the heavens. Memories and Linden hand in hand. Torpor joins in on the fight. I just like the fall from the heavens onto the site. Just boom, shakalaka, smacks the shot straight in their face.
Crazy play there from and a flawless victory for that round.
Yep.
The team up of Memories and Linden there was movie levels of production. Like at the same time too, with the smoke coming down, really well coordinated. Great comms, I'd say.
I mean, it's the comms is probably the biggest thing, right? They make sure that they're communicating with each other.
100%. Now full guns being purchased by both teams. No expenses being cut here. This round is important. Second to last round. I mean, if EH loses this, I mean that might be really spelling out a 10-2.
Because we're on round 11 right now. They lose this,
They don't have a single dollar to their name.
Have to see how it plays out. Looks like the C site is where they're going to mosey onto.
Oh.
Oh?
Yeah, you see that too.
I saw, the flickers. I mean, it happens. They're going to rotate out. Jar's been spotted, dashed out. Don't want to get caught. Memories falling back to some safety.
That play. They're still looking towards A site, though.
Oh, Memories is still being sneaky. Sneaky. Xander most likely is going to either clear this or something. They cleared a bit late. The high-low Xander wins it out with Memories. I like the crouch top peek. I think they kind of calm that. Like, if there was a player there, how they should react. Jar back into it. No, the dart. The fatigue, right? It's the fatigue and the time and the pressure. It mounts on them. Jar finds another, and UH is seemingly losing some of their steps here. And the thing is, right, that like you would think that EH would mess up, like Yukine might have messed up that dart, but no, I believe it was Tropar who lost that. Chopper's making it up though, taking Snark down. Xander gets another on the board. They're climbing it up. 3-piece found. And really, this Omen has been popping off. 4-piece for the victory to find the 3rd round. Their investment well worth it.
Last round before the switch.
And now you have a possibility to make this a 8-4, especially with all the guns in hand. And now it is an even round here. Linden, the only one forced to get a light shield. Very interesting stuff here. Arrow actually using the TP in the beginning of the round to get on top of the boxes is going to be an interesting position, but I don't think anyone's going to fall for it.
I don't think so. I mean, are they setting up a trap play anywhere? You know what? We haven't really seen that many. I mean, maybe we have, and I'm just like blind. But like, have we seen too many trap plays? Like bait them in somewhere?
Not really.
I feel like I feel that's easier with like Cypher. You like put the util in a sneakier spot. You kind of like bait them in with like a jet, or you bait them in with like having nobody there, something like that, or like some minor util. But yeah, I mean, maybe having a set trap play could be really nice to try and catch UH off guard. Because you mosey on in there, and then you're surrounded by all this util. It's like, what am I doing here?
Where am I?
Oh! Like,
Jar trying to peek entry there, but entry with the reactions and a great flick for the first pick of this round.
Flick, pick, got a stick. I like your rhyme schemes. Starting them up for me.
Interesting stuff here, though.
But look at, they like just barely meet each other. The peek comes through, but it's a whiff. Tootsie goes down as well as Memories, evens the numbers out back in their favor, gets the second Blade Storm, pops the final round, you gotta go for it. Blinded, but they're still coming through, lost in the sauce, and that's gonna be Xander for you, dead and dusted. Snark, last player standing. See if they can get the 8-4 instead of the 9-3. The potential is there. A lot to climb, a lot to do, a lot to work with, but is it gonna be enough for you, Snark? Finding one, Chopper is there, they doubled up onto the angle, and it sneaks right on through Arrow. The lurky sort of sentinel duelist controller player. They literally played a duelist the first round, a sentinel the second, and then the third map they're playing a controller. And every single time, the common denominator has been the sneaky nature of this player. So, perfect flex player, just like sneaking around, being a nuisance.
For sure, and we're seeing it full force. Arrow definitely has had a lot of impact kills throughout this series. Now we're seeing pistols once more, and possibly, or actually, no, the final pistol round of this series. And here we go. Is going to be going towards the A site here, maybe possibly also playing towards B.
It's just so wacky. I wouldn't say wacky, but just like the gameplay so far has been rather interesting. This is a 9-3, like a very classic 9-3 sort of comeback situation where if EH can win this pistol, it's most likely locked in. And EH right now, they are on this. What?
Did you see that?
Yeah, Tootsie's just there. I mean, who needs me? Like, Jar, Xander, Yukine are stacking things up. EH has the potential to win this. Who needs the analysis when you just have these players rushing in and slowly pushing? It all started off with just that one kind of lurking garage.
Insane play here. Now entry, last one standing, has a ghost to pick up, but still, these three are going to be holding that spike super tight.
Oh, it's just, of course, like, why would they let it go? I mean, they win this, we'll have a game on our hands. Entry is going to have a very hard time winning, like, to win this. They have to wait it out as much as possible, and they have to, like, not make as much noise, which they've already made some noise. They've already made some headway. I think they see that spike. Oh, yeah. Spike's been picked up, but Xander's there on the flip side. I mean, this is the comeback. Because they win this now, and then they traditionally win this next one, and then it becomes 5-9.
Yep.
They traditionally then will lose, and it becomes 10-5. Then it becomes, you know, 10-6, and 10-6 is it's just way easier scoreline to come back from than you expect. Sure. That's just how the snowball starts. If they're lucky enough to win 3 in a row like their predecessors did, then hey, I mean, you win 3 in a row, you're sitting at a very solid 6-9.
We might see a repeat of what happened in the game of Lotus, where we had an extremely close game that almost went to overtime, and I would love to see that here in this game 3. turret is set up.
It would be fun.
It would be fun. It would be fun. Definitely stressful for them, but fun for me.
Ooh, Snark finding the first onto entry. Some more players popping in here. The stun, and Jar needs to run away as they don't want to get caught. Memories up and at him. Trade Xander popping off the 3-piece found. Torpor, last player alive. It is an eco 3-piece, but still, like you love to say, nice shots, clean aim nonetheless.
That's what you need to be if you want to compete in these lands. Your aim has to be crisp. She's the shoulder of Silva there, but not going to commit to trying to find the angle. Torpor just now wants to just find at least one more kill to get some guns out of their hands.
Oh, yeah, by far. It's just a matter of now patience. It's a virtue. Torpor seeing what they can work with. They spot these players out. It's a high-low double up. Ikene's going to grab it.
That's going to seal the deal there for, and now 9-5 is the scoreline you talked about. Can we see a third round here for EH? Event Horizons has been playing pretty well in this half so far. But now with the guns in the hands of UH, can we see the shutdown of the momentum? Can we see the 10-5 like you predicted?
Right there.
Or is EH going to run away with this?
Right there.
Here we go.
I have a feeling that EH can. Like, there's a really strong possibility for them to just win this next round. It's a matter of specifically how Yukine and like Xander and Snark play all together, the three of them, because they're the ones with the weapons here. Tootsie kind of needs to stay alive. that's the big thing for Tootsie, is staying alive and playing with the team.
Scary stuff, though. Not going to find a kill with the Outlaw. Yukine still holding down the site pretty well. Seems like all of T is going to be rotating to the C site, but here we have Snark holding it down.
Oh, they push in. They find it. They do even things out for the side of UH. I mean, if UH can get some more picks here, it's going to be fairly good for them. They have the rifles. EH needs to win this to get that 9-6, 6-9 in their favor, I guess, since they won the round. But the potential is here. Xander finding one of the memories. Yukine getting some more, but it's immediately going to be traded out in numbers. Numbers game immediately falls back to neutral. And that's the thing, right? You always want to play your numbers when you have the chance. Unfortunately, trades are there. Shots locked in. Now it's getting spicy. Linden, last player alive. They just need to keep that bomb ticking. Is the time going to be enough, or is Linden capable of this? How's it going to go? The defuse starts. Pros don't fake. They're body blocking. They're looking through. That's one, but not the two. Jar gets them, and they have the time since they already got the half. The defuse is going to be set. That's 3 in a row for EH.
This is exactly as you predicted, and 3-0 in the first part of this half is going to allow the comeback
I'm
to
the
be
best caster,
right
obviously. I know everything. I actually have the script right here.
into the future.
What is it? I was gonna say some anime power, and I forgot what it was.
Either
At the
way,
mind's eye, I got the third eye. I can see
yeah.
everything.
Placing swamp grenade.
Guns in the hand of EH and not in the hands of UH.
Oh yeah.
Placing swamp
It's
grenade.
going to be awkward here. We'll see. Ooh, I love this angle.
Oh, getting spicy out here. An op in hand onto Snark, seeing and trying to punish these players. The TP comes through out of the smoke, not wanting to walk out. Memories is there. The flick's not found. Memories lands onto Snark. No, that's such a huge investment lost, and on a not an eco, but a broken buy for UH.
And now an op in the hands of Memories, and we know how dangerous this player can be when you give this man a sniper. Let's see if he can fully utilize it, though. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a slower play here on A.
I don't want to give things away.
We see 2 players going on to mid, though. Maybe trying to go for a flank. Has the turret set up, though, so this will be notified.
I mean, the flank is good. They have the flank watch, right? They do have KJ still alive, entry. So there's possibility there. The stun through, the dance. Happy feet on the chamber. Memories with that operator entry on it. The tale has been told, and they smoked off. Oh, this flank is going to work because they smoked the turret off. The position.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because it didn't go live. It didn't spot, but entry still sees it. Jar finding the 2-piece. It's a possibility for them. The jump peek, the flash, avoiding it. Low HP onto one if they can spray them down, but no. That's where you play the numbers. It doesn't matter what HP you have. What matters is you have the player counts to match it. 10-6, still a 4-round difference between them.
Love the play there. I was going to actually opt to throw away the operator, not allowing EH to have the opportunity of getting it back. That's a lot of eco lost for EH. And now 10-6. I mean, this is the number you wanted, right? This is the number you called.
Yep.
10-6 is comeback material for EH, but it's definitely nothing uncomfortable for
so the way with 9-3s is that it's just like this. If you know like a bell curve, but then you know the curve where it's like skewed to the left side, the little hump is on the left side.
Yeah.
That's basically this, and it really falls really far down later. Oh, Snark. Who needs statistics when you've got aim? Snark is shooting in, causing a lot of pain. Memory is gonna take the trade on them.
Pulled through the smoke, though. Great pick from Jar. And now that blade trade doesn't feel as good as it did before. We have the KJ set up on B, but it seems like they're going to double back here in short, and no one's around to stop them. But Yukine might be going up to heaven. I feel like Yukine has a small suspicion that something's going on here.
Well, they're leaving a player towards C, B, and A, so they basically have it spread out. There's literally no way that they can lose this, and now Yukine is just calming. Hey, guys, they did decide to go back towards A. I like the fake, though, for UH. It's the easiest way for them to get the plant, especially with the numbers advantage. And A is one of the harder sites to retake unless you have a KJ ult, which is exactly what Jar has. They have KJ ult, they have another... Yeah, see, immediately it gets popped. Because they have so much space now. It counters itself with another KJ ultimate, but there's a Hunter's Fury that's going to be invested. Break it through, low HP. Xander pushing in with the confidence. Lockdown for the attacker. KJ's lost. Xander found the two-piece, and EH is looking like they have this round locked and sent.
Wow, what a great round there from EH. Now deciding who's going to get the ultimates. But man, that was really well played. What a retake from EH.
Good ultimate usage for them, but it also means that they burned those ultimates, meaning that they don't have them no more, and that is a rough thing to be.
Pretty even in the ultimate economy, though, I would say. Torpor has the ultimate ability, and so does Xander, but still, Snark almost has Blades up, and Linden almost has the Breach ultimate, but two Guardians in the hands of and full Vandals on the EH. It's going to be interesting to see how this round pans out, because I feel like they've been going A quite a lot, and it seems like EH is catching on to that as well.
Oh yeah,
having 3 people here on A.
And the 9-3 comeback is starting to come through. The deficit between them is only 3 rounds. It's only 3 rounds.
Only 3 rounds is definitely winnable.
And again, that's why sometimes I said attack sided, but not really. It's just whoever can execute best. And sometimes on defense it's easier. Stark fighting the first, nowhere to run. Hunter's Fury comes to find B, and it's going to be a very big and bloody battle going right now at a dead even. But the thing is, you're losing some really key components. Your flash initiator, and your duelist, so your entry, are both gone for UH. And now they have to play this reset. Going up against some really heavy hitters on EH's side, they have both the initiators and smoke for the retakes. Being flooded out of the position, eating up that molly, chomping at the bit, the double found arrow and entry, using the things that they have to the best of their utility and ability. This changes up the entire pace. We're going to be seeing 11-7 on the board, unless Xander can absolutely pop off. Arrows in the corner, so it locks itself in.
Amazing stuff there from UH. Love the util usage from entry there. I mean, we saw a fantastic molly to rat out Yukine, and Arrow playing a pretty good crossfire there. Definitely was some fantastic stuff. But now 11-7 is a scary number if you're EH.
Yep.
Definitely not one where you're comfortable in, but still, if you want this, you need that comeback, you need those rounds, and you need that momentum. You had the first 3 rounds in the half. Can you do it again?
I think it's possible.
I hope so, too. Forced buy here for EH. Going up slow. Jump peeks and not able to find anything. Xander aware, has calm to his teammates now.
Hey, someone's here. Get over here, get over here. We're going to be going for this. There's that Rolling Thunder. Immediately, Memories is going to capitalize off of it. The space is going to be created. It only hits, I think, about 1 or 2 of these players. Xander hiding down in the smoke. Linden with the plant. The retake needs to start sooner rather than later if they want to prevent and hemorrhage some of this bleeding. If they do this, it's going to be series and match point. There's Xander popping on one, avoiding the flash and avoiding the paranoia, hiding and tucking away in this corner. This sort of gray dead zone. Tootsie onto Arrow. 3 players left alive for UH as they try to push in. Snark gets another with the Blade Storm. This pressure is mounting, but look at Entry re-wrapping through Garage. Tootsie doesn't know. That's one found. Tootsie still manages to find Torpor alive. Keep that bomb. Spam it. Be a nuisance whenever you can. Low HP. The spray down from Entry to find match and series point here.
The most important round of us series so far has just been played, and Entry gets the clutch.
The re-wrap from Entry was just wild. Like that pushing into Garage and then just taking that fight is just so, it's not wild, like it's out of this world, but just so like well played.
Smart.
It
was so smart.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's we see that in Valorant all the time where people wrap around, but just Entry being able to not only do that, but then having the brain and the aim, the timing, and then also being able to get the 2 with the spray down. Beautiful stuff, but EH is now put in a really big pickle. 5 rounds difference, and you're not screwed, but you're in a really difficult spot.
All right, let's see how how Event Horizon,
yeah, we'll go with that.
Makes this comeback. Only 2 players, or 3 players technically have rifles, but 2 of them are Bulldogs. Awkward situation here. Snark has to be the one to make the plays. Not able to get the hit.
Okay, but look at the util dump. They just like spam so much utility to push them through. 2 players already down. Linden found the double. Yukine Snark it's over. It's over. Tootsie's the last one here. They're getting the trades really well off your feet. They're going to go for the teammate. Gets the 1-for-1, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be 13-3 on the board, and the 9-3 gets stomped and squashed. We really always move this way. I feel like, is it just me? Like, we gotta come together. I mean, it's really funny because my notes for all the other games and my notes for this are like, this one is like so much more spread out.
Yeah.
It's just insanity, this matchup that it was. Almost a reverse sweep coming out from Event Horizon for the team named they did a really good job. The name might be goofy, but at least the players are taking this seriously and having a fun time on top of that. Just really solid plays from both teams. Honestly, I don't want to say I'm surprised. That was just really solid.
That was really solid. Good. Congratulations to both teams for putting on some very good Valorant. I mean, that was a very fun series to watch. And congratulations to moving on to another win in their group stage.
But you know what that means? Event Horizon has yet to win a series. That's really unfortunate for their storyline, considering that they flew and drove some players out here to Miami.
But again, as we've mentioned in the past, this is only group stages.
Oh, true. Yeah, there's
so
an LCQ.
Not out just yet.
There's a last chance qualifier or play-ins, whichever term you want to use.
So we'll see. We'll see. I have a little bit of hope because that was some good play right there. Finally able to squeak it out just there at the end, but thanks to a bunch of phenomenal plays from are they able to get another win and secure a pretty decent standing in the group stage.
Oh yeah. I mean, the standings in the group stage also do matter because, you know, it's a little bit of pride. But, you know, sometimes people are in the group stage, win in the play-ins, and then go on and win grand finals. So we never know.
We'll see. We'll see. But I think we're going to go on a little bit of a break here, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you guys so much. Stay tuned for some amazing Valorant, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Welcome back, everyone, to ROK's Run It Back 2024, hosted at the ROK Esports Arena in Miami. My name is Ancient Angel. Here with me is my co-caster of choice for the moment. It's Techni. He's going to be joining me.
For the moment?
Yeah.
I'm not of choice right now?
Well, you're the head TA for the event, so it'd be kind of weird if I dragged you away permanently, despite the fact that I did want to cast with you. We just got done with versus Event Horizon. That kind of finished out our morning groups.
Yeah,
for the day.
a lot more competitive than I thought it would be, actually.
And
going all 3 maps.
And now we're going into our afternoon set of groups. And our first match, a very amazing matchup. It's Shake and Jake versus ROK.
Yeah, some incredible names, star-studded lineups on both sides, entertainers, professionals, you name it. It's everything you could ask for, really. It's going to be such an exciting matchup. And honestly, the bummer about casting this game is that I don't get to be out there listening to them yell at each other.
Oh yeah, because these are loud players. You got Jovi on one side. You got some very loud, boisterous voices on the other side, like MFH, and you've got Lear as well. Typically, pretty loud players on both sides. So that screaming match is going to be super fun for all the people that are in the LAN center watching this.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm excited. And honestly, taking a look at these maps as well, what better battlegrounds? I mean, some of these are just some pretty puggy maps to begin with, and that's what I expect to see. It's going to be a bit of a brawl from everyone. And both these teams are mixes, not a whole lot of practice, but experienced players nonetheless. I expect to see some crazy stuff.
For sure. Crazy, I feel like, is going to be an understatement. I don't think that we're going to see anything that's out of the ordinary in terms of comps.
Oh, probably not.
I feel like the scrappiness of the play is what we're really going to be focusing on, especially on Shake and Jake's map pick, the first map of this series, Ascent. That, to me, is just textbook Valorant, right? Just we're going to pug it out every single day, all the way. We're going to run the same exact comp that everyone knows. It's the Killjoy, the Sova, the Omen, the Jet, and then that KO. It's classic Valorant. That's all Ascent really is. And it's something that, coming into this series, I actually appreciate a lot more because of the pugginess and the nature of these two rosters.
Yeah, I mean, throughout today, we've had actually the great thing with this event is how high level all the teams are. So I think it's going to be really fun to see something that's a little bit scrappier, maybe not so many set strats, not so many execute heavy things on a map that is Ascent. So like you said, everyone kind of knows how to play it already. So you're going to see some interesting things probably come out in order to break that meta, in order to catch people off guard. So I hope that's what we get to see. Going into Sunset as our second map, I absolutely love Sunset. I think that's one of my favorite maps in the map pool right now. Just the way it plays out, I can't really put my finger on it, but super fun to play. And then, of course, Bind, another classic as well, just to kind of close out the series should we need it. So a good trio of maps to go on for a great set of players.
Yeah, the big thing as well coming into this map, or this series, rather, is that we're looking at rosters that have, right, we've mentioned the pugginess of it before, but it's not entirely, like, puggy. There are certain players that have played together before and do have a history before, so while there might not be some perfect drilled executes or drilled protocols, there are going to be some good chemistries to look out for, right? Starbound playing with their coach of Jovi, playing with their friend Astralis. You have MFH playing with Lear. There are some players who have some sort of either coach-player relationship from previous rosters, or have just played together on previous rosters, or have just been friends and pugged out together for a very long time.
Yeah, the unspoken chemistry is going to be so strong between a lot of these players, and that's going to be something that's going to be, I think, actually one of the key contributing factors for who wins these series today.
For sure. Yeah, and that's one of those points that I think is going to be super, super cool to get into once we are ready for Agent Select, is where are these roles exactly going to lie? Because I can sit here from a further away point and be like, well, we obviously know that Starbound is going to be a Sentinel player because that's what they do. So, that overall point is really cool. Unfortunately, I just got bad news.
Oh, I think I have an inclination.
Do you want to announce it, or
why don't you tell me? So,
the bad news that I just heard from the magical tech fairies, right? The Techni fairies, that are flapping around in the production room right now, are telling us that this is not the game.
This
is not it. We've been led astray. We've been put into a web of lies. We've been led into a forest by a shiny golden fairy named Shake and Jake versus ROK, and it was a lie. It was all lies. It was not gold. It was merely yellow aluminum.
Yellow aluminum?
Zinc or whatever. I don't know my minerals like that.
Maybe it is gold, but the problem with the gold is that it's not conductive enough in order for any of the computers to work. And I think what you're alluding to is actually some tech issues we're having, unfortunately. So I feel like you're on the right track there, but...
yeah.
Yeah, so unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we do have some tech issues we have to work through. So, guys, I appreciate your patience again. Actually, at this point in the tournament, because we're transitioning with some of the groups, moving Group C has completed their games for the day.
Right.
But Group B has to finish out.
Yeah.
But Group A and D have to continue.
Right.
Which means we are utilizing every single computer here at ROK at the same time, which, of course, you might expect. It doesn't happen all of the time, right? You get most, you get many, you get, a good few, but all 60 PCs is a pretty big struggle on the network and a pretty big struggle on the computers themselves. It's pretty warm in here. It's uncomfortable for everyone. It's a little bit crazy out there at the moment. So tech difficulties, things like this, it's going to happen, unfortunately.
I think it makes sense, but honestly, this is like one of those things where like, it's so cool to see. Like when you walk out there and you see every single computer being used right now, and it's just Valorant. It's just a sea of Valorant, just a sea of skins, of everything, as far as the eyes can see. I mean, my goodness, it is pretty bizarre, but beautiful sight.
Honestly, it's not. I wouldn't say it's bizarre as much as it is beautiful. You're right. There's something really. Normally, most of the times when I'm here in these events, I am sitting in this room with the likes of yourself, right? And we're talking about the game, enjoying it. But it's not often that I get to walk around and see 60 people all in one place, all playing the same game, part of the same community, here to have fun, competing, right? Trying to prove themselves to be the best. Every single team here believes that they're the best team. If not, then why would they be here, right? They're trying to compete. They're looking for that #1 spot, and that in itself is beautiful. And I really love that. And that's something about LAN that online doesn't really provide.
And even some of the teams that like we would rate pretty highly, they're just like, yeah, no, we're just kind of here to have fun and make people lose.
Yeah.
Like that's literally like some people's mentality coming into this tournament is we if we win that's cool, but we just want to make people lose. And like that is some hater energy that I need at this tournament.
That's bannable behavior.
I don't think that's bannable. Listen, if 50% of all players lose, then like it only makes sense that you can make a goal to just not be those 50% of players that lose.
You only have to be better than half the opposition.
Exactly.
That's not bad. You have to be slightly above average.
Exactly.
Even if only marginally. Yeah.
Sure. That's how stats work.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't check us on that.
Don't look that up. Yeah. Look, we talk about Valorant, all right? We're not going to sit here and try to educate people on mathematics.
Yeah, I'm taking intro to statistics in a couple semesters, so it's fine.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But
yeah, like we said, there are some tech issues at the moment, so we're just doing our best to work through those. And fortunately, there are issues that we've had in the past and know how to work past them. So, we have a lot of the folks here helping us out here today looking into that and trying to get this game going as coolly as possible. Of course, there are a myriad of other games. If you guys aren't familiar, today, all 17 teams play. And it's actually, if you do the math, there's 23 best of threes being played out today.
Oh.
And if you believe it, we're only halfway through the day.
That's true.
There is a ton of Valorant to be played, guys. And honestly, at a place like this, I don't mind it at all. There is, like I said, the community's been so incredible so far, just even to look at, to be a part of. But honestly, even better is the ROK family, right? There's people here who don't even play Valorant, who don't really know as much about it, just hanging out, seeing, enjoying the atmosphere. I mean, ROK is so much more than just, an esports cafe where there's computers, right? It really is its own community. It's its own family. I mean, they have a bar, you watch games here, you have a couple drinks, have some snacks, enjoy yourself, hang out with friends in person. And that's something that ROK provides that a lot of other places don't. So guys, if you haven't already, make sure you're checking at ROK Esports on all those socials, on Twitter, probably not on Facebook, on Instagram as well.
There might be a ROK Facebook out there.
If there's a ROK Facebook, then make sure you guys check that out. Tag me on Twitter with a link to
the Facebook.
Yeah. Don't tag me. Tag Ancient Angel here.
Why do I have to get tagged?
Because I feel like you have a Facebook.
I don't have a Facebook. Unfortunately, I'm not that old.
I
I know that Ancient is in the name, but
I have a Facebook.
See, it's how the roles have reversed.
Yeah, unfortunately. Look, it was a business thing, okay?
Okay,
It wasn't actually for me.
Yeah, that's what they said about MySpace, but
Well, in any case, I never had MySpace.
Really?
Yeah, no, that was a little bit before my time.
No, I have a MySpace.
You had a MySpace.
I have a MySpace actively to this day.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. My first social media was was Instagram. Yeah, and I dread looking through those old archives, those pictures that you posted when you were in the 8th grade.
I have never posted on Instagram.
Fortunately, I think everyone should just avoid social media before you turn like 18. Like it's just a mistake for everyone involved.
It would be somewhat smart, but then that means that we wouldn't get Valorant. And we wouldn't get all those sick, cracked Valorant players.
Yeah, all those like generational talents are just coming.
Like Oxy, we wouldn't have gotten Oxy.
Oh, that's true.
You know, like those are the players that we need.
So we need Zoomers to be making TikTok accounts and
to be trying to out frag their friends in Valorant edits.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see some out fragging today. You know, kind of talking about fragging. Like I said, there's a ton of games today. 23 best of 3s we played out. For you, you got the opportunity to commentate a lot of these games. I know you're watching a lot of these games too. Have there been any standout ones in your eyes?
So, the game that I just commentated earlier today was Burger Boys versus Rose. Really, really cool best of 3. It went all 3 maps. These were 2 teams that I think people had, in some of their power rankings coming into this event. They had both of those teams top 6, just strictly in terms of, both coordination as rosters, as coming in with firepower. They both were looking pretty solid. But we were expecting Burger Boys to win, right? They were the core of the Heatwave winning team in May. They have been looking really, really solid. They've been playing really well. They have, they have gotten back Logan and Alvin, who are, mechanically speaking, 2 of the best players, in this entire building. But they actually weren't able to take the win. It went all 3 maps, but Rose was able to take it, and in a very stunning fashion on maps 2 and 3. It was 13-6 on Icebox and 13-4 on Bind, and it was one of those maps where you looked at it and you were like, well, how is this happening? And it was entirely from their duelist player, Timotino. I mean, that kid, you want to talk about generational talents, kids next up. I mean, he's absolutely one of them. Dropped 30 kills on the op. He was combat opping, which, if you're from a CS background, that's pretty common to see a couple combat oppers. In Valorant, that's not a thing at all. So the fact that he was doing that and he was just running out there, just quick scoping people, no scoping people, it was nobody's business.
Yeah, I was actually able to see some of that game too, and I was also pretty disappointed with Burger Boys in that situation there. I mean, I know you got to talk with Kwai a little bit, who's been a part of that team for quite some time, helping build that roster up. But going into this, I mean, like you said, you have the Alvin Boy, you have the Logan, but then you add the firepower of Tokyo on there, right? Remember Nightblood Gaming in our previous LAN? They were, I mean, granted they didn't do particularly well, but they were a pretty scary team on paper. And additionally, I believe they brought in
Katsumi.
Yeah,
also
Katsumi
from
as well.
Nightblood.
Yeah, also from Nightblood, another name that you think would just elevate this roster beyond belief.
Well,
but instead, it's just they fell a little flat. And honestly, to say they fell a little flat would be an understatement. Again, 13-6 and 13-4.
That's fair, but also just to kind of go over the rest of the performance of that group, they did make it out into playoffs. They are going to not play tomorrow. They're going to go straight to Sunday, because they did qualify directly for playoffs. They don't have to go through the play-in because they were able to beat F5 and Reign Above. So,
yeah, certainly.
Right. So they don't get the top seed out of their group. They do just get to go straight to the round of 12, which, thankfully should be enough. I spoke to some of the guys over on Burger Boys. I spoke to Matt. I spoke to Logan. And obviously I spoke to Kwai as well. And, the same things that they kept saying were just that they're not a group stage team. They are a team that struggles often at the very start of tournaments, start of events, but they heat up very quickly, and that's what we saw actually in the last Heatwave. Burger Boys almost got grouped at the last Heatwave, but they were able to make it out. But enough about what has been. We're finally in the game,
We're
going
in
to
it.
what will be. And immediately, on ROK side, we're seeing the meta comp.
The most bog standard setup you could look for.
Right. And on the side of Shake and Jake, you have MFH hovering Phoenix.
And Relics.
And Relics hovering Phoenix. And then it just immediately goes back to bog standard. So, you know, a lot to talk about here. A lot of new, interesting ideas.
Yeah, well, my bad for suggesting that they might change something up or try something new.
Exactly, right?
You know, apologies. But if it ain't broke, I suppose don't fix it. Again, like we had talked about earlier, Ascent's just one of those maps that everyone already knows the protocols on, what to do, how to play, and, well, they're going to fall into what works.
Something that I find interesting is that Jovi's actually going on to the smokes here.
Oh, that is true. I believe he was actually the Sova player last time.
Yeah, at the first Heatwave, he was playing the Info Initiators. So what Kurt is playing now, that was Jovi. So a little bit of a change up for Jovi specifically, but looking overall, you know, about what we expected. I think some key highlight players for the side of ROK are definitely going to be Starbound and Australis. I think Australis, especially on KO on Ascent, it's like her playground. She's kind of like, you know what? I want to take market this round. And then they'll just find a way to do it. Just no biggie. Just brush it off. It's good. It works. And then for Starbound, a pillar of consistency, able to go onto that Sentinel role, play a bit more passively, have some pretty solid fundamental Sentinel anchor play. Things work. And for Shake and Jake, I mean, I feel like currently all eyes are on Jake, Big Bean himself, over on those smokes, considering, you know, he is a player for YFP in Challengers. He's been looking really, really solid. And there are a couple other names here, too, that just looking at, like Relics.
Yeah, a tenured player indeed.
Right.
I mean, started out in Counter-Strike back like almost over 10 years ago now, and it's crazy to think that he's still around hanging out, fragging with, you know, these pretty awesome names that are here to stay with us. But of course, the pistol round begins. Starting that attacking side is going to be the Shake and Jake side of things, and J Mart going for a little bit of an infiltration push is going to find just that one player lurking outside that a main position. Meanwhile, mid control already taken as the remaining of the remaining attackers work their way up that short side. An A split appears to be on the cards.
Definitely the current look for Shake and Jake, but Jamar going to try and fight for that A main control alongside Australis. Both creeping up, and Jake is going to get taken down. So that's the first kill the entire game was Australis onto Jake. Jovi has to back up from Tree, considering all of those players, but Kurt able to start things off in the fight for Tree, but Relics immediately on the response alongside Lear is able to collect for 3. The majority of the team of ROK are out of things, and now it's all up to Starbound with Relics getting 3 on the round. It could be 4, but with the way that Relics has 14 HP, it's probably better to assume otherwise. Starbound now over towards Heaven. Lear just looking to collect, does exactly that. Looks pretty solid. I think overall, what I've noticed from Shake and Jake is just the fact that just immediately, like, we were kind of mentioned Relics going into that round. I mean, I have to mention Relics going out of that round, right? 3 kills, tenured player, it doesn't even matter. He's fragging like it's his first day on the server.
Yeah, I really like what came out of ROK there, though. I really like that initiative they took on that defensive side, immediately sending at the very start of the round 2 players to go out clear out towards A main. They found the opening frag. They had that man advantage, and they also found, well, a 2-man advantage, too. I can't quite remember where that second frag came from, but nonetheless, able to recover. Shake and Jake, as you said, Relics with that 3K coming into it. But now, just an anti-eco to deal with. Nothing too crazy here. A little bit of poking coming out from Jovi from Info there. And ooh, a nice little dart there to find the KJ. MFH, though, will be the one to find Kurt. Sticking on to the Ghosts, of course. Getting ready to go into the next gun round, but for now, the attackers taking their man advantage. Going to go elsewhere, but again, just pistols to deal with. Nothing crazy. It's going to take some crazy shots from the likes of Starbound and JMR, the two equipped with those deagles in hand.
Well,
and now the execution is going to come to fruition. Lots of information to be gathered out at this point. But what can the defenders really do? Smoked on out, site already lost, no contest. 2 players to be on the side, another re-smoke to prevent any shenanigans from going on. Spike goes down and defenders are, well, in this case, pretty hopeless. Likely to walk into the grinder here for any chance. Looking to do some sort of economic damage. Perhaps play some sort of exit.
Yeah, I feel like the kind of standard play would be to just die to the spike. You don't want to give away that money for the kills. I mean, Astralis able to find one and a second. So you know what? Hey, never mind. Who cares about what the quote-unquote standard thing is? Because those were some pretty nice shots from Astralis. And also, it means that they're going to be able to farm up the null command on the KO pretty early. And now you can see those full buys all coming through. A couple light shields here and there, like on Starbound and Jovi and Jamar. But Kurt buying up an Odin, presumably to counter Lear.
Potentially here, and it might just work out. So far, gonna see a pretty early B lean, so I'm excited to see what this Odin could do potentially. Early spray early on, but not gonna find anyone just yet. Instead, contest given towards mid as now B main starts to be the point of contention. Slowly, 5 players for this attacking side walking up. Shake, and this Starbound is gonna be our first point of contact spots. A little bit of damage dealt. Smoke could have gone down to prevent anything further. That isolates a single player on his site. That's going to be Kurt. 22 HP with him and a whole lot to do. Plenty of bullets to do it, though. Finds the first on the relics. Dances around the smoke, but instead it's MFH to close it. Starbound gets the refrag to the smoke as the spike goes down. Man advantage for ROK, and first time this game that's the case. Upgrades to the weapon. The better weapon in that case as spike slowly trickles down. Have to wait for the smoke to dissipate before they could really make a move into the rounds. And Shake and Jake tucked into position here. First contact's going to be Lear's, and smoke to go down to cut him off, though.
It's great smoke. It allows Jamar and Jovi to start working their way into the site, but Lear and Wildfire both able to find ones of their own. And Astralis and Jamar can't really win that with the time remaining. They get mowed down, and Shake and Jake are starting things off with a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, that was actually... The util there felt perfect. It felt like ROK never really had an opportunity to even begin retaking the site, and when they did, they had to walk into a blender there. I mean, the sidewalk there, completely smoked off, forces everyone to the stairs. You have 2 guns looking out at plus an LMG. It's not a particularly pleasant place to be.
No, especially on that Ascent B site where those walls are so thin. You can spam them real easy, especially with that Odin. We're now headed into round 4. As you can see, Jake and Co. headed out towards mid. Or I should say Jake and Shakes headed out towards mid.
Indeed, it's going to be a slow crawl forward for the time being. ROK again forced onto another eco here. A couple more sheriffs than previous, but still can't expect too much to be done. A proactive stance toward the A side. Sova, KJ doubling up to look for something, but no one there to greet. Instead, the opposing KJ standing outside. That's MFH. Just holding down this side of the map while the rest of the team slowly creeps up towards mid instead. Jet taking that first point of contact.
They've taken that first point of contact, and they've gone straight through market. It's all on Kurt, trying to use those Sheriff head taps perfectly. Does it. Relics is downed. And so Wildfire would be the next point of entry, assuming they continued with their lane of attack. But they opt towards A instead. You can see Lear going to head over towards that A main area.
They're all around each other with these smokes, and now the execution comes into play. Jamar with one with the USP picks up one. Wildfire and MHH find 2 of their own, though, and suddenly it gets a little bit tricky. Still players in the site to deal with. All 6 players on this side of the map as Starbound and Kurt find 2, and now Wildfire left alone. It's a 3K for Kurt with a shock dart.
Brilliantly played retake from ROK, and also really solid rotations. You have to give credit where credit is due to Kurt for finding that opening kill onto Relics over towards market with that Sheriff, and the rotations and the very quick kind of response to Shake and Jake then speeding up over towards A is really what drives home that round for ROK. And now, economically, they're in a pretty good position. Jamar's brought out the op. He's going to try and op over towards Tiles, which, considering the last couple of rounds from Shake and Jake, it totally makes sense that they're going to go out Tiles.
Let's see if we get this opening pick, though. The opportunity given, but the smoke landed. Going to go for a bit of a lucky shot, but not so lucky this time around. Instead, it's going to be Shake and Jake doing their thing, charging up mid, and recognizing this Starbound. Going to have to start paying attention to market, but the split's coming to fruition. 3 players here to defend, at least for now, but Starbound's going to be the one to find the first. Kurt picks up another, but Jamar, that off the aforementioned, it begins to sing. MFH and Wildfire suddenly left alone in a 2 versus 4, as Jovi looks to clean it up as well, and shooting the body. Oh, man. Way to kick them while they're down. MFH left alone, stuck in a Molotov. Location revealed as well, and no bullets in the magazine, no HP either. And with that, ROK pick up their second round, and actually a pretty convincing one at that.
Yeah, it was pretty solid from them. Jamar, did a lot of damage with that op. And also, you have to give credit where credit is due for the rotation, right? Oh, you get smoked off over towards Cat. All right, well, I'm just going to immediately move over towards that B site. You find 2 incredible kills with it. You find that value. You shut down the execute power. There's also credit to be given to Jovi for those smokes that help kind of set Jamar up for those fights in the first place. But overall, it's just been a really solid couple of rounds. But for Shake and Jake, it's going to be all about these ultimates here towards this A site. With Relics with that Blade Storm, wants to go out onto the site and get a couple frags.
Indeed, but this op, Jamar, as I've mentioned, going to be posted up. Recon both cloaks it, and with that, ult going to be used on through. Not going to hit anyone this time around, but a little bit of damage done. MFH is going to be the one to open up the round. Liers and finally picks up Jamar. That's the operator down, and with that, Jovi's going to have to be the one to pick up the pieces. Swings out, finds one, misses the spray, so can't find the second, and, well, blink and you miss it. Wildfire picks up 2, and the round goes the way of Shake.
And Jake.
It's split both ways. Half a round for both.
Okay, half a round to Shake, half a round to Jake. Actually, who is Shake on this team?
Well, we know that Jake's on the team.
Yeah.
I think we're the ones bringing the Shake.
Oh, we are Shake.
Yeah, we're the ones bringing the energy.
Okay. Well, I think the energy in this upcoming round, it should be about MFH's lockdown and or Wildfire's null command, right? Using those ultimates towards the site should be pretty valuable indeed.
Yeah.
You still have that Jamar op posted up somewhere on the defense. Started over towards Cat, but of course those smokes just to allow the Shake and Jake players to get out towards Tiles.
Yeah, early presence towards A main so far, and mid being taken much more slowly. Shake and Jake gonna take their time this time in the round, or at least so it appears. Going for a bit of spam, looking to potentially punish ROK for going for any initiative on their defense. Playing real far back, and instead looking like they're going to regroup towards the B side, and that's the correct call. At least for now, there's only one player. That's going to be Kurt, left alone to deal with this. Going for the pixel angle, but likely going to be smoked off after this initial contact, but the shot's good. Able to reposition as well to the opposite side, drops the bolt up the top, gets more information from the team, and the rotation is going to come in. Both Omen and Sova toward that CT side going to be the ones to hold it down. Smoked off for the time being, but running through the smoke is Kurt. Picks up 1, traded. MFH finds 2 with the Phantom.
Just like that, it's a 3-on-3. I mean, there is a retake ult available in the lockdown for Starbound. So ROK, there is still a world where they could win this, but MFH is still stuck in towards stairs and still doing a really good job at playing to kill.
Oh.
But there's that spam from Australis.
2 versus 3 now, and Layers in. Big Bean go big indeed. I was going to say a bit of an oversight perhaps from the Shake and Bake player there, or the Shake and Jake player on the side, getting shot through the wall. I believe that was MFH, as aforementioned. Yeah. Perhaps going for a little too much, a little over-aggressive peek there. A bit of an ego peek. Gets punished for it, but still the pieces picked up and a 5th round found. 2-5 now as we begin to enter the latter half of this half. Money never really going one way or the other for any team, but now it looks like Shake has a bit more to grab onto. Should they lose this round, still have a little bit to buy left. Meanwhile, though, ROK really going for scraps with this, and we're going to see that based off their play here, starting out with 3 players for this B side, actually 4, but with that, nothing to be found. A execute coming into play, and all 5 players on the defense well, locked out for the time being.
We're going to have to see what this retake looks like inside of ROK. Because that A site just immediately, Spike got planted like 10 seconds into the round. So now they're all collected over towards the CT side, maybe a couple over towards Tree. But they do have a fair few aggressive ults that they could use. Some flashes are going to start to go out. Starbound falls, and so does Kurt. It's Astralis, Jamar, and Jovi to try and retake things. And there's Jamar with that Blade Storm. Actually finds two. And there's that trade eventually from Jovi by Relics.
Both players stuck behind the smoke at this point. Shock Dart lineup going to go out. MFH picks up the first. Dart on the Spike secures the round. If he didn't get the kills already. And, well, a convincing one from Shake. And despite the heroics come out from ROK there, just not going to count for much.
Yeah, listen, that was a crazy couple kills from Jamar. But unfortunately, just the post plant that Shake and Jake decided to set up, it was looking pretty good. So Jake remains unshaken as he and his team take a 6-2 lead coming into round number 9.
Indeed. Going into round number 9, we have 2 ults to be used on the Shake and Jake side, 3 for the ROK. And 2 of them, or that's one of them located here on this B side, and well, the KJ ult being used immediately. Let's see how the defenders respond to this. Looking to back all the way out. Smokes go down tonight as well, and now the execution comes to fruition. Smoke towards CT prevents anyone from doing anything crazy. Omen TPs to the back line as well. Secures the site, and with that, well, a retake is going to have to commence. All 5 players on this, all 10 players on this side of the map now behind a little bit of smoke. And as soon as those fade, well, the battle begins. Starbound's going to be the one opened up for us. MFH to fall. KJ on KJ. More information to be gathered at this point. And now retake comes on through. Relics to find Astralis. Jumping into the site. Big Beam finds one. Wildfire picks up another. And suddenly this week it becomes much harder. Jamar, though, the op picks up one, but the Jet responds in kind. Effectively a 1v3 at this point, and yeah, no res coming in. Instead, it's a 7th round for Shake and Jake.
Man, this is tough to be in if you're ROK, but they are taking an eco here. But then in these next couple rounds, you know, Kurt's ultimate looking to come back online, that Hunter's Fury. And for Shake and Jake, I mean, the next big ultimate that you're going to get is the Blade Storm. And not to say that that's not going to have an impact, but comparatively, like, you know, that's just a Vandal.
Effectively.
Yeah. So all in all, in terms of the ult cycle, there is an opportunity for ROK, not in this round, but in the next round to really provide some sort of impact. You know, there's always a chance that they get a third here, but it's not what we're looking for. I think right now it's more about damage and how many kills you can get, how much you can hurt the enemy team's economy, but all you're going to do is just hurt your own ego when you're swinging into Relics and letting them spray you down.
Yeah, I was going to say, potentially a little bit of confidence boost could be nice. You know, get a nice little clean share of shot, remind yourself that you can get a kill, but not going to be the case this time around, unfortunately. With 2 players getting knocked down quite quickly, and, well, Shake and Jake not even going to go off the back of it. Instead, going to slow things down, make sure they're not walking into any stacks here. And as their remaining attacking players get their behinds to the B side, the remaining defenders, well, locked out of the round, unfortunately. 2 players toward this A side, not going to see anything. Jamar goes to the smoke, and a quick little shot to find Big Bean there. Relics, though, quick to respond. Drops Jamar before he could do any more damage. Still, though, 4 players left, and unfortunately that 1 kill, just a bit of a consolation, like you said, a bit of an ego.
Yeah.
Remind yourself that you can get that kill.
I mean, it's good for Jamar, though, because, you know, you want that duelist player to be willing to take those peaks, willing to take that space, willing to take those duels. And hey, if Astralis can find one too, just to try and hurt the economy a little bit more, farm up towards the null command, so be it, right? Take the kills, get your money. You know, if you can win this half, or not win this half, but get this half to 8-4, you know what? That's a great recovery.
You know, I've been looking at the scoreboard here. I mean, MFH has been the one really putting up numbers, but Relics quietly making his way to the top for the time being. Yeah. Slowly just getting the kills that need to be gotten. And that doesn't have to be any crazy 3Ks or any massive spray downs. Instead, just doing his job, and as a duelist, putting up those numbers, finding those opening kills, and, well, putting the damage in where it really hurts. But again, Jamar is off, something to contend with at this point in time. This time located toward the top of mid. looking for something there, but instead, so far, the Shake and Jake guys decide to start for this A side. Omen smoke to deny any presence for the time being as a spike slowly does rotate around towards mid. So potentially just looking to feign some presence, and, well, does just that as 3 players now for the defenders decide to locate themselves here on A. In fact, B side is almost completely vacant as KJ. Stuck trying to help out with mid a little bit there, and well, as both KJ and Sova clear out of mid. Slowly the Shake and Jake guys will begin to hatch their plan. 4 players outside of A at this point. Omen on the opposite side as well, ready just to, well, ruin the days of the ROK folks. The shot's gonna be one to drop that. Come out, flashes in, smoke in. Now execution to come into fruition. It's gonna be Relics to jump in first, going in deep, knows where the first player is, and walking up and swings out wide. Jovi not ready for it at all. Instead, left the teammates left just spamming through the smokes, taking a bit of damage to those Molotovs as well, and it's going to be a pretty similar situation as we've seen before. Completely smoked out. Relics will find another in the meantime, a 3K indeed, while the ult's going down. The KJ ult used, but for what purpose? Relics, though, looking for the ace, and does just that. Blink and you miss it. Relics to pick up all 5, and closing out that round. Didn't even see it.
No, that was so fast.
And the unfortunate part there is that in some ways it didn't even feel like Relics destroyed ROK, but rather that ROK kind of just fell apart there.
Yeah, no, the ROK did crumble. You know, Relics was in a position where he constantly was just being hypermobile as this Jet. And it's something that he did really, really well, was the fact that he could just continue to move around, constantly be a nuisance all around that A site, and then the fact that he's able to find himself stuck in towards that heaven area, towards Tarp, and you can watch that crossfire between both tree and towards heaven. He does an excellent job at balancing that position, and he gets those 2 kills, aces the entire team.
Indeed. Well, ROK gonna have to look for the ace up their sleeve, as a 3rd round is effectively requisite if they want to chance into this map. Smoke to go deep, and again, Shake and Jake keeping it clean as they work their way up towards mid, getting so much control in these early rounds. I mean, ever since Pistol, we haven't seen ROK really go for these aggressive stances, trying to go for information. Granted, in this point, we do have the Jet, KJ, grouped up outside, and they're going to double swing on to MH, and, well, a trade back and forth. In fact, across the map, Leers sneaks out to the A side. Relics with the knives, finds Kurt, and now Starbound left all alone, and, well, perhaps not bound for the stars. Bound into the next half with only 2 rounds, unfortunately, unless a 3K can be found. The Null Command going to be used, and, well, Relics just adding to the scoreline, continuing to tear up the ROK side. 10-2 now. I'm curious. I want to see what this guy's at. 19 kills in 12 rounds, and, well, talk about doing some damage. Relics is lighting up the scoreboard right now.
He's triple positive. He's 19-6. This guy has a KD of over 3.
In a single half, mind you.
In one half,
In a single half.
I mean, it's great. It's absolutely amazing signs for Shake and Jake. That was their attacking half. You have an entry fragger like Relics. It was always his strong suit as a player, was being able to just go in on those aggressive moves and just start fragging out. It's where he oftentimes found some of his best plays. And so the fact that he's here with these kills, that's already perfect. That's what you want to see. And on the other side for ROK, you've had a couple highlights, a couple good moments with Kurt and Jamar, and Astralis also having, a couple good moments with kills. But overall, I think it's just been like a collective, maybe either lack of firepower or lack of a game plan on ROK's side that Shake and Jake have just completely taken advantage of. And they're like, you know what? We can just win. Relics, go kill.
Yeah, indeed. It's a little unfortunate. ROK just not... yeah, you're right. They just don't have really anything to respond with. It doesn't feel like there's any area in which they can really push forward, or that they could have an edge and try to utilize it against the Shake and Jake side. Instead, they're kind of faltering at every edge. I mean, at the start of every round, they lose a lot of map control. The aggressive plays that they go for get punished relatively quickly. And, well, when ROK does decide to go for, an aggressive play to get some more information, to get some map control, instead, Shake and Jake, they quicken up the pace, they go in nice, and, well, you blink and you miss it, and they pick up some of these rounds before ROK has a chance to respond.
So I believe that the Shake and Jake versus Rock Fairy has led us astray again. We went down a dead end in the forest again.
of
So
course.
we're currently turning around. We've encountered some tech issues. We're turning around. That's why the timer up at the top of the screen, it's stuck at 12.
Well, we're actually. Are you sure we're not in a time loop? Isn't that the premise of like this map? Is like you're in a different dimension and time?
No, you're just in the
right?
sky. You're just in Italy, but Italy was floated up to the sky.
That you see. That makes so much more sense. Actually, yeah.
It's Italy, but in space. But
Space
not
Italy.
space. It's because it's in the atmosphere, so people can breathe.
Well, the crazy part is right now, not only is it Italy in space, but it's also in its own frozen little time dimension. I mean, you look at that; the time's not moving.
That's true. Yeah.
So both are true in this case, unfortunately. Although only one thing is preferred to the other.
Yeah, it's frozen in space and time. But for Shake and Jake, this, I think Tech Pause comes at an opportunity to kind of just talk things over. Not really, because it's Tech Pause, you can't talk, but, in your mind, cool off a little bit. Make sure you don't overheat. Especially, that's going to be important for Relics, because Relics, going 19-6 in that first half, there's two sides you can take to that, which is the first one, I don't want to stop, I don't want to cool off, I want to keep going, I'm on a hot streak. But then there's that other side of, like, do you just keep heating up and then do you overheat, right? And so being able to take this time, sure, you run the risk of cooling off, but I actually think that this might be a little bit beneficial, just so that way you're making sure you don't overheat, you're making sure that you kind of calm down a bit, you make sure that you can kind of refocus yourself, keep your mind on the game instead of just thinking that it's going to be a kill highlight reel of just you.
Yeah, indeed, and like we said, the Rock guys could probably take a second to breathe as well. I don't believe they've taken a timeout this half.
No.
Yeah, so, 10 rounds for Shake and Jake there and Rock only having 2. Honestly, most rounds really not even that close either. The fact that Rock haven't taken a timeout yet is actually kind of astonishing to me. So hopefully this could serve as some time for them to think about things. Like you said, they can't talk to each other, but even if only internally, that's going to be really important for them, as Zafra mentioned. So hopefully they could bring something a little more flavorful into this pistol round.
I'd hope that whatever they've got cooking up over at Rock should be looking good. They're all jumping around over towards the B side of the map, so my guess would be...
A quick A hit.
Oh, absolutely. That's exactly what it's going to be. The timer's going to start again, and they're immediately all going to run over towards the A side of the map just to take us out.
Absolutely, yeah. They're trying to... And that's the cool thing. They're giving us different narratives, to work with.
Right? Like, we're going to sit here and we're going to be like, oh, well, it would make sense if they try and go for, like, a B split through mid, because they're kind of geared up that way. You can use that Sova utility to cascade off towards market, try and break the Killjoy setups.
But that's what Shake and Jake's thinking already, right?
Yeah, but Shake and Jake's already aware of that because, for sure, they've already thought 3 steps ahead.
Exactly.
Million IQ.
Yeah, so that's why the Rock guys, they're gonna change everything up into this one. Well, hopefully, at this point, clearly what they're doing isn't working. So hopefully they do change things up and shake things up this half.
Yeah, they need to shake the Jake.
Jake does need to be shook.
Yeah.
Shaken.
Well,
stirred.
You want to know who really needs to be shaken? Lear. This guy has 3 deaths.
Jeez.
He died once every 4 rounds.
Keeping the economy going as well, and that's the crazy part, right? Like, sure, okay. I can't. It sounds terrible to say, but sure, yeah, Relics does have almost 20 kills. But it's also really impressive to talk about how the rest of the team is just really holding it together and getting the job done, right? I mean, everyone's seen the games where someone pops off but it doesn't amount to anything. Well, in this case, the supporting cast doing their job, making sure that all the bases are covered. Everyone just, working together as a unit to make sure that Rock, they struggle to find rounds. But finally, we will begin the long-awaited round, the pistol, and unfortunately, it doesn't appear to be a quick A hit. Instead, bit of mid-presence is going to be taken up this point. Potentially, a B-split on the cards, as Zafra mentioned, as 4 players work their way up mid. But on the other side of it, Shake and Jake going to work their way up toward this short side. But the real point of contention, mid. 1 player towards Pizza, 1 to the back line. Smoke goes down, flash goes up, and immediately 3 people swing out wide. Lear's in find first on the Jamar. Trade found by Astralis, but Relic swinging out. It's a bit of a bloodbath. And with that, Rock only has 1 player remaining. Starbound, the Lurk on to B, and well, that's red like a book. Relics finds another 3K into the round. 22 kills, 6 deaths, 13 rounds of play.
And 2 assists. Very, very crucial 2 assists. But in general, from Shake and Jake, this has just been comprehensive ascent. Like, Relics, we're going to set you up. You're the jet player. You're the star of the team. We're going to set you up. You're going to go kill, and you're going to do it phenomenally. And for ROK on the other side of things, it's just been a consistent struggle to find any sort of stability, right? It feels like they can't really set up their teammates all that much because they're so focused on just not getting swept by Relics.
Standing ahead.
Indeed. Well, looking to do something in this round. 3 sheriffs on the board to start us off with. Similar, take it last time, but this time Relics with the Outlaw. Says no to Jamar. Sheriff collected. As slowly their remaining ROK players will begin to work their way up towards A. As I say that, Jovi decides to take a second glance at mid, and Relics tells him that's a bad idea. Reminds him with a little hunk of lead. In the meantime, however, again, working towards B. Location dart gotten by MFH is going to be the one to get the refrag. Relics going aggressive, but Starbound finally punishing something, but even that, a bit of a consolation. Ashalis left alone, Sheriff in hand, outside this main position, getting hunted down from all direction, and Lear's in with the Ghost, going to be the one to find it. 1 round away from taking up this first map is Shake and Jake, and ROK looking flat as ever.
Yeah, it's kind of tough if you're ROK in this position. I mean, this was Shake and Jake's map pick, so there is that. But is this really the position you want to be in? Coming into this map? Probably not. But you do have rifles. You have weapon advantage coming into round number 15. You should be able to take things.
Should.
Strictly just look at the weapons. So there's always that. They're going for a really fast A hit, but of course Jake is here with the Outlaw.
Because why not, of course.
Yeah.
Kurt, the fall, Starbound with the refrag, but now activated from the back line. MFH going left and right and finding the frag. Jovi picks up 1, Starbound another, but Lear's responds. That leaves Starbound in the 1 versus 2. Low HP on the 1 player, but yeah, they line up. Starbound picks up 1, but Relics quick on the trade. A 13th round found, and that's map number 1. Going the way of Shake and Jake.
Who else but Relics to pick that one up? I mean, I want to see the amount of kills that Relics just got in that game. I'm pretty sure it was 25 by my count. It honestly might have been more because I don't even know how to count that high.
At that point, you could really just begin to stop counting because the impact is just so much at that point. Again, 13-2. That is really just a way to shut people out of that map there, and Relics completely stomping his opposition there. Map 2 hopefully can go a little bit better. We'll just have to see. Of course, map number 2 is going to be after this break. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with ROK versus Shake and Jake. Hopefully we'll see something good. See you guys then. Well, perhaps not the match we were expecting, perhaps not even the match we deserved, but instead, it was a bit of a letdown in my opinion. But hey, there's always map number 2, and hopefully the sun doesn't set on ROK just yet here on Sunset. That's going to be map number 2 going into it, and look at that, here we are. I'm joined once again by Ancient Angel. How are you, Angel? How are you feeling about that previous map, and how are you feeling going into this one?
Well, that previous map was 213. That's all I'm going to say. This new map, Sunset, I'm loving this comp, okay? I think that if you're not FlyQuest, even though there's a couple FlyQuest players and coach there, if you are ROK and you just got beat 213 playing standard Valorant, go do something wacky. Go do ISO chamber. Go run in solo harbor controller for all I care. Go do something crazy and ridiculous that no one expects. This is the comp that we need right here. And you can see Kurt on the Gecko doing something pretty standard. And on the other side, with this comp coming out from the Shake and Jake side of things, it's kind of just factory standard, right?
Yeah, standard
Gecko
Sunset.
Breach, you're using the Raze, the core of the Raze, the Cypher, and the Omen. That's all pretty standard. I'm just gonna go watch what Astralis is doing on this ISO.
Yeah, I always think that's an interesting pick. I mean, especially on Sunset, you don't get to see it too often.
Yeah.
Sunset is one of those maps where the meta is pretty well defined as well. For the most part, you don't see too much deviation, but this time, well, excited to see it. And Sunset, honestly, one of my favorite maps in general. I've really been enjoying kind of how this map's been playing, how it's been looking. But yeah, I'm excited going into it.
I am too. I think that the fact that we get this new-ish comp, right? Even if it's, a little bit silly, right? And maybe there's not as much thought behind it as we initially thought. I think that there is some merit to it. I think that we're probably going to be able to see what that is. It's going to be really dependent on how well Kurt can set up Astralis and Jamar to take those fights, to be aggressive, to go and just take the duels that are absolutely ridiculous. This is where it matters. So we're going to be able to see what ROK and Shake and Jake will be able to do.
All three?
Here on Sunset. All three of them.
Indeed. Well, it's going to be Shake starting out on the attacking side here, looking to group outside towards B initially. Cypher solo towards A, as you might expect. Early cams. Let's see as this round kicks off here in the pistol. Let's see if ROK could finally bring something to play with. Meanwhile, though, ROK's actually going to be the one to start up towards the A side, but that's not where we're going. Instead, B, Relics jumping nice and deep. Gets a bit of tag going in, but not going to chase through the smoke. Instead, Happy taking the troll towards B with all this utility. It's going to be Jovi to find the first, however. Meanwhile, though, again, that Cypher lurk towards mid could prove to be a bit of an issue. Looks like they realize that's where it is, but the attack comes on in. Jovi doubles up, finds Wildfire, but it's going to be Jake to reply. Jovi falls, and now duels going across. MFH actually fighting towards mid. Still staying alive somehow, just being a nuisance, a thorn in the side, and all the defense is chasing him down. It's a bit of a hectic moment as time burns away from the clock now. Slowly, going to have to work their way back to the site to get this defuse in. Only 2 players defending initially, and Relic's going to be the one to find the first, the second, and now Starbound, the third. Has Headhunter in hand, and heads need to be found, but while being chased in every direction, MFH the kill, just a consolation frag. Meanwhile, the real 3K that matters is the one from Relics, closing it out the round and finding the pistol for Shake and Jake.
It's kind of a classic from Shake and Jake. They're like, you know what? We're just going to go towards B. And you have to give good props to MFH. He knows that, most of those players on ROK, as soon as you get that kill in tiles, they're going to want to chase you. So what do you do? You fall away. You let them try and chase you, only to no avail. You buy that time, so that way that retake onto that B site, super, super rushed. And then all of a sudden, just like that, there's no more time, and Starbound is just playing for exits.
Indeed, not much to do there, and a little bit of a miss jump there. Bump against the teammate, but Shake and Jake looking to replicate their success here on B. Pretty much similar setup as before. Same smokes, same folks running in. And this time Cypher with a bit of a better gun and 3 people to find toward the top of mid. MFH finds the first, but not quite the second. Jamar responds to the Sheriff, but Jovi with one of his own as well drops player to that B site. And suddenly this becomes a little bit scary. 2 versus 4. Shake wondering what happened to the remainder of their team and trying to isolate these fights, but it's tricky at range of the SMG. Relics, though, is good for 1 and the second as well. Ability charge, but it doesn't matter. Wildfire with the wild spray and finds 2. Shake cleaning that one up. It's a little bit scary, but a second round found nonetheless.
listen, whoever said that you shouldn't spray with a Spectre, I don't know what they're talking about, because Wildfire just proved them all wrong. That was a beautiful just spray down for 2. Yeah, it was an anti-eco, so, you know, it's kind of expected, but all in all, super solid plays from Shake. They say, you know what, we went towards B last time and it worked, and now we have the weapon advantage. So let's just do the same thing again. And now the big advantage that they have is coming into this round, they've actually opted to buy into this. So this isn't really much of a bonus. It's all just going to be just kind of full buy away.
Indeed, rifles across the board. 3 players from each side. Now working towards A, getting a little aggressive here, and the timing could potentially elude the attacking side, but no. Oh, that does, but a good shot to come out from Jamar. Backs up and maintains that man advantage as well, keeping it alive. Minute 20 on the clock for Shake and Jake to work with, though. Try to work through it. Actually, look at this, though. Chamber already in spawn between the players, but won't matter too much anymore as Relics falls. With that, the remaining Shake and Jake are going to work their way to this B side. Already in is Omen. Meanwhile, though, Jovi was good for 2 in the previous and looking for it once more as a spike does go down. Spotted out indeed, but just looking to wait for the teammates to come on through, but instead MFH to the market side is going to be one to find them. Still, though, ROK 4 versus 3. They could pull this one up. Cypher, though, with that ult, going to be able to find out where these players are coming from. Shake and Jake looking to reposition to take on these fights appropriately, and the smokes are good. Jamar, though, finds 2, finds 3. Astralis falls as Big Bean finds the double. That's Jake, but it won't matter. ROK finally responding with a round of their own, and this map already off to a much better start than previous.
Yeah, it is kind of a great start for ROK. Not perfect by all means, but they are able to finally get that round together. And for Shake and Jake, because of the investment they decided to put into round 3, they're kind of forced down to an eco. You can see Jake will buy up a Vandal for himself, but for everyone else, it's going to be, you know, Sheriffs, maybe a couple light shields here and there. But for ROK, I mean, this is absolutely solid standard play, and you can see the big advantage of winning a round like that with the full buy for ROK is Starbound has an Outlaw, and that Outlaw is going to do perfectly fine against the low armor or no armor of Shake and Jake.
Indeed. Looking to farm it up in this case. Early mid presence here for the Shake and Jake side of things. Meanwhile, ROK nice and tucked up toward the sites. Not going to worry about their extremities as much. Instead, focus on their firepower. Jovi finds 1, but Big Bean, there you go. That's Jake with the Vandal in hand, finding the first. Looking to be the warrior, is the warrior indeed. Good trades. Vandal making good use, but instead, it's actually the Sheriff that's going to be the one to equalize. Only 2 pistols remaining for the Shake and Jake side. What can they really do? Well, they could work their way towards A, given that's completely clear at this point. Both defenders now will have to work their way around the entire map to get back to this open A site, and MFA is just looking to get in nice and deep. Stuck behind this box here, tucked in, just waiting for his prey.
This might be a save. I don't think it should be, but it might be. You can see Jamar and Starbound just running down mid.
On the loose.
It's going to be Lear using that Thrash to clear out the flank. No one's found. But MFH is going to get caught out. They never check for mid. Instead, it's just going to be Jamar and Starbound. Now in a 2v1 up against Lear. That Showstopper comes in. Lear's in the back of the site. Starbound's going to tap, but that Showstopper is available, but the shot goes a little bit wide. So Jamar, with that ult, able to take it. Showstopper finds that third, and ROK finds their second.
Looking good. You know, that seemed a lot more coordinated than we've seen in the past, and again, it was a little bit scary at that point, just pistols to deal with, but that single rifle of Jake there, putting in a lot of effort, and you could tell they had a plan going into that round. It wasn't just, hey, I'm feeling confident, give me this AK, or give me this Vandal. It's, no, hey, we're going to go in, we're going to trade each other, we're going to make the most of this rifle, and, well, they did just that, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. MFH in position to potentially do a lot of damage, but cleared on out. ROK doing their due diligence to clear it, and unfortunately, Thrasher from Lear's in there, just not going to do anything. Wasted, unfortunately, but now a gun round to come into play. This time, a quick A play to go in, and not ready for it. Jamar already works all the way up, drops Relics out the sky, but the remaining 4 players will work their way toward this alley anyway. Looking to repossess. Oh, and isolating into the 1v1. MFH caught in and out, and Astralis is going to be one to find the kill. Now, back into, well, no longer. Instead, blink and you miss it. It's a 1 versus 4 now. Last player remaining, Wildfire. stuck behind a wall, and 2 players charging behind as well. Could potentially line up, but the jump's good. Bombot's gonna be distracting just enough, and Astralis in tandem, but the Ray is gonna go back and forth and pick up a 3rd round there for ROK.
I'm gonna run my fist through that Omen's face.
They do a really excellent job at being able
Who cares?
to
I'm doing it.
you know, isolate those fights, right? Take those duels when they need to. You have to give credit to Astralis for winning that kill contract and being able to get that kill there. The big thing now coming into round 6 is, can you use this momentum to your advantage, right? You're pushing Shake and Jake down to another eco. They have sheriffs. They've got a couple rifles in the hands of Jake and Jake alone. So if you can build the momentum here, take that 4-2 lead, that's going to put you in pretty nice positions for the rest of this half. But you have to make sure that you can win this round and ideally win it as cleanly as possible.
Hopefully so. But we know how dangerous these players can be. We saw what Relics did in that previous half. Even with just a Sheriff in hand. Detained, though, that's going to be a bit of a problem. And, well, MFH going to eat that Vandal to the face. Not much to be said there, unfortunately, as now they're mainly the attacking side, going to bombard themselves with this smoke. Blind to go through, but now Astralis, the smoke, disgusting. Spraying through just more. It's getting a little hectic. Jamar to find one, jumping out with the classic. Instead, Jamar from behind picks up yet another. And though Jake picks up one with the Guardian, ROK is going to be the one to find 4.
And hey, you only lose Astralis. That's it's only one player that's gone and out of it. And you know what? Credit where credit is due. We saw him on Ascent do really solid job so far, but Jamar absolutely slaughtering the competition right now. 12-2. It's ridiculous, and he almost has max credits. Everyone on ROK is doing really well economically. They're set for quite a while.
Yeah, and that's something you definitely couldn't say in the previous map. Finally, a bit of a cushion to work with should they lose some rounds. But again, Jamar really just pulling the team through, doing his best Relics impression this map so far. But now Shake and Jake going to go back to what worked before. 4 players toward this B entrance and 1 player towards mid. But this time, utility to respond with ROK has. And the question if Starbound can hold on well enough here. Jovi from the market picks up 1. Relics with the trade, and the wingman's not going to be enough to get the kill. And ooh, the teleport out just to avoid that showstopper. Rocket maintains the man advantage, keeps it into a 4 versus 3. Meanwhile, though, Lierzen has a bit of an opportunity here. The shot's good, picks up 1, swings around, but can't quite find the second. Instead, Jamar finds a 13th as the plant does go down. MFH, Wildfire with it all to do. At this point, the remaining 3 players for ROK rotate around, jumping on through. They're not clearing it out. Jamar the first to fall, but it won't matter. Astralis, Kurt clean it up in a 5th for ROK finally.
Yeah, Astralis and Kurt do an excellent job.
Team Ace.
Being super solid, super cool. Consistent.
Very cool.
Get that team ace across the board. ROK look really good. And, you know, funny enough, I was just thinking about this with Jamar. You know, on the last map, we saw Relics on the Jet just take over, do phenomenally well. Funny enough, when Relics was like a tier 1 professional player on Cloud9 in VALORANT, I believe he was
back in the MySpace days.
Well, yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. back in the LimeWire days, you know. He was actually known for playing the Rays and the Phoenix and a lot of those other not Jet duelists, and so it's kind of weird to see him in this position where, I mean, the performance is night and day. The difference in performance between what Ascent was and what we're seeing on Sunset for Relics is definitely there. That's also true for Jamar. Some good shots out from Starbound and Kurt to start things off for ROK here in round number 8 as Chovy and Starbound just continue to just tear through. Mir was able to pick up 1, but it's a 1v3, a 1v4 overall. That's a good shot onto Jovi. All of a sudden, this can become quite doable.
Sandwich between 2 players, though. Has to nail this timing. Jamar ready, and surely Lierzen not. Pulls out the knife. Gonna accelerate this flank, and ooh, it gets a little scary, and the knife comes out once again. Almost the ace, but not quite. Instead, not ready for that quick flank. Jamar, well, closing out the round, securing another one for ROK. 14-3. That is more than double the amount of kills of anyone else on the server at this point.
Yeah. The next highest players are Jovi, Astralis, and Jake, and they all have 7. So
let's see. Again, I'm honestly, like,
Yeah.
I'm just kind of happy to see that ROK's doing well.
Right,
This is already
yeah.
like such a better game for me. I feel so much more energized. I feel better.
We do. We came into this game and we were like, "There's, man, this is, a little disappointing. We were hyping this up, but instead it felt kind of flat." But now Jamar just sending out that showstopper. Jake, the shot's
Jake,
a little tough. It happens. Kurt gets
detained.
detained. I mean, that paranoia comes through. Yeah, Kurt knows. He's not making it out of this one. Instead, it's just going to be up to Jovi and Starbound to try and secure a 7th, but Relix is ready for the peak. It's just up to Starbound with that op. Sure, you take care of MFH, but you still got 3 more players to find. You still got 3 more heads to hunt as the chamber. Are you aware of Relix's position?
Surely not. Starbound on a one-way ticket to the afterlife there. Relix executes from behind in a 3rd round found for Shake. So a good response there for Shake, going nice and aggressively there, punishing that aggression that ROK had gone to take that alley control to take that main position. So a 3rd round found. And Jamar not able to get too much out of the showstopper there, unfortunately. No round found.
Yeah, nothing too great. I mean, you did find Jake, which is something. That is the top performer for Shake and Jake. Yeah, he's in the name, so.
That's true. That's true. That's half the team.
That is.
Well, technically a 3rd.
What do you? Oh,
Shake and
okay.
Jake. Yeah, so in any case, though, it's going to be another really aggressive stance here for them to go through this A side. Jamar, though, responds, taking the initiative, goes for a bit spray, but the opposing Raze is the one that finds him back. 4 versus 4 now as the round settles into the minute and 20-second mark. Oh, teleports to the middle of the site. A bit of a risk, but a risk well worth taking as Astralis gonna have to work with the teammate with Kurt to try to clear this back out. Jake punished for that over-aggression. Both players on this backside, and Relix jumps on in and, well, only drops one. Astralis still steadfast with the site. Wildfire responds. It's about time. 2 versus 2 now. Spike recovered. MFH is going to go for this plant as Wildfire is going to be holding from that alley side, but already up are both players. That's information as well, and that's all they really need. How are you going to clear these 2 players out at this point is the question. Op goes down for Starbound, and extending wider. MFH to find 1, but Jovi to double it up instead and to return the favor.
A little bit of.
Ooh, okay, Jovi. Wants a bit of revenge from the previous rounds.
He's talking. He's talking his talk. He's walking his walk, and he's walking over to the spike to defuse it to get that 7th. Eventually, it will come through. And, again, night and day difference from what we saw out of ROK in that first map, right? This is admittedly more competitive. It's a closer map than what we saw before. Minimum, it'll be 13-3. Something tells me it's going to be closer than that.
Something.
Yeah, just call it a hunch. But it is just a night and day difference. You have to give credit to Jamar for the quick turnaround, right? He was obviously the top performer for them on map 1, but I mean, this is like a different Jamar. This is Jamar FPS now. Like he's graduated into the full name.
Absolutely, but the question is, I mean, we talked about it earlier with Relix, is can you maintain this momentum, right? Can you maintain this force to be reckoned with? Well, the question can only be answered with time. Meanwhile, though, time has just begun in this round, and already mid-control taken. 2 players towards top mid. Blind to go on through, and Relix to find 2. Jamar, Kurt both fall. The offense, or rather the defense, completely crumbles at this point. 2 players remain. Astralis, Starbound, op in hand, sure, but really not much else to work with as the plant does go down. Tap. Ooh, it's getting a little close there, but not enough to get the frag. Instead, Starbound looking for some sort of overextension from the Shake and Jake side of things. But it doesn't appear anyone's going to give it over. Blind to go through as well. But not much else, unfortunately. Save on the cards here for the ROK side. All the money, the aforementioned, completely burned through at this point.
No, they've burned through so much of it. Like, you don't want to give this away. So for Astralis and Starbound, just save those weapons into the next round. The big thing as well for Astralis, you do have that kill contract available, so there is always that option. You can try and use that. And hey, you get 2 good kills as well.
But could be cut off here by the Yeoman. Just in time, pulls out the Vandal and swings and able to find both. So despite Astralis picking up 2 frags, well, it's going to be Big Bean, Jake, the man, the myth, in order to return the favor. Find a 2-piece of his own. And as we enter the last round of this half, the Twilight Hours, money for both sides is a little bit scuffed. Yeah. Shake and Jake able to pull through with what looks like a full buy, but, well, ROK much less so. Despite having a 7-4 lead into the half, just not a whole lot of money to work with.
It's not a lot. They do have enough where you can cobble together something, right? Astralis with that kill contract, you know, you can see that Vandal immediately just gets swapped over into the hands of Astralis, so they can potentially try and find something of value there. Starbound gonna get caged about. Just has to try and back away with that op. Headshot through the wall. Ooh. That's a little tough position to be in. That shot gonna go a little bit wide, gonna like relics. There's the Rolling Thunder now into the site. Starbound gets found, but Jovi in the smoke is able to take care of Lear. There's gonna be that trade from Jake. So now it's a 3 versus 4 for all of these players. Kurt and Astralis, those two ults still remain on the side of ROK. You want to try and use them now because at this point, there's no saving them for another round. That Thrash is going to be the first thing to go out. It does get taken care of, but Jamar and Astralis, they can still find their way into this.
All 4 players, the Shake and Jake side locked in toward this main side. Granted, Wildfire is working around to the market side, but still, Kurt going for this defuse. Use Jamar swings out with the SMG, picks up one. Kurt finds another, and with that, only one player remains. It's going to be Wildfire working around the main side, and no gun in hand, but still able to pick it up nonetheless. A little bit scary there as Jamar pulls out his knife, but a defuse found, and ROK, well, pick up 8 rounds to close out this half. Much better than the previous map, and Sunset looking strong for ROK.
Jamar actually was going to throw his knife at Wildfire.
John Wick style, right?
Yeah. Kill. But seriously, it's a great step up from ROK into this first half. They look really, really solid. It feels like their game plan is there, and I think they maybe just realized, maybe our problem was just the firepower, and we didn't have enough firepower. And so, Astralis, we're just going to move you onto ISO, and that's just going to give you a little bit more room to just go frag out and add to the kill count, and it takes a lot of pressure off of Jamar, because now it's not all about Jamar having to get those kills. It's Jamar and Astralis, they can kind of work in tandem and work together to get those kills. And you'll see at different moments, right? Like we would see Astralis open up the round in the 2K, we would see Starbound with the op get involved.
Well, we're going to have to see how they get involved into this round. Now on the attacking side, it's up to ROK to take the initiative, and they're taking all their initiative over towards B. And look at this, Shake and Jake already with a bit of a read. 3 players now rotating into position, and Jamar going to be the first one to make that presence. Suitable to go out nice and deep, and now everyone begins to jump on through. Liers and finds a completely blinded Jamar. Another flash. Starbound simply not an opportunity to look at her monitor. Instead, it's Relics and Liers and a swinger from the side. Find 2. Starbound left alone in a 1 versus 4, now 1 versus 3. 1 versus 1, rather. Suddenly left alone, has to isolate the last player, MFH. Surely not a 4K from Starbound in the 9th round. Shake and Jake did everything right for that retake, but instead, ROK crumbles. Shake and Jake picking up that pistol, and a convincing one at that. A little scary.
No, that was tough, but for ROK, I mean, who else but Starbound? That is what Starbound can bring to a team, is just that consistency in the clutch. They've done an excellent job so far. A 1v4 just to cap things off, just to add a little piece de resistance, to bring in the French.
Yeah, Starbound remembering the fraggers, playing on the chamber, has to go out and take some of those kills, and does just that, 4 of them to the name. This time, should be able to find a little bit more, just pistols to deal with. But mistakes can easily be made. Have to be careful here of the utility available. Jamar swings, and Liers with a quick shot on a Jamar. Only drops the Guardian, but Starbound falls just the same. And, well, I just said it. It gets a little bit scary once these pistols find some kills, because suddenly they upgrade, they got guns. And now ROK with not only the man disadvantage, but they lose to their rifles, and that's a little bit scary. MFH also with just a classic picks up Kurt. Astralis, fortunately, going to be able to find the refrag, but still, man disadvantage. They're going to have to run around and clear the site, sandwiched between the players on this defending side as the spike does go down.
2v3. Jovi and Astralis over towards the CT angle. They are able to take care of Wildfire. Jake with that outlaw can take care of Jovi. So now it's just Astralis. 1v2. Lear peeks. Lear goes down. It's just up to Jake, and he gets it with the ghost. Just like that. ROK, you've lost that round too.
Oh, that is a heartbreaking round. Fortunately, though, ROK does have some buffer to work with. They are still winning this game for the most part, at least, again, for now. But very disappointing to lose that one. Lots of mistakes being made. Trade simply not happening. And some whiff shots as well. It's a little bit scary. JMR overextending, perhaps overheating a little bit, as Zafra mentioned. That was something I talked about. And just going for those peaks that perhaps weren't quite as necessary. And, well, therefore falling. The pistols do damage. And ROK this time looking to replicate the success of Shake and Jake. But I'm not sure that Shake and Jake will fall for it quite as easily.
We'll have to see. I think that Starbound is definitely a player to be watching right now, especially because you do have those headhunter bullets on the chamber, so you do get that armor. Astralis as well, being able to use that double tap will allow you to, get a second shot in before you go down. Wildfire going to be the first tested over towards top mid alongside Lear. They both fall away as Astralis now is at about half HP.
ROK at this point are looking for some sort of overextension, some sort of peak. Real fight's going to happen over towards this A side, and a bit of a whiff spray there from ROK. Perhaps not feeling quite as powerful as he did in the previous, but cleaned up by Jake there. Outlaw in hands. And now all the attacking players slowly working their back towards B. JMR is already in, though, grabbing all his attention, trying to find space for Starbound to flank in with a headhunter, but instead it's going to be Jake once again with just a ghost to find one, and with low HP on these remaining players, it's going to be extraordinarily tough. JMR good for one more, but potentially an ace on the cards. A ghost indeed, as Jovi with just low HP, and ace is not going to happen, unfortunately. Heartbroken is Jake there. The Sheriff headshot, dropping the player, has to recover the bomb, and with only 24 seconds, forced to plant over toward this B side. Looking to isolate a fight here, but the question is if he can actually do it. May not be possible. Does spot the arm, is given an opportunity, and off the back some utility. The players will jump on through. Only 5 seconds remain in the round, and unfortunately there isn't much to be said. So, well, the 4K that came out from Jake there, able to close out the rounds. 9-6 now, and a gun round on the cards.
It's a full gun round coming in now. ROK, despite the fact that they did lose that round 2, they are able to recollect themselves at this point. They are able to say, you know what? Okay, no sweat. We did our eco. It was pretty solid. It was all in all, 3 rounds, 3 kills to the better. Now they can come in round number 4 of the half, round number 16 overall. They get that full buy. Starbound's on that tour de force. It's an A trap from Shake and Jake.
It's huge.
Players and
it's huge. Jake
out by tiles with 3 kills, looking for the ace. Can't find it. Instead, it's Kurt to shut things down. Relic's at 13 HP. This is possible for ROK, but man, it's going to be difficult. Kurt and Starbound, you have to lift the entire world onto your shoulders right now.
Not only do they lose 3 of their teammates, but the spike is down as well, and all the initiative is on them. If they want a chance, it's simply not going to happen. Kurt actually might pull it out of his pocket, though. Picks up a 3K of his own. Swings out. The remaining players able to isolate on the corner, but not quite enough. Instead, it's MFH from the other side to drop Kurt. And, well, suddenly this lead disappearing, 9-7. And with that, actually, the ROK money, not so good. So they're actually going to invest quite a bit into this one. JMR buying all the way down. Yeah, thinking better of it, of course, to deal with this Shake and Jake. They were actually on the verge of economic collapse as well, but off the back of that round, still a little bit of money to play with. But if ROK can do some damage and they keep Shake and Jake's economy in check, then they'll be in good. ROK will be in good standing.
We're going to see what this next round looks like. Round number 8. Not 18. 17. I was getting one round ahead of myself there. It's a mid start. Mid and B for ROK. They've decided to opt towards the second letter of the alphabet.
Over there.
You can see all of this utility just kind of coming through. It's a very, very slow default. Jamar just looking to try and burn through this Cypher tripwire. Does exactly that. So B, at least that B main choke point is completely open as the remaining ROK players kind of gear up towards mid. It does kind of feel like they want to go split B through mid.
Indeed. Got a lot of players there. 4 for this attacking side to work their way through. Starbound, everyone holding with the Headhunter there. But on the other end of it, the Cam, MFH to hold as well. And gonna swing to the smoke, and good for one, but not quite the second. Gonna back off instead, maintain it, but Jamar on the other side picks up one of his own. Gonna use his ult and potentially extending pretty far out. It's Kurt to find it. Relic's completely blind, jumping into the air. It's gonna be Kurt to find him. And with that, the man advantage goes the way of ROK. 30 seconds remain as the spike does go down, and all this utility being dumped to completely lock out the Shake and Jake team members. Lears and Wildfire trying to find a different way into the round as they rotate around. Kurt, low HP. Thrasher's going to push the players back, and Jmar's going to swing off the back of it to find a 3K, and ROK secured double digits.
Something that I will say I'm very impressed with from Kurt is the setup for Jamar there. Kurt just decides, you know what I'm going to do, I'm going to throw down the Thrash just to let Jamar swing in, right? You sacrifice that Thrash, you sacrifice the detain ability, sure, but to get Jamar those 2 kills, to be able to clean up the round, you secure it, that's great.
It's the same effect.
Right, exactly. I mean, you can't use any abilities if you're dead. So
True.
it's basically the same thing as detaining, but minus the fact that you will get undetained.
They got undetained in the next round.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
This time, it's the Shake and Jake guys without so much money to work with. They do have 2 ults on the back of it, and Wildfire is good for 1, but not quite the second. It's Kurt to find a double instead. And although some util is being thrown to slow down this attack, the real threat here is going to be Jake. Oh, missed the timing, just barely in position, revealed off the back of it. So TP out of harm's way while the remainder of the ROK players work their way through. Trying to take a bit of a timing there as MFH, but can't find anything for it. Instead, Lears in for the back line. Able to pick up 1, but still the smoke isolates, and Jay picks up 2. A 3rd indeed for the back line too. Learson just staying alive, being a nuisance. And Big Bean picking them off as they walk on by. Shake and Jake picking up their 8th round.
Lear plays that position perfectly, that position behind that box on the A site. It's a power position, and part of the reason it's a power position is because you can just sit there and not move, and you're going to find so much value off the back of that. Being able to just throw out your utility and just completely dominate any sort of chance you have to take that site, unless you have utility specifically to flush out Lear or anyone who's playing on the side of Shake and Jake from that position.
You and me.
You're in such a tough spot, and you can see they want to run it back over towards that A site. Astralis able to take care of Lear. That's that power position, good and gone over on A. So this A site should be a fair bit easier to take, although MFH still is here ready to anchor the site and will take 2 with him. So Astralis, even though you're able to get the trade, still got a lot longer to go. Relic's going to use that showstopper. He's going to be able to trade out 1 for 1 onto Astralis. So it's only 3 in the round for the ISO, but Kurt still able to frag out. Jake's going to be able to trade. So now it's Omen v Omen. It's Jovi v Jake.
Indeed. The 2 J's now at it. A mirror matchup indeed. And with, Jovi on the end with the Guardian, one-upping the Vandal there, holding that position down, and, well, it secures an 11th round there for the ROK.
The backs will be towards at least one of us.
ROK just absolutely stone cold from Jovi.
No cracks in the sign of
nothing. And it's something that you have to give Jovi credit for, because especially when it's come to the fragging distribution for actually both of these teams, it's been let's revolve around the star player. In one case it's Jake, in the other case it's Jamar, and then you have those supporting fraggers, right? Relics and Astralis. And then everyone after that, you're kind of just a supportive element. Your fragging potential isn't really necessary, but it's still important. It's all about Astralis and Jamar on the side of ROK.
Completely busting open this half of the map, and with that, the Omen TPs clears out the side as well. And Shake and Jake left to retake, but now looking to cause some disruption, but Jamar's going to ensure that that's not the case. Swings out, finds Bean, and Astralis going to make sure that the round does go their way. MFH left alone here with just a ghost in hands. What can you really do from this position? The answer, nothing. You give it match point there, and potentially a 3rd map on the cards now for ROK Esports.
I just let that moment speak for itself.
Indeed.
Compared to where we were on map 1, this is a just complete 180. in terms of ROK's comeback. The ROK comeback needs to be studied. Not in this map, because they were basically always ahead in this map. But compared to where they were on map 1, this is like a completely different team. Jamar is like the best player in the server, behind, maybe in front of Jake even, and Astralis on this ISO is being really, really consistent. This rundown looks really good. Starbound's able to find relics to open things out, and Astralis, off the back of that kill contract, can take care of MFH. Wildfire has to try and burn his ult just to try and keep the site from being taken, and you'll be able to find Kurt and Jovi as well, which is definitely good. So it's only a 2v3, make it a 1v3 now for Astralis. And you don't even have the spike. You have a minute to work with, but very little HP.
Yeah, Shaken Jake really doing the damage there. Wildfire from the back of the site, able to get so much done, but Astralis, well, going to fall to a similar fate as the rest of her teammates. 9-12 now, and Shaken Jake responded in kind. And looking into that, ROK a little overconfident there, going a bit faster perhaps than they needed to at that point. Really getting hammered down by some of that utility and really allowed for Wildfire to pick up that 3K there. So a 9th round found, but still only 1 round requisite for ROK, and they have room to make mistakes like these. And this time Starbound gets the operator out, looking to do some damage with it. So let's see where they're going to bring it. Looks like they're leaning for this A side. And only 1 player this time to contest, only the Cypher. MFH, a whole lot to do and getting a bit of aggressive with it. Going for some early peaks. Meanwhile, though, the gamble for Shaken Jake is toward this B side. 2 players toward the market, 1 towards main. But again, it's an incorrect gamble. MFH does miss the timing on Astralis and on the rest of the team. Literally doesn't know, just as he unpeaks, the entire ROK team slips on by. Still, though, Lear's going to be the one to rotate on through as well. Support this site in case. And still, MFH just getting unlucky. Oh, finally Astralis spotted on out. It's about time. And with that, it's going to be up to Lears and swings out wide. Try to do some damage, but recognizing the threats that can come from every direction. Looking to hold the space for the team, and MFH does that just well. Lears and trying to do the same, but... Oh, well, I was going to say but instead, it's going to be Kurt left alone in the 1 versus 4. Blink and you miss it. ROK completely crumble. Shake now equalizing double digits. Only 2 rounds separate them now. And it gets a little bit scary if you're on the ROK Esports side.
Overtime still technically on the cards here. Shaken Jake only need 2 more rounds to get there. This is really possible for them.
Ooh, and ROK is at the bottom of the barrel now when it comes to their money. After this round, it is going to be an uphill battle if it wasn't already. Shaken Jake still showing that they have some gas left in the tank. Not scared of ROK just yet.
This is very, very concerning if you're ROK, because even if this round is close, you'll maybe get 2 Vandals in round number 20.
This is a must-win round here for ROK, and let's see what they'll do into this one. This time it's going to be mid and B presence once more. No one holding up this time, and oh, actually a bit of damage being dealt. Scares some of those players a little bit. Lears and just chunking utility, trying to defend, but here, look at this setup. So many players, and the blind's perfect. Wildfire does pick up 1. Jamar, though, to respond with 1 of his own, and still this defense holds strong. Kurt, Jovi left alone, and Relics go with the 3K. And with that, an 11th round found, and we talked about how bad it could be. Let's see it now.
Yeah, Starbound, you're going to be able to get that Vandal in hand. And actually, you know what? For the most of the ROK squad, it's going to be Vandals across the board. I think Starbound potentially glass hopping, decides against it at the last moment. I think ends up figuring out that the better call is just to try and get 1 kill with the Vandal and then just leave everything else to the... Just leave it up to the ult, right? If you can get that 1 kill, then you get the ult. Things look a lot better, but...
This is the first time we've seen AWP come out from the Shaken Jake side of things on this map. So let's see what they decide to do. It's going to be Relics posted up on this A side, but the question is, where is ROK going to go? 3 players dedicated toward mid right now to hold control of this. Looking to play this one nice and slow. 2 players towards top mid right now, but JMR looking to explore a little bit. Learzen has been here the entire time, and well, JMR just pointing out potentially where these players could be. Walking into the crossfire could be a little dangerous, and ooh, shoulder spotted. Learzen in position to reveal, but similarly, JMR's as well. Wildfire going for a bit of information peek. Could potentially be caught out, but instead, going to find that B main's clear. That's going to cause Shake and Jake to rotate some of their players over. 2 towards mid. Like 2.5 or 1.5 towards mid, 2.5 towards B. As it's going to be Liers and kind of hovering in this in-between area.
Whoa, look at Kurt. Could get called out, but instead it's going to be Wildfire on that push to go down. That B site completely open, but thankfully Lear's able to find Jamar over towards mid. So at the very least, you've traded out 1 for 1. You can see that rotation starting to be pulled over towards that B site. Relic's still posted up here over towards that CT angle. Does mean that he's going to be isolated should the attack come to him. You can see that rotation from MFH, but it's just a little bit too late. There's that swing, the op. It doesn't matter because the ISO shield protects it. And Astralis being able to jump in alongside the Thrash going into the site. They're going to be able to stick that plant, but it has to be a full commit from Starbound. So that's 1 gun out of it. Jovi's continuing to go in, but Lear and Relics just completely dominate. A missed shot from Starbound means that we are going to OT.
If you told me this was going to overtime, if map number 2 of this series is going to overtime at the end of the previous, I would not believe you. ROK have really done a great job to bring it back and to show that they still got some gas left the tank after the first map here, but it's not quite enough just yet. A little bit more required as we find ourselves in overtime. What a great round to come out from Shake and Jake there. You saw, just as ROK is trying to execute, Shake and Jake already rotating their players and jumping through the smokes, going through and denying any space before ROK could even begin to settle into the A site. So great response there from Shake and Jake, and well, another attempt required from the ROK Esports side of things.
For ROK Esports, it's all about closing things out. You had opportunities. You had 4 of them in that second half to close things out, and you let them get away from you.
With decent buys on all 4.
Right, exactly. So now at this point, it's really about what can you find in this overtime? What can you do on your defense to switch things up? This A site, it's been completely open, but Jamar doesn't get checked, so he finds 2. Astralis is quick to the response and starts spraying through the smoke, which allows Jamar to find a 3rd, and that means that showstopper can pop, and boom, just like that, your head gets taken off by Lear. Astralis, Kurt, you're the first 2 over here, and you can see for Shake and Jake, it's all about that pause. They're trying to see if there's any more rotations that are going to come in, but there's nothing. So Lear and MFH, you have to start rerouting. You have to figure out another way into this round, and you can see that rotation, that slow crawl over towards B from Lear, while MFH still just decides to explore elbow.
Yeah, just looking for a chance, looking for someone to overstep here to potentially buy a rotation over, but little do they know the B site is completely clear at this point. No work is required from MFH's site. In fact, MFH might walk in, bite off a little bit more than he can chew, and well, that's exactly the case here. Drops down to 13 HP and being hunted down just the same. Meanwhile, though, teammate going to be the one waltzing over to this completely clear bomb site. Liers is not going to believe his eyes. No one here to hold, and while left alone, Liers and still desperately trying to find this kill on this side of the map, but no one's going to do it. Instead, the plant, the wingman's going to want to do it. Liers able to isolate Jovi. That's the first in the 1 versus 4. Now 1 versus 3 as the time ticks away on this spike. Slowly. ROK now working their way over through the CT side. Liers could potentially isolate. Kurt here does just that. Spots the shoulder, finds the 4K, and an ace. Surely not to close this one out. Thrasher used, doesn't quite isolate nor find the last player. But Astralis with it all to do here. Shake and Jake. Liers 8 bullets in the magazine, 95 HP, plenty to work with. And that Util is going to reveal the position. Surely this isn't going to be cleared out. Astralis taps. Suspects the main position. There's no time, and it's the ace. Liers to find the 13th round here in overtime for Shake and Jake.
What a ridiculous clutch from Lear.
That is absolutely not allowed. The fact he and MFH split up.
Yes.
MFH falls the opposite side of the map. The spike goes down and still somehow pulls 4 more kills out of that round. An incredible play there from Liers.
I don't understand. Lear just did something that blowed all of our minds straight out of our heads. And now for ROK, you're on the back foot for really the first time this entire map after the pistol.
Indeed. Suddenly, now that's going to hurt a little bit too. It's going to be Jake to be the one to find Jamar. That's the biggest scalp you could find here on the ROK side. Wildfire finds Jovi as well. Picks up another one. Kurt falls, and well, blink and you miss it. 12-14 here on Sunset. ROK doing such a good job trying to come back into this one, but it simply isn't enough. Too little and too late. But you know what? I'm happy if you're the ROK side to be able to pull back a little bit of dignity at the very end, though. And honestly, for your, I believe this is the first game here in their group stage match, definitely not a bad showing. Happy to put up some numbers and remind themselves, hey, look, sure we got completely stomped in our first map, but you know what? In the second one, we pulled it back together, and though we lost, we still put up a good fight and showed we got something.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was literally on the edge of my seat. I had to scoot back once the cameras were coming.
I do have to stay
back.
Exactly,
right? It was absolutely insane. Compared to what map 1 was. Map 1, we were bored. We were talking to each other, in the break, and we were like, man, that was really underwhelming for what we hyped it up as. But that map is what delivered. That was amazing from what we just saw. Overtime, 14-12. I think it was the first overtime we've seen on stream all day.
I believe so, yeah. And honestly, my favorite part about that is it wasn't just that it was a close game, but at the kill distribution, 3 players on each side had 20-plus kills.
Yeah.
Everyone's doing the heavy lifting. Everyone's contributing. It's not just Lears. It's not just Jovi. It's not just JMR. It's everyone finding their time in the spotlight to find impact and to really dictate how that game went. And, well, I think everyone can be proud of themselves at the end of it.
Yeah, that's the scrappy Valorant that we were promised. And I'm glad we got to see it, even if it was only for one map. I think that shows a lot of promise, for the ROK players. I know some of them did arrive a little late to the party. So, maybe map 1, maybe that was the warm-up map. You never know. So there's still a bunch more games to play. And you know for a fact that ROK is going to be back on stream later tonight. So we'll have to see if there is a difference between how their performance was in this series versus what we're going to see towards the end of the night. Because that matchup is also going to be super interesting. But I believe...
yeah,
we are going to cut to a little bit of a break, and then we're going to go to an interview with Kat in the Cat's Corner. So don't go anywhere because you're going to want to stick around for that amazing interview. Kat, we'll see you on the other side.
ROK's Run It Back event 2024. For those of you just tuning in, my name's Kat, and I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Funhaver. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you, Kat?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. So we just saw an insane first map on Ascent. How are you feeling during that moment?
Oh, Ascent was, easy.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I don't know what they were doing trying to play us.
13-2?
Yeah, 13-2. I'm just frying them. Starbound, by the way, best player in the world. Always killed me. But Kurt and Jovi don't pick me anymore. You know what I'm saying?
I was just about to ask. I saw you guys were shooting bodies. Is there beef?
No beef. Jovi is probably one of my oldest friends in this game.
Yeah.
He and I have worked together on a few things throughout the past, so a lot of respect for that guy, and it's always fun to play against him. So it's really just old school type. We're going at each other.
Yeah, of course,
So.
of course. Old time friends, you said?
Val friends, yeah.
Val
Not before
friends.
Val, but yeah. Val friends.
Gotcha. And there are some big names in the lobby. Are you excited to be sharing the Esports Center with anyone? No, just yourself. Just yourself.
No.
I
I have a lot of friends here.
Yeah.
Some new people, some old people,
Uh-huh.
right? Some of the teams that even came from my event that I haven't
Yeah.
met before. So it's really cool to kind of meet a lot of these people. I've known a lot of them for a while, but there's
meeting them in person.
Yeah. No, I've throughout a few lanes, I've met some people. I'm trying to think. Actually, this is the first time meeting Jovi in person. I
Oh,
completely
that's so
forgot that.
cool.
So yeah, that was probably the best part is meeting him for the first time.
And I know that you do a lot of invitationals.
Mhm.
Can I ask the reasoning behind that?
Well, Nerd Street back in 23 kind of got shut down, and Knights decided to
Yeah.
run no more tournaments. And the community kind of said, Tim, can you run a tournament? I said, okay. And we spun up a Battlefly and a Discord, and in 2 hours we had a full tournament, and it just didn't stop from there. So
Your love of video games just you wanted
yeah,
to
and the
share
love
it
of the
with
scene,
everyone.
and kind of Riot not really supporting it the way that I would have liked them to.
Yeah.
But so yeah, kind of trying to step up and
Yeah.
give everybody a chance to play this game at a level that they could go to. So
I'm sure we all thank you on our behalf. And are there any matches that you're anticipating watching yourself, not from just a spectator point of view?
Oh, so earlier I watched Rose versus Burger Boys. That
Yeah.
was a really fun
insane.
match. I love both of those teams so
Yeah.
much, and it's just seeing those guys go at it. Those teams are really good teams.
Yeah.
And that was a ton of fun. And then I really want to see the Sad Green versus Oregon Hack. I don't know if we'll end up getting to see them play until maybe grand finals, but if I
Yeah.
could see them play, that'd be really cool.
I know, I'm very excited for that.
So.
Okay, well, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and thank you so much for coming on and joining
Of course.
me.
Yeah,
I
no
appreciate
problem.
it.
There you go.
All right.